Chapter 551, Coming One After Another. 551, Coming One After Another. As Lumion observed Nolia disappearing down the corridor, he pondered the idea of adding another catchphrase. You Phaenopaterians. Nevertheless, Nolia's kindness served as a reminder that delving into the sea prayer ritual wasn't a straightforward endeavor. The associated risks demanded the Church of Earth Mother's serious consideration. Despite this, Lumion believed that many dangers could be sidestepped, and he wasn't inclined to actively confront them. His primary objective wasn't to unveil the truth behind the sea prayer ritual and eradicate the influence of folklore on Port Santa, preventing its inhabitants from transforming into monsters. His true goal lay in unraveling the details of the April Fool's prank to track down Ultraman and Bard, executing them one by one. With Port Santa plagued by numerous problems and abscesses, Lumion saw no need to expose them. He could withdraw in a timely manner. Concealing his true motives was a fundamental principle of acting as a conspirer. This could lead others to misinterpret his decisions and react incorrectly during critical moments. After shutting the door, Lumion grabbed the golden straw hat and settled into the recliner. Smirking at the corridor, he muttered to himself with interest, who will be the next to provide information? Rubio Paco, who clearly dislikes the Maidens of the Sea and detests such matters, or the families who have lost their positions as committee members of the Fisheries Guild for many years. Beneath the bright sunlight outside the window, Lumion swiftly flipped through the textbooks he had purchased, hoping to memorize and grasp more relevant knowledge. He couldn't wait until the charm's effects wore off, leaving nothing in his mind. About an hour later, unfamiliar footsteps echoed through the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock resonated on his door. Who is it? Lumion inquired in simple Highlander. The book you bought has arrived, the motel owner, Ada Guillaume, replied in Intijan. The book I bought? When have I ever bought a book? Lumion pondered, standing up thoughtfully. He opened the door and received a cheaply packaged but colorful book from the old man. The title of the book was Travel Around Phaenopater. Lumion pretended not to get the title written in Highlander and chuckled at himself. I'll have to wait for my interpreter to swing back and decode it for me. Might not even wrap my head around it before I bid Phaenopater farewell by flipping through a dictionary. Ada Sr. expressed his understanding. When I first landed in Port Santa, 7 or 8 mates shared an Intijan. Highlander dictionary. None of us dared to venture out solo, but after hanging around a bit and pushing ourselves to chat with the locals, we gradually got the hang of it. Truth be told, Highlander's quite similar to Intijan. Lumion chatted briefly with Ada Sr. before heading back to his room, sinking into the recliner with Travel Around Phaenopater in hand. He turned the book over, gripping its spine and giving it a shake. A folded white paper tumbled out. Lumion caught it and flicked it open with a swift motion. Written on it was Intijan. The Maidens of the Sea are also not allowed to leave Port Santa or tie the knot with outsiders, but exceptions have cropped up over the years. Phaenopater's women dig romance before tying the knot and chase after love. The ladies of Port Santa are no different. Throughout the past millennium, plenty of Maidens of the Sea have bolted to preserve their love or freedom. Around 30 to 40 have made it out. The most recent case dates back over 20 years. A Maiden of the Sea married an Intijan and had a kid. We're unsure if she's still alive because the Fisheries Guild has been hunting her down. Her child's name is Nalfi. You might know her. She's already back in Port Santa. Nalfi, Batna Comte's lover? She's actually a child of a Maiden of the Sea. She even dragged her partner to Port Santa to witness the sea prayer ceremony. Lumion sometimes felt something was off with Nalfi while on the Flying Bird, but he never guessed she was so tied up with the sea prayer ritual. This made him wonder about Nalfi's real reasons for returning to Port Santa. Batna Comte might find himself in a mind-boggling mess over this romantic fling. Lumion's eyes shifted down as he read the last line. Once you're out of these waters and Port Santa, the mystical powers from the sea prayer ritual weakens significantly. Against folks from other regions, the Fisheries Guild mostly wrangles them using adventurers, bounty hunters, and professional assassins. Is this a go-ahead to meddle with the sea prayer ritual and dig into it? As long as I could slip out of Port Santa and these waters, the Fisheries Guild's committee members would be powerless against me. Lumion had no clue about the identity of the person who delivered the paper and the intel. After all, he hadn't seen many folks handwriting in Port Santa, but he could unmistakably sense their eagerness and anticipation. Crimson flames roared to life, consuming the white paper laden with information. Lumion reclined, sipping on Fainapotter Kingdom's famed Manzan, the top-tier white wine produced in specific regions without dilution. He absent-mindedly flipped through the book, Travel Around Fainapotter, penned in Highlander. The author raved about Fainapotter Kingdom's diverse culinary delights, praising beef, mutton, and pork while expressing disdain for the local tobacco, likening it to smoking chili. After a stretch, Lugano returned to the suite with Ludwig, bearing a stack of street snacks: roasted baby octopuses, lamb loin, fried fish, potatoes, corn omelet, and pork rolls. Lumion had long set aside Travel Around Fainapotter. He rose and addressed Lugano. "Don't forget to change your appearance tomorrow to fetch our new IDs. Also, figure out where Batna Kumte will be in the next 2 days. I want to share a drink with him." All right. Lugano couldn't fathom why his employer suddenly wanted to locate the finely dressed adventurer, but he sensed it wasn't as simple as a casual drink. After assigning the task, Lumion grabbed the sunstraw hat and casually mentioned as he sauntered toward the door, "I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back before dinner." Do you need any translations?" Lugano asked instinctively. Lumion chuckled in response. "I'm just taking a stroll, getting a feel for the terrain. No need to chat with anyone. Don't worry, I won't lose my way." Lugano tersely acknowledged and refrained from probing further. He trusted that his employer's adept body language skills would make simple communication a breeze. Once out of Salo Motel, Lumion ambled down the street. He aimed to set the stage for those attempting to reach him and see if the Fisheries Guild would seize the chance to make a move. Salo Motel, 5th floor suite. As Ludwig polished off the fermented grape juice, he leaped from the chair and headed briskly to the washroom. Lugano slouched on the sofa, reluctant to budge. After tending to the child for nearly 2 hours, fatigue had settled in. Lugano yearned for a break. His plan was to gather intel on Batna Kumte and rendezvous with the spirited Fainapotter ladies at the bar later in the night. Ludwig entered the washroom, lifted the toilet lid, and half-closed his eyes. As he relieved himself with determination, a slim silhouette emerged from the shadows in the corner. The black shadow took the form of an insect, about the thickness of a finger, with long bristles on its surface resembling spoiled food. Its bristles fluttered, extending like tentacles, reaching out to touch everything in its path. As it twisted, the black shadow silently crept up behind Ludwig. It abruptly stood up and plunged its head into Ludwig's cervical spine. At that moment, it caught sight of the boy's brown eyes. Abruptly, it froze, holding its shape like a snake rearing its upper body. Ludwig, at some point, had ceased urinating and half-turned around. He extended his right palm and seized the black shadow. The shadow didn't put up a fight. In the next instant, the chubby boy, Ludwig, shoved the black shadow into his mouth. Amidst distinct chewing sounds, the lower half of the shadow's body twisted upward, melding with the blurry flesh in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Ludwig consumed the black shadow as if it were a bowl of Fainapotter noodles. He licked his lips, appearing as though he wanted another serving. Outside Aquina Street, in the cafe adorned with flowers on every table. Along the way, Lumion stumbled upon 2 street brawls. He snagged a skewer of Port Santa's roasted octopuses for a quick bite, yet no one approached him discreetly, attempted to stuff him with something, or whispered secret messages. There were no covert attacks. Under the radiant sky and brilliant sun, he chose a quiet corner in a cafe, ordering a glass of Tor's coffee with milk, relishing its rich bitterness with patience. As time drifted by, a woman donned in a blue veil and an exquisite dress suddenly took a seat across from Lumion. She scanned the surroundings and swiftly raised the blue fishnet hanging from the brim of her hat. It wasn't a woman, it was a man. A man dressed in women's attire, with distinctive features and grayish-blue eyes that couldn't conceal the anxiety on his face. Lumien's pupils widened. He recognized the man in the feminine garb. It was the current governor of the sea. The same governor of the sea whom Martha had bowed to in the cathedral. Like building, served by numerous maids. He sought me out. The one coming to me is actually him. Lumien was both astonished and oddly convinced that this made sense. Noticing that the adventurer Louis Barry had identified him, the governor of the sea lowered the blue veil, shrouding his face once more. Then he hushed his voice and spoke in Highlander, filled with desire and concern. "Save me, save me." Chapter 552, Fake and Reality. 552, Fake and Reality. Lumien didn't find the current governor of the sea's plea for help surprising. He raised his left hand and touched his ear. In Intision, he asked, "What are you saying? I only understand the word help." The current governor of the sea, disguised as a woman, appeared dumbfounded, as if the language barrier was unexpected. Having racked his brains and risked his life to reach Louis Barry, the governor of the sea found himself unable to convey his request due to the language barrier. Maintaining his pretense of not understanding Highlander, Lumien calmly took out a dark red fountain pen and a stack of post-it notes, handing them over. "Write down everything you want to say. I'll get someone to translate it." This time, he used Intision again, but gestured with the fountain pen to guide the other party on what to do. If the governor of the sea is illiterate and unable to write Highlander, it would be troublesome. I would have to resort to communicating with individual words and body language. I don't want to reveal my knowledge of Highlander yet, Lumien thought with concern. In Intis and Fainapotter, there were numerous illiterate individuals. The governor of the sea, after a brief moment of confusion, grasped Louis Barry's intentions. He took the fountain pen and note and began scribbling. Lumien observed with a composed expression. Despite being on the opposite side, with a hunter's vision and spatial imagination, he easily discerned the content of the written message. "Please help me, rescue me out of Port Santa. I'm not the true governor of the sea." Not the true governor of the sea, Lumien suppressed the urge to raise his eyebrows and refrained from directly asking, maintaining an appearance of complete ignorance of the words. He desired to see what additional information the current governor of the sea would reveal before considering his next set of questions. The man dressed in feminine attire paused for 2 seconds before continuing. "The true governor of the sea died during last year's sea prayer ritual." Dead, the genuine governor of the sea perished during the sea prayer ritual. Lumien felt a sudden surge of joy at this revelation. I can finally see the tale of the key members of April Fools. One consequence of their prank last year was the predetermined governor of the sea's failure to successfully perform the sea prayer ritual. He suffered a backlash from Bay Underpowers and lost his life. This aligned with the revelations from Otta Guillaume, the Salo Motel owner, and his son, a government department clerk, regarding an increase in shipwrecks, a decline in fish harvests, and disrupted trade. The imposter governor of the sea wrote swiftly, as if fearing someone might catch up to him at any moment. "I was chosen by Juan Oro and the Fisheries Guild to impersonate the governor of the sea for a year because I resemble the true governor of the sea. This was to prevent fishermen and sea merchants from knowing about their grave mistake and the slip-up that caused the sea prayer ritual to fail. Such a failure has not occurred in recent centuries. Now that I know this secret, they won't let me leave alive. After the governor of the sea handover ritual is completed and the vigil begins, I'll undoubtedly be killed. I never wanted to play the role of governor of the sea. It was a blasphemy against the sea, but they pointed a gun at me, claiming they had already killed someone who refused to cooperate. The church and the government won't intervene in the Fisheries Guild's affairs. You're the only one daring enough to infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence and confront Juan Oro with a gun. I can only seek your help. Over the past year, I've saved up quite a bit of money. I can give it all to you. 100,000 gold risat. I've heard about your recent exploits. I believe you have the strength. I implore you to help me." Quite educated, Lumien, after studying the 3 completed post-it notes, sensed that the imposter governor of the sea differed from ordinary fishermen, vendors, or workers based on his grammar and vocabulary. After jotting down his reasons and request, the fake governor of the sea set aside the fountain pen and slid 3 post-it notes filled with Highlander words to Lumion. With a quick glance, Lumion contemplated using Highlander words and body language. "Help your family." The fake governor of the sea hastily wrote down a response. "My parents passed away a few years ago. I don't have any other relatives. I was originally an employee of the fisheries company." It's no surprise Juan Oro and his associates dared to kidnap this person to be the governor of the sea. The Earth Mother Church refrains from meddling in the Fisheries Guild's internal affairs. If it affects other citizens, they will still handle it. Lumion pretended to ask first and planned to find someone later to translate the response. "Servant girls pregnant." He inquired about the maids in the governor of the sea's residence and the reason for their pregnancies. The fake governor of the sea, concealed behind a blue veil, displayed no change in expression. His right hand trembled slightly as he wrote, "The governor of the sea will receive the same treatment as the ruler of Port Santa. He can appoint anyone from Milo Village, the Fisheries Guild, and those sea merchant families as his maids and guards. He can do whatever he wants and directly visit them, enjoying the treatment an owner can receive." "I couldn't help it." Observing this, Lumion nearly laughed aloud. Even in captivity, he's focused on such matters. Does he believe he can't escape and is resigned to his imminent demise? Is he seeking enjoyment while he still can? The fake governor of the sea added, "I can also tax those people and forcefully allocate their market share, but they will listen to me. However, I dare not go too far. Otherwise, Juan Oro will privately whip me with his cane and threaten to kill me." "So this is the source of your savings? Well, he can't control the weather or the tides. After all, he's merely a false governor." Lumion took the fake governor of the sea's new post-it note and pondered for a moment before asking in a clumsy manner, "Original governor, where?" He inquired about the whereabouts of the former governors of the sea. Nolia, the combat nun of the fertility order, hadn't raised this issue before. It was unclear if she deemed it unimportant, chose not to disclose it for some reason, or lacked the corresponding information. The fake governor of the sea wrote, "I don't know. I heard a maid from Milo Village mention it before. She's Juan Oro's granddaughter. She said that all the governors of the sea will eventually return to the sea." "Return to the sea? That doesn't sound promising." "Heh heh, designating Juan Oro's granddaughter as your maid. Are you seeking revenge for the oppression from her grandfather? And Juan Oro agreed to it, indirectly retaliating by lashing you. Juan Oro and his sons are married to maidens of the sea, and there's a chance his granddaughter is a lizard-like monster. How would you feel if you knew you were sleeping with a humanoid lizard?" Lumion criticized the fake governor of the sea internally. He seemed to ponder for a moment, as if unable to comprehend the other party's writing, and changed the question. "Juan Oro, powerful." The fake governor of the sea suddenly shuddered. Swiftly, he wrote, "He's very powerful. He's a monster. He can suffocate people and cause them to die in pain." After writing this, the fake governor of the sea glanced at the sun outside the window. He set down the fountain pen, stood up, and bowed to Lumion. Then, swaying in his elegant dress, he made his way toward the cafe's back door and departed. He appeared anxious about his disappearance during the shopping trip, potentially raising suspicions from the bodyguards. Lumion observed his departure, crumpling the post-it notes into a ball in his palm. Crimson flames trickled from between his fingers before swiftly dissipating. After sprinkling the ashes into the bottle with flowers, Lumion picked up the partially finished Tours coffee and took a sip. Lumion's mind raced as he analyzed the information that concerned him the most. Is what the imposter said true? Could an ordinary person find an opportunity to escape their bodyguards and approach me? Is it possible that Juan Oro and the others secretly prompted him to set a trap for me, waiting for me to fall into it? During the April Fool's prank, the specially crafted golden ring, lacking Beyonder powers, was concealed within the lamb's body. The lamb was taken as a sacrifice on the governor of the sea's ship. Is April Fool's meant to substitute something with this ring? Is there another sacrificial ring similar to it? Did the governor of the sea's appointment fail last year? because the crucial sacrificial ring turned out to be a fake and couldn't be utilized. This implies that key members of April Fools or their subordinates are on the special ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to deceive the committee members of the Fisheries Guild and surreptitiously replace important items. Based on the information I've gathered, there aren't many sailors on that ship. The only passengers are the Governor of the Sea, 4 Maidens of the Sea, and a few individuals guiding them through the ritual. Who among them is connected to April Fools? The Fisheries Guild must have conducted an investigation afterward. I wonder if they've drawn any conclusions. I can't dismiss the possibility that the deceased Governor of the Sea is linked to April Fools. Maybe he was completely deceived, thinking that by changing the ring and causing the ritual to fail, he could avoid returning to the sea like the previous governors of the sea. However, Bard, Mad Lady, and Ultraman may not have cared about his life at all. What's the purpose of April Fools? Is it merely a prank for their own amusement, or does it harbor a deeper motive? Ordinary April Fools members might engage purely for entertainment. As for the key members, truth and lies are invariably intertwined. Sitting in the cafe until the sun neared the horizon, Lumion donned the straw hat and leisurely made his way back to the Salo Motel. Late at night, Lugano returned from the bar, emanating the scent of alcohol. He approached Lumion and said, "I've inquired with adventurers and bounty hunters about Batna and his lover. They all claim not to have seen them in the past few days. As soon as they arrived at Port Santa, it was as if they vanished." Vanished? Nulfi, being the child of a maiden of the sea, wouldn't be so clandestine if she were merely returning to Port Santa and the Fisheries Guild. Could she be involved in something related to the sea prayer ritual and convinced Batna to join her? Yet, they were targeted upon their return. Perhaps she possesses significant knowledge. I can't personally search for them right now. I need to be more visible as an adventurer. Lugano isn't the most reliable source. What about Nolia, the nun? A flurry of speculations raced through Lumion's mind. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly realized the kind of assistance he should seek from the Knight of Swords. Chapter 553, Half Fairy. 553, Half Fairy. Lumion remained composed, not rushing to summon the messenger of the minor arcana, the Knight of Swords. His patience persisted as he waited for a particular individual. Since expressing a strong desire to investigate the sea prayer ritual and taking action, only 3 waves of people had contacted him today, openly or covertly. Yet, the person he awaited the most had not shown up. Maybe Rubio Paco prefers to wait until late at night when there's no one around. Shaking off his thoughts, he smiled at Lugano. Batna just began his fling with Nulfi. He might want to explore all the villages, towns, pastures, and vineyards around Port Santa before the sea prayer ritual. If you hear anything about him later, inform me. There's no need to deliberately inquire. Lugano didn't think it was a big deal and smiled understandingly. Maybe he even took on some missions along the way, earning some bucks while traveling. Once the interpreter and Ludwig retired to their rooms, Lumion settled into a recliner and casually perused the Highlander textbooks under the soft glow of the gas wall lamp. As time passed, the night grew quieter. Lumion, confirming no further intel would arrive that night, pondered the situation. Stroking his chin, he pondered this matter. It seems more people are observing. Unless the great adventurer's investigation makes a breakthrough and remains unscathed, they won't easily place their bets until I demonstrate greater reliability or value. The trio who reached out today possesses distinct traits. One affiliated with the Earth Mother Church, insulated from losses even if their gamble fails. Would the Fisheries Guild risk confrontation with the Cathedral and the Fertility Order? The second, the imposter governor of the sea, faces high odds of death during the sea prayer ritual. He'd clutch at any chance for survival. Additionally, his lack of confidence in both the Earth Mother Church and Port Santa's government makes him value the adventurer capable of defeating the demon warlock more. However, his plea might be a trap by the Fisheries Guild. The third, elusive figure hinted at useful clues, without divulging the sea prayer ritual's secret. After careful contemplation, Lumion gained deeper insight into the mindsets and choices of various factions. Conspiracies often manipulated human emotions, exploiting the circumstances at hand. Lumion found himself increasingly fascinated by these two aspects. This was both a daily routine and an essential necessity. Putting aside the Highlander textbook, Lumion returned to his bedroom. Closing the door, a black mark on his body emitted a faint glow. Bottle of fiction. Lumion enveloped the entire room within the bottle of fiction. The entry conditions were simple, only spirit world creatures. Ripple-like light briefly adorned the walls, floor, and ceiling of the bedroom before swiftly vanishing, leaving everything appearing entirely ordinary. Only then did Lumion compose the letter and arrange the ritual. He sanctified the dagger, erected a wall of spirituality, and lit the candle representing him. Stepping back, he spoke in ancient Hermes, I. Then switching to Hermes, he said, I summon in my name. A peculiar creature wandering above the world, a half-fairy who fiddles with melodic strings, a messenger that belongs solely to the Knight of Swords. The orange candle flame transformed instantly into a deep blue hue, expanding to half the size of a human. In the blue radiance, a figure of blood-red hue emerged from the candle flame. Resembling a female human in form, it shared traits with a creature Lumion had encountered in Cordu's ruins. Devoid of skin or external coverings, it exposed bloody muscles, bluish-black blood vessels, ghastly white tendons, oily yellow fat, and large red or white fascia. Lumion studied the 1.7-meter-tall Knight of Swords messenger and pondered silently. Does half-fairy mean it's divided internally? I assumed it would be either split vertically or horizontally. Don't you know how to fiddle with melodic strings? Where are they? With these musings racing through his mind, Lumion handed the folded letter to the messenger and politely uttered in Hermes, kindly deliver this to the Knight of Swords. As his strength grew, Lumion became increasingly aware that most messengers he encountered could be lethal, if unafraid to unleash the corruptive source, Termaboros. Though Lumion couldn't gauge the strength of the Knight of Swords messenger, the half-fairy, all his experience urged him to maintain politeness. The black and white eyeballs of the half-fairy, embedded in the blood. Colored face, darted around before gently nodding and accepting the letter. It spoke with a clear, pleasant voice akin to a mountain stream's flow. I'll deliver it promptly. How melodious. It's like a bard strumming a guitar. Lumion snapped out of his reverie. He suddenly grasped the reason for the messenger's melodic string prefix. Thank you, he bowed politely. Observing the half-fairy about to retreat into the blue candle flame, Lumion couldn't suppress his curiosity and inquired, what would you do if given human skin? The half-fairy fixed its black and white eyes on Lumion for a few seconds. As it delved into the blue candle flame, it left behind a melodious voice. I'll put it on. You'll embody whoever's skin you wear. Has the half-fairy always sought its other half? Lumion speculated. At that moment, he recalled an unfinished promise. Help the abscessed hand find its body. This pledge determined whether Lumion could attain godhood and advance to sequence 4. However, being only a sequence 6, he wasn't in a rush. Late at night, in Trier's market district within an empty room, Franca, clad in an assassin suit, was having her first face-to-face encounter with Seven. As moments drifted by, Seven strode in, sporting a brown lion headgear and a double-breasted coat. After confirming his identity, Franca pushed back her hood, emerging from the shadows. What brings us to this in-person discussion? Seven inquired, his brow furrowed. His instincts screamed to decline, yet he sensed the gravity of the situation. Failing to act promptly could result in a colossal catastrophe. Ultimately, he acceded to Hidden Blade's request for a meeting. Franca chuckled, emotions swirling within. It's a good thing. I'm skeptical when it comes from you, Hidden Blade. Seven expressed his concern openly. Franca clarified her reason for requesting an offline meeting. It's true. I need your help to find someone. Telegrams can't convey a portrait. I can't craft a digital image using just words and dots, can I? Seven regarded Franca with suspicion. Simply seeking help to locate someone, no ulterior motives. Franca chuckled. For now, that's all I can divulge. That only heightens my apprehension. 7 keenly sensed the search for this individual might harbor a crucial issue. Otherwise, Hidden Blade, having witnessed catastrophic events, wouldn't have taken it so seriously. She wouldn't have insisted on an offline meeting and handing over the portrait personally. More likely, she would have left it somewhere for retrieval. Franca produced a portrait, drawn through dream divination and ritualistic magic, and passed it to 7. Upon receiving it, 7's hand naturally emitted a sunlight-like glow, revealing the photo-like drawing in the dark night. The depicted figure wore a black robe, with his head slightly turned, revealing very short dark hair that seemed freshly grown. The facial contours on his side profile were gentle, and his sickly pale white skin contrasted with his dark brown eyes, which were not sunken enough. Initially, 7 perceived nothing remarkable, but trusting Hidden Blade's knack for stirring trouble, he scrutinized it for more than 10 seconds. Beneath the lion's headgear, his brow furrowed as he whispered, "This doesn't seem like someone from any country in the northern continent." Franca smiled playfully and self-deprecatingly. "Don't you think he resembles us from before we transmigrated?" 7 froze, as if struck by lightning. He studied the drawing repeatedly and fell silent for nearly 20 seconds before saying, "Hidden Blade, do you understand what you're saying?" Franca raised her head slightly and said in a deep voice, "I suspect he came from that country from our world." Muggle, I, and the others found signs of interaction between both worlds before. "When? What signs?" 7 interjected, fighting the urge to grab Hidden Blade's shoulder and shake her for every bit of information. Franca chuckled. "I'm not at liberty to answer you. I can only reveal it after discussing with Muggle and the others. There are many secrets involved. First, discreetly search for the person in the portrait. I encountered him on the 4th level of the catacombs." 7 struggled to contain his impatience, resisting the temptation to handcuff Hidden Blade for details. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Can't you guys discuss it first before involving me? I was just considerate of your emotions, afraid that you'd lose control upon receiving so much information at one go." Franca let out a hollow laugh and replied, "It's not time to meet Muggle and the others yet. I need to find him urgently, afraid he might leave Trier." Calm down, calm down. You can't hide your desire to kill me." Franca smiled sheepishly, fading into the shadows. Holding the portrait, 7 took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Fainapotter Kingdom, Port Santa, Salo Motel. After breakfast, Lumion had just returned to the master bedroom when he sensed a sudden chill. Simultaneously, a tarot card materialized on the desk. The card depicted a knight, running with a sword in hand. Minor Arcana card, Knight of Swords. Chapter 554, Favor. 554 Favor. Lumion's gaze fixated on the Minor Arcana card before he noticed another person standing in front of the full-body mirror in the room. The man sported a white shirt and a black vest, his face unusually pale and his brown hair tousled, suggesting he had just woken up. For some inexplicable reason, Lumion sensed a conflicting demeanor in this person, elusive yet restrained. The brown eyes held an indescribable weight, akin to staring into an abyss. "Knight of Swords?" Lumion inquired. The man nodded subtly and responded, "7 of Wands, how may I assist you?" Surprised, Lumion questioned, "How do you know I'm the 7 of Wands?" Lumion hadn't disclosed his exact code name in the letter, merely stating he sought help from the Knight of Swords as guided by Madam Magician. The Knight of Swords spoke slowly, as if holding back something. "Ma'am Hermit informed me that the 7 of Wands, affiliated with Madam Magician, would soon arrive in Fainapotter, possibly in need of intel or assistance. Madam Magician intentionally communicated with Ma'am Hermit about me," Lumion realized. "I need your help locating 2 individuals in Port Santa and the surrounding seas. Try not to alert any factions." "Be specific," the Knight of Swords replied, economical with his words. Lumion shared Batna Comte and Nulfi's details, adding, "I'm not certain if they're still alive. They might have become corpses by now." As he spoke, he handed 2 photo-like sketches to the Knight of Swords, a unique skill he'd acquired from Auror's grimoires and his expertise in ritualistic magic. These images, directly replicated from his mind, bore an uncanny resemblance to photographs. The ritualistic magic involved in creating such images demanded a suitable and secure target for prayer, a practice more common among official Beyonders who had orthodox gods to appeal to. Wild Beyonders rarely resorted to praying to dangerous entities for trivial matters. Being part of the Tarot Club, Lumion straddled both worlds, with the ability to seek aid from Mr. Fool or tap into Madame Magician's strength. The Knight of Swords studied the photo-like sketches before affirming, "I'll help you find them as soon as possible." There was no demand for payment or any immediate request, prompting Lumion to sigh. Organizations do have their advantages. Internal assistance often translated into favors, subtly binding individuals to reciprocal obligations. Some preferred setting clear prices rather than owing favors. But Lumion didn't entertain such thoughts. Securing the Knight of Swords' presence and help was already a considerable favor in itself. He pondered for a moment and then inquired, "What mission do you have in Potter? Do you need my assistance?" The Knight of Swords paused briefly before responding, "The matter in Potter is wrapping up, but I'll be heading to the southern continent soon. I might require your help there." "Sure thing," Lumion agreed. Intrigued, he asked, "Is Ma'am Hermit also overseeing matters in the southern continent?" "Wasn't she too busy?" Madame Magician had indicated that this major arcana card holder primarily dealt with sea-related affairs, and a clandestine organization dedicated to the hidden sage, with little involvement in the southern continent. The Knight of Swords replied in a subdued tone, "It's a personal matter, unrelated to Ma'am Hermit." "Got it," Lumion acknowledged. Many of his past tasks weren't orchestrated by Madame Magician, and even his mission in Port Santa to track down April Fool's key member was considered personal business if it didn't involve the celestial worthy. After a 2-second pause, the Knight of Swords added, "Moreover, I'm only temporarily under Ma'am Hermit's command." What does he mean by temporarily subordinate? Can one switch to other major arcana card holders in the future? Lumion wondered. Without explanation, the Knight of Swords form suddenly turned ethereal and disappeared. Lumion, without activating his spirit vision, couldn't catch the departing figure in time. It doesn't feel like teleportation or blending into the shadows. After a quick assessment, he changed into a brownish-green short-sleeved shirt and loose brownish-yellow pants commonly seen in Port Santa. Exiting the master bedroom, Lumion tossed the lie earring to Lugano. "Go to Valerio and get the new IDs. Remember the face you used when you last saw him." "I remember it clearly." Lugano took the lie earring. As Lugano was about to proceed with his disguise, Lumion halted him. "Find a secluded spot after leaving the room to use it. When you return, shift back to your original appearance before entering the motel." "Doesn't this mean I'll have this mystical item to myself for a while? Aren't you worried I might take off with it? It's not just unique, it's valuable." Lugano refrained from probing further. Following his employer's instructions, he took the lie earring, a bag containing his disguise, and exited the room. Observing Lugano's departure, Lumion picked up a golden straw hat and addressed Ludwig, "There's plenty of food in my bedroom. Stay put until I'm back." "Sure thing," Ludwig agreed, seemingly eager. Would someone exploit the absence of his guardians to attack him, the boy? Lumion, passing by the sofa, casually placed the golden straw hat on Ludwig's head. Simultaneously, he switched to a common round-rimmed felt hat and left the suite gradually. He wasn't concerned about Ludwig being alone in the motel. In fact, those who might come into contact with the boy faced more significant risks. Lumion adjusted his hat in the corridor and activated shadow transformation. Swiftly, he transformed into a pure shadow, blending into the darkness at the base of the walls on both sides. In the dark, veiled void, Lumion inhaled the scent of the gray-amber perfume he had deliberately left on the lie earring, using it to track Lugano. His intent wasn't merely to determine whether the interpreter was problematic, but to anticipate a potential attack. With adventurer Louis Barry probing the sea prayer ritual and presenting himself as resolute and radical, it was likely the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village would swiftly react in a decisive manner, eliminating this outsider to dissuade others and factions from clandestinely stirring. In this scenario, Lumion, Lugano, and Ludwig were at risk. He specifically tasked Lugano to seek Valerio alone for the IDs, intending to see if Juan Oro and others had their eyes on his companions, seizing an opportunity to strike Lugano. This strategy allowed Lumion to swiftly intervene if needed, rescuing Lugano while potentially neutralizing some Beyonders from the Fisheries Guild, showcasing the adventurer's strength and instilling confidence in onlookers, compelling further attempts. However, the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village might not act immediately. They might feign vulnerability, luring hidden adversaries to reveal themselves before eliminating them in one fell swoop. Lumion shadowed Lugano to Valerio's underground casino, observing him pay the remaining 50 gold risat for 2 local IDs. No attack. Could it be the Fisheries Guild is fishing, or did they fail to recognize Lugano after he used the lie earring? Lumion pondered the potential reasons while traversing through the shadows. Lugano hurriedly avoided lingering on the streets, well aware that his employer had incurred the wrath of the Fisheries Guild. He feared being ambushed by those unwilling to target Lumion, dragged into an alley, and subjected to a brutal beating. Seeking refuge in a crevice between 2 buildings near Salo Motel, he swiftly reverted to his altered appearance. Removing the lie earring, he switched into his customary black formal suit. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, he turned onto Aquina Street and made his way back to the motel's entrance. Several tramps lay dozing on both sides of the street, basking lazily in the sunlight. Lumion was aware that unlike the severe tramp situation in the Lone Kingdom and the Intis Republic, Faina Potter's tramp issue was less acute due to fertile soil, ample pastures, and the church's modified agricultural methods, resulting in surplus food production. Here, food was notably cheaper, about 15 to 20% lower compared to Intis and other countries. Previously, before the Lone Kingdom began importing food from Faina Potter, the price of rye bread of the same weight was nearly twice as high. Despite the abundance, bankrupt farmers, herders, and city dwellers ended up as tramps due to land acquisition, loan sharks, and other reasons. However, they received free food from various sources like the Cathedral of Earth Mother, the Fertility Order, government departments, and charitable organizations, which, although not filling, prevented starvation, allowing them to recuperate and find new opportunities. As Lugano neared Salo Motel, Lumion, concealed in the shadows, sensed a disturbance. 3 tramps on the street abruptly stiffened, adjusting their postures unnaturally. In an instant, they sprang to their feet like puppet marionettes, drawing revolvers in an odd manner and aiming at Lugano from 3 different angles. Bangs, bangs, bang. Their wide-eyed state left Lugano no room to evade as they pulled their triggers successively. Chapter 555, Monster Illustrated. 555, Monster Illustrated. It wasn't until 3 tramps pointed revolvers at him that Lugano sprang into action. As a seasoned bounty hunter, he had no time to discern where the assailants planned to shoot. He pushed off with strength in his feet, swiftly lunging to the side. He dodged 2 bullets, but the third one was too close, altering his trajectory, inevitably striking him. In midair, Lugano did something unconventional. Instead of curling up to shield vital spots, he extended his body, using his palm to shield his chest. Bang! The bullet connected with his right rib, unleashing a vivid spray of blood. With a thud, Lugano landed on the street, rolling forward to evade subsequent shots. In the midst of his lunge, Lumion's form materialized from the shadows by the roadside. He delivered a powerful punch to the tramp who had just fired. With a resounding thud, the tramp's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled unconscious. Lumion returned to the shadows and swiftly moved behind another tramp. Before he could fire a second shot, Lumion punched him behind the ear. As the tramp collapsed, Lugano skillfully evaded the second bullet fired by the remaining assailant. In that tense moment, passers-by and elderly women chatting on the street scattered, desperately seeking cover. The surroundings seemed eerily vacant. Shadows danced as Lumion emerged from the darkness beside the last assailant. Extending his right palm, he seized the other's neck. Almost simultaneously, the assailant's mouth opened naturally, emitting a slender black shadow. An insect as thick as a finger, with tentacle-like bristles floating on its body, lunged straight for Lumien's neck. HMPH. Two pale white beams of light flickered in Lumien's nostrils. The slender, peculiar black insect lost its strength, gently descending into his raised left palm. As anticipated, Lumien withdrew his right hand from the tramp's neck, unfazed. The tramp's eyes returned to normal. Clutching his revolver, he staggered backward, leaning against the wall before slumping to the ground in a daze. Lumien paid him no heed. Utilizing the shadows, he swiftly approached an unconscious tramp, noticing a small, bloodless wound on the back of his cervical spine. Another slender, bristle-covered black insect darted out, attempting escape. Lumien's hand, engulfed in crimson flames, seized it. After a few struggles, the insect emitted a cooked fragrance. Subsequently, Lumien employed a similar method to handle the strange black insect emerging from another tramp's body. During this procedure, Lugano half-squatted on the street, his left palm flickering with a clear light as he pressed it against the gunshot wound on his right rib. The charred wound immediately contracted, ceasing to ooze blood. Drawing a dagger, Lugano skillfully picked a yellow bullet from the wound with precision and efficacy. With that accomplished, he generated a faint light in his left palm, pressing it against the wound. The injury squirmed and swiftly fused, reducing to a fifth of its original size in no time. Lugano had intentionally stretched, hoping the bullet would hit a spot he could conveniently handle. As he retrieved a bandage to tend to the remaining wound, Lumien approached, extending his free right palm. Understanding his employer's gesture, Lugano returned the lie earring, expressing relief. "Fortunately, I'm a doctor. As long as I'm not killed on the spot, gunshot wounds aren't a big deal." Silently, Lumien donned the silver lie earring. Leaning down, he pressed and swiped at Lugano's wound, transferring it to the back of his right hand. Due to the disparity in location and Lugano's pretreatment, the wound regressed into a small scrape, one akin to scraping against a rough wall. Lugano stared at the wound that didn't even require a bandage, falling into a prolonged silence. Lumien smiled and remarked, "Why else do you think I let you carry lie?" Lugano gaped, uncertain of what to say. Surveying the area, Lumien instructed, "Take the 3 tramps' guns and wait for the police to arrive. Report that you were attacked. After giving your statement, if there's nothing else, take Ludwig to the Fertility Order's entrance and have them uphold justice and maintain order in Port Santa." All right, Lugano hurriedly stood up. Just as he took 2 steps toward the dazed tramp, realization struck. He turned around and blurted, "What about you? Where are you going?" In his haste, he had forgotten to use honorifics. Lumien simply chuckled, saying nothing. "I sent you to the Fertility Order to inform them of my intentions, to let them know." Lumien proceeded towards Salo Motel, leaving crimson flames in his wake that incinerated the blood dripped by Lugano. As he advanced, Lumien lowered his voice and asked, "Temabaros, do you recognize these insects?" Temabaros remained silent. Upon reaching the suite on the 5th floor, Lumien observed Ludwig eagerly awaiting him. His heart stirred as he spread his left palm, revealing 3 black insects. Casually, he inquired, "Do you know what these are?" Ludwig nodded obediently, speaking swiftly, "Bating's black insect, a creature from planet Hevine 3. Rich in various proteins and possessing high energy levels. They invade human bodies via the cervical spine, controlling their nervous systems to manipulate them to their advantage. These Bating's black insects ceased evolving generations ago. While controlling the nervous system, the host's movements stiffen and their eyes roll back. They seldom directly kill the host, but their larvae, once laid, absorb the host's energy, indirectly leading to their demise. In ancient times, many of their ancestors received boons. Though their descendants no longer possess these, their body structures adapted to the boon's power were inherited, eventually evolving into this special species with minor Beyonder-level powers. Consider it a special spirit world creature, or a degenerated Beyonder creature. After the long explanation, Ludwig gazed at Lumien longingly, asking, "That's all I have to say. Can I eat them now?" "You really know, you make it sound so real. The Bating's black insect, planet Hevine 3. What's happening, the alien planets Auror mentioned?" Lumien was taken aback. Lumian wasn't surprised that Ludwig had the desire to consume the baiting's black insects. This guy could even gnaw on live rats. The insects even emitted a rather pleasant fragrance after being roasted. Lumian stared at Ludwig for a few seconds before handing over the 3 baiting's black insects in his hand. Ludwig didn't hide his delight. He swiftly devoured 2 of the roasted insects, relishing the explosion of juices in his mouth. He half closed his eyes, and an unusual fluctuation seemed to surge within him. Lumian furrowed his brow in confusion, but refrained from intervening. Having used the mystery prying glasses to discover that there appeared to be something beneath Ludwig's skin, coupled with Ludwig's daily behavior and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom stance, Lumian speculated that the boy was a monster in human guise, sealed by the Church to carry out tasks inconvenient for deploying clergymen. Regarding the reader pathway controlled by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, it held various applications at the body of heart and mind level. It was reasonable to assume why Ludwig's mind had suffered damage after being sealed, rendering him seemingly foolish. After 20 to 30 seconds, Ludwig opened his eyes and rushed to the dining table. Grabbing a small steel table knife, he carefully placed the remaining baiting's black insect on the tablecloth and skillfully cut it open, removing numerous black fascias. Ludwig poured a glass of manzin and arranged the fascia and the shell of the baiting's black insect on the table, adding the black juice squeezed from the insect's body. Lumian observed as the pale golden liquor swiftly transformed into a dark red, almost black hue, emitting dense bubbles. Once the bubbles subsided, Ludwig lifted the peculiar cocktail. Only then did he remember Lumian's presence. Stammering, he asked, Can I drink a little?" A sealed body of heart and mind indeed. Lumian smiled and sighed. "Drink up." Gulp, gulp. Ludwig finished the small amount of dark red, nearly black liquor and expressed satisfaction to Lumian, saying, "After concocting the baiting's black insect's bodily fluids, it can enhance the physique of those who drink it for the first time to a certain extent. It grants everyone the ability to paralyze primate creatures within 2 hours. Yes, it will only be effective through contact. This is turning the baiting's black insect into something akin to charms. Moreover, it provides permanent effects and short-term Beyonder powers." Amidst Lumian's surprise, he sensed that Ludwig had undergone significant changes. He had never demonstrated the ability to prepare such food before. Lumian didn't delve deeper and calmly remarked, "Take Lugano to the fertility order's entrance later and ensure he informs Nolia about the attack." "All right," in a good mood, Ludwig readily agreed. Meanwhile, at the port district, while Ludwig and Lugano arrived at the fertility order. Wearing a golden straw hat, Lumian strolled towards the square dominated by an ocean wave statue. His attention focused on the grayish-black house adorned with the Port Santa Fisheries Guild sign. The 4- or 5-story castle-like ancient structure was rumored to be over a millennium old, having been destroyed and rebuilt centuries ago. Lumian's eyes traced the intricate symbols on the wall, which included iron hooks and fishing nets. Adjusting his straw hat, he proceeded towards the Fisheries Guild. Chapter 556, Violent Beating. 556, Violent Beating. The encampment of the Fertility Order in Port Santa sprawled along the city's edge, nestled near the suburbs. It claimed an entire street, complete with fields, orchards, and a variety of livestock, providing a self-sufficient haven for the nuns when they weren't on missions. Lugano gripped Ludwig's hand and raised his eyes to the green vines entwining the cloister's spire, with the sacred emblem of life at its center. A simple depiction of a baby amidst wheat ears, flowers, spring water, and other symbols. Turning to Nolia, he uttered, "I was attacked. Just wrapped up my statement at the police station." Nolia, adorned with a black hat adorned with white patterns, blending religion and combat, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where's Louis Barry?" Rather than delving into the specifics of Lugano's assault, she honed in on the whereabouts of Louis Barry, the great adventurer. Lugano shook his head and replied earnestly, "I don't know. He told me to come here after giving my statement and inform you that I was attacked." Nolia's expression shifted to solemnity. In the bustling port district, standing before the robust grayish-black edifice of the Fisheries Guild. Lumion, now garbed in a white shirt, black vest, and brown pants, topped with a golden straw hat, casually strode to the building. The 2 guards stationed here lacked guns, carrying only straight swords on their backs and daggers at their waists, blending in with the multitude of passers-by. "Who are you looking for?" Both guards extended their hands simultaneously, halting Lumion's advance. Lumion couldn't comprehend Highlander. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver, pointed it towards the sky, and squeezed the trigger. Amidst the gunshots' echo, he slipped between the 2 guards, entering the castle-like abode of the Fisheries Guild. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, but refrained from intervening. One of them dashed towards the port's police station, while the other hurried into the grayish-black building, aiming to report to his superior and seek guidance. Clutching his revolver, Lumion advanced at a measured pace. Beneath the puzzled stares of the staff, who hastily sidestepped, he traversed the hall and ascended the stairs leading to the committee member's office. Just as he approached the 2nd floor, a figure appeared before him. Bronze-hued skin, broad and sturdy physique, black hair, and blue eyes characterized the young man who had aided the Fisheries Guild's president, Juan Oro. He was Fernandez Oro, the old man's grandson. Fernandez glared at Lumion ascending step by step, gritting his teeth. "How dare you intrude into the guild?" Lumion paid him no heed. He maintained a steady pace, neither hastening nor slowing as he approached the entrance to the 2nd floor. Fernandez masked his expression, his back slightly arched, and his eyes appeared to radiate an ominous glow. Suddenly, Lumion sensed a significant dimming of the ambient light. Simultaneously, an intangible force descended from above, entwining around his feet, making him feel shorter and causing his body to sway. Fernandez, in contrast, seemed to grow taller, casting dense shadows that engulfed the corridor's meager light. Thud! Advancing, Fernandez swung his right fist towards Lumion's head. A gusty wind permeated the space, propelling the fist with hammer-like force, guided by an unseen magnet. Lumion gazed upward as something within him erupted, shattering the binding force. His thighs swelled suddenly, and his loose brown pants constricted. He grew taller seemingly out of thin air, sleeves and pants tightening around bulging muscles. Bang! A left punch from Lumion met Fernandez's incoming fist in a thunderous collision, causing the stairs to quiver and sway. Fernandez, forced back 2 steps, bore no fear but a hint of joy on his face. Retreating, his eyes darkened with a touch of brilliance. Raising his left hand, a dark green light swiftly concentrated on his unusually rough fingertips. The light transformed into a ray, silently hurtling towards Lumion, momentarily immobilized by the collision. Fernandez chose close combat from the start, creating an opening for the ray, capable of disrupting the human structure and inducing swift internal injuries. The dark green danger ray matched the speed of light. Lumion, unable to dodge in advance, could only watch as it struck between his chest and abdomen. Yet the dark green ray pierced through, striking only an illusion. Leveraging the ascetic's accumulated strength in clashing with Fernandez, Lumion had seized the chance to arch his back and stand in place like an arc, deftly evading potential sneak attacks. In this intricate dance, he even employed the niece face, creating an illusion of himself still standing upright. Gradually, the dark green ray dissipated, vanishing around the corner of the stairs. Suddenly, a crimson fire, nearly white-hot, erupted from Lumion's body. Transformed into a fireball, he hurtled towards Fernandez, who had just regained his footing. Fernandez's pupils constricted, seemingly challenged by the blaze. Swiftly, he sidestepped, clenched his right hand into a fist, and yanked it down. An invisible force tugged Lumion to the ground, but undeterred, he dispersed the flames, reappearing with feet firmly planted on the corridor floor. Clang! His massive form stomped heavily, causing the building to sway. In a single stride, he stood before Fernandez, who had just risen. His left fist, wreathed in crimson, nearly white flames, collided with Fernandez. Without a moment to activate his superpowers, Fernandez raised his arms hastily to block. Boom! Flames erupted as Lumion's punch sent the young man flying, crashing into the partially open side office, demolishing the wooden desk. Capitalizing on Fernandez's disorientation and pain, Lumian followed, rushing into the office and delivering another punch with his left fist. Boom, crimson flames, nearly white, illuminated the room as the punch explosively struck Fernandez's chest. The flames were contained by an unseen force, preventing them from entirely obliterating Fernandez's chest. Instead, they crumpled, clouding the target's vision. Expressionless, Lumian halted, gazing at the semi-conscious Fernandez. He raised his left hand. A colossal crimson fireball, nearly white, condensed rapidly, poised to act as a reaper. In the next instant, the fireball shot forth, homing in on Fernandez. Abruptly, it ascended, passing the target, and collided with the wall behind the desk. Boom! Blazing white and red flames burst through the glass window, the wall, and ignited outside the Fisheries Guild building, creating fiery clouds in the air. Almost simultaneously, Lumian felt as though he entered a dark and profound void. Distant, resplendent stars blinked like vigilant eyes. Once more, he confronted Juan Aro, an elderly man with deeply etched wrinkles. At that moment, Nolia had rushed to the square where the statue of the waves stood, shouting towards the building with a fallen window frame. "Stop!" At the sound of the combat nun's voice, Lumian sighed with regret, swiveled his revolver, and holstered it under his armpit. Juan Aro and the surrounding void vanished. A few minutes later, Juan Aro emerged from the grayish-black building of the Fisheries Guild with his walking stick. In a deep voice, he addressed Nolia. "He attacked Fernandez. You must apprehend him." Nolia cast a cold glance at the president of the Fisheries Guild and retorted, "Should I then invite Fernandez to the police station to assist in the investigation of the Aquina Street shooting? All of you, calm down and jointly maintain order in Port Santa. Otherwise, do you think the church can't handle any of you?" In the final words, the combat nun shifted her gaze to Lumian, issuing a warning as a gesture of fairness. Juan Oro fell silent for a moment before stating, "I don't know anything about the Aquina Street shooting." With that, he turned and limped back to the Fisheries Guild with his cane, where many employees rushed to assist him. Observing this, Nolia led her combat team to escort Lumian away. Once out of the port district, the combat nun instructed her team members to slow down and create some distance, walking alongside Lumian herself. "You're making things difficult for us. Order, understand? Superficial order must be maintained." Nolia raised her hand, pinching both sides of her forehead. "Fortunately, you didn't really kill Fernandez. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to carry out the arrest." Lumian chuckled and remarked, "If I truly wanted to kill Fernandez, he wouldn't have survived until your intervention or Juan Oro's rescue." His words held undeniable truth. Nolia was taken aback. After a few seconds of contemplation, she spoke, "Are you displaying your attitude, strength, and confidence for the onlookers? Simultaneously, do you wish for Juan Oro to misjudge your capabilities based on this encounter?" Lumian remained silent. With a smile, he looked ahead and remarked, "Where did the former governors of the sea end up?" Nolia fell silent for a moment before answering. "On the surface, they were dispatched to various locations. However, according to our observations, it takes at least 4 to 5 months, or no more than 3 years, for these governors of the sea to mysteriously vanish without a trace. There are often no signs of a struggle at the scene, and their families remain unharmed." "Did they return to the sea voluntarily?" Lumian smiled and said, "See, didn't I gain something from dealing with Fernandez just now?" The Church of Earth Mother now seemed more willing to share information. Nolia wasn't upset. She smiled and added, "No one reveals all their cards from the start. Once your investigation reaches a certain point, we'll provide more." Lumian stared at the azure sea beside him, contemplating for a moment. "You haven't disclosed the intentions of your Earth Mother Church in this matter." Nolia's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed at the arguing pedestrians ahead, shouting, "Street brawls are prohibited." Before completing her sentence, she sprinted over with her team, leaving Lumian alone. Lumian scoffed and slowly shook his head. Late at night, as Lumian was about to retire for the night, he heard the deep and hoarse voice of the Knight of Swords, as if suppressing something. Clues to the whereabouts of the two targets have been found. Chapter 557, Purpose. 557, Purpose. Already, Lumion hadn't anticipated the Knight of Swords making progress this swiftly, in just a day. Trusting his gut, he turned, meeting his reflection in the full-length mirror. There stood the disheveled, pallid-faced Knight of Swords, a sudden appearance. Just clues, Lumion mused, distilling the essence of the other's words. The Knight of Swords shot him a gaze, tightly reined, and uttered, "The day after hitting Port Santa, they visited Balancet Ship Rental, asking about renting a boat for fishing. Vanished since." Those words sparked a fleeting thought in Lumion's mind. Quite romantic, as expected of a three-halves Intision and half Phaenopaterian duo, opting for a fishing date. If only Nalfi didn't carry the Maiden of the Seas lineage and this wasn't Port Santa, then romance might have been their motive. Regrettably, reality doesn't entertain ifs. Lumion sighed, pondering Nalfi and Batna's true intentions. Port Santa teamed with fishermen, yet not all owned boats. The lower-class ones either worked on vessels for a set pay or pooled funds to rent or buy. Balancet's profits came from these folks, not the tourists or middle-class sightseers. This wasn't a city known for tourism. In Lumion's contemplation, the Knight of Swords pressed on. Nalfi handled the price inquiry, but Batna cooperated without resistance. Did Batna truly perceive it as a date? For Intisians, it holds allure. No wonder he didn't resist. Renting a boat for a sea excursion, Lumion pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Was Nalfi planning to intercept the incoming governor of the sea during the sea prayer ritual or collide with their ship loaded with gunpowder? Perhaps she intended to replace them at a critical juncture. Lumion's thoughts whirred with conjectures. Then, a sudden recollection jolted him. Various sources mentioned a crucial detail about the sea prayer ritual. The final and pivotal part unfolded in a special sea area beyond the port. Details and the location were undisclosed to those who hadn't witnessed it. A new hypothesis formed in Lumion's mind. Nalfi's mother, a fleeing maiden of the sea, likely visited that special sea and might have shared pertinent information with her daughter. Was Nalfi's motive for renting the boat to reach that unique sea area? What lay there? The core of the sea prayer ritual. Did this imply something, an entity or power concealed in that zone? Was the ritual designed to harness something extraordinary? Did Nalfi aim to seize the item and establish herself as the permanent governor of the sea? Or did she intend to obliterate it, terminating Port Santa's tradition of selecting the governor and maidens through the sea prayer ritual? If obtaining the item were easy, the Fisheries Guild committee members would have done it long ago. Human nature tends to selfishness. Leaving a boon for the maiden's children is improbable unless one stumbles upon a stroke of fortune and knows the right approach to secure, elude danger, and navigate the situation. Destruction might indeed be the simpler route. As his thoughts raced, Lumion looked up slightly. Could April Fool's key members have orchestrated a prank to steal the item or its uniqueness? Had they succeeded? This was a pivotal question. The Knight of Swords observed Lumion in silence, not disrupting his contemplation. He stood motionless, resembling a lifeless figure. After a while, Lumion asked with curiosity, "How did you manage to trace Nalfi and Batna in just one day?" The Knight of Swords, in a deep tone, responded, gathering information from the spirit world and conducting a field investigation. After their departure from the Balancet Ship Rental, all pertinent information was either concealed or eliminated, making it impossible to locate them again. Isn't this the premise of certain divinations? Nalfi and Batna didn't take precautions against divination before visiting the ship rental company, but they did so afterward. This doesn't add up. Either they never take precautions, or they do it consistently, unless they are both novices who only remember to guard against divination after inquiring about the boat's price. Yes, a more plausible explanation is that ship rental falls within the fisheries and sea trade-related industries, deeply intertwined with the committee members of the Fisheries Guild. Nalfi and Batna, as outsiders, inquiring about the price of a ship rental attracted attention, and their identities were exposed, leading to their disappearance. The note revealing that Nalfi is the child of the Maidens of the Sea might come from the owner or a shareholder of the Balansat ship rental. Lumien's thoughts gradually became clearer. He gazed at the Knight of Swords, pondering how to request him to continue the investigation. At that moment, the Knight of Swords took the initiative to say, "I'll delve deeper into the ship rental company." "Thank you," Lumien expressed his gratitude sincerely. Then, he witnessed the Knight of Swords' figure, swiftly becoming transparent and vanishing. Transformed into a soul-like entity, Wraith, Lumien discerned more details this time. This led him to suspect that the Knight of Swords belonged to the Temperance faction of the Church of the Fool. His subsequent journey to the southern continent was likely to deal with the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Without hesitation, he shed his clothes, donned a faded cotton shirt, and reclined on the bed. Late at night in Trier, Franca strolled beneath intermittently lit street lamps, clad in a thick tweed shirt and pants that clung to her legs. Even without makeup and deliberately concealing her appearance in the darkness and shadows, numerous inebriated individuals still approached her upon glimpsing her back or side profile, behaving like tiny flying insects circling under the gas street lamps on a summer's night. Smack! Franca's ponytail swayed slightly as she sent a particular drunkard flying with a sidekick. The drunkard screamed and vomited on the ground. Franca pursed her lips in disdain and muttered to herself, "Pleasure sure brings trouble. It's manageable during the day, but some overconfident types try to flirt at night. And there's malice all around when I'm out. Even the hero who rescues a damsel in distress aims to strike up a conversation later." However, those scoundrels came expecting joy and anticipation, only to receive a beating and the accompanying pain. Right, could this be considered a simplified version of pleasure causing affliction? It was precisely because Franca wanted to experience this, and potentially find an opportunity to digest the potion that she didn't sneak through the shadows and move undetected. After a while, Franca slipped into the shadows and reached the empty room where she had previously met Sen. Her associate had mentioned that he discovered information about the ancient tomb beside the crazy mushroom cave on the 4th level of the catacombs through the church's resources and municipal archives. However, it wasn't safe to disclose it in the Telegram group, no matter how close their bonds were. Therefore, he compiled the details and left them at the designated spot for Franca to retrieve. Franca conducted a brief search and found 2 folded sheets of thin paper. She unfolded them and swiftly skimmed the content. As an assassin, even in the dimmest environment, she could decipher the words. "The ancient tomb, where you found the Mirror World fragment, belongs to a noble family from the 4th Epic's Tudor Empire. Their last name is Tamara. I haven't located specific details about the members in that tomb, but I've stumbled upon something odd. Not only does the 4th level house Tamara family tombs, but there are also tombs on the 3rd level, such as the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb and the Impartial tomb. Why aren't they grouped together?" Franca's gaze froze. Isn't the Thorns and Shieldwall tomb where Jenna completed her Tearcatcher mission? The mission they used as a pretext involved the Tamara family, and the tomb where they found the Mirror World fragment belonged to them too. Wasn't this an extraordinary coincidence? Could it be a manifestation of mystical laws? Franca collected herself and continued reading. "I can't access more detailed Tamara family information at my level. Figure something out yourself." Franca nodded, resolved to report the entire situation to Madame Judgment, seeking insights and information from the Tarot Club. In the early morning, on Aquina Street in Port Santa. In a house diagonally opposite Salo Motel, Lumien, his appearance transformed, stood by a window in a room. Clutching the new ID provided by Valerio, he surveyed the suite where he, Lugano, and Ludwig were lodged, as well as the street below. Now, he aimed to play the role of an ordinary bounty hunter who had taken on a confidential assignment, diligently monitoring the adventurer, Louis Barry. Given Louis's assertive conduct in recent days, it was likely that all the well-informed individuals in Port Santa knew of this great adventurer's desire to investigate the Sea Prayer ritual. The probability was high that Bard and other pivotal members of April Fools would be in tow. Chapter 558, Tamara Family. 558, Tamara Family. Lumion savored the tang of fermented grape juice bought from a street vendor as he coolly surveyed the suite rented by the adventurer, Louis Barry. He occasionally cast a discerning eye over Aquina Street, on the lookout for any potential monitors. A little over half an hour ago, Lumion had transformed his appearance and changed into a different outfit. He had seemingly teleported to a nearby street before returning to secure a suitable room. Soon enough, Lumion spotted Lugano cautiously heading out to fetch an extra breakfast for Ludwig. A chuckle escaped him. This guy was still spooked from yesterday's attack. However, unless the members of the Fisheries Guild had succumbed to the corrupting influence of superpowers, losing control of their emotions and rational thinking, it was improbable for them to target Lugano, the interpreter and guide. Louis Barry's response the previous day had sent a clear message to everyone. If you can't take me out directly, keep your sights off those around me. You might eliminate me, but I, Louis Barry, can do the same. There'll come a time when your Fisheries Guild's committee members, your kids, and descendants travel without protection or lack strength. Wanna guess if I dare to make a move or if I have the capability? Either find an opportunity to bring me down with all you've got, or play nice. Faced with such a resolute answer, the rational committee members of the Fisheries Guild would know what to do. Louis Barry, the adventurer, wasn't bound by official rules like a bayhunter or a cop. Expecting him not to involve family in the game was unrealistic. Moreover, considering his recent behavior and the circulating rumors, he was a daring adventurer, reminiscent of Jayaman Sparrow. Known for his aggression, madness, and coldness, there were no limits to what such a person might do. Of course, Lumion wasn't letting his guard down entirely. Lugano would either have Ludwig's company in the future, or he'd be under Lumion's watchful eye at all times. After all, beyond the Fisheries Guild, many individuals in Port Santa were secretly plotting to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. Disguised as Fisheries Guild members, they could attack the interpreter and godson of the adventurer Louis Barry, intensifying the conflict and stirring up trouble prematurely. Ignoring conspiracies at this level would be unacceptable for a conspirer. After Lugano returned to his suite on the 5th floor of Salo Motel with a heap of breakfast, Lumion purposefully avoided looking at the high-backed chair, seemingly adorned with a golden straw hat, positioned strategically at the dining table. He turned on his heel and exited the room, ready to explore the surroundings. Stepping into the corridor, Lumion immediately spotted a burly man standing near the staircase, barely reaching 1.7 meters in height. The man, with brown hair, brown eyes, and rugged skin, held a distinctive long-mouth cigarette between his lips, fixing his gaze on Lumion. In Highlander, the man inquired, "Who sent you here to keep an eye on Louis Barry?" Lumion couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. "Are you not here to monitor Louis Barry yourself? I didn't even inquire about your sender. Why the sudden curiosity?" He responded in flawless Highlander as well. The man, with the long-mouth cigarette dangling, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, making way for the stairs. Lumion strolled past him, descending the staircase step by step. As he departed, the man's gaze took on a gradually ominous edge. He raised his left hand, delicately twisting the special long-mouth cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled into the cigarette, and in silence, a slender steel needle shot forth from the charred tobacco, aimed directly at Lumion's back, mere 2 meters away. It was a blow dart, originating from certain tribes in the primitive forests of the southern continent. Typically, blow darts were 1 to 2 meters long, making them unsuitable for concealment or sneak attacks. However, bounty hunters, followers of the god of steam and machinery with strong hands, modified them into a more portable version, only slightly longer than regular cigarettes. While this modification increased portability and its concealed nature, it sacrificed some power and limited its range to a mere 4 to 5 meters. When paired with specially crafted arrows carrying anesthetic and lethal toxins, it remained a favored tool among bounty hunters on both northern and southern continents. The man had concealed the blow dart within the long-mouth cigarette, intending to lull the target and strike when the opportune moment arrived. His objective: to subdue Lumion and extract information about the identity of his employer. The steel needle flashed past, but Lumion seemed to have anticipated the attack. Just as the man blew air to propel the needle, Lumion swiftly bent forward, arched his spine, and dodged the blow dart in an almost inhuman contortion. With a soft poof, the steel needle embedded itself into the wooden staircase. In the next moment, the assailant's eyes widened as Lumion, in a display of flexibility surpassing human limits, swung a boxing glove. Bang! He fainted. Swiftly recovering from his contorted evasion, Lumion bent down, scooped up the unconscious assailant, and dragged him into his rented room. Taking advantage of the assailant's unconscious state, Lumion administered a dose of truth serum and calculated the time for him to regain consciousness. Examining the unremarkable, ordinary face of his assailant, Lumion calmly listened to the panic shout. "I just wanted to incapacitate you and find a spot to interrogate you about your employer. The poison on the arrow is just an anesthetic." Squatting in front of the man, Lumion smiled and responded, "Now, let me ask you, who's your employer?" "It's Juan Oro," the brown-haired, brown-eyed man blurted out. Lumion chuckled and probed further, "Is that so?" "Yes, no, it's actually someone else." At this point, horror overcame the man, and he fell silent. Lumion prompted him patiently. "Who is it?" After struggling for a few seconds, the man involuntarily spoke. "Rubio Paco." "Rubio, why is he keeping tabs on me? Does he seek to gain from the adventurer's activities? Is that why he didn't approach me discreetly to share information?" Lumion nodded subtly and straightened up. "Your breath stinks. Remember to brush your teeth more often." The assailant looked perplexed, unable to fathom why the conversation had taken this turn. Nonetheless, he replied half-heartedly, "I'm not a fan of brushing my teeth." Lumion shook his head in disdain, uninterested in the blow dart as a trophy. Leaving the room, he left a parting message: "Make sure to lock the door behind me." In Trier, within Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative, Franca and Jenna's rented apartment. They had already received Madame Judgment's response via Rabbit Chasel. Before departing, Rabbit Chasel, adorned with a miniature top hat, shrunken gold-rimmed glasses, and a diminutive black trench coat, made an unusual request. "Can I use a custom-made revolver as compensation for delivering the next 5 letters?" Jenna's mouth hung open, momentarily taken aback. "Sure." She questioned, "Why can't you conjure one yourself? Similar to your top hat, glasses, and trench coat." "They have no practical use, but I hope the revolver does. The bullets need to be custom-made too," Rabbit Chasel explained earnestly. Jenna blinked and acquiesced. Once the messenger departed, Franca commented with a peculiar expression. "Why does it feel like it has shifted from pursuing knowledge to pursuing strength?" Jenna wanted to defend Rabbit Chasel, but struggled to find a compelling excuse. Instead, she cursed, "It's not necessarily a bad thing. It might even aid me in future battles." Moreover, the stronger the messenger, the safer the letter deliveries. Franca, lacking a messenger, suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Without delay, she unfolded Madame Judgment's reply. The Tamara family, one of the 5 noble families from the 4th Epic's Tudor Empire, held a hereditary duke aristocratic title, akin to the Ammon you're familiar with, albeit slightly lower in status. In the era when the gods roamed the land, families capable of becoming great nobles undoubtedly possessed angelic powers. According to the information, the Tamara family had existed for many years before Alistair Tudor became the Blood Emperor. They were renowned nobles from the previous empire. They had the coat of arms changed once and 2 internal divisions. This is why Tamara was buried on different levels of the catacombs at different times. Initially, their coat of arms consisted of thorns, a shield wall, and vertical swords. Later, it became an open door, with the vertical sword acting as the crack. This represents a significant change in the Tamara family. It shifted from being dominated by the justiciar pathway to being dominated by the apprentice pathway. However, no corresponding historical information has appeared for the time being. A small number of members of the Tamara family, who adhere to the judgment pathway, have survived to this day and are secretly active. The other Tamara group had established a close connection with the Demoness family during the Tudor Empire's era. During the Fifth Epoch, a secret organization known as the Theosophy Order emerged. It had Demoness figures and originated from Tamara's apprentice pathway. There's reason to believe that they are still cooperating. This Tamara group has been estranged from the other one for many years, refusing to acknowledge each other. The Tamaras of the Judgment Pathway also experienced a division. The exact situation is unknown. Upon reading this, Franca and Jenna shared the same thought. The Tamara family is indeed connected to the Demonesses. They continued, reading the contents of the letter. The person who led you to the Tamara family's tomb and discovered the mirror world fragment is likely targeting that special mirror world and the Demoness sect. Don't worry for the time being. Just be vigilant against coincidences, theft, and scams around you. In the ensuing days, Lumion, along with Lugano and Ludwig, remained unharmed. Port Santa seemed to settle back into a semblance of normalcy. Those secretly observing displayed no indications of advancing further. Just as Lumion contemplated taking further actions to elucidate all details before the Sea Prayer ritual in early November, the Knight of Swords brought fresh information regarding Nulfi and Batna. His face maintaining a pale white hue, he spoke to Lumion. I've identified a suspect involved in the kidnapping of the two targets. Should I handle it alone, or shall we proceed together? Lumion took a moment to consider before responding, together. Chapter 559, Top-Notch Collaborator. 559, Top-Notch Collaborator. After making his decision, Lumion had a chance to inquire, who's the suspect? Lotto Gyro, the Knight of Swords announced. Lumion recognized this individual. He was also a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. Not only did he own shares in 3 large fishing boats and the Port Santa Fisheries Company, but he was also involved in shipbuilding, ice production, and other industries. Someone in his family had already married a maiden of the sea over 100 years ago. Lumion asked thoughtfully, what's Lotto Gyro's connection to Balancet Ship Rental? He's a creditor of the company and has arranged employment for many relatives there. The Knight of Swords replied succinctly. It all adds up. Lumion nodded in agreement and paused to reflect. Let's convene at the crossroads of St. Lana Street and Golden Wheat Street. How about meeting in 3 minutes? He had never set foot in Lotto Gyro's extended family estate, so he lacked the corresponding spirit world coordinates. His only teleportation option was St. Lana Street, relatively close to their target. He needed to utilize spirit world traversal discreetly to evade any surveillance. Sure, the Knight of Swords dissolved into transparency and disappeared instantly. Lumion spent 2 minutes hydrating, donning a vest and a straw hat. Only then did the faint glow of the black mark on his right shoulder illuminate. In an instant, his figure vanished from the shrouded room. At the crossroads of St. Lana Street and Golden Wheat Street, Lumion materialized from a concealed corner. The Knight of Swords, now sporting disheveled brown hair, a switched flaxen-colored shirt, and a dark brown vest, stood at the fringe of the crimson moonlight. His pallid face and oppressive eyes hinted at an underlying transformation, as if he could shed his human guise at any moment, revealing a monstrous form fueled by pent-up desires. While others might miss these subtleties, Lumion, being an ascetic, possessed a heightened sensitivity to such situations. The Temperance faction, indeed, Lumion mused at the Knight of Swords' appearance, entertaining a whimsical thought. Bro, ever considered embracing inevitability? As an alms monk or an ascetic, you'd spare yourself from enduring so much. Of course, Lumion merely toyed with the idea and wouldn't actually propose it. Without the right strokes of luck, the boon of an evil god could gradually corrupt Beyonders within the potion system, eventually transforming them into humanoid monsters aligned with the evil deity. Nevertheless, his musings hinted at the potential synergy between specific sequences of the boon system and potion system. Let's proceed. As the Knight of Swords remained silent, Lumion took the lead and spoke. The Knight of Swords nodded, and they followed the shadows along the street, turning into Golden Wheat Street at a measured pace, heading north. Soon, they reached a 5-story building, resembling a small castle. Observing the illuminated windows and grayish-blue outer walls, the Knight of Swords pointed at a specific glass pane, noting, "That's Lotto's bedroom. He and his wife sleep in separate rooms." The gathered intelligence is impressively detailed. Lumion acknowledged silently and inquired, "What's your plan?" "Sneak in and take control of the target," the Knight of Swords responded succinctly. Isn't that a bit too straightforward and crude? The Gyro family likely employs more than just ordinary Beyonders. Some members may have gained powers through the Sea Prayer ritual. Lumion recalled the unique characteristics of a wraith and assessed his capabilities. With one hand in his pocket, he casually remarked, "Okay." With those words, his form dissolved into a shadow, seamlessly merging with the darkness. Beside him, the Knight of Swords had already vanished. Utilizing the shadows cast on the building's outer wall, Lumion deftly infiltrated Lotto Gyro's room. In an instant, his target came into view. A middle-aged man, with slightly curly black hair and dark brown eyes, adorned in a dark blue cotton robe, greeted Lumion's sight. His long face featured a neatly trimmed thick beard. Lotto Gyro's expression morphed into one of fear, and his body froze. He stumbled toward the shadow concealing Lumion. In the reflection within each eye of the Fisheries Guild committee member, Lumion spotted the pale-faced Knight of Swords, clad in a dark brown vest and flaxen-colored shirt, with disheveled brown hair. Observing Lotto Gyro losing control of his body, unable to utter a sound, Lumion stepped out of the shadow, returning to his original form. An oppressive heaviness enveloped the air around him, akin to the weight of seawater. Apart from this, nothing seemed amiss. With a controlled step, Lumion approached Lotto Gyro, a sensation akin to moving through a swamp. He refrained from resorting to the direct use of the spell of Harumph. Firstly, the other party seemed powerless and could be managed through alternative means, saving his spiritual energy. Secondly, Lumion hesitated due to uncertainty about whether the spell of Harumph would incapacitate both of them, given the forceful possession of Lotto Gyro by the Knight of Swords. Retrieving a bottle of sedative from the Bliss Society, Lumion unscrewed the cap and brought it to Lotto Gyro's nose. Fanning the opening with his hand to hasten the gas's flow. After about 10 seconds, the committee member of the Fisheries Guild closed his eyes and slumped into unconsciousness. Remarkably, he remained standing, not collapsing to the ground. The Tarot Club's minor arcana card holder, the Knight of Swords, maintained absolute control over Lotto Gyro's body. This is even simpler than employing teleportation and the spell of Harumph. I've faced numerous Beyonders before, but never have I subdued one without laying a hand on them. I strolled up casually, administering the sedative. A wraith truly stands as an exceptional ally, capable of harmonizing with any sequence of any pathway. Yes, a wraith remains impervious to anesthetic gases. The Bliss Society's sedative had no effect on him. As Lumion observed the noiseless resolution, he almost felt as if he hadn't partaken in the skirmish at all. He returned the Bliss Society sedative to his concealed pocket and retrieved a canister of truth serum. Seizing the moment, he administered nearly a third of it to Lotto Gyro. Sensing that the sedative's impact might be short-lived on Beyonders with unknown traits like Lotto Gyro, he hastened to complete his preparations before the target regained consciousness. Within 20 to 30 seconds, Lotto Gyro's eyes fluttered open. First, he encountered Louis Barry, the adventurer in the golden straw hat, adorned with a faint smile. Subsequently, he discovered himself seated on a chair at some indeterminate moment, facing the divan in the bedroom. Lotto attempted to scream, but his vocal cords rebelled, rendering him motionless. "Have you grasped your situation?" Lumion reclined on the sofa, placing his right foot on his left knee. He spoke in Intijan. Fear etched across Lotto's face, rendering him unable to nod or respond. While he possessed certain abilities, Lotto was certain they wouldn't suffice against the adventurer Louis Barry. They would likely result in a renewed coma or a swift lightning strike. "What do you want?" Lotto suddenly inquired. He too knew Intijan. Attempting to raise his hand in surprise to touch his neck, he found himself immobilized. Lotto Gyro lapsed into silence. With a smile, Lumion responded, I have a few questions for you. Answer them satisfactorily, and I might consider letting you live until tomorrow to assist me in spreading the word about this affair. Lotto remained silent for a moment before consenting. What do you want to know? Lumion casually shook his right ankle. Are Nulfi and Batna with you? Yes, Lotto responded with a strong inclination to divulge information. They're locked up in the basement. They're still alive. I just want to use them. For what? Lumion inquired, intrigued. Lotto's lips trembled as he explained. I intend to use them to lead you to the location of the sea sacrificial ritual and guide you to rent a boat there. So, you're the one who wrote that note, Lumion exclaimed in realization. How do you plan to guide me? Lotto struggled to articulate his actions, but his mouth moved faster than his thoughts. I want you to discover that Nulfi and the Batna intend to rent a boat and head out to sea. Then, I'll arrange for them to seize an opportunity to escape and relay something to you, letting you know the significance of the sea area. And then, Lumion inquired with curiosity. Lotto sealed his lips shut, but eventually spoke. What they will tell you is the truth, but they are unaware of one thing: never engage a child of the sea in a sea battle. Juan Oro awaits you in that sea region, ready to bury you entirely. So the Fisheries Guild planted a deceptive trail through the clue about Nulfi, posing as a turncoat to lure me into a trap and eliminate me. If I hadn't swiftly revealed my intent to investigate the sea prayer ritual, exposing Nulfi and Batna to exploitation, they might already be sleeping with the fishes. The skirmish against Lugano was crafted to deceive me. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he heard Lotto express confusion. You haven't even started your investigation. How did you find me? You merely sent your interpreter to inquire about Nulfi and the others' whereabouts. There was no follow-up. Lumion's smile held a cryptic undertone as he disclosed. Do you think I'm here alone to investigate the sea prayer ritual? I represent the will of many. Numerous comrades lurk in the shadows of Port Santa. Lotto felt a chill course through his stiffened body, lending credence to Lumion's words. Lumion raised his right hand and stroked his chin. Where does your power come from? Lotto's throat constricted as he answered. From the sea. Each sea prayer ritual grants us strength. Unfortunately, the ritual failed last year. We received no replenishment for 2 years, and everyone weakened to varying degrees. Otherwise, Juan Oro would have finished you long ago. He would have cast your lifeless form into Wave Square, a stark warning to those who cross us. Similar to Boon. Theoretically, even without replenishment, a Boon's power will gradually wane. Lumion pondered for a moment and remarked. The sea prayer ritual is a large-scale boon-seeking ritual, with the governor of the sea as the primary sacrifice. Lotto contemplated for a moment before responding. He serves as both sacrifice and host. Juan Oro and we act as assistant hosts. The sea prayer ritual is essentially a marriage to the sea and appeasing it. The boon is a byproduct. Marriage to the sea. Lumion suddenly found his imagination lacking. Chapter 560, Traces. 560 Traces. Lotto rarely divulged details about the sea prayer ritual. He spoke with a weighty demeanor. Yes, the governor of the sea ties the knot with the sea, quelling its violence and bringing peace. They truly become the spouse of the sea, commanding authority over this stretch of water. As the assistant and deputy hosts, we also gain varying degrees of in Port Santa receive some boons, although they are limited in number. So, the governor of the sea is synonymous with husband of the sea. The assistant and deputy hosts are like close friends or family busy assisting at a wedding, naturally earning gratitude. Those with the sea bloodline are akin to children attending a wedding, typically gaining some candy. Lumion attempted to comprehend Lotto Gyro's description of the sea prayer ritual by combining reality and wedding traditions in novels. Intrigued, he inquired, does the governor of the sea engage in those acts with the sea? Aren't weddings supposed to conclude with newlyweds consummating their marriage? Of course, Lotto affirmed. After the wedding, the sea will bind itself to the 4 maidens of the sea. Through their union with the governor of the sea, the first child of each maiden of the sea is a noble with a pure sea bloodline, possessing the strongest Beyonder powers. Why 4 and not 1 maiden of the sea? It's because individual humans can't endure the vastness, expansiveness, weight, and transcendence of the sea. Enough partners are needed to share the burden. The more I listen, the more ominous it becomes. Marrying a maiden of the sea is akin to marrying a remnant of the sea's power. It's no wonder they're highly valued, and their destinies change. The only challenge is acknowledging and loving their wife's first child. Lumion contemplated for a moment and remarked, "And the governor of the sea can withstand the passion of the sea." And it was 4 at a time. Lotto, devoid of pity or sympathy, stated, "One of the 2 most crucial purposes of the vigil ritual is to utilize the house, and some of the sea spawn concealed within it to transform the governor of the sea's body, enabling them to withstand the violent and unrestrained sea. That's why the governor of the sea can only serve for a year. Even with the physical transformation, the power acquisition, and the Beyonder enhancement, they won't endure much longer." Consumable. The husband of the sea is a consumable, Lumion sighed inwardly and queried. Then, why would the governor of the sea return to the sea after leaving office? No one knows the exact reason, but there's a certain conjecture. Juan Oro believes that the sea doesn't allow those who were once its husband to start a new life. And I believe that the modifications of the vigil ritual, the intrusion of spousal intercourse, and the influence of maritime authority make the governor of the sea more and more like a sea creature and less human. Eventually, he will inevitably return to the sea that gives him peace and comfort. Lotto felt that his deduction was correct. What exactly is the sea you're referring to? Is it a natural spirit or a creature beyond, controlling the sea? Lumion replayed Lotto Gyro's answers in his mind before asking, "Sea spawn, like the wrinkled monsters that can disguise themselves as devils, and the long black insects that control humans by burrowing into their necks." "Yes," Lotto responded, yearning for a cigarette but unable to move his hands. "We, the children of the sea, are spawn of the sea. One of our duties is guiding certain sea spawn from the depths to settle on land using our Beyonder powers, helping them reproduce." However, Ludwig mentioned that the Baiting's black insects originate from another planet. Not some sea spawn. Lumion didn't rush to ask about the children of the sea's Beyonder powers. Instead, he focused on the details of the sea prayer ritual. "What's the other vital purpose of the vigil?" Lotto's expression hinted, "Don't you understand what weddings are about?" "Well, there's the exchange of rings for marriage. And the vigil ritual modifies the governor of the sea's body, attaching a unique trait to a fixed golden ring, matching it to the sea bride's identity." "A unique golden ring," Lumion perked up and said, "And then, during last year's April Fool's prank, Fringe members received orders to acquire a gold ring from Tors and conceal it within the lamb sacrifice's stomach. Then, following the completion of the other rituals, the governor of the sea will take the golden ring and cast it directly into the sea before the ship. He will utter in a unique language from the depths, 'We espouse thee, O sea, as a sign of true and perpetual dominion.' If the sea consents to this union, gentle waves will stir, transforming into pure white foam petals that will shower over the 4 maidens of the sea. The returned ring carries symbolic weight, signifying authority over the waters surrounding Port Santa One." "Just the waters encompassing Port Santa? From the indications, it seems it's not the true sea, but rather something that affects this specific area of the waters." Lumion paused briefly before speaking. "How do you express, 'We espouse thee, O sea,' in that peculiar language?" Lotto Gyro contemplated for a moment before emitting a chattering sound. Under the influence of the language comprehension charms, Lumion failed to grasp its meaning. He concluded it wasn't part of the northern continent's languages. Simultaneously, he observed the Knight of Swords in Lotto's eyes, slightly shaking his head. If the Knight of Swords truly belongs to the Temperance faction that parted ways from the Rose School of Thought to align with the Church of the Fool, he should possess knowledge of the southern continent's language. Additionally, with his high sequence and extensive tenure as a Beyonder, he must have encountered most supernatural tongues. Does this imply it's not from the language family of the southern continent, let alone ancient Hermes, Dragonese, Elvish, or other mystical languages? Lumion regarded Lotto Gyro with an intrigued grin. "Are you certain those words translate to, 'We espouse thee, O sea'?" Lotto hesitated briefly before explaining, "Probably. This is a language passed down from ancient times, existing since the sea prayer ritual. There are only a few sentences. He's not sure. They hadn't systematically mastered the language, only capable of uttering 2 or 3 sentences based on the legacy. Lumion sensed there might be more to it than Lotto's description. There was no denial if the true meaning was akin to open sesame. The folks from the Fisheries Guild and Milo village might have been akin to the individuals Auror and Franca spoke of. They employed a peculiar language, its true meaning eluding them as they substituted it with their own interpretation. As Lumion pondered, his expression remained unchanged. Does the governor of the sea safeguard the ring after he acquires the special trait? No, Lotto responded, shaking his head. In addition to the governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea, and sailors in charge of controlling the ship, there are 4 pure-blooded children of the sea acting as deputy hosts. They guide the governor and the maidens through the ritual stages, teaching the unique call to marriage. The golden ring is held by one of the deputy hosts and only handed over to the governor when needed. The governor of the sea doesn't have a chance to switch ritual rings. Suppressing his anxiety, Lumion continued at a measured pace. Did the sea prayer ritual fail last year? Lotto initially seemed taken aback, but then relief crossed his face. Did the imposter seek your help? Yes, for some reason, the sea prayer ritual failed. The sea's rage claimed the lives of the governor of the sea and the 4 children of the sea serving as deputy hosts. Only the maidens of the sea and some sailors survived. The 4 deputy hosts are dead. Just as Lumion uncovered clues about April Fools, he sensed the link had been abruptly severed. The individuals with the best chance of substituting the ceremonial ring had all perished in the unsuccessful sea prayer ritual. Lumion thought for a moment before inquiring, what happened to the surviving maidens of the sea and sailors? They're still alive, but under strict surveillance. Realizing that the failure to last year's sea prayer ritual was exposed, Lotto, not dwelling on the survivors' details, continued. We arranged marriages for the 4 maidens of the sea who lack actual sea powers with ordinary family members. Though it won't bring about a Beyonder-level change, it has its benefits. The sailors from Milo village received some benefits from Juan Aro, but are restricted from leaving Milo village until this year's sea prayer ritual succeeds. Shifting gears, Lumion asked, did the sailors transport the sacrificial lambs and other offerings for the marriage to the sea to the deck? Yes, Lotto nodded. Sailors handle such cumbersome and laborious tasks. Within the ranks of sailors, one among Bard, Mad Lady, or Ultraman had sneaked in. If the other side held a stronger Beyonder power or a mystical item from the Marauder pathway, they could snatch the genuine ceremonial ring during the exchange, swapping it with a counterfeit. It wouldn't be a surprise that the Marauder pathway, influenced by the Celestial Worthy, has key April Fool's members wielding matching strengths or artifacts. Lumion swiftly suspected this. He turned to Lotto Gyro, keeping his tone composed. Tell me about the 4 maidens of the sea and the survivors from last year among the sailors. Lotto recounted the details from memory. Having absorbed the specifics about the potential targets, Lumion inquired further. Were all participants in the sea sacrificial part thoroughly checked? Absolutely. No unauthorized items allowed on board to maintain the ritual's integrity. And before the ship reaches its destination, Juan Oro will vigilantly oversee using his powers, Lotto elaborated. As anticipated, Lumion nodded subtly. What powers does Juan Oro wield? 1. Adapted from the marriage of the sea ceremony of the Venice Doge, set to be hanged. Chapter 561, Language of the Stars. 561, Language of the Stars. Lotto Gyro struggled to keep silent, but the words burst out of him. After a long internal battle, he finally responded. He's the most powerful among us. Before joining the Fisheries Guild Committee, he served as a deputy host on the sea sacrifice ship a whopping 11 times. He gained numerous boons and established a solid connection with the sea. He can fly. If he's not afraid of losing lifespan, he can temporarily take control of these waters on behalf of the governor of the sea. He possesses other special abilities, though they're rarely revealed. We're not entirely sure either. What we do know is that the failure of last year's sea prayer ritual significantly weakened him. Lato paused and couldn't resist adding, "First and foremost, we are astronomers. Our expertise lies in observing the stars' transformations and calculating their patterns. Keep in mind that the annual sea prayer ritual doesn't have a fixed date. It could happen any day during the first week of November. This is because, to enter that special area that communicates with the sea, the stars need to be in specific positions to open the corresponding passageway. The date of a similar phenomenon varies from year to year. Astronomers with sufficient knowledge must predict it in advance through observation and calculation. The idea of Fisheries Guild committee members being astronomers seems comical and absurd. Lumion didn't interrupt Lato Gairo's narrative. The self-proclaimed astronomer continued his explanation. Secondly, we are humans who worship the sea and the cosmos. We can receive revelations and guidance of fate from the changes in tides, the waves of the sea, and the trajectories of the stars, avoiding danger and making the right choices. Many times, we refer to such revelations and guidance as the language of the stars. The language of the stars sounds pretty dangerous. How do you know it's not something risky like Termaburros or Ludwig winking at you? Lumion resisted the urge to shake his head and sighed inwardly. Furthermore, we are descendants of the sea and the cosmos, serving as clergymen who offer sacrifices to them. We can manipulate the power of the land to completely immobilize the target or make them float. We can emit rays from the cosmos, causing damage to the enemy's body structure and weakening them. Without the corresponding superpowers to treat them, they will face an irreversible and agonizing death. We can also create a powerful magnetic effect. Combined with the power of the land, we can generate a half-real illusion. We call it the cosmic void. Lato's expression gradually turned fanatical. From a mysticism perspective, the Beyonder characteristics of the children of the sea involve the land and the cosmos. According to Auror's knowledge, it encompasses gravity, radiation, and electromagnetism. Furthermore, due to gravity and electromagnetism, they also possess some illusionary and spatial abilities. Lumion, rephrasing Lato Gairo's words for easier comprehension, couldn't help but criticize inwardly. Hey, you're the children of the sea, not the children of the stars. Why don't I see many sea-related powers? Lato took a deep breath and continued, we are also the navigators of the sea and the cosmos. We can find the right path under any circumstances, guided by the performance of the sea and the stars. We can use this power to help others. Without our guidance, ships can't enter that special water even on the correct date. That's why Nalfi insisted on returning to Port Santa before setting off. Although she knew the coordinates and route of the sea sacrificial land from her mother, she would never have reached it if she didn't set off from Port Santa. The spawn that come to land from the seabed also rely on our abilities in this area to survive the fog, vortex, and storms without losing their way in the sea route or being swallowed by darkness. Navigators, Lumion suddenly recalled the strange fish he had encountered on the Flying Bird, the mutated bannerfish, who could control the waves. They were also known as Death Navigators. Have you heard of the strange fish known as Death Navigators? Lumion interrupted Lato Gairo's account. Lato hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, they're also spawn of the sea. We all suspect that they were transformed from the governors of the sea who returned to the sea. Transformed from the governors of the sea, Lumion raised his eyebrows. Lato swallowed and explained, they should still be fused with the sea, so future generations will be born, but their strength is inferior to theirs. In the past, they only roamed those waters. In recent years, for some reason, they occasionally swam out and returned. After the sea prayer ritual failed last year, this situation became even more frequent. Did the failure of the ritual cause the Death Navigators to go out more frequently? Did the Death Navigators lure sailors to those special waters? Were they ultimately devoured by the sea? Lumion's mind raced with questions, but he knew that Lato Gairo couldn't answer them. Lato returned to the main topic. We can still manipulate the waves to a certain extent and influence the tides, but we can't compare to Juan Aro, much less the governor of the sea. That's more like a child of the sea? That's why they think it's easier to bury me in the sea? Lumion pondered as he inquired about a few more details. He then lowered his right foot from his left knee and slowly stood up. Nodding at the Knight of Swords in Lotto's eyes, Lumion said to Lotto Gyro, "Last request, release Nalfi and Batna." With that, Lumion walked to the bedroom window. Simultaneously, the Knight of Swords, who had possessed Lotto Gyro, vanished. The committee member of the Fisheries Guild regained control of his body. As Lumion left, Lotto Gyro couldn't help but express his confusion, fear, and a hint of uncontrollable emotion. "I thought you'd kill me once you got the information. Otherwise, wouldn't it expose the fact that you have many hidden helpers, the secret of a faction behind you, and the uniqueness of your helpers?" Lumion didn't look back and continued forward. On the way, he pressed down on his golden straw hat and smiled. "To you, this might be important, but not to me." Just as Lotto Gyro was about to say something, he saw the body of the adventurer, Louis Barry, suddenly turn black and thin, transforming into a shadow that disappeared from the crimson moonlight's reach. After staring at the darkness for a while, Lotto adjusted the collar of his robe and left the master bedroom. He personally headed to the basement to release Nalfi and Batna. Opposite the building where his family resided, beneath a row of verdant trees, Lumion leaned leisurely against the black gas street lamp pole, gazing at the glass windows illuminated by the light. The disheveled, pale-faced Knight of Swords materialized behind him and asked in a deep voice, "Are you really not going to kill him?" Lumion chuckled and said, "If we kill him, who's going to inform Juan Oro that I have powerful helpers and the support of a powerful faction lurking in the shadows?" He couldn't just toss tarot cards at Lotto Gyro's corpse, could he? Furthermore, the problem lay in the fact that no one knew that the adventurer, Louis Barry, was a minor arcana cardholder of the Tarot Club. Upon hearing Lumion's response, the Knight of Swords pondered for a moment before vanishing into the darkness. Before long, Batna emerged from the house where Lotto Gyro's extended family resided, clutching his rapier and revolver. Upon seeing Lumion, they looked a little ashamed and approached him with slow steps. "Thank you for saving us." Nalfi, adorable in a blouse and brown pants, expressed her sincere gratitude. Batna said, "I'm well aware of Nalfi's intentions and haven't been deceived by her. I sympathize with the tragic fate of these sea spawn and hope to help her end all of this." Lumion looked at Nalfi. What kind of tragic end will it lead to? The committee members of the Fisheries Guild seemed quite pleased. Nalfi fell silent for a moment before saying, "All maidens of the sea and children of the sea eventually transform into a lizard-like humanoid monster. Perhaps earlier, perhaps later, my mother passed away because she was attacked by assassins hired by the Fisheries Guild and wanted to die as a human. Not only did she refuse treatment, but she also inflicted some damage on herself. In that case, the humanoid lizard at Rubio Paco's house is a common sight in families around Port Santa. Why the need for secrecy?" Lumion turned to Batna with a smile, asking, "Did you know Nalfi would transform into a humanoid lizard?" "Yes," Batna expressed that he didn't mind. At that moment, Nalfi inquired, "Then do you know what a humanoid lizard looks like?" As she spoke, the rather attractive female adventurer's eyes widened. Shimmering illusory scales appeared on her body, and her skin transformed into that of a snake. Batna jumped in fright, taking a step back involuntarily. Lumion continued to ask Nalfi, "Why didn't you rent a boat at a nearby port and find a sailor to sail it over? Why choose a ship rental company in Port Santa?" Nalfi undid the phantom scales, reverting to her original appearance, frustration and embarrassment evident in her voice. "In Port Santa, people often rent boats for fishing and sightseeing. This should be a very ordinary thing." Lumion sighed helplessly. "Did you know that last year's sea prayer ritual failed? The Fisheries Guild will be on high alert this year, investigating all unstable factors. Besides, the sea prayer ritual is only a few days away. It's inevitable to start paying attention to those who rent boats to go out to sea." Nalfi and Batna remained silent, resembling two students. After a moment, Nalfi asked in surprise and suspicion, "Did the sea prayer ritual fail last year?" Lumion didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment and said, "You want to end the sea prayer ritual with just the two of you. What gave you the confidence?" Nalfi pursed her lips and stated, As long as I can enter those waters and find the palace, I have a way to destroy it and end everything. Palace? Lumien's eyebrows twitched. Nulfi nodded. When my mother was possessed by the sea, she saw a strange palace through her spirituality and the connection between them. It's located at the bottom of the sea. It's the Palace of the Sea. Chapter 562, Changed Plans. 562, Changed Plans. Palace? Lumien hadn't anticipated gaining information that Lotto Gyro lacked from Nulfi. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What's the palace like? Was it an ancient relic, or the abode of some natural spirit? Could the sea prayer ritual be tapping into the palace's inner power?" Nulfi shook her head. My mother couldn't give a detailed description. She just mentioned that the palace is unlike any structure on land. It boasts a peculiar design, with smooth curves and a reflective metallic sheen. Overall, it's silver gray. Lumien envisioned the palace based on Nulfi's account, though lacking specifics. He could only conjure an approximate image. He grinned and remarked, "If that's truly the Sea Palace, do you honestly believe you two can bring it down? If you struggle against Lotto Gyro and his crew, how do you plan to breach the sea spawn's defenses? How will you escape the sea's fury?" Nulfi paused for a moment before responding, "I have my ways." She didn't elaborate on the method. Could a child of the sea, likely below sequence 7 in strength, truly destroy the Sea Palace? An entity capable of unleashing violent storms across the entire sea, Lumien pondered, forming a sudden hypothesis. Was Nulfi's confidence rooted in collaboration with others? Had she not returned to Port Santa without adequate preparations? As Lumien's mind raced, he shifted his gaze toward Batna. Batna Kumte, who had inadvertently distanced himself from Nulfi by 2 to 3 steps, had just resheathed his rapier and concealed his revolver. Sensing Lumien's scrutiny, he grinned sheepishly and explained, "I'm here for support and to command the ship. You might not know, but I served as a second mate for a while before becoming an adventurer." In other words, he implied, "I'm not sure about Nulfi's plan either. Whether she succeeds or not doesn't concern me much. I fulfilled my duty as a lover by providing some assistance. I can tell that you come from a good background based on your refined attire and grooming. Initially, I thought you ran away from home, enchanted by Jayaman Sparrow's adventure story, and went to sea to become an adventurer. Now, it seems your family recommended you to be a second mate to gain work experience. After a while, you resigned and chose the path of an adventurer." Lumien was unsure how to assess Batna's romanticism. Glancing at him, he commented, "Do you realize how dangerous this situation is?" Batna cleared his throat and replied, "I thought the children of the seas wouldn't be too formidable. Nulfi and I have sparred before." Lumien eyed Batna for a couple of seconds, before redirecting his gaze to Nulfi. "What are your plans moving forward?" Without directly inquiring about hidden collaborators, Lumien circumvented the question, aiming to lower Nulfi's guard and uncover any hints from her responses. Nulfi pursed her lips and said, "We've been exposed and targeted by the Fisheries Guild. Our original plan is no longer viable. I intend to lay low until the sea prayer ritual concludes." "Why not just leave?" Batna interjected, expressing surprise on Lumien's behalf. He believed that once Nulfi's motives and identity were revealed, she would promptly abandon this operation and devise an alternative plan for a future sea prayer ritual. Nulfi fell silent for a moment before revealing, "If the sea prayer ritual succeeds, and I'm still in Port Santa, being a child of the sea with a relatively pure bloodline, I should be able to gain a certain boon." She paused, briefly gazing at the ground. "Although it might hasten my transformation into a humanoid lizard, it can also enhance my strength." A subtle sorrow lingered in her words. Batna stared blankly, his mouth agape, but no words escaped him. Lumien raised his hand, adjusting the golden straw hat on his head. Using a well-known line from the Adventure series, he remarked, "This is both a blessing and a curse." As Louis Barry prepared to depart, Nulfi once again expressed her sincere gratitude. "I don't know how to express my gratitude. If you need any help, feel free to come to me." "You can find me too," Batna chimed in. Caught between staying with Nulfi or leaving Port Santa, he hesitated. Lumien's gaze swept across their faces, and he suddenly smiled. Coincidentally, I have something for you two to do. Nulfi was taken aback, but nodded gently. Just shoot. Having bid farewell to Nulfi and Batna, Lumien stealthily returned to Salo Motel from the shadows. Emerging from the darkness in the corner of the master bedroom, he found the Knight of Swords standing by the curtains, silently observing him under the crimson moonlight. Why do you always appear like a scene from a ghost story? Is this a wraith trait or a manifestation of the potion's influence? Lumien critiqued, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. The Knight of Swords remained silent. He looked at Lumien and inquired, after controlling Lotto Gyro, it seems you've altered your original plan. Lumien chuckled. You're quite perceptive, but I changed my mind perhaps a little earlier or later than the moment you specified. He responded with a hint of a charlatan's demeanor and elaborated with a smile. How can an original plan be executed without any changes? That's not the mark of a conspirer, but an omnipotent and omniscient one. During the planning process, one must adjust their approach based on feedback, new information, and changes in the situation, while ensuring the true motive remains intact. Hence, concealing his true motives was crucial. It was akin to the many paths between the starting point and the end, with often only one true conclusion. This point was the most vulnerable to blockages and ambushes. The Knight of Swords listened quietly, and then silently vanished by the window. Lumien allowed himself to relax, washed up, and retired to bed, sleeping soundly until 6 in the morning. Following breakfast provided by the motel, he directed Lugano to take Ludwig to the streets for some snacks. Observing their departure through the closed door, Lumien returned to the master bedroom, where the curtains still hung. In the dimness, he pulled out the armchair from the desk and settled in. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly noticed glimmers in the depths of the darkness. He felt himself suspended in midair, devoid of solid ground beneath his feet or a backrest behind him. Lumien maintained a stoic expression as he gazed into the profound void with a cosmos-like backdrop. From a distance, Juan Oro, the president of the Fisheries Guild, approached, attired in a formal suit and wielding a walking stick. Lumien looked at the old man in silence, displaying no surprise, as if anticipating Juan Oro's arrival. As the distance closed to a certain extent, Juan Oro's wrinkles trembled as he uttered in incision, Milo village was once obliterated, along with the sea spawn that ventured onto the land. Yet, we stand here today. As long as the sea endures, as long as the cosmos persists, as long as Port Santa remains a forbidden land for death, we can resurface from the sea's depths, regardless of the blows we endure or the loss of our descendants. We can rebuild Milo village and initiate the sea prayer ritual anew. This is attested by the clergymen of the Earth Mother Church, their combat ascetics, and their nuns. If we, the children of the sea, are truly pushed to the edge of a precipice, we possess the courage and determination to drag the enemy into the abyss. This is because we firmly believe in our indestructible spirit and the ability to rebuild our village, preventing its extinction. You share all this with me to convey that the Fisheries Guild and Milo Village's sea spawn are unafraid of threats, possessing both the ability and courage to face powerful enemies. Furthermore, you suggest that the corresponding legacies will endure, resurfacing from the sea in the future. It's akin to a warning, cautioning me not to go too far. Otherwise, they won't hesitate to engage in an internecine conflict. Lumien comprehended Juan Oro's veiled message and chose not to respond. He silently observed the old man, waiting for him to continue. Juan Oro's azure eyes reflected the image of the black-haired, green-eyed adventurer Louis Barry. In a resonant voice, he questioned, "What do you and the forces supporting you desire? What is your aim? We won't tolerate the disruption of the sea prayer ritual, nor will we abandon the foundations laid in Port Santa." Realizing that adventurer Louis Barry is not only formidable but also backed by a faction, they must perceive me as a tough adversary. If they were to confront me head-on, they might find it challenging to prevail. Hence, he's here to negotiate, seeking to exchange concessions for my withdrawal. Is he attempting to assert his bottom line and strength to dissuade me from rash actions, leaving both sides with a way out? Lumien showed no surprise. He glanced around and remarked, Why isn't there a chair? I prefer discussing matters while seated. After a brief silence from Juan Oro, the armchair reappeared behind Lumian, and he resumed his original posture. Lumian calmly gazed at Juan Oro, the Fisheries Guild president, and stated, "Would you believe me if I told you I never intended to disrupt the sea prayer ritual?" Never intended to disrupt the sea prayer ritual, Juan Oro repeated, his deep wrinkles furrowing. Lumian continued, "As long as you're willing to spare the innocent, like the fake governor of the sea, cooperation isn't out of the question." Cooperation? Juan Oro couldn't conceal his astonishment. He scrutinized the adventurer who had forcefully intervened in the Fisheries Guild's affairs upon arriving at Port Santa. Lumian had stormed the governor of the sea's residence, blown up the Fisheries Guild's main building, and nearly killed his grandson. He wondered if his hearing had slowed down like the other elders. A smile gradually spread across Lumian's face. He leaned back in his chair and snapped his fingers, igniting a crimson flame. Yes, cooperation. Chapter 563, Another Attempt. 563, Another Attempt. Upon learning the intricacies of Louis Barry's collaboration and his unwavering commitment, Juan Oro found himself questioning the reliability of his own ears once again. It wasn't that the other party's demands were outrageous or absurd, making it sound like some kind of jest. On the contrary, the Fisheries Guild could fulfill his desires with minimal effort, without requiring a substantial payment. This went beyond Juan Oro's initial expectations. Prior to meeting Louis Barry, he had mentally prepared himself for potential ruthless extortion. After all, considering the ease with which the other party subdued Lotto Gairo and displayed strength against the Fisheries Guild, Oro had anticipated a tougher negotiation. Surprisingly, Louis Barry proved to be more amenable to discussion than Oro had envisioned. This led Juan Oro to contemplate whether there might be some deception at play. He wondered if, in the future, Barry would abruptly turn against him during their collaboration, breaking the promises made. Lumian observed the wrinkled old man silently, refraining from clarifying his intentions. Explaining might expose his true motives, and the timing wasn't right yet. After careful consideration, Juan Oro let out a sigh of age. "We can accede to your request. However, throughout our collaboration, we will remain vigilant and formulate contingency plans." Lumian smiled, rising from the suspended armchair in the void. He extended his right hand to Juan Oro. "Pleasure working with you." Juan Oro shook his hand and remarked, "You're not as crazy as you seem." Lumian pondered for a moment and smirked. "Of course, I've always been a clever, rational, and polite adventurer." Juan Oro wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. He nodded at Louis Barry and stated, "Given your preference for discretion in our collaboration, I should depart now. Otherwise, my visit might become known to others." Lumian took a moment to contemplate before responding, "I'll dispatch my concealed companion to Milo Village tomorrow night. Ensure the surviving sailors from last year's ritual are brought to your main building in advance and kept under control." Agreed. Juan Oro didn't object. This was one of the terms they had agreed upon. As the cane-wielding old man prepared to leave, Lumian called out thoughtfully, "I'm a man of my word. I promised Georgia I wouldn't disclose the details of the commission to anyone. But I have a question for you. Have any children of the sea from the Paco family gone missing recently or not been seen for an extended period?" He hinted that his inquiry was linked to the Paco family's commission. Juan Oro's expression darkened as he contemplated for more than 10 seconds. "The Paco family's children of the sea have made appearances recently. At first, I thought something had happened to Rubio's mother, Martha, that we shouldn't know about. Yet, it turns out she's still fine, just severely injured." No missing children of the sea from the Paco family. Where did the humanoid lizard come from? Lumian was alarmed. His initial thought was that the Paco family might be involved with other children of the sea. His second thought was that one of the Paco family's children of the sea might have been replaced. Is the imposter parading around with the original's face, while the real individual had transformed into a humanoid lizard, meeting their demise at the hands of the great adventurer? Lumian couldn't help but associate the substitute and the frequent appearances of the person in question with a sequence name. Faceless. It aligned with the lie earring sequence, the previous sequence of Marionettes Loki. Could it be that after Loki's resurrection, he infiltrated Port Santa and clandestinely replaced a key member of the Paco family? Was his goal to set a trap for me and execute something during the sea prayer ritual, continuing what he had left incomplete the previous year? With these thoughts swirling, Lumian couldn't help but experience a blend of excitement and fear. However, upon further consideration, he dismissed the notion. If Loki had genuinely substituted an essential member of the Paco family, there wouldn't be any humanoid lizard sightings. He could have discreetly resolved the issue and erased all traces, avoiding such an obvious loophole. Moreover, Rubio Paco wasn't the sole child of the sea in the Paco family. Martha, as a maiden of the sea, also wielded the residual power of the sea. How could they struggle against a humanoid lizard whose strength hadn't reached the mid-sequence? Why would they take the risk of exposing the secret and hiring an external adventurer, Louis Barry, to handle the situation? With Lumian's comprehension of the sea prayer ritual and sea spawn deepening, it left him even more bewildered about the Paco family's previous decisions. He believed that crucial information was concealed within. He turned to Juan Oro, organizing his thoughts. Are descendants of the same maidens of the sea prohibited from attacking each other? There's no such restriction. Juan Oro dismissed Lumian's speculation. Lumian deliberately mused aloud. Then, why did the Paco family intentionally hire an outsider like me for the commission instead of utilizing their own Beyonders? Juan Oro maintained his serious expression. It's for the same reason I hired someone to monitor Paco's house. That's why I sent the little devil to interrogate you. That's why I needed to meet Martha. You call that wrinkled, old man-like monster, little devil? Lumian nodded gently and asked, the Paco family must be harboring a significant secret. He refrained from delving deeper and watched as Juan Oro turned away, walking off with his cane. Soon, the cosmic void around him dissipated, and he returned to the draped master bedroom of the suite, seated in the armchair before the desk. Lumian smiled, pivoted, grasped the curtain, and drew it open. The morning sun flooded in, casting a radiant glow. The next night, within the ancestral house of the Oro family in Milo Village, a structure only 1 floor shorter than the residence of the governor of the sea. The building had undergone numerous renovations, showcasing a fusion of antiquated and modern architecture. Blackened gray stone walls stood alongside concrete pillars, and beneath the seaweed-covered roof lay red ring tiles. The door to the first-floor lounge had been shut, leaving only an elderly man with a black cane, Juan Oro, and his cherished grandson, Fernandez Oro. Alongside 8 unconscious villagers of Milo Village sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in a corner of the room, and a figure materialized. Standing just over 1.7 meters tall, the figure possessed an ordinary face and sported a brownish-green short-sleeved shirt, loose brownish-yellow pants, strapless leather shoes with vents, and a short circular felt hat. "Who are you?" Juan Oro inquired in Intijan. As one of Port Santa's strongest sea merchants, he had sailed numerous times between the ages of 30 and 50. It was only natural for him to comprehend Intijan. The man responded fluently in Highlander, "I'm Louis Barry's companion. You can call me Charname." It doesn't seem like the spirit-type Beyonder Lotto encountered. Louis Barry has more than one companion lurking in the shadows. Juan Oro rejoiced that he had chosen negotiation first. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he glanced at Fernandez, whose face remained pale, and understood that he wasn't entirely pleased. It was common for young lads to be calculating about who suffered and who benefited, often forgetting their most essential motives. "You can start questioning them," Juan Oro instructed the man known as Charname. "Over the past year, we've employed various methods to determine if they're lying or not. We've even exploited the uniqueness of other sea spawn. All the results indicate that they've told the complete truth and concealed nothing. The failure of the sea prayer ritual has nothing to do with them." Charname's lips curved into a smile as he replied, "How would I know if I don't give it a shot myself?" Approaching the unconscious sailors, he retrieved a dagger and stabbed their fingertips one by one, smearing the corresponding blood on various spots on the back of his hand. Amidst the pain, the sailors began to awaken one after another. In front of them, Charname produced a mirror and smiled. "Your blood will reveal if you're lying and if you're the genuine person. If anyone deceives me, their blood will burn on the mirror, and they'll face the same fate." "All right, answer them one by one." As Charname spoke, he calmly transferred the blood from the back of his hand to the mirror, a strange sight as it seemed to seep into the glass. The sailors glanced at Juan Aro, realizing this was another investigation into the cause of the sea prayer ritual's failure last year. Skillfully, they recounted their experiences, leaving no details omitted. After hearing their accounts, Charname asked thoughtfully, "Were Uru and Sala responsible for transporting the lamb sacrifices?" "Yes," all the sailors replied in unison. Charname pressed on, "Did they both perish during the sea prayer ritual?" The surviving sailors nodded, confirming that their two companions had been thrown overboard in the tidal wave of the failed ritual, never to surface again. Turning to Juan Oro, Charname inquired, "Do you have any belongings from Uru and Sala? Clothes they've worn many times, toothbrushes not discarded, and the like. I want to try summoning their spirits. Although most of their spirits would have dissipated over the past year and can't remember effective information, the state of their spirits can reveal certain things, such as deep resentment and hatred." Juan Oro shook his head. "We attempted it after the sea prayer ritual. We couldn't summon their spirits. Those consumed by the raging sea would have their spirits devoured as well." Charname chuckled and suggested, "Let's give it another shot. There's nothing to lose by trying." Juan Oro pondered for a moment and agreed. He immediately instructed Fernandez to retrieve Uru's extracted tooth and Sala's clothes, previously used for spirit channeling. Then, they observed as Charname set up the altar and initiated a summoning ritual. I summon in my name." The sailor of Port Santa's Milo village, a man named Uru Adela, the owner of this tooth. A gust of wind blew, and the altar's candle flame took on a dark green hue. A blurry figure quickly materialized. Success, he actually succeeded. Fernandez's pupils dilated as he gazed above the candle flame. The figure vaguely resembled Uru, but it showed no signs of drowning. Its skin was pale white and swollen. Instead, its face was covered in blood, and there was an evident wound on its forehead. The specter's eyes brimmed with pain and hatred. Chapter 564, Individual Roles. 564, Individual Roles. Looking at the specter suspected to be Uru, Juan Oro's expression shifted. Back then, even though they had missed the optimal time for spirit channeling, they still managed to learn about the deaths on the first day and found items that could accurately pinpoint the target. Utilizing the little devil's ability, they completed the summoning, but none of the deceased spirits appeared. This led them to believe that the human spirits that angered the sea would be devoured. No further attempts were made. Nearly a year later, the summoning had actually succeeded. Moreover, it appeared that Uru hadn't drowned at sea, but had been shot. This was entirely different from the backlash caused by the failure of the sea prayer ritual. Charname used Hermes to inquire about the spirit suspected to be Uru, but the target was already in a daze and couldn't recall anything. Even his appearance had become blurry, assimilated by the environment. Charname concluded the ritual and used Sala's clothes, worn over many years, to summon the spirit of the other deceased. This time, nothing happened. Charname refrained from further attempts. He extinguished the candle's flame and dispelled the wall of spirituality. In Highlander, he addressed Juan Oro. "The problem has become clearer." Juan Oro didn't respond. Instead, he turned to his grandson, Fernandez. "Take them out and send them home. Instruct each of them." "All right." Although Fernandez yearned to hear Charname's conjecture and understand the subsequent events, he didn't dare disobey his grandfather's orders. He hurriedly led the surviving sailors out of the lounge and closed the door. After a few moments, Juan Oro shifted his gaze to Charname, whose features didn't stand out. "Are you suggesting that the Uru who perished during the sea prayer ritual was an imposter?" Charname asked with a smirk, "Why do you think the fake Uru is really dead? The others might have been swallowed by the sea, but not him. Disregarding the miraculous resurrection, nobody present could prove that the fake Uru had indeed fallen into the sea. Observing Juan Oro's silence, Charname pressed on. The real Uru should have been assassinated by those saboteurs days or even weeks before the sea prayer ritual. No, he was more likely to have been kidnapped, killed by a gun a period after the sea prayer ritual completed. After all, the living cannot have their spirit channeled. Later, someone disguised themselves as him and lived in Milo village for a period. Without arousing suspicion, they boarded the governor of the sea's wedding ship as a sailor. Right is Uru the kind with no living elders, no spouse, no kids, and not residing with slings. Juan Oro's eyes narrowed as he spoke, more or less. Their grandmother passed away over a decade ago. His parents, children of the sea, established a separate family. After reaching adulthood, they lost control of their powers, turning into pure sea spawn. We had to send them back to the sea. As expected, they picked the sailor with the least difficult disguise, Charname remarked with a sigh. Juan Oro frowned and said, "Yet, everyone boarding the ship undergoes a routine inspection by another sea spawn to confirm authenticity." Charname chuckled. "As you said, it's a routine inspection. And in this world, many disguises require specific methods or deeper identification to uncover." Juan Oro nodded solemnly. Charname kindly suggested with a hint of flaunting, "Next time, it might be wise to draw blood from everyone boarding the ship and compare it to their closest relatives. It could reveal their true bloodline." "That's an idea," Juan Oro tersely acknowledged. Over the centuries, the sea prayer ritual had encountered no issues, so they hadn't considered refining the details. Juan Oro inquired, "What do those who disrupted the ritual want?" "We're not certain either," Charname shrugged, glancing towards the curtained window that led to the governor of the sea's residence. Juan Oro sensed a hint in Charname's allusion to something Louis Barry had mentioned earlier. He subtly nodded and added, "When this year's sea prayer ritual succeeds, we'll release Miguel and allow him to live in Tours. By then, the failure of last year's ritual won't remain a secretive burden. There's no need for us to harm Miguel." "Miguel?" Charname inquired thoughtfully. "He's the false governor of the sea. He used to work for the fisheries company, and his lineage traces back to Milo village," Juan Oro explained succinctly. Charname diverted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. "He's had his year of indulgence. Fear may linger, but everything comes with a price." The companion of the great adventurer paused, curiosity lighting up his eyes. "Did your ancestor come from the depths of the sea, or did ordinary fishermen suddenly gain inspiration and enlightenment, mastering the art of pleasing the sea and gaining its favor?" he inquired. Juan Oro took a moment of silence before responding, "We don't know. Both possibilities are equally plausible. Milo village was once eradicated by the Earth Mother Church. Many legacies were severed, and we're left clueless about our ancestors' origins. On a personal note, I lean towards the second theory. We're different from typical sea spawn. The children we bear initially resemble humans. It's only as they absorb more of the sea's power that they transform into humanoid lizards. Additionally, while our strength weakens, theirs does not." Charname nodded in agreement. "I'm inclined to think the second scenario is more likely too." He then asked, "Have all traces of Milo village's ancestors truly been erased? Is there no evidence left?" Juan Oro studied Charname for a moment before revealing, "There's some residual evidence in the underground chamber of the governor of the sea's residence, but it's just symbols and patterns. They're meaningless and indecipherable. If you want to see them, wait until the vigil ritual. But aren't you concerned about the risk of exposing our collaboration by going to the governor of the sea's residence now?" "Fair point." After obtaining other details, Charname abruptly receded into the shadows in the corner and vanished. Juan Oro watched as the great adventurer's companion disappeared and released a slow sigh. He sensed a storm brewing around Port Santa. In the master bedroom of the fifth-floor suite at Salo Motel. Emerging from the shadows, Charname adorned the silver lie earring behind his left ear. His eyes swiftly transformed, becoming as clear as a lake, and his flaxen-tinted hair cascaded over his shoulders. Franca, still radiating astonishing charm despite her male attire, tossed the earring back to Lumion. She retrieved a black rubber band from her pocket and tied her long hair into a high ponytail. "I've discovered traces of Bard," the demoness of pleasure exclaimed with joy. "Why Bard and not the other two?" Lumion sat in an armchair in front of the desk, tightly drawn curtains behind him. Deliberately returning to Trier and bringing Franca to Port Santa for her assistance, Lumion believed himself inferior to the demoness of pleasure in divination and spirit channeling. Rather than wasting the truth serum, he sought Franca's direct help. Additionally, he wanted Franca to assume the guise of his other identity, completely separating him from the adventurer Louis Barry. This would enable him to deceive those secretly monitoring him and potentially execute future deceptions. Franca shared her findings from the spirit channeling today and the completed conversation. The fake Uru must first possess powers akin to a faceless's, followed by adept thieving skills. Long ago, I know someone mentioned that Bard is a sequence 6 Prometheus of the Marauder pathway. It's highly likely he's even stronger now. If others hadn't confirmed that Loki wasn't involved in last year's sea prayer ritual prank, at least not openly, he would have been the most suitable to impersonate Uru. Now, the probability of Uru being Bard is higher. As a mid-sequence Marauder Beyonder, perhaps he possesses an item similar to Lie. Maybe he prayed to that celestial worthy, undergoing a change in physique and appearance. Additionally, he could be imbued with mystical anti-divination and anti-prophecy traits. Marauder is one of the 3 pathways most easily influenced by celestial worthy. Lumion listened quietly, and a smile gradually formed on his face. Bard's role and purpose in last year's ritual are essentially clear. He disguised himself as a sailor, boarded the ship, stole the genuine ceremonial ring, and replaced it with a fake one. Then, he willingly leaped into the sea, feigning his death to make his escape. Lumion paused briefly before continuing. The question now is, what roles did Mad Lady and Ultraman play in this matter? So far, their presence doesn't seem to affect the final failure of the sea prayer ritual. Franca pursed her lips and paced back and forth. Mad Lady might handle receiving and communication. For instance, after Bard jumped into the sea, she could teleport over and whisk him away to prevent him from being consumed by the tumultuous sea. Only a traveler possesses such an ability. Ultraman is likely responsible for providing information about the sea prayer ritual and devising the corresponding plan. But that can't be all. He probably has other roles. Lumion leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I concur with your hypothesis about Mad Lady, but according to the information we have, entering those special waters requires guidance from the children of the sea, following a specific route. How did Mad Lady teleport inside? Was she lurking on the ship? Or does Bard carry some special coordinates with him? It's certainly not a physical item, otherwise it would have been discovered. As for Ultraman, I've always suspected he's a native of Port Santa with a profound understanding of the sea prayer ritual. He likely orchestrated the prank last year." At this point, Lumion stood up. "My intuition suggests that if we can uncover Ultraman's actions in last year's prank and identify his role beyond being the mastermind, we can discern April Fool's true motives in this matter." Chapter 565, Possible Breakthrough. 565, Possible Breakthrough. Franca's emotions were stirred by Lumion's words, and she responded with anticipation. Then it's akin to catching a fox by its tail. When the time comes, we'll summon good helpers and strive to eliminate a few more key members of April Fools. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth. Despite Lumion and Franca making various guesses and deductions about Ultraman's role in last year's prank, none of them felt they had grasped the key to the mystery. Franca exhaled and said, "Phew, there are still some important puzzle pieces missing. See if you can fish out more details." She needed to return to Trier. Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and asked thoughtfully, "How's your search for the Tamara family's descendant going?" "Nothing yet, but Madame Judgment intends to inform the other major arcana card holders about this. She hopes they can help keep an eye out." Franca briefly explained her situation. Lumion gazed at her face and said, "I have an investigative direction." What? Franca perked up. Lumien's lips curled up. Investigate the other members of the Demoness sect in Trier. Given the close ties between certain members of the Tamara family and the Demoness sect, they might even be collaborating to establish the secret organization, Theosophy Order. There's a chance that one of them could directly join the Demoness sect. Moreover, considering Madame Judgment's mission for you to infiltrate the Demoness sect, discern the primordial demoness's current state and issues, why not investigate other demonesses? Are you going to wait until you reach the level of a powerhouse like a demoness of red before gathering information? Do you believe there will be enough angel-level Hunter Beyonder characteristics to aid your return to your original gender at that point? Why the demoness of red? Franca instinctively focused on this question. Lumien smiled. Have you forgot your nickname, Madame Red Boots? Franca smiled awkwardly. Isn't that to create a persona with characteristics that can be easily changed when you're on the run? It's clearly different from the description on the wanted poster. Isn't it too dangerous to investigate other demonesses under the watchful eyes of the Demoness of Black? Lumien raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Why are you investigating the Tamara family? Investigating mirror people, Franca replied subconsciously. Lumien asked again, and who assigned you the mirror people investigation? The Demoness of Black. Franca immediately shut her mouth. She then muttered to herself, however, an intricate balance needs to be struck. The source of the intel must be fabricated nicely, otherwise we'll still be suspected. Lumien didn't say anything else. He grabbed Franca's shoulder and planned to send her back to Trier. Franca glanced at the curtained window and eagerly said, "Remember to ask me for help when you visit the combat nuns in the future." She arrived in Port Santa in the afternoon and spent a long time using the fake name, Charname, she chose herself, and the face on Lumien's fake ID to travel about. With her fluent Highlander, she quickly grasped the folklore and combat nun styles. Lumien scoffed dismissively. Don't even think about it, you can't impregnate them. Franca replied indignantly, theoretically, it's not impossible, but it's quite dangerous. Think about it, Madame Pualis. Lumien was left speechless. Besides, giving birth isn't the only important thing in life. Franca continued to search for an excuse. Lumien exhaled silently and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He disappeared from the master bedroom with Franca, who was still talking. In no time, Lumien reappeared at the exact spot he had left. Shaking his head and teasing Franca, he eased back into the armchair. It had to be acknowledged that bantering and joking with friends, free from the need for caution, proved helpful in relieving the pent-up emotions within him. Having regained his composure, Lumien reclined in his chair, sorting through the information on the sea prayer ritual and various rhetoric in his mind. He sought details that might unveil traces of Ultraman's existence and confirm any overlooked issues. As a conspirer, Lumien didn't require jotting down key points on paper. He relied on his eyes to decipher the hints. All the information formed a colossal spiderweb in his mind, slowly weaving and transforming. After a while, he abruptly sat upright. A breakthrough had been unearthed that could expose the essence of the sea prayer ritual. Lumien stood and exited the master bedroom. He spotted Ludwig devouring a crispy potato omelet at the dining table in the living room. Seated across from the boy, Lumien smiled as he retrieved the mutated black spider's compound eye, a spiritual ingredient lacking Beyonder characteristics. Ludwig immediately glanced up at Lumien. Can you eat this? Lumien flicked the black compound eye. Ludwig vigorously nodded. Yes. Intrigued, Lumien took out the mystery-prying glasses and inquired, Can you eat this? Not yet, Ludwig honestly replied. Not yet. In other words, perhaps in the future. Lumien stowed away the mystery-prying glasses and placed the mutated black spider's compound eye on the dining table before him. I'd like you to translate something. If you can provide the correct answer, it's yours for consumption. Ludwig gulped and agreed, okay. Lumien recalled Lotto Gyro's strange pronunciation and emitted a chattering sound. Finally, he said, that's the general idea. Ludwig shook his head in disappointment. I don't know. He paused briefly before adding, but I think I've heard it somewhere. It's somewhat familiar. Had most of his memories and knowledge been sealed when his body of heart and mind was sealed? Under Ludwig's reluctant gaze, Lumion returned the mutated black spider's compound eye to his traveler's bag. Ludwig shoved a mouthful of potato omelet into his mouth and mumbled, "If you can find a creature that understands this language for me to eat, I can translate for you." Lumion asked in surprise, "Can you acquire a certain ability or knowledge by consuming something?" "There's a time limit, and it depends on the specific situation," Ludwig succinctly explained without elaborating. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. "Were you able to reveal information about the Baiting's black insect, because you had consumed that kind of insect shortly before?" Ludwig nodded. "Yes, it wanted to ambush me. It had been waiting for a long time." "That explains it. I had thought you had recovered some of your memories and knowledge. Indeed, a paralyzing attack wouldn't only target Lugano. After all, this could turn into a trap at any moment." Lumion stood up and left the dining table, returning to the master bedroom under Ludwig's pitiful gaze. He had no means to find Ludwig a creature that understood the language of the sea. The Fisheries Guild members couldn't be certain if their interpretation was accurate. After entering the master bedroom and closing the door, Lumion lowered his voice and said, "Temabaros, do you understand that language? Do you know the true meaning of that sentence?" Termabaros's majestic voice echoed in Lumion's ears. "In any case, it doesn't mean, 'We espouse thee, O sea,' as a sign of true and perpetual dominion." With that, Termabaros fell silent again, showing no intention of explaining the true meaning to Lumion. "Damn it, might as well not answer. You confirmed my guess but didn't unveil the true content. Heh, could it be that you're just pretending to understand?" Lumion cursed inwardly, feeling that Termabaros, the angel of inevitability, was becoming less direct and straightforward than before. He didn't comprehend the art of sophistry. Gradually, he learned how to infuriate. Lumion composed himself and settled back into the armchair. Unfolding the letter, he began writing to Madame Magician. Detailing his travels, he recounted what he had observed in Port Santa. Finally, he pieced together the pronunciation and wrote down the words to the unknown language. He gave the interpretation of what the Fisheries Guild believed. "We espouse thee, O sea, as a sign of true and perpetual dominion." Then, he made a request. "Madam, have you encountered this language before? Do you know its true meaning?" After folding the letter, Lumion initiated a ritual and summoned the doll messenger. The doll messenger, adorned in a light gold dress, emerged from the candle's flame and surveyed its surroundings. In a menacing tone, it declared, "Don't let that filthy child near me. He's dining outside. He won't enter without my permission." For some reason, Lumion sensed hidden fear in the doll messenger's aggressive words. The messenger nodded in satisfaction. "Keep an eye on it. If it acts up, don't feed it." Using it as a substitute name, Lumion smiled and said, "If I don't feed him, something even more terrifying might happen." The messenger fell silent for a moment before saying, "Then feed it more." With that, the doll-like messenger swiftly withdrew the folded letter into the candle flame. Lumion concluded the ritual, extinguished the candle's flame, and gazed at the master bedroom's door. He muttered to himself, "It's indeed a dangerous sealed creature." He then retrieved the golden pocket watch from Salle de Balbrise and opened it to take a look. Suddenly, he transformed into a shadow, seamlessly blending into the darkness. There was still something to attend to tonight. In the Port District, atop the Fisheries Guild's castle-like building, Lumion found Lotto Gairo waiting on the spot resembling a tower, dressed in a formal suit. "Are you on duty tonight?" Lumion casually pressed down on his golden straw hat, as if engaging in casual conversation with a friend. Lotto, the middle-aged man, sighed and said, "Originally, no, but since you wanted to come over, that's the case. We can't let an old man like the president do it, right?" Without further ado, Lumion conjured delayed crimson, nearly white fireballs, and hurled them into various corners of the tower. Having completed this task, he waved at Lotto Gairo and melted back into the shadows. Lotto approached the tower's entrance, clenching his fists in fear. In just 30 seconds, The crimson, nearly white fireballs exploded simultaneously. Rumble! The entire tower became engulfed in flames, and Lotto, stationed at the entrance, was sent flying by the shockwave. Bright scales had already surfaced on his body to mitigate the damage. Rumble! In less than half an hour, everyone in Port Santa who was well-informed learned something. The Fisheries Guild had been bombed. Chapter 566, Gathered Clues. 566 Gathered Clues. Salomotel. Lumion gazed at the red flames in the port district, tuning in to the distant commotion, anticipating potential visitors. Before long, a knock echoed on the door. Lumion didn't wait for Lugano to wake up. He pivoted and strode to the door. The moment he swung it open, Nolia, clad in brown leather armor and a wimple, stood before him. Nolia's expression was as cold as ice. She abruptly raised her hand and uttered ancient Hermes words, "Imprison." Lumion found himself instantly immobilized. Transparent walls or a viscous liquid seemed to encase him, turning him into an insect trapped in amber. In the next second, Nolia unsheathed a straight sword from her back. Simultaneously, Lumion's pants tightened, as if he had grown taller and more robust. An explosive force emanated from his body. The transparent amber restraining him creaked, revealing invisible cracks. With a whoosh, Nolia clutched the hilt of her straight sword with both hands, slicing through the air, carving through the already shaky prison, aiming for Lumion's head. Lumion's right fist, ready to strike, collided with the side of the straight sword, a condensed crimson, almost white flame accompanying the impact. Amidst a deep and controlled explosion, the straight sword slanted, grazing the door frame as it descended to the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Nolia retreated, sheathed her sword, and inquired in Intijan, "Were you the one who blew up the Fisheries Guild?" Upon witnessing this, Lumion refrained from retaliation. His body returned to its normal state as he smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter if I blew it up. What matters is whether anyone can prove it." He understood that Nolia had issued a warning and wasn't truly targeting him. Otherwise, she would have employed other Beyonder powers after the imprison, instead of slashing with her sword. Nolia, upholding the dignity of maintaining order in Port Santa throughout the year, used a questioning tone typical for various suspects. "Why did you go to such lengths? Why did you cause such a commotion?" Lumion turned his head, signaling Lugano, who had awakened at the commotion, to return to sleep in the servants' room. Walking toward the recliner in the living room, he ignored Nolia's question and smiled. "I've discovered something." "Like what?" Nolia entered the suite and closed the wooden door behind her. Lumion motioned toward the divan. "Let's have a seat and talk. I wouldn't want you accusing me of being impolite." Nolia glanced at Lumion and grinned. "What kind of politeness is there without greeting me by pressing your cheek against mine?" Her demeanor was direct. Lumion eased into the recliner and responded to the question. "For instance, last year's sea prayer ritual failed." Nolia didn't display surprise. She sat on the edge of the divan, leaning forward slightly to avoid the straight sword on her back from jabbing her. "What else?" Lumion pondered for a moment and casually remarked, "Also, the sea prayer ritual is a marriage to the sea. Furthermore, the governor of the sea is the husband of the sea, and the maidens of the sea embody the sea in the real world. Whether it's the governor of the sea or the maidens of the sea, the offspring they bear are the children of the sea. The first one possesses the purest bloodline." Though Lumion was well aware that the offspring of the women the governor of the sea had slept with were descendants of the sea, whether they were maidens of the sea or not, with his profound mystical knowledge and extraordinary insights, he couldn't help but consider that the governor of the sea having his children on his own was also part of the equation. Few, as expected, the more you know, the easier it is to be corrupted. I wouldn't have thought so in the past, Lumion sighed inwardly. Nolia, in surprise and admiration, sighed. "You've made faster progress in your investigation than I anticipated. Most of it pieced together in such a short time. It's been quite a while. My language comprehension charm will expire tomorrow. I wonder how much I'll retain from this enhanced week of study." Lumion grinned and teased, Don't tell me you think my reputation as a great adventurer was just boasting. Claiming a bounty of 300,000 gold risat for the demon warlock certainly isn't a boast, Nolia diplomatically acknowledged, indicating she didn't underestimate someone capable of hunting down such a target. Content, she nodded and continued. While many Beyonders wield impressive abilities, their intelligence often falls short. They revel in belligerence and flaunt their might, but you're not one of them. Still, I must caution you not to push too far. Despite understanding your true motive for stirring up this commotion, we must uphold peace and order in Port Santa. Don't make things difficult for us. Coupled with the warning, the implication is that you shouldn't disrupt Port Santa's current situation. You're free to investigate the sea prayer ritual, but stirring up trouble with the Fisheries Guild is a no-go. What exactly does your Church of Earth Mother aim for? It seems like there's a mixed desire, both wanting and not wanting some actions to be taken. Lumion contemplated Nolia's hint, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. If you had been more forthcoming, I wouldn't have had to work this hard. Nolia offered a polite, yet awkward smile. We lack extensive intel. All I can say is the Church allows the sea prayer ritual and the Fisheries Guild to obtain power from the sea for a reason, unrelated to our ability to solve it. I'm not privy to the reason. Perhaps the Archbishop or our Fertility Order President could shed light. Lumion scoffed and said, Then why allow my investigation of the sea prayer ritual? With a sigh, Nolia replied, Do we need to know? We didn't pry into your true motives for probing the ritual, did we? With that, the combat nun swiftly rose from the sofa, striding purposefully towards the suite's door. After a few steps, she halted, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. There are ancient traces concealed in the basement of the Governor of the Sea's residence in Milo Village. They might unveil something crucial. It's best to seize an opportunity to investigate. In the subterranean chamber beneath the Governor of the Sea's residence, according to Franca's account, Milo Village's ancestors had left behind symbols and patterns. Does Nolia suggest these hold vital information? Is the reason for the Church of Earth Mother knowingly allowing the occurrence of the sea prayer ritual hidden in that chamber? If Juan Oro isn't deceptive or concealing the truth, and isn't engaging in foul play, doesn't that imply that the Earth Mother Church possesses a deeper understanding of Milo Village's ancestors than their own descendants? It makes sense. After all, they once obliterated Milo Village and eradicated the faction of those ancestors. Over the past 1,000 years, there has been no disruption in the legacy, maintaining a prominent position in the real world. Lumion observed Nolia's departure without pressing further. As he returned to the master bedroom, preparing for sleep, the doll messenger dropped a folded piece of paper, swiftly departing without a greeting. Ludwig isn't that repulsive, except for being a bit ravenous and devouring everything, right? Madam Magician does tend to stay up late. She's quickest with her replies at night, Lumion muttered under his breath as he picked up the response. Swiftly unfolding it, he scanned the contents. Your performance in Port Santa has been impressive thus far. I won't interfere or provide excessive guidance. This is a prime chance for you to further digest the Conspirer potion. I've roughly reconstructed that sentence and read it multiple times. It's not in any language I know presently, but what I can confirm is its lack of natural power. However, it possesses a certain energy. Language can possess such energy. What does this imply? It means that during the sea prayer ritual, it can't serve as a sacrificial language or communicate with Beyonder items. In simpler terms, the sea. So why does the sea prayer ritual work? The key may lie within the ceremonial ring. There's a high chance it has a distinct appearance, peculiar patterns, strong spirituality, and embedded knowledge. The sentence relies on its pronunciation, structure, and energy to activate the ring, making it functional. If you can recreate the ring's state after the vigil ritual, I'm confident I can decode its specific effects and approximate meaning. That makes sense. When Lotto Gairo recited the words, "We espouse thee, O sea," there were no indications of natural power being invoked. It must serve a different purpose. Lumion gained a deeper understanding of the sea sacrificial segment after reading Madam Magician's explanation. Most of the clues seemed to await his infiltration of the governor of the C's residence. The next morning, Lugano led Ludwig through the streets, grabbing breakfast according to the boy's cravings. Out of nowhere, someone hurriedly passed by, head lowered and seemingly slipped, accidentally bumping into him. Lugano smoothly shifted his body, preventing the person from making contact. He went the extra mile, helping the individual up and hypocritically saying, "Be careful." The man quickly pressed something into Lugano's hand, muttered an apology, and seamlessly melted into the crowd. Lugano glanced down at his palm, revealing a crumpled white post-it note. Unrushed, he didn't immediately read the note. After securing breakfast for Ludwig, he returned to Salo Motel and briefed Lumion. Lumion took the crumpled note, unfolding it with a nonchalant gesture. In delicate handwriting, it conveyed, "After last year's ritual, the sea experienced an anomaly." Chapter 567, Possible Leaker. 567, Possible Leaker. The failure of the sea prayer ritual last year caused an anomaly in the sea. Lumion couldn't help but interpret it that way after going through the contents. Studying the note in his hand, a familiar fragrance wafted to him. After some thought, Lumion recalled the source, the Paco family's Madame George's perfume. Were they inexperienced or intentionally leaving a trace, implying the Paco family as the source of this information? Lumion mused to himself, recalling the sudden appearance of a humanoid lizard in the Paco family, the severe injuries to Rubio Paco's mother Martha, and the peculiarities surrounding them. Is the core issue the sea's abnormality? Has it weakened the Paco family's Beyonders, causing an ordinary person without sea lineage to transform into a humanoid lizard? Perhaps they don't want other sea spawn to know, and were lacking the strength to handle the humanoid lizard, thus seeking foreign adventurers to resolve it. Lumion gained a new insight into the contradictions within the Paco family's commission. Lato Gairo and Juan Oro hadn't mentioned the sea's anomaly. They only noted the sea's increased violence without the ritual's appeasement, the frequent departure of death navigators from their territory, and the declining strength of the children of the sea. From their perspective, this situation seemed normal, foreseeable, and unrelated to any anomaly. Did the anomaly solely affect the Paco family, or did Juan Oro, Lato Gairo, and others intentionally conceal this matter? Are they guarding against each other? Lumion speculated as he watched the note consumed by crimson flames in his palm. He leaned toward the latter possibility. If the Paco family wasn't unique, the sea's anomaly should have widespread effects, not solely targeting them. This understanding shed light on Rubio Paco's disdain when speaking of the Maidens of the Sea. Discovering the truth about the Maidens of the Sea and his true lineage likely filled him with self-loathing and contempt for the entire sea prayer ritual. He'd rather forfeit his family's inheritance than marry another Maiden of the Sea. When the sea anomaly affected the entire Paco family, these emotions reached their zenith. Lumion's suspicion grew that Nalfi's covert ally might be Rubio Paco. Regardless, given the Paco family's resources and status, they could lead a comfortable life even without the sea prayer ritual. Lugano stood to the side, observing his employer as Lumion delved into deep thought after reading the note. A twinge of nervousness and fluster crossed Lugano's demeanor. Is something about to unfold again? Lumion glanced up at Lugano, his expression pensive. Though I haven't reached Highlander proficiency, I've mastered the daily words I need. My body language suffices for a normal life in Port Santa. Plus, the folks I'll be dealing with know Intision. I can settle the remaining balance now and offer you a free teleport back to Trier. Instinctively, Lugano shook his head. You can't attend to Ludwig when you're in action. If I leave now, who'll keep an eye on him? It's unclear who's watching whom. Lumion stared at Lugano for a brief moment, sensing, for the first time, an unsettling undertone in the interpreter's demeanor. Despite prior attacks and potential risks, there was an inexplicable resistance to the suggestion of terminating the employment contract and taking his offer for a safe departure. It wouldn't even cost him a virile door. Considering Lugano's typical behavior and personality, Lumion assumed he would readily accept the remaining payment and leave Port Santa. Reality, however, proved otherwise. Perhaps Lugano himself doesn't understand the rationale behind his decision. It is just an instinctive choice. Lumion nodded subtly, opting not to press further on settling the final payment and terminating their employment contract. In Milo Village, within the Oro family's extensively renovated ancestral house, Juan Oro lounged by the window, puffing on a hookah, his gaze fixed on the sun dipping below the horizon, casting an orange glow. His thoughts drifted to the impending sea prayer ritual, just over a week away. Abruptly, he turned his head, eyeing a shadow near the door. The darkness stirred, and a man with green eyes, sporting a golden straw hat, white shirt, and black vest, emerged, the adventurer Louis Barry. "Why are you here again?" Juan Oro sighed, switching to Intision. Lumion chuckled, dragging a chair into the sun's waning rays. "I've got another inquiry, and a heads-up about a particular operation." Juan's eyes narrowed. "What scheme are you plotting now?" "Tonight, I intend to infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence. If I go unnoticed, I'll observe the rooms where the vigil ritual is conducted. If discovered, I'll make a swift exit. This fits my radical persona and purported motives, doesn't it? It'll deflect suspicion from our covert collaboration," Lumion disclosed, a hint of a smile in his explanation. Juan Oro harbored an unexplained sense of threat from Louis Barry, yet he found no tangible evidence. Despite this, Lumion's words resonated with an unsettling logic. He drew a deep drag from his hookah, in silence before he spoke. "What are you getting at?" Lumion smiled. "I'm curious to see the ring that marries the sea, its intricate engravings, and the patterns it bears. I know you've only crafted the ring mold and haven't completed the ritual to infuse it with something special. However, after serving as deputy host 11 times and assisting even more, I'm confident you've memorized the patterns, symbols, and structure." Juan Oro stiffened, his tone turning icy. "What's your motive?" The room's afterglow, touched by the setting sun, dimmed suddenly, as if being pulled into another dimension. Unfazed, Lumion responded, "Why all the secrecy? Haven't you heard that the ring's design, patterns, and structure have long been exposed?" Juan Oro's eyes narrowed. "When did this happen?" Lumion arched an eyebrow. "Didn't my companion inform you of the true reason behind the sea prayer ritual failure?" He merely confirmed the fake Uru on the ship. Juan Oro had his suspicions. Lumion grinned, shaking his head. He began unraveling his deductions, starting with the custom-made fake ring and tours and the orchestrated lamb sacrifice sent to the ship after a bribe. Juan Oro held his silence, his countenance growing darker. After a tense pause, he spoke in a hoarse tone. "Not many are privy to the intricacies of the Ring of the Sea Queen, and the fact that sea spawn seldom inspect the sacrificial offering's entrails. Each of them, the children of the sea, veterans of countless core rituals, are still alive. Uru and Sala were oblivious." As Juan Oro's words, spoken through gritted teeth, reached Lumion's ears, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Ultraman is affiliated with the Fisheries Guild, a child of the sea endowed with numerous powers and a distinct status. There's also the possibility that he's manipulated such an individual, establishing a clandestine partnership. Without such a connection, how could April Fools possess precise details about the ceremonial ring's appearance and exploit the sea prayer rituals? Supervisory loophole. Even though I know someone mentioned that Ultraman is a sun pathway beyonder, it doesn't rule out his identity as a child of the sea. Transforming into a child of the sea first, and then drinking the sun pathways potion shouldn't pose an issue. The power of the child of the sea resonates with the cosmos, and the sun and the cosmos are inherently compatible. Is April Fool's true motive for disrupting the sea prayer ritual preparations related to Ultraman, or his collaborator aiming to fully control the power or the palace at the bottom of the sea? Lumion's thoughts gradually clarified. He looked at Juan Oro with a relaxed smile and remarked, "If there wasn't a mole, how could the sea prayer ritual be disrupted so easily?" Juan Oro had harbored similar suspicions for the past year. Lumion's words were irrefutable. After some contemplation with an unpleasant expression, Juan Oro composed himself and stated, I have to uncover the traitor before the official sea sacrifice. At this point, Juan Oro turned his gaze to Lumion. I might need your cooperation on something when the time comes. Oh, you're fishing too, Lumion replied with a smile, no problem. Juan Oro set down his hookah and left his seat. He walked to the desk, retrieved a pen and paper, and began sketching. Nearly 10 minutes later, the old man staggered to Lumion and handed him the paper. Lumion glanced at it and recognized 6 designs, representing the front, left, right, back, front, and inner parts of the ring of the Sea Queen. Each design featured intricate and mystifying symbols and patterns. It's actually useless for you to obtain it. It won't have any effect, Juan Oro said in a low, raspy voice. The corresponding sea spawn have to use their special abilities to inscribe them on the ring and corrode them for 6 hours to please the sea and gain her recognition. Lumion nodded and replied, I have no intention of replicating one. He was obtaining it solely to send to Madam Magician for interpretation. He then asked, is this the ring-making segment of the vigil ritual? Is there no other step? There's another step. An assistant host will take the ring to the basement and place it in front of the patterns and symbols representing our ancestors for an hour. This is a show of respect to our ancestors, like greeting the elders before a wedding, Juan Oro explained briefly. After a moment of contemplation, Lumion responded, can you also draw the patterns and symbols representing your ancestors? Juan Oro returned to the desk. This time, he completed it in just 2 minutes. Lumion took it and noticed scattered lines and arcs. Many details were missing from the middle, making it impossible to discern its original appearance. Seeing it in person might allow you to make connections easier, Juan Oro sighed again. Lumion nodded. Then I'll infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence tonight. Juan Oro tersely acknowledged his words. Be careful of the sea spawn there. They have their own specialties. They might not be very strong, but they can counter certain abilities of yours. Late at night, under the crimson moonlight, Lumion appeared near the cathedral-like building. Chapter 568, Patterns of the Ancestors. 568, Patterns of the Ancestors. Lumion swiveled his head towards the docks, his body seamlessly blending into the shadows beyond the moonlight's reach. Following the shadowy path, he smoothly bypassed the guards at the entrance, slipping into the sacred-looking building without a sound. In the foyer, he came to a sudden halt. Amidst the dark fishnets, he spotted short figures with oddly large heads, bulging eyes, and wrinkled skin, like elders in miniature. Standing just over a meter tall, they were the little devils mentioned by Juan Oro, a species of sea spawn. Infiltrating the shadows, these little devils patrolled the governor of the sea's residence, using their unique abilities to prevent any unauthorized entry. Having encountered them before, Lumion knew these little devils weren't formidable opponents. Despite their talent for blending into shadows and creating illusions, he could dispatch a team with ease. Yet, eliminating them discreetly posed a challenge. Lumion couldn't be certain that dealing with one group of little devils wouldn't stir up trouble and alert other creatures lurking in the building. Focused, Lumion surveyed the areas untouched by shadows. In the crimson moonlight, he discerned vague figures drifting in the void, intermittently appearing and disappearing. These were fish adorned in dark gray armor, their bulging eyes resembling meatballs at both ends. Starlight-threaded, thin threads peeked through the gaps in their scale-like armor. The peculiar fish hovered in the air, scattering across different regions. Occasionally, they released bubbles carrying formless storms and impalement-inducing cracks. Erupting bubbles created countless invisible spikes, setting perilous traps for teleporting guests. At the hall intersection and various aisles, silent 3-man guard teams patrolled. Their expressions betrayed nothing, but Lumion noticed slender black insects, covered in bristles, emerging from their necks and mouths. After a brief inspection, the baiting's black insects swiftly retracted into the guards' bodies. The eyes of sea creature statues on the wall appeared alive, scanning the areas with a strange awareness. Just as Juan Oro said, there are a large number of different sea spawn here. Infiltrating silently amidst the diverse sea spawn here proves to be a formidable task. Lumion, patient, opted to remain in the foyer, awaiting the right moment. In under 2 minutes, a thunderous bang reverberated from the dock. Crimson flames shot into the sky, casting an eerie glow on nearby windows, making them quiver. Little devils lurking in the shadows, armored monster fish manipulating the surrounding void, baitings black insects orchestrating guards, and peculiar creatures concealed in the statue's eyes, all instinctively shifted their focus to the glass window near the dock. Lumion sprang into action. He orchestrated the disturbance with a delayed explosion. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily navigated through the shadows surrounding the little devils and skirted the region patrolled by the armored monster fish. Before other sea spawn could react, he pinpointed the room at the far end of the hall, relying on Juan Oro's intel. A dim light emitted from the black mark on his right shoulder as he swiftly reached the door of the target room. In a blink, he transformed into a shadow, slipping through the crack. Inside, Lumion discovered intricate patterns and symbols etched on the floor, ceiling, and walls, reminiscent of magnified versions of Juan Oro's hand. Drawn sacrificial ring pattern. Besides that, nothing else caught his eye. Lumion deduced, during the vigil ritual, some sea spawn enter this place, condense the patterns from every direction, and carve them into the ring mold. Then, they infuse them with special energy. Quickly scanning the area, he stepped out of the shadows, activating a black mark on his chest. Nearly invisible water ripples danced on the surrounding walls, then subsided. Bottle of Fiction. Lumion enclosed the two connected rooms into the Bottle of Fiction. The entry requirement, ordinary humans. He positioned himself near the opening of the Bottle of Fiction, deliberately creating loud footsteps as he hid by the door. Almost instantly, certain sea spawn picked up on the disturbance. Recalling the explosion at the docks and the towering flames, they realized they had fallen into a diversion. Summoning the armored monster fish, baitings black insects, little devils, and their cohorts, they ordered an investigation into the ring-making ritual venue for potential infiltrators. Despite attempts to rush in through the door, the sea spawn inexplicably found themselves back in the hall. The armored monster fish, discerning the issue, released bubbles with a formless storm toward the entrance of the Bottle of Fiction. As before they surged towards him, aiming to breach the room, Lumion, now a shadow creature, slipped through the crack at the base of the wooden door, quietly exiting the Bottle of Fiction and returning to the hall. His ploy successfully diverted the sea spawn's attention, creating a chance for him to change positions. Naturally, he needed to employ effective tactics a few more times. Anticipating the enemy's disbelief in encountering the same trick repeatedly within a short span, Lumion knew they would assume there were alternative plans. Of course, on the third attempt, heightened vigilance would set in. Everything they saw would seem like a distraction. When the moment arrived, Lumion could flip the strategy. Seizing the moment when the sea spawn fixated on the Bottle of Fiction, Lumion deftly avoided the gathering of little devils. He circled the armored monster fish, reaching a corner of the hall, and once again utilized spirit world traversal. This time, Lumion's destination was the staircase leading to the basement. The guards, lured into the hall, left the area unmonitored. As Lumion's silhouette appeared at the staircase entrance, he swiftly transformed into a shadow, slipping into the basement through the darkness. No guards or sea spawn patrolled this seemingly unimportant area, an area that was merely a testament to the villagers of Milo Village's reverence for their ancestors. In his shadow creature form, Lumion possessed natural night vision. Even without a fireball, he could vaguely discern the dark basement. Despite its dampness due to proximity to the sea, the absence of a moldy odor was thanks to the various Beyonder powers within the building. At the center stood a decrepit stone platform, reminiscent of an altar for ancestor worship. Surrounding it were signs of destruction, leaving only disjointed lines, arcs, and indistinct patterns. Do these fragmented symbols and patterns constitute the coat of arms of Milo Village's ancestors, or do they possess mystical effects? Lumion scrutinized them repeatedly, struggling to reconstruct the undamaged version in his mind. Yet, he sensed that since Nolia of the Fertility Order had alluded to the revealing nature of these symbols and patterns, he might extract valuable information. What kind of information could it be? Maintaining his shadow creature form, Lumion extended into the darkness, surveying his surroundings. Frowning, he whispered, could it be that the Church of Earth Mother, fully capable of obliterating this place, deliberately left traces? Does this imply that the sea prayer ritual holds some influence over them too? Lumion directed his gaze at the stone platform, the sacrificial offering to the ancestors, recalling Juan Oro's details about the ring-making ritual. After crafting the Ring of the Sea Queen, it would rest here for an hour as a mark of respect to their ancestors. Was it placed on this partially collapsed altar? Approaching the grayish-black stone platform, Lumion observed no dust accumulation. All remaining lines converged on an empty space at the center of the circle. His heart stirred as he retrieved a louis d'or, placing it in the center of the altar. Nothing happened. Undeterred, Lumion replaced the louis d'or with gold risat, mystery-prying glasses, flog boxing gloves, and various other items. Yet still no anomaly. Persistence drove him. Lumion pulled out the silver lie earring from his pocket and positioned it on an empty space on the stone platform. In the next moment, a surreal sensation enveloped Lumion. Within the stone platform, illusory lines and arcs materialized, intertwining with remnants to form two distinct patterns. One pattern featured layers of doors sketched with simple strokes, while the other resembled a clock divided into 12 sectors, albeit having a single hand. Lumion observed keenly, sensing something adhering to the lie earring. In an instant, the lines from the stone platform dimmed, retracted, and returned to their original positions. Normalcy resumed. Are these the patterns representing Milo Village's ancestors, or did they gain knowledge from the initial revelations? Lumion sensed sea spawn surging toward the basement. After muttering to himself, he seized the lie earring and teleported away. In the master bedroom of the suite at Salo Motel. As Lumion's figure manifested, he settled down and began writing to Madame Magician. Unfazed by checking the changes in the lie earring, he intended to send it to his major arcana card holder for inspection. Recreating the patterns, symbols, structure, and various scenes from the Governor of the Sea's residence, Lumion neatly folded several letters, arranged a ritual, and summoned the doll messenger. Then he patiently awaited the reply. Chapter 569, Language Interpretation. 569, Language Interpretation. The crimson moonlight seeped through the not-so-thick curtains, casting its glow on the desk, already yellowed by the gas wall lamp's illumination, emphasizing its presence. Lumion perused his freshly acquired Highlander textbook, patiently waiting for over half an hour before finally receiving a reply from Madame Magician via the doll messenger. The letter was concise and spanned only 2 pages. Let's start with the basics. Combining the patterns, symbols, and structure of the ring, although I can't precisely decipher the meaning of that sentence, I can identify its composition and the practical application of various short sentences. It breaks down into 3 segments. The first part serves to precisely locate the ring, facilitating the subsequent activation of special characteristics and the infusion of energy contained in the language. The second part involves injecting the energy carried by the words into the ring through resonance and other forms, activating a magic circle formed by patterns and symbols. Consider the sacrificial ring as a charm. The second paragraph is akin to its designated special activation incantation. It doesn't necessitate invoking supernatural powers, but requires prior guidance. In the third part, I suspect it's a ciphertext attached to the ring. In simpler terms, once the ceremonial ring is fully activated through the first 2 parts, it records and carries the final ciphertext into the sea to transmit it to something. Are you following so far? The ceremonial ring is like a special key, functional only after activation. Furthermore, it necessitates the corresponding password to open the doors of the target. The actual meaning of "we espouse thee, O sea," as a sign of true and perpetual dominion is roughly akin to a key to unlock the passageway. The password is XXXXXXXXX. Naturally, if translated directly, it'll differ significantly, but that should capture the essence. Lumion couldn't resist a smirk. Recalling the solemn recitation by the previous governors of the sea, envisioning the act of marrying the sea, anyone familiar with the corresponding language would likely burst into laughter. What sea, what espousal, what dominion? After all the complexity, it boiled down to unlocking and opening a passageway, a simple password entry. Contemplating sharing this interpretation with Juan Oro, Lotto Gairo, and the others, Lumion pondered their likely reactions. No, they wouldn't believe it. A millennium or two of misunderstanding had morphed into faith, perseverance, and legacy. Admitting a mistake wasn't something they'd easily embrace. Regardless, the result would be the same. Interpretation or translation, it didn't matter how they perceived it. Collecting himself, Lumion turned to the second page of the letter, eager to continue reading. Next is the more complicated part. The two patterns you witnessed in the Governor of the Sea's basement have a profound history, stretching back to the early Fourth Epoch. They serve as symbols of mysticism and the coat of arms of ancient nobles. One of them is linked to an acquaintance, no, a familiar angel Ammon. The pattern resembling a clock signifies the Worm of Time. It stands as the Ammon family's coat of arms. Worm of Time, the Ammon's coat of arms, why is it him again? Lumion's eyes narrowed, feeling as though he was still entrenched in the Ammons. What connection did Milo Village's ancestors, Port Santa's sea prayer ritual, and the distinctiveness of those waters share with the Ammons? On the surface, no apparent link existed. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed a connection between the sea prayer ritual and the former king of angels of the Marauder pathway. Reflecting on the key members involved in the April Fool's ritual prank, Bard, a Beyonder of the Marauder pathway, and Mad Lady, belonging to the neighboring apprentice pathway, even prayed to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, a being with profound influence over the Marauder pathway. While this didn't directly point to the Ammons, the gathering of Marauder related individuals suggested a reasonable association between the sea prayer ritual and the Marauder pathway. Lumion exhaled, lowering his head to read further insights from Madam Magician. The layers of doors come from the Abraham family. Yes, the Abraham family, one of the 5 nobles of the Tudor Empire. I previously mentioned that in the Tudor Empire, only 5 families hold the hereditary duke title: Abraham, Ammon, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. Among them, the Abrahams control the apprentice pathway. Remember, apprentices often represent seals. Therefore, it's plausible to believe that the sea prayer ritual predates previous estimates, tracing back to before the demise of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire. Encountering matters related to the Tudor Empire sure isn't a coincidence for you, is it? Do you now grasp the essence of the sea prayer ritual? Further explanations may not be necessary, correct? I'm starting to suspect that Milo Village's ancestors misunderstood the initial sentence's meaning, leading to the expansion of the sea sacrifice and vigil from the revelation. This resulted in an absurd sea marriage ritual spanning a millennium or two. It could very well be a manifestation of that individual's mischievous nature, reveling in playing a joke on everyone, indifferent to the fate of others. See, this is what a prank should be. Those April Fool's folks could learn a thing or two. If you have more questions or haven't clarified certain aspects, feel free to write and ask. By the way, Lai now possesses a temporary ability lasting half a month. It can absorb a specific amount of power from a target, though this power won't endure long. For ordinary people, it might persist for half a year or a year. However, for you, it won't last more than a week due to the conflict with your powers. Lumion averted his gaze from the letter, his thoughts in disarray. Madam Magician suggests that the uniqueness of those waters originated from the ancestor of the Abraham family and a certain Ammon. The core of the sea prayer ritual was personally devised by these 2 angel-level figures. They guided the ancestors of Milo Village in Port Santa and left behind a revelation, compelling them to perform the ritual annually. Due to Ammon's mischievous nature, the ancestors of Milo Village misunderstood the true meaning of that sentence, thinking they were meant to marry the sea. Consequently, the core of the sea prayer ritual became increasingly complex, expanding into more segments over the years. It transformed into an extensive prank that persisted for over a millennium. Having comprehended Madame Magician's hypothesis, Lumion reconsidered the essence of the sea prayer ritual. Appeasing the special entity concealed at the bottom of the sea, perhaps that palace. Apprentice represents a seal, marauder is stealing. Stealing. Lumion suddenly glanced down at his left chest. He grasped the essence of the sea prayer ritual. Finding a husband for the sea, pacifying its violence, genuinely pleasing it, and obtaining corresponding boons were all absurd reasons concocted by Milo Village's ancestors after being misled. The essence of the sea prayer ritual was to steal boons. The palace at the bottom of the sea had been sealed by the apprentice pathway, but the ancestor of the Abraham family worried that, over time, the seal's power would wane, allowing the palace to gradually regain strength. To counter this, he enlisted Ammon to devise a ritual for regularly siphoning off the restored power of the palace each year, preventing it from breaking through the seal. Consequently, after each sea prayer ritual, the sea area would become tranquil, free from excessive storms. The previous year's failed ritual had allowed the palace to accumulate a certain degree of strength. Consequently, the sea experienced abnormality, leading to an increased number of shipwrecks, and death navigators departed the special sea area more frequently. The reason for only entering the sea when the stars aligned, and following a specific route to reach the destination was that only then would a complex passageway appear in the outer seal. Lumion stood up and took a few steps forward. Having unraveled the essence of the sea prayer ritual, he comprehended the Earth Mother Church's motive for perpetuating it. Initially, the clergymen of the Earth Mother Church, lacking thorough investigations, destroyed Milo Village, putting an end to the sea prayer ritual. However, at the bottom of the building, they discovered the coat of arms representing the two nobles of the Tudor Empire, halting the final step in time. Later, they realized they needed to dispatch demigod-level saints to deal with the unique waters each year. High-end forces were required to guard it for an extended period, making it quite troublesome. Consequently, when the sea prayer ritual resurfaced, they tacitly agreed to the reconstruction of Milo Village. In most cases, the sea prayer ritual didn't adversely affect the innocent or disrupt local order. Every governor of the sea possessed a certain amount of the sea's bloodline, and while the maidens of the sea would eventually transform into humanoid lizards in their old age, they could alter their fates and enjoy power and wealth for 30 to 40 years or even longer. For maidens of the sea seeking free love, the Church of Earth Mother likely tacitly consented or even aided their escape, as the chances of success were otherwise quite low. So, why did the fertility order encourage me to investigate the sea prayer ritual? Why did Nolia provide some information while withholding crucial details? Lumion's confusion swiftly dissipated. The real entity fishing behind the scenes was not the Fisheries Guild, but the Church of Earth Mother. The failure of last year's sea prayer ritual had alarmed the Church of Earth Mother, fearing a similar problem this year. Observing Louis Barry's inclination to investigate the sea prayer ritual, they encouraged him to do so, allowing potential saboteurs hidden in the shadows to contact him, surface, and capture them all at once. Phew, Lumion exhaled, redirecting his focus to April Fools. Now, he was certain that April Fools intended to break the seal around those special waters. Last year marked the first step towards breaking the seal, but it hadn't progressed to the point where the underwater palace could breach it. This year, they would undoubtedly create a similar situation once again. Otherwise, if the sea prayer ritual succeeded, their pranks from last year would be in vain. The question now was, what would the key members of April Fools do? How could they seize the benefits represented by the palace and evade the corresponding dangers? Lumion stared at the gas wall lamp emitting a yellowish glow, sinking into deep thought. More than a week quickly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the sea prayer ritual arrived. After completing his breakfast, Lumion heard the melodic tunes of various musical instruments wafting in from the street outside. With a smile, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and strolled toward the window, welcoming the bright sunlight pouring in. Chapter 570, Festival. 570 Festival. On Aquina Street, a two-story ceremonial boat crafted from wood, cardboard, and adorned with ribbons rolled forward, propelled by 4 sleek horses. This intricate vessel mimicked the governor of the sea's boat, designed to economize materials and size, allowing horses to guide it through the city. 8 men and 8 women, dressed vibrantly, stood on both upper and lower levels of the flower boat. They sang and danced, their joy infecting the spectators on both sides of the street. Port Santa's premier folk orchestra surrounded the ceremonial boat, playing rhythmic drum beats and a variety of instruments such as clarinets, oboes, flutes, and strings. The onlookers on the roadside were in high spirits, alternating between singing and following the ceremonial boat, hoping to catch a refreshing spray from the water droplets scattered by the 16 men and women. Observing the scene from the 5th floor of the Salo Motel, Lumion sensed that the sea prayer ritual had evolved beyond a mere sacrificial ceremony. Excluding its core aspects, it had transformed into a city-wide folklore festival. Despite many residents of Port Santa being devout followers of the Earth Mother and not attributing spiritual significance to the sea, they embraced the festivities, dancing and celebrating on this special day. As the flower boat concluded its tour of Aquina Street, Lumion turned to Lugano and remarked, "Take good care of Ludwig today. No matter which celebration you attend, ensure he's with you." "Yes, boss," Lugano replied. Influenced by the cheerful atmosphere of the sea prayer ritual, his emotions lifted. Without wasting any time, Lumion snatched his golden straw hat, exited the suite, and descended the stairs. In the lobby, his gaze fell upon Ada Guillaume, the Salo Motel owner, doling out cash to the lady at the front desk, and the 2 attendants, 2 rissa each. "Is this a holiday bonus?" Lumion inquired in Intijan. Ada Sr. chuckled and replied, "No bonus, just their compensation. They're on duty at the motel today, keeping an eye on the place. They'll miss out on the sea prayer ritual and other celebrations. I'm heading to the docks to see my little cabbage dance." "I'll be there too," Lumion said with a smile, embracing the festive ambience once again. If the sea prayer ritual lacked mystic elements, Lumion would have fully immersed himself in the festive atmosphere, reminiscent of the few years of Lent he experienced in Cordu. Exiting the motel, Lumion leisurely strolled towards the harbor, taking note of Port Santa's residents bedecked in their most glamorous and festive attire. At a glance, the streets appeared to be awash with a sea of colors. His attire, a white shirt, black vest, and dark pants, made him stand out like a foreigner amidst the lively crowd. Lumion adorned the golden straw hat, injecting a splash of color into his appearance. The rhythmic chime of bicycle bells accompanied the passing of wooden crate-laden bicycles. Vendors energetically peddled popsicles of various flavors to eager citizens anticipating the sea dance and boat race. Observing the 2 segments with a relaxed demeanor, Lumion savored the festivities. He patiently waited until the 2-story festival boat, carrying the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea, embarked on its journey to Milo village before departing the port. Choosing to abstain from other citizen-organized celebrations, Lumion sought refuge in a public washroom within the nearest department store, slipping into a cubicle. Triggering the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumion materialized in a concealed corner of Milo village. Shifting into a shadow creature, he seamlessly infiltrated the Oro family's blend of ancient and modern architecture, arriving at Juan Oro's bedroom. The president of the Fisheries Guild awaited Lumion's arrival, and upon seeing the figure of the adventurer, Louis Barry, emerge from the darkness, Juan Oro, with deep wrinkles, gestured towards the unconscious Milo villagers on the floor. "These are 2 of the 4 deputy hosts for the vigil and the sea sacrificial ritual. Choose one to assume his form." This condition was pivotal for Lumion's collaboration with Juan Oro. He sought continuous participation in the core sections of the sea prayer ritual. Initially hesitant, due to the inability to deceive other sea spawn and introduce a stranger onto the ship, Juan Oro only agreed to allow Lumion to infiltrate the governor of the sea's residence before the vigil ritual, observing it discreetly. However, with Ultraman under suspicion as a key figure in the Fisheries Guild, Lumion seized the opportunity when Juan Oro required cooperation and assistance, showcasing the abilities of the Lai earring. Thus, Lumion devised a plan to disguise himself as a specific deputy host and gain access to the ship. After studying one of the deputy hosts for a few moments, Lumion adorned a silver earring. He replicated the appearance of the chosen deputy host, seamlessly blending into his guise. In no time, except for his clothing, there was no discernible difference between Lumion and the deputy host. "It's my turn," Juan Oro said in a deep Intisian voice. He decided to take on the guise of another deputy host and personally board the ship to avert any potential mishaps. Concerned about Louis Barry's involvement in the sea sacrifice and wary of lurking enemies employing unknown methods to cause trouble, Juan Oro believed that everything would converge during the sea sacrifice segment. Boarding the boat covertly would enable him to address unforeseen circumstances in time, delivering a strategic surprise. Juan Oro harbored suspicions that Louis Barry might be an accomplice of last year's saboteurs, his prior actions serving as a ploy to deceive them and allow him to openly disrupt the ritual at a crucial moment. Lumion casually tossed the lie earring to Juan Oro, who proceeded to change into a dark blue robe embroidered with various sea elements. Upon donning the silver earring, Juan Oro experienced a remarkable control over every detail of his body. Attempting to adjust the wrinkles on his face, he observed himself becoming 10 to 20 years younger in the mirror. Despite his potent and diverse Beyonder powers, the president of the Fisheries Guild couldn't help but marvel. "How magical!" After completing his disguise, Lumion pointed at the unconscious deputy host. "Who's responsible for keeping an eye on them and preventing their appearance before the sea prayer ritual?" "My wife," Juan Oro replied, already prepared. She, a former Maidens of the Sea and the current matriarch of the Oro family, possessed considerable strength, while she hadn't participated in any ring. Making rituals, she was a trusted individual who wouldn't divulge secrets. Lumion redirected the conversation, inquiring, "As the president of the Fisheries Guild, won't you be suspected if you don't wait for news of the successful sea prayer ritual with the other committee members?" "No, I don't go every year. I can also wait for news at home, and my wife will pretend to be me," Juan Oro stated, pointing at lie on his left ear and removing it. After confirming the details, Lumion inquired further. "Have you investigated any of those who nearly died and came back to life, or have their personalities undergone a significant change?" These individuals were key members of the Fisheries Guild familiar with the specific design of the Ring of the Sea Queen and the complete details of the sea prayer ritual. According to Franca, every member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society was a soul from another world, having resurrected in recently deceased human bodies. This information could help identify who might be Ultraman. Juan Oro slowly shook his head. "No, at least not in my memory. Time was tight, so I couldn't investigate them one by one." The rejuvenated elder, now appearing in his prime, continued, "Remember, your name is Brian now. My name is Jorge. If you don't understand what others are saying later, it's fine. I'll hint at you. When you need to answer questions, I'll help you." "All right," Lumion maintained the pretense of not knowing Highlander. In reality, having extensively studied under the effects of the language comprehension charm, he had already mastered more words and grammar. While still unable to fully comprehend others' words, he could grasp key words, tense, and the active and passive voice, allowing him to roughly understand the meaning. Expressing himself with short sentences and simple structures presented no challenge. Clad in the dark blue robe of a deputy host, Lumion entered the governor of the sea's residence, guided by Juan Oro, who no longer staggered. Passing through a hall adorned with sea creature statues, they reached the room where the governor of the sea maintained his vigil. The current governor of the sea, Simon of the Gairo family, was from a branch with a thin bloodline, unqualified to reside in the ancestral house. At that moment, Simon sat cross-legged on the cold floor, suppressing his excitement. With half-closed eyes, he felt the moist air enveloping him. Although Lumion refrained from activating his spirit vision, he sensed various sea spawn bustling in the shadows, the void, and the statues. Juan Oro led Lumion out of the room, guiding him to the most secluded part of the building. Opening the wooden door to the servants' quarters, Juan Oro addressed the fake governor of the sea, Miguel, lying on the bed. Once the sea prayer ritual succeeds, you can leave, but you must depart Port Santa with the wealth you've amassed over the past year. Miguel sat up excitedly. All right, all right. Though their conversation occurred in Highlander, Lumian grasped the essence. After this exchange, Juan Oro translated the conversation for Lumian, emphasizing, "You can verify if I'm lying based on Miguel's expression." Lumian silently pondered, thinking, so what if you're not lying? What you said might not be done. He then returned to the hall, assuming a cross-legged position opposite the other two deputy hosts. As time passed, midnight arrived, marking the completion of the Ring of the Sea Queen. One of the deputy hosts retrieved it and guided it to the basement in the dim moonlight. The moment had come to pay homage to their ancestors. Lumian observed the scene in silence and suddenly had a thought. Chapter 571, Key Details. 571 Key Details. The governor of the sea's residence hall opened into a labyrinth of rooms, its scarcity of windows allowing only a trickle of light despite the crimson moon's glow. The dimness cast a cloak of silence over the place. Even as the deputy host, clutching the coveted ring of the Sea Queen, moved with caution, the floor still betrayed him with a faint echo. Lumian observed him heading towards the basement staircase, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Once in the basement, the deputy host could effortlessly switch the authentic ring of the Sea Queen with a crafted counterfeit, without alerting anyone. The other deputies were occupied in the hall, and the governor of the sea, undergoing physical modifications, had the maidens of the sea by his side. The sea spawn were scattered elsewhere. Frowning, Lumian shot a sidelong glance at another deputy host. He lowered his voice and addressed Jorge, the form Juan Oro had taken, in Intision. Every year, during the vigil ritual, does a deputy host send the ring of the Sea Queen alone to the basement, retrieving it an hour later. He stressed the word alone. Juan Oro nodded subtly. Yes, there's no need for extra protection in this building. But just as Juan Oro was about to continue, he halted abruptly. This presented a golden opportunity to swap the ring of the Sea Queen unnoticed. The fact that external enemies couldn't breach the building didn't mean the deputy hosts within were without their own problems. Lumian wasted no time and turned to Juan Oro, uttering, "Should I follow, or will you take charge?" Juan Oro regarded the matter gravely, rising from his seat and responding, "I'll go." Harnessing his abilities, he steadied himself and swiftly caught up with the deputy host. In a deep tone, he stated, "Let's go together. I want to seize the chance to pay my respects to my ancestors." The other deputy host raised no objections. As Lumian observed the two lighting their lanterns and descending into the basement, his mind instinctively filled in the upcoming sequence. Place the ring of the Sea Queen on the decrepit stone platform. Offer prayers to the ancestors, return to the surface, re-enter, and retrieve it an hour later. During that hour, the ring of the Sea Queen sits unguarded in the basement, vulnerable to any opportunistic interference. If someone had concealed themselves there beforehand, swapping the genuine ring for a counterfeit would be a straightforward task. Certainly, infiltrating and concealing oneself in this location is no simple feat. I can't even do it. I could last a mere 2 minutes before being detected by the sea spawn. The ring of the Sea Queen has to be positioned on that worn stone platform. Any deviations? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lumian suddenly recalled the transformations in the Lai earring when it rested on the weathered stone platform in the basement. The seer pathway item had activated a pattern embodying an apprentice and a marauder, granting it the ability to siphon someone's power that lasted half a month. Lai could accomplish this feat, but what about the Ring of the Sea Queen? Though not an item of the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway, it had been meticulously crafted based on a ritual passed down by an Ammon. Perhaps, over time, it could activate the unique characteristics of the basement, gradually assimilating with thieving qualities. Yes, considering that the essence of the sea sacrificial ritual involves extracting power from the seal at the bottom of the sea and claiming it, the Ring of the Sea Queen, being a key item, should not only be capable of loosening the seal to a certain extent, but also possess the power-stealing ability. It could distribute the gains among various participants in the ritual. The host receiving the most, followed by the Maidens of the Sea as assistant hosts, and the deputy hosts and sailors gaining some within the ritual's range, provided they possessed similar powers. In essence, Juan Aro and his companions' understanding of the ring-making ritual is incomplete. The paying homage to the ancestors segment is integral and crucial. Without honoring the ancestors, the sea sacrificial ritual would merely open the seal without stealing the accumulated power. Instead, it would erupt and disperse. Lumion had just marveled at the mysticism's terrifying complexity when a sudden alarm gripped him. He realized he had overlooked a pivotal detail. According to Madame Magician's interpretation of the Ring of the Sea Queen's functions and her speculations about the essence of the entire sea prayer ritual, the substitution of the genuine Ring of the Sea Queen with the fake ring customized by April Fools and tours should have prevented the catastrophic phenomenon of the sea's fury consuming the governor of the sea, all the deputy hosts, and some sailors in the subsequent ritual. The fake ring hadn't undergone the initial ring-making ritual, leaving its patterns, symbols, and structure devoid of the necessary mysticism characteristics. Even if the governor of the sea recited the prescribed words, he couldn't infuse energy into it to open the seal. As a complete counterfeit, it shouldn't have triggered any phenomena. However, due to its incapacity to extract the amassed power, the sea area would experience more shipwrecks, and the weather would deteriorate. To align with the events of the previous year, the fake ring thrown by the governor of the sea had to complete the first part of the ring-making ritual. Still, without being placed in the basement to honor the ancestor, it could only partially open the seal, unable to extract and monopolize the gathered power. This incomplete process led to a sudden eruption, causing the sea to rage. Lumion's eyes narrowed slightly. As a conspirer, he had seized the core of the matter. 2 rings of the Sea Queen were on the ship, but both were fakes. The ring brought by the deputy host to the ritual ship was also a forgery. In fact, the authentic ring of the Sea Queen hadn't made an appearance during last year's sea prayer ritual. The genuine ring of the Sea Queen, which had undergone the entire ring-making ritual, as per the Fisheries Guild's knowledge, hadn't been placed on the stone platform in the basement to fulfill the ritual of honoring the ancestors. Consequently, it was also a sham, a counterfeit ring lacking the most crucial effect. The deputy host, who had taken the ring of the Sea Queen into the basement and retrieved it last year, might also be part of the problem. The peripheral members affiliated with April Fools weren't considered trustworthy. Their actions likely didn't disrupt the overall plan. The fake ring concealed in the lamb's stomach, and the bard's performance likely served as preparations for subsequent investigations, camouflaging vital clues. As Lumion's thoughts raced, Juan Aro and the deputy host returned to the hall. "It's on the stone platform," whispered the president of the Fisheries Guild, masquerading as Jorge, to Lumion. Lumion refocused his attention and casually inquired, who was responsible for sending the ring of the Sea Queen to the basement last year? "I don't know. Without any special arrangements, anyone can do it. The 4 deputy hosts in the hall last year died in the sea's rage when the ritual failed." Juan Aro, sensing Lumion's suspicion, clarified. "Dead? Unlikely. Lumion lacked the corresponding item for spirit channeling and didn't have time to search for it. All he could do was ask, which one of them was familiar with the ring-making ritual and knows the details of the Ring of the Sea Queen? None of them. It was their first time serving as deputy hosts." Juan Aro shook his head. "Besides, as I said, those who know these secrets are still alive. If the deputy host wasn't Ultraman, then who was it?" Lumion's mind raced as he arrived at a conclusion. It was Mad Lady. Similar to Bard, she utilized the same technique to alter her appearance. With Ultraman's assistance, she assumed the guise of a deputy host, completing the final step in creating the Ring of the Sea Queen. Then, she boarded the ceremonial ship with it. Lumion had been puzzled by how Mad Lady could locate the special sea and rescue Bard accurately and in time. Now, he had the answer. Mad Lady was present on the ceremonial ship, right beside Bard. There was no need for coordinated locations or timing. Initially suspecting Mad Lady to collaborate with Bard, Lumion now realized that Bard worked with Mad Lady, providing assistance in case of unexpected developments and shouldering the responsibility of misleading investigations. Damn it, faceless abilities are so annoying. April Fool's is so annoying. Lumion's emotions fluctuated as he struggled to contain his emotions as he cursed. Relying on his ascetic trait, he restrained himself from erupting. More importantly, while he had unraveled the issues with the sea prayer ritual from last year, the identities of Ultraman and the forthcoming plans of April Fools remained elusive. The night passed in silence. On an out-of-fashion sailboat in the harbor, Charname, sporting a short, round-rimmed felt hat, emerged from the cabin and approached Nalfi, who stood at the edge of the deck. Charname inquired, "Can we enter those special waters if we set off now?" Nalfi nodded, responding, "Yes, the stars will align in a specific pattern after midnight." Following Lumion's instructions, she and Batna had rented a boat for a few days from other ports along the same coastline. Charname chuckled, saying, "Then let's set off." Observing the surprised and puzzled expressions of Nalfi and Batna, he explained, "If we follow the governor of the sea's ceremonial ship, we'll undoubtedly be discovered by the Fisheries Guild. Setting off an hour or two later would be meaningless. Therefore, we'll go ahead of time and hide there, patiently waiting for an opportunity." Although Nalfi didn't understand the nature of the opportunity Charname referred to, she didn't inquire. She responded with anticipation, "Okay." Charname then turned to Batna. "Are you joining us? It will be very dangerous." Batna's expression fluctuated. After more than 10 seconds, he declared, "I'm going." Charname clicked his tongue but remained silent. At that moment, Nalfi frowned, glancing at other parts of the deck, and asked, "What about the sailors here? We can't leave the sea without them, and they can't handle too much danger." Charname chuckled. "Don't worry, we have sailors who can handle danger." As soon as he finished speaking, he half-turned, raising his right hand to the third level of the cabin. He clasped his index finger and thumb into a ring and extended his other 3 fingers. Soon, the captain, first mate, second mate, and all the sailors emerged. Their eyes tightly shut. Like sleepwalkers, they lined up and walked down the gangway toward the docks. Batna and Nalfi's eyes froze, as if trapped in a terrifying dream. Chapter 572, The Real Target. 572, The Real Target. Under the crimson moonlight, the crew members stumbled towards the dock like the living dead, moving towards the various buildings concealed in the darkness. In 7 to 8 minutes, their figures vanished from different spots. Immediately after, Nalfi and Batna observed pitch-black shapes emerging at the edge of the cabin, and eerie pale white or dark green flames igniting across the deck. Figures crawled out of the pitch-black flames. Some wore tattered clothes, and their skin visibly rotted. Others were white bones with fragments of flesh hanging from them. Pale white flames protruded from their eye sockets. These were all corpses. Soon, a half-rotted corpse in a dirty jacket hoisted the sail. The corpse with a missing breastbone stowed the heavy anchor. The other corpses took their positions, steering the sailboat slowly away from the port. As they gazed at the decaying flesh, pale white bones, and sinister flames of different hues, Batna and Nalfi felt as if they had stepped into a novel world. Horror novels, ghostly tales. "Navigator, it's time for you to work." Charname's voice snapped Nalfi back to reality. In the governor of the sea's residence, Lumion leaned against the statueless wall, surveying the other deputy hosts in the hall, including Juan Oro. Uncertain if any of them were genuine, they could easily be impersonated by a faceless. In the upcoming operation, the only person he could unequivocally trust was himself. An hour passed in an indescribable silence. This time, Lumion took the initiative, leading Juan Oro into the basement to retrieve the Ring of the Sea Queen, completing the Paying Homage to the Ancestors segment. The ring rested on the dilapidated stone platform, untouched. Lumion couldn't be certain if it was authentic, but the patterns, symbols, and structure seemed intact, and no one had lurked in the basement after inspection. Maintaining his calm demeanor and a tense heart, Lumion patiently waited until 6 a.m. feeling both mental and physical fatigue dissipate. 2 hours later, the current governor of the sea, Simon, exited the vigil room with 4 maidens of the sea and approached the building's door. Lumion, Juan Oro, and the other deputy hosts promptly stood up and followed. The 2-story sailboat, adorned with colorful flowers, docked at the Milo village's docks. Villagers acted as guards, blocking anyone daring to approach. Ascending the gangway to the deck, Lumion sensed an invisible gaze from every window, flower, and mast, a familiar feeling from when the statues in the governor of the sea's residence came to life. He calmly navigated through the gazes, adhering to Juan Oro's instructions to stand at the left edge of the deck. This was the designated spot for him, the deputy host named Brian. Bangs, bangs, bang. On the dock of Milo Village, vibrant paper fragments burst forth from ceremonial cannons, creating a colorful display. Amid the festive atmosphere, the ship set sail gradually. It circled Port Santa, capturing the cheers and blessings of the people before venturing toward the distant sea. As the navigator, Juan Oro guided the ship into a boundless azure sea with no discernible landmarks. They weaved between left and right turns, occasionally reversing direction. Nearly an hour passed, and beneath the clear, bright sky, dense fog suddenly enveloped the ship. Splash! Within the fog's depths, waves surged like mountains. Any ship it touched would capsize or shatter. The governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea, some sailors, and the 2 deputy hosts, participating in the sea sacrificial segment for the first time, were terror-stricken by the ominous scene, their faces paling. For Juan Oro, a veteran of many sea sacrifices, it seemed like he was observing a child's plaything. He directed the sailors with no emotional fluctuations, guiding the ship along the only safe sea route through the thick fog and exaggerated waves. After an unknown duration, the fog lifted, and the tidal waves miraculously subsided. An ocean resembling sapphires unfolded before Lumion's eyes. The sea appeared limitless, but the distance and sky were gray, with only a hint of sunlight seeping through. Port Santa, Salo Motel. Lugano stood by the window, observing as the citizens formed celebratory teams, weaving through streets and alleys, spreading their joy. Having already taken Ludwig to witness the governor of the sea's colorful flower boat ritual and participated in 2 spontaneous citizen-led celebrations, Lugano returned to the suite as tea time approached. There, he provided Ludwig with food he had purchased and prepared in advance. I could still head out later. When the governor of the sea returns, another wave of celebrations will ensue. Unfortunately, I can't engage with the enthusiastic Fainapotter girls with such a child in tow, Lugano thought regretfully. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door. Who is it? Lugano, a seasoned bounty hunter, heightened his guard. It's me, a gentle voice emanated from outside the door. Lugano recognized her as Rubio Paco's wife, Madame Giorgia. She's here to see the boss. Has something happened to the Paco family again? Lugano glanced at Ludwig, who was eating earnestly, and quickly walked to the door and opened it. Giorgia, not clad in her usual glamorous attire, wore a black dress akin to that of an old widowed matriarch. Her long, disheveled brown hair was in disarray, and her thick azure eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear and panic. "Where's Monsieur Louis Barry?" the lady inquired. "He's participating in various celebrations for the sea prayer ritual." Lugano fabricated an excuse. He observed the distressed Madame Giorgia and instinctively inquired with concern, "Did something happen?" Giorgia stammered, panic and fear evident in her eyes. "I discovered the true identity of that humanoid lizard." That humanoid lizard, the one the boss killed. Amidst Lugano's confusion, Giorgia suddenly threw herself into his arms. The fragrance permeated Lugano's senses, momentarily hindering him from immediately pushing the madam away. Giorgia suppressed her voice, but couldn't conceal her fear. "That humanoid lizard was my husband, Rubio Paco." Huh? Lugano was both surprised and bewildered. Giorgia gritted her teeth and explained, "The one you guys saw, it's fake." Fake, someone impersonated Rubio Paco, and the real Rubio Paco had transformed into a humanoid lizard, killed by the boss. As this realization struck Lugano, his thoughts suddenly slowed down. The surroundings seemed coated in a glass-like layer. He instinctively struggled, but Georgia held him tightly, interrupting him with various subtle actions. Ludwig, engrossed in devouring a skewer of roasted octopuses at the dining table, appeared oblivious to the unfolding silent drama at the door. In a suite diagonally across the corridor, Rubio Paco sat quietly in a recliner, wearing a faint smile. He had orchestrated the humanoid lizard incident and hired Louis Barry to resolve it intentionally. Firstly, he aimed to confirm the other party's identity. Secondly, he wanted to leave a vulnerability in the Paco family's handling of weak monsters, ensuring others wouldn't suspect a faceless's involvement to confuse the target. However, he abandoned the plan to deal with Louis Barry and refrained from triggering the corresponding trap. This decision wasn't due to uncertainty about the target's identity. The mystery's aura on Lumion Lee's chest couldn't escape his notice. He was unlike others. Instead, he had a new plan. The overall April Fool's operation might not align with Loki's personal objectives. His current focus shifted to the young boy, Ludwig. To him, a sealed demigod-level powerhouse was a gift from the celestial worthy. No ritualistic target could be more suitable. Hence, he hinted at the sea anomaly, simultaneously confusing Lumion Lee and allowing him to connect the concepts of sealing and theft, understanding what occurred during last year's prank. He took the initiative to board the ship and head to the sea sacrifice grounds, enticing this formidable opponent away while another force restrained him. Now, he was ready to execute a grand performance, captivating the attention of numerous Port Santa citizens. The calm, gem-like sea held no waves. The four maidens of the sea engaged in a brief sacrificial dance, while sailors carried offerings, lambs, roosters, ox heads, and more from the cabin, stacking them at the bow. With the ring of the Sea Queen in hand, Juan Aro approached the governor of the sea, awaiting the groom's gift for the proposed marriage. Lumion, vigilant of everyone present, scanned his surroundings. Any one of them could suddenly reveal themselves as Bard, Mad Lady, Ultraman, Loki, Hisoka, or a marionette. The gentle, rhythmic dance concluded swiftly. Juan Oro produced the peculiar golden ring, passing it to the incumbent governor of the sea, Simon Gairo. At that moment, a person emerged openly from the cabin. A woman in a black nun's uniform and matching hat, her expression calm yet tinged with sadness. The surrounding sailors paid her no heed, as if she were invisible. Seeing this, Lumion's pupils dilated, then constricted. It was the source of derangement. The humanoid sealed artifact, lost by the eternal blazing sun church. In an instant, Lumion comprehended two things. The Death Navigators, transformed governors of the sea, had coincidentally appeared near the flying bird, stirring colossal waves. The humanoid sealed artifact had unconsciously set out to sea, coincidentally choosing the same destination as him, Port Santa. There was a purpose behind this. Chapter 573, Bard. 573 Bard. The woman in the black nun's attire felt Lumion's gaze, turning her head slightly and locking eyes with him. Lumion's gaze met hers, filled with indescribable colors, and the figure in his line of sight vanished. Simultaneously, Lumion recognized the insignificance of this occurrence. It didn't warrant further consideration. Beside the incumbent governor of the sea, Juan Oro noticed the once calm azure sea undulating. In the gray sky, stars barely visible to the naked eye underwent changes, stirring an inexplicable throbbing and emotional shift within him. An anomaly, Juan Oro couldn't determine if it was good or bad. Given the circumstances, any change was treated as an accident, potentially caused by a hidden enemy. Without hesitation, he forcefully thrust the ring of the Sea Queen into the hands of the incoming governor of the sea, Simon, growling, "Hurry up and marry the sea." In a moment of desperation, the president of the Fisheries Guild unintentionally failed to alter his voice to sound like Jorge. However, his vocal cords had changed, making him sound younger than usual. Simon, taken aback by the shout, didn't notice Juan Oro's voice shift. He raised his hand, clutching the ring of the Sea Queen, and recited, "I espouse thee, O sea, as a sign of true and perpetual dominion." With that, he threw the unique golden ring. It trembled with light, its surface covered in a gentle glow. As the ring of the Sea Queen submerged, its glow intensified and expanded to the size of a baby before transforming into a cone of light, vanishing into the azure seawater. In the next moment, Juan Oro, Lumion, and the rest heard a deafening boom. Splash! The sea boiled, unleashing huge waves that catapulted the colorful flower boat into the air. A destructive aura echoed in the surroundings. The sea's fury, how could this happen? Juan Oro's pupils dilated in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that they had angered the sea again. It seemed like this year's sea prayer ritual had failed once more. He had meticulously followed every step, witnessing the placement of the ring of the Sea Queen on the dilapidated stone platform representing the ancestors. He personally retrieved and guarded it with utmost vigilance. Everything went smoothly. How could this be? As the bridal boat teetered on the verge of capsizing, Juan Oro clenched his fists, and crystalline scales resembling starlight manifested on his body. His eyes darkened, resembling resplendent stars emerging within. He melded with the sea. The crashing sound abruptly ceased, and the majestic, terrifying azure waves froze in midair, as if held tightly by an unseen hand. In Milo Village, within the cathedral-like governor of the sea's building, the imposter governor of the sea, Miguel, lay in the servants' room. Suddenly, he sat up and leisurely rose from the bed, a self-satisfied smile playing on his face. Standing before a glass window overlooking the weeds outside, he muttered to himself, "It's almost time. I wonder how Juan Oro will react when he discovers the sea sacrifice has failed again. Heh, this is payback for all the care he's given me over the past year. What's Loki up to? Why the sudden deviation from the original plan? Isn't he concerned about potential accidents?" Miguel, a key member of April Fools, Bard, had previously disguised himself as the sailor, Uru, and boarded the ship, escaping with Mad Lady when he jumped into the sea. Their plan over the course of the past year was devised last year. They had selected locals from Port Santa who resembled the unfortunate governor. After disrupting the sea sacrifice and returning ashore, they promptly killed one of their targets, allowing Bard to assume the guise. Their confidence in Miguel, disguised by Bard, becoming the false governor of the sea, stemmed from Ultraman taking charge of matter. To prevent potential rebellion from peripheral April Fool's members, Bard, a former swindler, intentionally wrote Emperor Rosel's secret chronicles and handed them to Loki. The latter discreetly distributed them in Trier, creating the illusion of Bard's activity in Intis. This tactic prevented others from connecting Miguel, obediently residing in the governor of the sea's residence, to Bard. Writing about Emperor Rosel's romantic past indeed amused Bard, and witnessing Juan Oro's reactions, including the lashing with a crutch before intimate encounters with his granddaughter and the wives and daughters of relevant personnel, greatly satisfied Bard's mischievous tendencies. However, pranks were secondary. Bard's main objective in assuming the disguise of the governor of the sea was clear. He gained unrestricted access to the basement of the building, believed by Milo Village's inhabitants to be the sacrificial ground for their ancestors. Despite being a fake governor of the sea under the watchful eyes of Sea Spawn in the house, he had free reign everywhere except the ring-making ritual grounds and the vigil room. Only those two areas were off-limits unless he crossed a line. Moreover, Ultraman confirmed that the basement of the governor's residence held no value for the Sea Spawn. Except for two symbolic guards at the staircase, there were no monitors or protectors inside. Villagers of Milo Village only visited occasionally, showing respect for the governor of the sea by not entering or leaving the building without permission. This provided ample opportunities for Bard, the imposter governor of the sea. Thinking about the expressions of Juan Oro and Lumion Lee when they witnessed the sea prayer ritual's failure again, Bard couldn't help but chuckle. He muttered in a mocking tone, "You know, the sea sacrifice, ring-making, and vigil happen once a year. Haven't you considered that the ancestral sacrificial ritual can only occur annually? That dilapidated altar requires the slow accumulation of worshippers' spirituality. It takes almost 12 months to gather the necessary enchantment. Over half a month before the basement gained serious attention, he had strategically placed an item related to one of the 3 pathways on the altar, openly siphoning the accumulated theft powers. With this plan, Bard believed that, regardless of the success of the previous night's ring-making ritual, regardless of how closely Juan Aro and Lumion Li guarded against the replacement of the Ring of the Sea Queen, it wouldn't possess the ability to steal power from the sea bottom. Hence, the sea prayer ritual was destined to fail. The seal would further open, and the long-accumulated volcano inside would erupt. Anyone attempting to stop it would perish. Last year, the reason April Fools took the risk of making Mad Lady a deputy host and deliberately replacing the Ring of the Sea Queen on the sacrificial ancestor's stone platform with another item arose because the theory that the high-level stealing power could only be used once a year wasn't entirely confirmed. Although Ultraman could analyze and experiment in the basement, he refrained from doing so too frequently to avoid suspicion. Following the sea prayer ritual failure last year and the subsequent monthly experiments over the past 11 months, Bard, Ultraman, and Mad Lady were now certain that they didn't need to go through the trouble of replacing the real Ring of the Sea Queen. Instead, they could preemptively take away the theft power. Thus, they sneered at Lumion Li's efforts, unconcerned about his actions or the need for destructive measures to avoid detection by the Earth Mother Church. Despite their confidence, they still had to maintain appearances, including seeking help from Lumion Li. Bard shifted his gaze, averting it to his left hand. There were signs of a ring being worn there. This was, in fact, the item carrying the key functions of the Ring of the Sea Queen. Port Santa, Salo Motel, at the entrance of the 5th-floor suite. Hugging Madame Georgia, Lugano's thoughts faltered, as if the iron gears were covered in yellow rust or lacking lubricant. What's going on? Am I under attack? No, I have to hurry. I have to get rid of this state. Lugano attempted to push away the woman in his arms, only to realize she had become surprisingly heavy. Using her joints subtly, Madame Georgia prevented him from raising his arms and legs. The movements resembled a lover's playful interaction. Coupled with his disjointed thoughts, even a planter like Lugano couldn't break free from Georgia's restraints. Panicking, Lugano opened his mouth, about to call for help. Just then, Georgia lifted her head, pressing her red lips against his. Lugano was momentarily taken aback. In the adjacent room, Jenna, disguised as a female mercenary, held a mirror to reflect the situation in Lumion's living room through the glass and other items. Seeing Lugano and Georgia embracing and flirting, Jenna couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn it, can you even go into heat at a time like this? And in front of a child. Considering that Franca would be joined by members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, Lumion tasked Jenna with secretly monitoring Lugano to figure out what was wrong with the interpreter. As a former showy diva, Jenna had witnessed similar scenes and even more restrictive ones. She couldn't fathom why they chose to display such affection at the door. At that moment, Anthony Reed, standing beside her, looked at the mirror and frowned. It doesn't seem like they're making out. Their actions and expressions aren't typical of people engaged in such activities. Chapter 574, Heavy. 574 Heavy. Their actions and expressions don't align with the typical behavior of people engaged in intimate moments. Though Jenna had witnessed such scenes in the past, she hadn't delved into the intricacies of others' intimate interactions. Upon hearing Anthony's words, she promptly sided with the spectator's perspective. Anthony continued, Lugano's body language indicates clear resistance. His current condition is highly abnormal. Resisting, yet not breaking free, there's a lack of intense movements, even though Lugano is a Sequence 8 Beyonder with a strengthened physique. This situation is undeniably peculiar. What kind of Beyonder powers could cause this? Jenna swiftly sifted through the information about potential adversaries for this mission. Most of it had been compiled by Franca, with a small section supplemented by Judgment and Madam Magician. As these thoughts raced through Jenna's mind, a realization quickly dawned on her. Marionettist. A Sequence 5 Marionettist from the Seer pathway. According to Franca's description of Marionettists, These Beyonders could lurk in the shadows, silently transforming their targets into autonomous marionettes from a distance. And Madame Magician's additional information included this. A marionettist manipulates a creature's spirit body threads. A skilled marionettist can establish initial control of the target's spirit body threads in 5 to 10 seconds, slowing down thoughts, movements, and stiffening the body. Lugano's current state perfectly matched the characteristics of a marionettist's initial control over the spirit body threads. Jenna lowered her voice and said to Anthony, "Loki." The enemy with the codename Loki was none other than a marionettist. Anthony immediately grasped Jenna's conjecture and nodded affirmatively. No need to rush. It takes a marionettist several minutes to completely transform the target into a marionette. We have a chance to rescue Lugano. As per the information, forcibly taking Lugano away, pushing him beyond a certain limit, or triggering him could help him break free from the spirit body threads or enhance his resistance to such manipulation. Certainly, the most direct approach would be to locate Loki's true form and launch a direct attack on the enemy, preventing him from concentrating on controlling Lugano's spirit body threads. Jenna caught Anthony's implication. Don't hurry to rescue Lugano. Find Loki's true form while Loki hasn't detected us. The two of them had posed as a couple and checked into Salo Motel's suite the previous night. Once Loki was identified, dealing with a peculiar, insidious adversary with formidable abilities might be beyond their capacity. However, they could create a significant disturbance and report to the Fertility Order, responsible for local Beyonder matters. Lumion had already coordinated with Nolia in advance. Jenna nodded and reached for the fluorescent powder, preparing to conceal herself. But in the next moment, she abandoned the idea. She recalled the information's warning. Marionetists can directly perceive the spirit body threads of different creatures. Most invisibility effects wouldn't work on them. Moreover, Loki was currently manipulating spirit body threads. How to locate Loki? Jenna pondered with a strong sense of urgency. In the sealed waters, aboard the betrothal ship, Lumion first witnessed the mountain-like azure waves surging, only to realize that they had frozen in the air, as if subjected to a sudden freeze. The surroundings emitted a violent aura, obliterating everything in its path. The sea's fury, Lumion's heart skipped a beat. Similarly, he couldn't fathom what had gone awry. It seemed that the ring of the Sea Queen had only unlocked the first half of the seal and hadn't manifested the second half of its stealing effect. Nevertheless, following the completion of the ring-making ritual, the ring was indeed placed on the dilapidated stone platform. Lumion and Juan Oro had retrieved it together. Previously uncertain if the ring of the Sea Queen had been swapped, Lumion now knew it hadn't. This was evident as the ring of the Sea Queen had further opened the seal. A counterfeit ring, lacking the previous ritual, wouldn't exhibit a similar function. Could it be that someone moved the ring of the Sea Queen during the hour in the basement, preventing it from completing the eroding power's duration? Or perhaps the critical stone platform in the basement was destroyed in advance, hindering the completion of the ancestral ritual? Unlikely. How could the first scenario elude the attention of Juan Oro, me, and the sea spawn surveillance? The second scenario shouldn't be inconspicuous. It would undoubtedly be discovered by the sea spawn. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he suddenly felt a slight erosion from the destructive aura surrounding him. His mind instantly connected to something. Vaguely, Lumion saw the dark blue seabed, nearly pitch black. He saw a peculiar object partially embedded in rocks and gravel. The object was unnaturally massive, surpassing the Fertility Order's cloister and the governor of the sea's residence combined. It bore a silver-gray hue, with sleek lines resembling a colossal spindle missing its front segment. At that moment, the side of the object gleamed with a radiant starlight. Together, they appeared to form a circular, transparent door. Through the door, Lumion saw a particular scene inside. Silver-gray metal walls were densely covered with special holes, resembling hives. In some nests, black foam bubbled as thin, bristle-covered baitings, black insects crawled out. Some nests contained more than 10 compartments, with a wrinkled little devil lying inside, seemingly deceased and disintegrating into various forms. As this peculiar and horrifying scene etched into Lumien's mind, he snapped out of his stupor. He couldn't be bothered to ponder April Fool's actions. He swiftly deliberated on how to prevent the sealed object from going berserk and breaking free entirely. The extracted power has yet to cause any harm. It appears to be suppressed by Juan Oro at the expense of his life. If I can seize this window of opportunity to steal the released power and distribute it to everyone with a C bloodline, there's a chance of completing the C sacrifice segment and allowing the C prayer ritual to succeed. Stealing. In an instant, Lumien contemplated two solutions. Firstly, he could immediately seek help from Mr. Fool, an expert in this area, with Termaburose as a precedent. Secondly, he could utilize the Lie earring, a mystical item that had gained the ability to steal others' powers on the stone platform meant to honor the ancestors. Lumien swiftly discarded the first option, considering April Fool's involvement. With the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings backing them, seeking Mr. Fool's assistance might not yield a response. It could potentially be a time-consuming effort. As for the second method, Lumien sensed a strong feeling of inevitability and an undeniable sense of coincidence. Lie had recently acquired the ability to steal someone else's power, and here it was proving beneficial in a critical moment. Without the luxury of time for careful analysis, Lumien made a swift decision. Put aside coincidences and inevitability for now. Resolving the current predicament was the most pragmatic approach. He then retrieved the silver Lie earring from his pocket. Typically, such items couldn't be brought onto the betrothal ship. They would surely be discovered by the sea spawn. However, this time, Juan Oro had communicated with the sea spawn in advance, stating that he and his assistant intended to pose as deputy hosts and board the ship to guard against any potential mishaps. The sea spawn placed their trust in the president of the Fisheries Guild more than anyone else, while the traders were still at large. Their intelligence wasn't particularly high, and they were especially protective of the sea prayer ritual. Clutching the Lie earring, Lumien extended his spirituality. He immediately perceived the surrounding starlight and sensed their presence. Lumien subconsciously extended his hand and twisted his wrist. A plethora of starlight cascaded down, rushing toward the Lie earring and enveloping him. At that moment, a person materialized in front of him. She wore a black nun's uniform, her face expressing profound sorrow. She appeared like a colossal whale, suddenly leaping out of the sea without warning. It's her, the source of derangement. Lumien finally recollected something he had forgotten. There was indeed such a person on the ship. In the next instant, he sensed the humanoid sealed artifact becoming unusually weighty, so heavy that the surrounding void slightly bent. It was so heavy that all the starlight surged toward her like the sea. The weight was so immense that the betrothal ship began to sink, and the nearby seawater was pushed aside. Silently, Lumien witnessed the sea around him morphing into a translucent azure mountain peak, looming over them as they descended to the seabed. It resembled the walls of a deep well, and the well mouth, formed by these walls, grew more distant with each passing moment. 4 hours ago, at the edge of the foggy sea, Nalfi said to Charname, "You have to listen to me completely from now on. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous." "Sure," Charname nodded. "But before that, we need to communicate openly." A smile gradually spread across his face. Batna, who stood beside Nalfi, asked curiously, "What communication?" Charname produced a metal canister and looked at Nalfi. "This is an agent that can make people speak the truth. I want to know if you have a secret collaborator. If so, who is it? Don't worry, it's not poison." Charname unscrewed the lid and took a sip to demonstrate his sincerity. Nalfi fell silent. "If I don't understand the corresponding details, it'll be challenging for me to follow your instructions," Charname began to instigate. "We're already here. We could enter those waters at any moment and destroy the underwater palace before the sea prayer ritual. Are you truly willing to give up?" Nalfi remained silent for a moment before accepting the metal canister and taking a big gulp. Charname's heart ached as he withdrew the bottle and patiently waited for the medicine to take effect. Chapter 575, Handover. 575, Handover. After a while, Charname reached his limit. He stared at Nalfi and questioned, "Do you have any secret collaborators?" Nalfi gently nodded and admitted, "Yes." Batna and Charname anticipated this response, but it failed to dampen Charname's excitement. "Who is it?" Nalfi hesitated for a moment before revealing, It's Juan Oro." Juan Oro, the president of the Fisheries Guild. Batna was caught off guard. Charname shared the sentiment. Could the spy be the boss? Despite his critique, he pressed on, "Are you sure it's Juan Oro?" While instructing Juan Oro to investigate the core members of the Fisheries Guild, Lumion, who had uncovered the Earth Mother Church's true motives, sought similar information from Nolia of the Fertility Order, which included Juan Oro, the president. Official reports indicated that Juan Oro's health had been relatively stable. He had never faced serious illness or severe injury. Moreover, he hadn't displayed any signs of losing control of his lizard form. In essence, there was no indication that he had been possessed by Ultraman, a transmigrator. Naturally, a definitive judgment couldn't be made based solely on this information. After all, when the original bodies of many curly-haired baboons research society members met unfortunate fates, there were no witnesses. Despite growing older, Juan Oro's personality remained relatively unchanged, sans the increasingly stubborn streak and a penchant for returning to the sea. Crucially, if Juan Oro were Ultraman, many of April Fool's disruptive actions during the Sea Prayer ritual would be unnecessary. It could be executed in a simpler and more covert manner. Considering these factors, Charname had previously concluded that Juan Oro wasn't a key member of April Fool's. Nalfi pursed her lips and disclosed, "It's him. I met him 6 months ago in Port Rayak." Rayak, located north of the Darij mountain range, served as a port under the jurisdiction of the Riston province in the Intis Republic. "Met before," Charname blurted out. "Your eyes can deceive you. What you perceive doesn't necessarily reflect reality." Unable to hold back his desire to confide, he continued, "Just like now, the me you see isn't equivalent to the real me. The difference is quite significant." "Are you suggesting that the Juan Oro I encountered was an imposter?" Nalfi expressed disbelief. "But he also demonstrated the ability to control the waves." Charname chuckled. "Many Fisheries Guild committee members possess such abilities. What if one of them impersonated Juan Oro?" But it's too similar." Nalfi fell into self-doubt. Charname spoke casually. "Based on the intel we gathered, Juan Oro hasn't left Port Santa for nearly a decade. He's the president of the Fisheries Guild. He frequents the association daily." While this information was used to persuade Nalfi, it wasn't conclusive evidence. If Juan Oro were Ultraman, he could have enlisted Mad Lady's help to travel to Port Rayak and return in less than 2 hours. Under such circumstances, hardly anyone would notice his brief absence. Nalfi fell silent, pondering, and muttered, Then who could it be?" "How would I know?" Charname expressed his criticism. Appearing slightly awkward, he shifted the conversation. "What kind of collaboration did the imposter Juan Oro seek with you? Do you have any means to obliterate the underwater palace and put an end to the sea prayer ritual once and for all?" Nalfi's body quivered, as if grappling with an innate urge. After a brief pause, she struggled in response. "He'll help me cover my tracks and disregard my existence. He'll permit me to board a ship and infiltrate the sea sacrifice waters ahead of the governor of the sea's vessel and conceal myself. Then, as the governor of the sea unveils the ring of the Sea Queen and utters the words of the marriage proposal, I'll deliver a line. My mother imparted that passage to me. It originated from her profound connection with the palace when she received the sea's blessing. Its purpose is to trigger a self-destruct sequence within the palace." Nalfi's words flowed more effortlessly, signifying that she had given up on resisting. "Self-destruction sequence? Are you certain? Do you comprehend that language from God knows where?" Charname wore an expression of skepticism. "That's what my mother told me." Nalfi conveyed her lack of understanding of the language's meaning. Charname pressed on, "Does your mother comprehend that language?" "She doesn't, but she grasps its significance." "Can you fathom it? It's a form of spiritual communication," Nalfi defended her mother with determination. Deceiving through soul-level communication isn't out of the realm of possibility. Moreover, it's always simpler to dupe the illiterate. Charname muttered his internal grievances once again. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did the impostor Juan Oro inform you that the sea prayer ritual failed last year?" "No, if he had, I wouldn't have chartered a boat at Port Santa." Nolfi expressed her frustration on the matter. Had she known from the beginning that last year's sea prayer ritual had faltered, she would have anticipated heightened vigilance at Port Santa this year. Those attempting to rent a boat for a sea journey would undoubtedly be on a watch list. Charname wore a perplexed expression. "Wouldn't that mean the impostor Juan Oro was expecting you to be apprehended by Lotto Gairo?" Half a year ago, neither April Fools nor anyone with ulterior motives in Port Santa had foreseen Lumien's arrival to investigate the sea prayer ritual. This suggested that Nolfi's original role wasn't designed to lure Lumien. It might have been part of April Fool's initial plan until they reconsidered, opting to exploit the great adventurer's investigations. Under such circumstances, letting Nolfi be captured by Lotto Gairo was evidently not a mere oversight in April Fool's plan, unless that was their intention all along. Is Nolfi being thrown into the mix to confuse the Fisheries Guild and sow suspicion among other committee members against Juan Oro? A rift between them would hinder their cooperation. But this strategy doesn't seem cunning enough. Is it an attempt to divert the Earth Mother Church's attention from this year's sea prayer ritual and redirect it towards Nolfi? Or Franca, posing as Charname, had a guess. Or perhaps Lotto Gairo is a member of April Fools. The moment Nolfi arrived at Port Santa and tried to rent a boat, she was apprehended. Not only does Lotto Gairo hold complete sway over this collaborator, but he also offers corresponding protection. Could it be that, when the sea prayer ritual is on the brink of commencing, he will feign a lapse in vigilance, allowing Nolfi to escape successfully and secure a boat? With this speculation in mind, the more Franca considered Lotto Gairo, the more something felt awry. Whether it was the intel provided by the Knight of Swords or information from the authorities, a consistent message emerged. Lotto Gairo had slept in separate rooms from his wife many years ago. For transmigrators, after taking over the original owner's body, their greatest apprehension was being exposed by those around them through various details. Among these people, the ones most likely to unveil their disguises were their deeply connected parents and spouses who shared the same bed. In particular, the latter were privy to many interaction habits unknown to others. In such circumstances, opting to sleep in separate rooms was evidently a form of self-protection for transmigrators. Initially, Franca had a fleeting suspicion when she came across this information, but she promptly dismissed it. Firstly, it wasn't uncommon for a middle-aged man and his wife to have separate sleeping quarters. Lotto Gairo wasn't the sole Fisheries Guild committee member to adopt this practice. Secondly, Lotto Gairo had previously been forcibly controlled by the Knight of Swords and Lumien before being subjected to truth serum. During subsequent questioning, he displayed no indications of ties to April Fools. He didn't even betray any signs of stifling laughter when discussing marrying the sea. However, what if Lotto Gairo, who willingly transmitted Nolfi's information, had prepped in advance to elude the adventurer's detection and had cloaked a portion of his memories through hypnosis? The truth serum fundamentally heightened the inclination to share with others. Anything beyond the user's knowledge or comprehension remained veiled. The pressing question now was, where did Lotto Gairo acquire Beyonders or items with similar capabilities through April Fool's channels? Franca, increasingly convinced that Lotto Gairo was Ultraman, recalled a crucial detail. The current governor of the sea, Simon, belonged to the Gairo family. Previously, Juan Oro had heeded her advice to conduct a blood test on everyone, excluding Lumien, who boarded the ship. The aim was to confirm familial ties and unveil any outsiders attempting to infiltrate in disguise. What if Simon Gairo was Lotto Gairo in disguise? This method would only affirm his identity. On the betrothal ship, now resting on the seabed as if weighed down by a colossal boulder, Simon Gairo, positioned at the bow, appeared bewildered, his face a mixture of panic and confusion. Yet, a faint curl formed at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the governor of the sea handover ritual from the previous night flashed in his mind. Clad in a pristine blue suit, Simon Guerrero entered the hall, noting his predecessor, governor of the sea Miguel, clad in a retro white robe, observing him. Following the predetermined procedure, he uttered the prearranged words. "I'll leave the sea to you." "It's my honor," Simon Guerrero responded solemnly as he advanced toward the other party. Miguel extended his right hand, and Simon Guerrero reached out for a handshake. This gesture symbolized the departure of the former governor of the sea and the commencement of Simon Guerrero's role as the present governor of the sea. After the handshake, they passed each other by. As they turned their gazes in opposite directions, the corners of their lips subtly curled upwards. Under the scrutiny of the numerous statues surrounding them, one advanced while the other exited the hall. Chapter 576, Palace. 576 Palace. Having transformed into Simon through a Seer Pathways sealed artifact, Lotto Guerrero observed the illusory starlight surrounding them, akin to seawater caught in a vortex. It cascaded down, forming a massive funnel. The origin of this vortex was the humanoid sealed artifact they had abducted from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. After the exposure of the curly-haired baboons Research Society's internal affairs and the consecutive deaths of Loki and I Know Someone, one resurrected at the cost of a precious opportunity, while the other met a permanent end. They adjusted their initial sea sacrifice plan and activated a backup strategy to counter potential interference from the Research Society. According to the revived Loki's warning, Hela, the Society's vice president, had likely ascended to Sequence 4, reaching demigod status and switched from the death pathway to the Evernight pathway. Depending solely on Ultraman, Bard, and Mad Lady, their intricate plans would crumble before absolute strength. Of course, they were confident if it were just Hela alone. Confidence wavered when considering President Gandalf and Enigma and the other vice presidents, alongside the troublesome society members. Dealing with them now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Starlight surged, revealing a sorrowful woman in black nun's attire to everyone on the ship. Her presence felt magnetic, as if attempting to absorb everything around her. It was akin to an unusually heavy iron ball falling from the center of a taut fishing net, dragging objects down and pulling the surrounding net with it. In these circumstances, previously still items naturally slipped away. The most impacted was Juan Oro, with a potent sea bloodline and formidable sea power. Resisting the sea's fury, he felt a spatial inversion, as if his front and back had switched to up and down. Like a lost person above an abyss, he involuntarily fell to the bottom at an accelerated speed, where the woman in black nun's attire awaited. The deputy hosts, apart from Lumion, felt an unseen force tugging at them. Struggling, they staggered towards the humanoid sealed artifact. The sea's power within them wavered, propelling them to the surface, revealing sparkling starry scales that hinted at losing control. The maidens of the sea and the sailors on the ship struggled against the terrifying suction force, swaying on the spot. Some experienced their skin smoothing, others felt scales emerging in their flesh, and a few shifted their feet intermittently. Lumion, though relatively unscathed, exerted considerable strength to resist the relentless pull. As an ascetic, he vaguely sensed the river of fate for everyone present surging toward the humanoid sealed artifact. Future tributaries narrowed and converged, leading inevitably to one possibility: death. In that moment, Lumion grasped why the humanoid sealed artifact could use words to curse someone to death. Lotto Guerrero reached out, gripping the shipboard to resist the invisible pull from the woman. His gaze scanned the people on the ship, then returned to the sea's depths. The ship descended, surrounded by a translucent wall of azure seawater. Sea creatures swam within, seemingly oblivious to the anomaly. In the distance, the spindle-shaped silver-gray object at the sea bottom, its tip embedded in rocks, came into view. Lotto Guerrero suppressed any sign of a smile. He was nearing his destination. The fools from the Fisheries Guild and the oblivious Earth Mother Church might never comprehend what lay sealed at the bottom of the sea here. It wasn't a so-called palace, but a spaceship. a spacecraft that infiltrated during the fourth epoch. It boasted a sci-fi dimension, housing advanced technology entwined with mystical Beyonder elements, forming the core of the entire spaceship. A locator, a petri dish, a breeding box, a key component of a stargate, a place where a Beyonder object slumbered. The Ring of the Sea Queen, crafted by the Sea Spawn, served as the spacecraft's key. Only when the external seal weakened annually could it activate the spacecraft's internal power, merging the two to crack the core seal. Lotto Gyro's gaze grew greedier as he stared at the faintly discernible silver gray behemoth. His aim extended beyond temporary authority to become the true governor of the sea and the spaceship's owner. This would grant him immense power and the ability to accomplish unimaginable feats using the spaceship. The azure sea, tinged with a hint of green, encircled the ship as if respectfully escorting them into the palace of the sea. Seeing the sea's fury interrupted by the woman's sudden appearance, making her the most perilous element, Juan Aro wasted no time deepening his connection with the sea. At that moment, he temporarily became the governor of the sea. He resisted the terrifying suction force. Abruptly, the humanoid sealed artifact departed from the ship, entering an empty darkness. Resplendent stars flickered above, below, and to her left. Ahead stood Juan Aro, covered in starlight scales, deep-eyed, and with completely white hair. Juan Aro raised his right hand, swiping his finger. The stars plummeted with fiery tails, stirring up waves. On the betrothal ship, everyone lost the momentum to rush to the same place. However, the power they used to resist the pull couldn't be withdrawn, causing them to fall in the opposite direction. Lotto Gyro feigned a similar state, crashing into the bow of the ship. Seeing the silver-gray behemoth approaching, his heart leaped with joy. He was about to recite a phrase he didn't comprehend but understood its purpose. It was a coded order to completely open the spaceship's door and establish an energy passageway, allowing him to enter under protection. April Fools had been established for several years. Lotto Gyro's decision to target the sea prayer ritual last year was influenced by the resolution of other voices from the Governor of the Sea, Maidens of the Sea, and certain sea spawn. This allowed them to understand the significance of the three crucial passages. I espouse thee, O sea, was one of the passages, its true meaning being to inject energy into the created key and enter a password. Lotto Gyro was about to recite the second paragraph, which served as an order to initiate the spaceship. Initially, he and Bard planned to deceive the foolish Nalfi, tricking her into reciting the words to avoid danger. Once the spaceship activated and left these waters, the sea prayer ritual would naturally conclude. There wouldn't be any follow-up. Whether it involved self-destruction or not, it wasn't a concern for her. She had achieved her essential goal. However, the situation changed drastically, especially when the curly-haired Baboons Research Society learned about the sea prayer ritual. Ultraman and Bard modified their plans, roping in external aid and reducing Nalfi's role. Eventually, she became bait to lead troublemakers, represented by Lumion Lee and Hidden Blade. Lotto Gyro opened his mouth and muttered the words. As he finished speaking, he looked expectantly at the spaceship at the sea bottom. But nothing happened. How is this possible? Lotto Gyro's heart tightened, feeling a sudden sense of danger. With a jolt, he saw everything disintegrate like a soap bubble, vanishing. Lumion, transformed into Brian, had arrived near him at some point. A dream. He had been dreaming since Juan Oro pulled the humanoid sealed artifact into the cosmic void. Hela, this name flashed through Lotto Gyro's mind. He had paid attention to whether there were other ships lurking around. As these thoughts raced through his mind, formless hands appeared around Lotto Gyro, pushing Lumion away. Then he saw a sailboat, clearly abandoned by time, outlined in the cavity surrounded by seawater beside the betrothal ship. Shadows clung to its canvas, and corpses stood on the observatory. The deck was littered with decaying or boneless undead creatures. At the bow of the ship, a woman dressed as a black widow stood silently. Hela. Less than 4 hours ago, Franca, posing as Charname, signaled Nalfi and Batna to wait for further arrangements. Returning to the cabin, she entered the captain's cabin and addressed Hela, standing by the window. "I've roughly guessed who Ultraman is, but I can't be sure." "I guessed as much," Hela replied, having overheard Franca and Nulfi's conversation. Franca gritted her teeth and said, "If it's really Lotto Gyro, there will definitely be variables on the ship. I have to quickly summon Lumien's messenger and inform him of our guess. Let's wait a little longer and time it well. We'll send the message when the deputy hosts leave the governor of the sea's residence, but prior to boarding the ship," Hela advised. Franca confirmed succinctly, "Got it." She observed Hela, with her light blonde hair naturally cascading over her shoulders, and her dark eyes seemingly darker as she meticulously engraved patterns and arranged items on the captain's cabin desk. With curiosity, she promptly inquired, "What's this for?" "Setting up a ritual to completely conceal the entire ship, preventing anyone from discovering it. It's impossible for me to do this on my own. I can only achieve it through a deity's help, and she should be very willing to help." Without hesitation, Hela took off the pure silver ring embedded with a black diamond from her right hand and placed it in the center of the altar. On the betrothal ship, Lumien scrutinized Lotto Gyro, his body quivering with excitement. He couldn't comprehend how the other party had thwarted the sea prayer ritual once again. After all, he had been vigilantly observing this old friend of his and hadn't witnessed any ring switching. Nonetheless, it didn't matter. A well-devised plan was not a fragile creation that crumbled with the slightest mistake. It had to allow for enough margin for error. Similarly, Lotto Gyro couldn't fathom how Hela and the ship had approached without triggering his detection. But it didn't matter, if they hadn't prepared for the interference of the curly-haired baboons research society and Hela, they wouldn't have taken action this time. Lotto Gyro's eyes suddenly darkened, and specks of starlight illuminated. The surrounding azure seawater froze once more. Here, he surpassed the old-timer, Juan Oro. He had long amassed the power to temporarily become the governor of the sea. In the upcoming period, he would ascend to become the god of these waters. Chapter 577, Same Thoughts. 577, Same Thoughts. On the flower ship, Lotto Gyro extended his arms, and sunlight erupted from his body. The sky dimmed, and the sea approached nothingness. Illusory stars emerged among them, expanding like distant suns. In the next moment, Lotto Gyro swiftly spoke a few words in ancient Hermes with a grave expression. "God says entering dreams is ineffective." With the reinforcement of the sea's power, he neared the status of a sequence 4 demigod. This allowed him to employ the notary's, God says, ability more precisely, diminishing Hela's capacity to compel people into entering dreams. Without this intervention, if Hela used her ability to forcefully restrain him without guiding him into an easily interruptible dream to gather information, breaking free from such a demigod's dream would prove challenging in a short time. He would become like a feral dog under anesthesia, at Lumien Lee's mercy. The choice of entering dreams is ineffective, over sleeping is ineffective, was deliberate. The former was more specific and avoided potential ambiguity related to various abilities. Additionally, the Evernight pathway's induced slumber originated from being forcefully drawn into a dream, not the other way around. Essentially, it was a dream, not sleep. As Lotto Gyro pronounced the ancient Hermes phrase, "Entering dreams is ineffective," his body still felt as weighty as the humanoid sealed artifact, though not as exaggerated. This stirred massive waves in the surrounding seawater, attempting to fill the void. The sailboat manipulated by the undead creatures visibly swayed, nearly capsizing, severely impeding Hela's further movements. Immediately after, Lotto Gyro reclined even further. A miniature, bright sun manifested in his eyes. Simultaneously, the ethereal sky and the stars emerging from the sea emitted light of varying intensities. They interweaved, crafting a splendid and pure blazing pillar of light. The majestic pillar of light descended, enveloping the front half of the sailboat, where Hela stood. It melted the undead creatures there as if they had evaporated, leaving no trace of darkness. Hela became engulfed by the pillar of light. This was the light of holiness, an ability of a sequence 5 priest of the light of the sun pathway. Despite not consuming a corresponding sequence for potion and lacking demigod-level abilities after becoming the temporary governor of the sea, Lotto Gyro could elevate his acquired abilities to near sequence 4. Moreover, the light of holiness had undergone a mutation. It no longer emanated from a single sun. All the stars in the cosmic void contributed to its power. Coupled with the uniqueness of these waters, while not as potent as the sequence 4 flaring sun of this pathway in purifying and destroying impure entities, its attack range and area of influence had significantly expanded. Having transmigrated into a child of the sea and possessing substantial boons, Lotto Gyro had carefully considered the sun pathway potion, believing it posed no risks and might integrate with his bloodline and original abilities, bringing about remarkable changes. The outcome aligned with his expectations. Suddenly, Lotto Gyro pivoted. In the space behind him, Lumien's figure swiftly materialized. He intended to exploit Lotto Gyro's engagement with Hela to teleport closer, followed by a spell of harumph. Gone from his eyes was any suppressed violence or madness. There was no fear whatsoever, as if he didn't concern himself with the consequences of failing to assail the governor of the sea at close range. In Lotto Gyro's dark and profound eyes, resplendent stars reflected. Before Lumien could utter the harumph, he plunged into the void, disappearing beneath the vast and distant cosmos. Lotto Gyro withdrew his gaze and focused on the sailboat illuminated by the residual light. He found an adversary like Lumien Li repulsive. It wasn't that he couldn't be forcibly eliminated, but doing so might only exacerbate matters. He could potentially incur the indiscriminate wrath of a high-ranking individual. His decision was to leverage the authority of the governor of the sea to banish his foe into a self-created cosmic void, leaving him disoriented and unable to find an exit for the time being. Once he assumed control of the spaceship and became the true governor of the sea, he planned to return and calmly resolve the issue. At that precise moment, Juan Oro, entangled in a battle with the humanoid sealed artifact in his cosmic void, suddenly detected an anomaly. His strength rapidly waned, and his dominion over the sea gradually diminished. It seemed like his temporary authority, as governor of the sea, was being usurped. In the blink of an eye, the tidal wave capable of shattering ships vanished from the cosmic void, followed by the illusory cosmos itself. Juan Oro reappeared on the ship once more and saw the azure sea around him, towering like a mountain peak. He saw Simon Gyro, closely linked to the sea. "It's you!" His roar coincided with an involuntary bend, as if an invisible force pressed him down to the floor. The humanoid sealed artifact had also returned, reinstating a formidable weight. Lotto Gyro gazed at her, his face covered in scales tinged with starlight. Then, he pointed at Hela's ship and spoke in a fluent language, "Yempercent and." He didn't comprehend the exact meaning of the sentence, but he understood that it could prompt the other party to attack a designated target. Although he harbored no fear of Hela in these waters, he remained vigilant of Gandalf and others who might be on the ship. Therefore, he had to give his utmost effort. The humanoid sealed artifact's sorrow dissipated slightly, and it nodded blankly. Her body pivoted towards the sailboat, which bobbed in the underwater waves. In an instant, Lotto Gyro bent down and grasped his throat. "Wah!" He ejected a slender, sticky blob of flesh. The flesh contorted and writhed, swiftly taking on a human form. Lotto Gyro promptly straightened up and seized the moment to command. "Mad Lady, open the passageway to the spaceship." He wasn't concerned that Mad Lady might usurp the position of the governor of the sea and become the owner of the spaceship, because she lacked the sea bloodline. In the cosmic void crafted by Lotto Gyro, Lumien showed no urgency to find an exit or ascertain his coordinates. He simply teleported out. He clasped his throat. "Wah!" He ejected a slender, sticky blob of flesh. The flesh contorted and writhed, swiftly taking on a human form. Salo Motel, adjacent to Lumien's suite. Recalling that invisibility and shadow concealment were futile against Marionetists, Jenna pondered ways to locate Loki's true form. Drawing on information from the major arcana card holders, she knew a marionettist had to be within 5 meters of a target to transform individuals into marionettes. In other words, Loki was undoubtedly within a 5-meter radius of Lugano. Damn it, it's all walls. My sight is blocked. Otherwise, spotting Loki would be easier. At this hour, most guests are away, celebrating the sea prayer ritual. Walls if there are no walls. An idea struck Jenna. She glanced at Anthony and blurted out, "Did you bring enough money?" What money? In a rare instance, Anthony couldn't decipher Jenna's true thoughts. Only then did Jenna realize her words had been too abrupt. Money to compensate the motel owner. I plan to blow up the opposite side, diagonally opposite, and the rooms below. We confirmed they're empty. If anyone's there, it's Loki or his marionette. I'll place the detonators here. They affect rooms within a 7-meter radius. Lugano will likely be injured, but with the lady as a shield and being a doctor, he can handle it. Right, the explosion will attract the Fertility Order's combat nuns. Jenna's train of thought gradually flowed smoothly as she spoke. Are you a hunter or a demoness? Have you been influenced by Lumion? Anthony mused inwardly. Do it. Time is running out. Lumion will cover the compensation. He's loaded. Jenna hurriedly searched her backpack for detonators. Simultaneously, she noticed Anthony setting up a simple altar. Her heart stirred as she asked, "Do you wish to contact Madam Justice, Madam Judgment, or Madam Magician?" Either one works, Anthony said seriously as he prepared for the ritual. Although Madam Magician won't appear until the end to prevent Loki and his backer from noticing, she mentioned that at least 2 major arcana cards will arrive early and provide assistance at critical moments. Got it. Jenna had been uncertain about when to reach out for help and inform their major arcana card holders, so she had been contemplating handling it herself. Given Anthony's readiness to risk the disapproval of the major arcana card holders, Jenna was naturally inclined to opt for the safest choice. As Jenna stacked the detonators and other explosives near the adjacent door, Anthony Reed erected a spiritual barrier and summoned Madam Magician's messenger, briefing her on Loki's appearance. Then, he swiftly took cover in the bathroom attached to the master bedroom, about 6 to 7 meters away from the impending explosion. Boom! A fierce explosion tore through the 5th floor of Sauron Motel. Glass shattered, debris scattered, and crimson flames engulfed the surroundings. Chapter 578, Marionettes. 578 Marionettes. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the partition separating the 2 suites and the one facing the corridor crumbled simultaneously, wreaking havoc on nearby furniture, the ceiling above, the floor beneath their feet, and the rooms opposite, swiftly enveloping them in a surging inferno. Jenna hadn't utilized all the explosives, otherwise the entire 5th and 4th floors of Salo Motel would have collapsed in unison. Nevertheless, a section of the roof gave way, and the floor was strewn in chaos. The epicenter of the blast unveiled the room below. As the walls of the adjacent rooms succumbed to the onslaught, the bricks and wood propelled by the shockwave slammed into Georgia, causing her back to buckle and her head to split open, unleashing a flow of vivid red blood. Lugano snapped out of his intermittent thoughts and bodily stiffness, regaining his composure. Subsequently, he experienced searing pain as the violent shockwave, mixed with flames and debris, hurled him through the air. Had it not been for Georgia shielding him, and with his robust planter's physique, he likely would have faced severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Limbs could have been severed or vital points struck. Despite this, he ended up a battered mess with a few bones broken, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Ludwig had sought refuge under the dining table at some point, along with his food. With the advantage of distance and the makeshift shield, he only bore the impact of the collapsed table. Simultaneously, Jenna and Anthony burst out of the master bedroom washroom in their suite, their gazes fixed on the adjacent rooms where walls had crumbled, filling the air with swirling dust. They vaguely discerned a figure. The figure, bearing a striking resemblance to Rubio Paco, stood beside the upturned recliner. Low-key, Jenna wasted no time. She condensed a dark, illusory flame and sent it hurtling towards her target. Behind her, Anthony Reed's eyes took on a golden tint, pupils dilating. He was poised to lock onto Loki, ready to unleash frenzy, a technique that would plunge Loki into an emotionally and psychologically triggered state, rendering him incapable of rational thought and effective response. Just as Anthony and Jenna prepared to strike, their vision darkened and Loki vanished. They found themselves in a void, no blue sky or white clouds above, no solid ground below, just darkness embellished with a myriad of stars. Cosmic void. This semi-real, semi-false illusion was a creation achievable by a child of the sea at a certain level. In the void, Jenna and Anthony beheld a widowed woman in a black bonnet with subtle wrinkles in front of them. Martha, the Paco family's matriarch, now a marionette under Loki's control, was hidden in the room where Loki manipulated the spirit body threads. With sufficient preparation time, how could Loki not perform with his marionettes? He had 2 puppets with Beyonder powers, and this was one of them. Another remained concealed, with the last slot reserved for specific situations, adaptable at will. It could be switched once an enemy was under control. When Loki posed as Rubio Paco, bringing Madame Martha to meet the governor of the sea, the family's matriarch was already a marionette. Thus, he had to ensure she stayed within his control range. Lugano discerned Madame Martha's severe injuries primarily because a marionette was essentially comparable to a lifeless entity. A marionette's manipulation of her spirit body threads allowed her to execute various actions, mimicking living characteristics. To a Sequence 8 doctor, this appeared as grave injuries. Had Lumion not infrequently observed others' luck without forming a habit, he would have realized that Madame Martha's fate was off. It was eerily still, resembling death. Martha, a subtle smile on her face, lifted her right hand, a spectral green light coalescing at her fingertips. The radiance morphed into a beam that streaked towards Jenna. Having heard Lumion explain the sea bloodline's abilities, Jenna, at the sight of the spectral green light, rolled out of the cosmic void. Anthony followed suit. He refrained from using frenzy on Martha since a marionette, essentially dead, wouldn't succumb to frenzy. In the next moment, they both felt a weightiness, plummeting swiftly through the empty cosmos. They experienced the weightlessness Franca occasionally mentioned. In the blink of an eye, Jenna and Anthony landed on the ground and steadied themselves, yet Martha was nowhere to be seen. The empty cosmos was shattering inch by inch. They were still in Salo Motel, but they had descended from the 5th floor to the 4th. This was because the mid to low-level cosmic void resembled more of an illusion. There would be a barrier akin to a wall of spirituality around them. After falling into it, their bodies remained in reality. As they rolled and dodged, Martha nudged them forcefully with her formless power, causing them to plunge into the floor cavity created by the explosives. Jenna didn't hesitate. She sprinted up the wall, seized a crack, and flipped back to the 5th floor where the explosion had occurred. She saw Lugano tending to his injuries, and Loki and Madame Martha were absent from the room diagonally opposite. Ludwig, who had hidden under the dining table, had vanished as well. On Aquina Street, amid a lively folk celebration, Loki, having transformed into an inconspicuous passerby, carried Ludwig, who had fallen asleep, through the crowd. His other marionette, a sole assurer of the Evernight pathway, stayed concealed on the opposite side of Lumion's suite, ready to exert influence on the target. Initially, Loki had dispatched his temporary marionette, Georgia, to handle Lugano. He had manipulated the doctor's spirit body threads, but refrained from deploying his more potent marionettes. It wasn't due to fear of alerting Ludwig, but rather a concern that an unseen adversary might be lurking in the shadows. After all, several lodgers in the motel hadn't left for the sea prayer ritual celebrations. A couple had returned before lunchtime next door, almost synchronizing with the target. Moreover, a marionette's advancement ritual demanded a grand performance, a splendid and profound drama. Silent, unnoticed assassinations lacking a sufficient audience failed to meet the requirements. Therefore, Loki intentionally singled out Lugano first. If there were no other foes lurking, it was akin to switching marionettes. If there were, he could draw them all to him and clandestinely manipulate the target with the other marionette nearby. Aware that it was a sealed demigod, Loki knew its strength might be limited, but its essence remained unchanged. It was impervious to many influences. However, he believed the Evernight Pathway's forced sleep would still be effective. Since this sealed demigod could experience exhaustion, hunger, and the need for rest, food, and sleep like a true child, it implied that the seal had impacted corresponding characteristics, making him akin to an ordinary person in those aspects. At most, he would awaken faster and require less rest time. A few seconds would be ample time for Loki to relocate and conceal himself with the target before attempting to manipulate the other party's spirit body threads. His two marionettes would act independently, confusing both enemies and the Earth Mother Church clergymen rushing over. They would lead them on a chase spanning about 100 to 200 meters, completing the corresponding performance. As the time approached, the enemies would pinpoint his hiding spot through the marionette's trajectory, joyfully anticipating an encounter. However, what awaited them would be a demigod-level marionette, leading to a terrifying and grim outcome. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding citizens, the magnificent play would conclude. Loki could consume the potion and ascend to Sequence 4, becoming a bizarro sorcerer. On the betrothal ship, within Lotto Gyro's cosmic void. This was fundamentally different from lower middle-level abilities. It was both an illusory realm and an alternate space that could cause people to lose themselves and become abnormally fragile. It was akin to the bottle of fiction, augmented with hallucinations. The sticky blob of flesh Lumion had expelled squirmed rapidly, stretching and expanding into a discernible figure. Cloaked in blood-red fabric with a matching hood obscuring its face in shadows, the figure revealed itself as none other than Mr. K of the Aurora Order. To counter April Fool's machinations, Lumion had chosen the strategy of overwhelming force. He accomplished this with overt and imposing power, complemented by meticulous arrangements. This plan allowed for a fair margin of error. Even if Lumion made a miscalculation, as long as April Fools didn't have angel-level helpers or 3 or more saints, he could salvage the situation by retaining at least 1 or 2 key members. To enhance their odds, Franca extended invitations to Hela and Gandalf. The Fertility Order also notified the higher-ups, ensuring the presence of a saint overseeing Port Santa during the Sea Prayer ritual. The Tarot Club had 2 major Arcana card holders positioned nearby. When April Fool's key members felt secure, Madam Magician, the Angel of Stars, would cross a long distance and descend as they prepared to depart. For extra precaution, Lumion utilized Mr. K's finger to get him to Port Santa. Morphing with the Rose Bishop's power, he turned into a fleshy blob and was concealed in Lumion's stomach to infiltrate the betrothal ship. Mr. K glanced up, his eyes taking on an otherworldly illusion, as if concealing hidden doors. Swiftly scanning the cosmic void, he identified an escape route. "Follow me," he said to Lumion in a hoarse voice. Nodding, Lumion reached into the traveler's bag, extracting the flog boxing gloves and preparing to don them. "If you guys still have a backup plan, or if a few powerhouses don't appear in time, I'll draw the attention of the evil gods and create chaos. We'll all face the danger together. Early exits? Forget about it." Chapter 579, Energy Passage. 579, Energy Passage. On the betrothal boat, the humanoid sealed artifact ascended, her form suspended in the air. Striding through the atmosphere, she advanced toward the sailboat. With the weight akin to a massive stone sphere, she manipulated the surrounding space, causing the target ship to shift automatically. The 2 factions drew near. Concurrently, the vacant eyes of the humanoid sealed artifact, adorned in a black nun's attire, suddenly sparked with madness and chaos. Minute blood vessels protruded from the whites of its eyes, swiftly converging. Accompanying her affliction, the maidens of the sea, deputy hosts, and sailors on the betrothal ship, unaware of what transpired, stood motionless. Their expressions blank, eyes vacant, they succumbed to the same state as the humanoid sealed artifact. In that moment, within the lingering light of holiness on the sailboat, which had traversed the void and approached the origin of derangement, a light abruptly vanished, swallowed by the profound darkness. In the darkness, a tranquil voice resonated, as if reciting a beautiful poem. The expression of the humanoid sealed artifact softened significantly. The chaos and madness in her eyes dissipated, and her steps slowed. The other individuals on the betrothal ship also entered a state of tranquility and drowsiness. Juan Oro felt the intangible force suppressing his body instantly dissipate. Straightening up abruptly, he glared angrily at Simon Gairo, positioned at the bow of the ship. The president of the Fisheries Guild had a rough idea of the other party's identity. After all, not many comprehended the entire sea prayer ritual and knew the intricacies of the Ring of the Sea Queen. Combined with the fact that he hailed from the same family as Simon Gairo, there was only one answer: Lotto Gairo. "You traitor!" Even the distant chanting from the darkness couldn't pacify Juan Oro's anger. Although no longer the temporary governor of the sea, he still possessed considerable strength and could be deemed formidable at sea. Splash! The seawater at the bottom of the betrothal ship surged, part of it threatening to hurl everyone back to the surface, while others formed into towering peaks and crashed down on Lotto Gairo, masquerading as Simon Gairo. Lotto abruptly pivoted, fixing his gaze on Juan Oro. The azure peak, poised to strike him, froze in midair, its descent arrested. The water's attempt to push the betrothal ship out of this area also ceased its endeavors. Reflected in Lotto Gairo's eyes was the figure of Juan Oro. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stated a fact in a composed tone: "I am now the governor of the sea. Your abilities, especially those affecting these waters, are completely suppressed by me. They are useless." The incantation from the darkness targeted the humanoid sealed artifact. Everything else was secondary. As the interim governor of the sea, Lotto Gairo couldn't help but be affected. However, thanks to the feedback from the sea and the sharing of the burden, it didn't reach a profound level. He only became more tranquil, devoid of the desire for intense combat and direct killing. Compared to Juan Oro, he was more concerned about whether Gandalf was on the sailboat besides Hela. He was more concerned about whether Mad Lady had opened the spaceship's passageway in time. Juan Oro's heart sank as he witnessed the azure wave suspended in midair and Lotto Gairo, seemingly indifferent to him. At that moment, Lotto turned to Mad Lady, who had reverted to her human form, and addressed his companion, clad in an unusually flamboyant blood-colored dress. "Hurry up." Mad Lady wasn't particularly tall, standing at over 1.6 meters. Her dark blonde hair was disheveled, influenced by the heaviness effect. None of it fluttered wantonly, pointing towards the seabed. Her face concealed by pure flesh, making it challenging to discern her original appearance. She wore a ring on each hand. On her left hand, there was a rose gold ring embedded with a gem resembling crimson blood, and on her right, a simple, pure silver ring. Mad Lady responded to Lotto Gairo with a smile. "So there are times when you're anxious." Only then did she cast her gaze at the silver-gray behemoth embedded in the seabed not far away. "This lunatic," Lotto Gairo cursed inwardly. "I know someone had an extremely nasty personality and subsequently succumbed to mental illness due to other reasons and was admitted to an asylum. But in contrast, Mad Lady had displayed an abnormal state of mind from the very beginning. In the past, she relied on I know someone's regular treatment to barely maintain her rationality, but now she was becoming more and more insane." Lotto Gairo took a deep breath, focusing on the peculiar sounds emanating from within the spaceship, resisting the distant chants echoing in the darkness. Swiftly regaining his will to fight, he redirected his gaze to the sailboat, raising his right arm. Upon witnessing this, Juan Oro's sense of despair deepened. The white-haired old man clenched his fist, slamming it against his chest. With a snap, his sternum broke and his flesh tore open, releasing a torrent of blood that painted his body and the betrothal ship's deck red. As life ebbed away, Juan Oro's white hair defied the heaviness effect, floating upwards. His steps grew burdensome, each movement pressing down like a mountain on the ground. Just as Lotto Gairo was poised to unleash the surrounding seawater, submerging the sailboat, he suddenly realized that the sea wasn't as obedient as before. His governor of the sea position teetered on the brink of collapse. Lotto Gairo turned his head once more, narrowing his eyes at Juan Oro, now covered in blood. "Traitor, the sea will punish you." Juan Oro's dark green eyes focused, emitting a beam of blue light. Accompanying this attack, he also intensified Lato Gyro's heaviness, rendering him unable to move normally. Two beams struck Lato Gyro simultaneously, penetrating him and sinking into the sea. Lato Gyro's aura weakened slightly, but he wasn't as severely injured as Juan Oro believed. Sunlight burst forth from the April Fool key member who used Ultraman as his code name, eradicating the residual corrosive powers and altering his body structure. He lifted his chin slightly and uttered 3 words with strange pronunciations. Percent and. This was also the language employed to activate the spaceship. The implication was likely akin to granting access, equivalent to obtaining a certain amount of Governor of the Sea power without melding with the sea after opening a crack in the seal. Lato Gyro's usage now was to help him seize all authority back from Juan Oro. HMPH, foolish fellow, a group of fools. They hadn't studied the sounds heard during every sea sacrifice after so many years. They guarded the treasure but failed to excavate it. Sacrificing your life, sacrificing yourself. It's meaningless. Brains and strength are the foundation. Juan Oro, still bleeding from his chest, was surprised to discover that the authority of the Governor of the Sea had shifted again. He stared at Lato Gyro in confusion and horror, as if looking at a true devil. Why does the sea favor him more? Why does the sea favor this traitor more? At that moment, Mad Lady, on the other side of the bow, completed reciting the incoherent order. The silver-gray behemoth at the bottom of the sea trembled slightly, increasing in magnitude, causing the entire seabed and all the seawater to quake. Inside, beams of pure light converged and shot out from the open entrance, landing at the edge of the betrothal ship, forming a transparent tunnel-like energy passageway. Mad Lady didn't immediately leap into the pure light. She understood that as the spaceship opened and activated further, the power accumulated in the depths of the seal would erupt. Everyone present, except the Governor of the Sea, would be torn apart. But it didn't matter. She had a solution. The plain silver ring on her right hand, a gift from Bard, held the boon from honoring the ancestors. It could steal that power and distribute it, sharing the burden with all the children of the sea in Port Santa. Of course, those present would receive more. Whether they could endure it or not depended on fate. When the moment arrived, the Fisheries Guild members would believe the sea prayer ritual had succeeded, celebrating with joy. Little did they know that their sea had been stolen. The irony delighted Mad Lady. Just as she was about to use the ring, a strong sense of danger premonition hit her. In a flash, her figure vanished, reappearing a few steps away. A shadow rose from the deck where she had stood, but it failed to envelop her. Mad Lady then spotted Mr. K, draped in a blood-colored cloak and hood, and Lumion Lee, wearing the Lai earring, but yet to revert to his original appearance. Port Santa, Governor of the Sea's residence. Bard stood by the window, gazing at the weeds outside. Silently calculating the time, he waited for the sea prayer ritual to progress. If the sea's boon arrived with a delay and cheers erupted from Milo Village, he would openly leave this place, abandoning those who had been deceived. When the moment arrived, anyone attempting to stop him would be torn apart by the power of the sea. In the absence of a delayed collective boon, but with the sky and sea undergoing ominous changes, as if a catastrophe had struck, Bard could wait for the spaceship or Mad Lady to pick him up. Of course, he wouldn't wait indefinitely. If there were no further developments from the sea prayer ritual within 10 minutes, he would use his abilities to forcefully exit, shift positions, and conceal himself. The early-stage abilities of the Marauder pathway weren't formidable. Bard had developed the habit of remaining vigilant as he advanced step by step. As the weeds swayed in the bright sunlight and mild wind, Bard suddenly heard faint footsteps. The sound emanated from the corridor outside, so subtle that it seemed almost like an illusion. Chapter 580, Theft. 580 Theft. Bard pivoted on his heels, fixing his eyes on the door. A moment lingered in silence, but no one rapped against the wooden barrier. The once present soft footsteps in the corridor had now faded into nothingness. As a seasoned Beyonder, Bard dismissed the notion of hallucination. Returning to the servant's bed, he grabbed the backpack containing the spoils of the year, feigning an escape from the governor of the sea's residence before confirming the outcome of the sea prayer ritual. Such precautions were only sensible. Not everyone placed full trust in Juan Oro's promises. Bard slung the backpack over his shoulder and slyly opened the window, aiming to slip into the weeds below. Suddenly, a figure, standing over a meter tall, emerged from the shadows in the corner. Its disproportionately large head and wrinkled face identified it as one of the little devils from the sea spawn. The little devil gestured for Bard to close the glass window. Just a bunch of creatures with low IQs, Bard thought, mocking them inwardly. Despite generations, they have yet to master Highlander and can only barely communicate like dogs. Maintaining a timid expression, Bard closed the window. Having tested the waters, he had a rough idea of where the sea spawn responsible for monitoring him were hiding. None of them appeared to have any connection to the soft footsteps echoing in the corridor, nor did they seem aware of them. On the betrothal boat, Mad Lady, draped in a blood-colored dress with a portion of her face showing pure flesh and blood, instantly vanished upon spotting Mr. K and Lumion. She swiftly changed her position. Simultaneously, a figure materialized behind and to her side, Lumion and Mr. K. Employing their teleportation abilities, they blocked Mad Lady. After Mad Lady shifted to the opposite side of the deck, the corners of her mouth, made of pure flesh and blood, curled up. Her grayish-green eyes gleamed with anticipation and excitement. "Come and attack me. Chase me. This way, no one will use the item that honored the ancestors to steal the deep power about to erupt. Let's see who reacts the fastest and teleports out of these waters when the time comes." For those unable to escape in time, they would undoubtedly be torn to pieces by the violent power, much like the fate that befell others on the ship. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Mad Lady swiftly turned transparent, evading Lumion's crimson near-white fireballs and Mr. K's light-green wind blades. Amidst the rumbling explosion, Ultraman Lotto Gyro was equally infuriated by Mad Lady's actions. If he were still the temporary and complete governor of the sea, he wouldn't fear the impact of the potent power in the spaceship. He hadn't intended to release Mad Lady and use Bard's silver ring. However, the situation had changed. Juan Oro, burning his life and sacrificing flesh and blood, had contested him for the authority of the governor of the sea. In this state, Ultraman couldn't be certain if he was fully protected or if he would suffer some level of damage. Furthermore, not being a true demigod, he wasn't sure if he could withstand such a blow, one that left him only injured. He couldn't help but urge Mad Lady with his eyes, but his companion was teleporting and didn't have time to meet his gaze. The humanoid sealed artifact remained immersed in distant chanting in the darkness, oblivious to the impending sea's fury. In the blink of an eye, corporeal starlight surged from the silver-gray behemoth at the bottom of the sea. It followed the condensed energy passageway and struck the betrothal ship with its tsunami-like sound, aiming to devour everything around it. "Here it comes," Mad Lady eagerly prepared for her extreme escape. Confronted with the immense wave of starlight, Lumion's initial reaction was, "Why is there another sea's fury?" Relying on his combat instincts, he immediately extended his spirituality to the Lai earring on his left ear, activating the high-level stealing power attached to the mystical item. The starlight in his eyes took on a more tangible form, as if it had materialized. Lumion's raised left hand subtly twisted his wrist. The starlight surging from the silver-gray behemoth changed its course, rushing towards Lumion in waves, engulfing the sky and the sea. This was even more terrifying than the previous sea's rage. At that moment, Lumion felt as if an apocalypse had descended. He knew very well that he couldn't absorb all the stolen power himself. Doing so would render him unable to endure, crushed into rotten meat on the spot, indirectly aiding Termaboros in escaping his predicament. Fortunately, the stolen power linked to honoring the ancestors had the ability to disperse the boon obtained and share it with everyone present and all those with the sea bloodlines in Port Santa, similar to every successful sea prayer ritual. Though a bit greedy and reluctant, Lumion restrained himself. Without hesitation, he opened his left hand, seemingly grasping something, and twisted his wrist in the opposite direction. Suddenly, the starlight that had darkened the sky and sea seemed to explode from within, scattering radiant starlight in every direction. "The stars are raining," Franca, concealed in the cabin on the sailboat, lamented. She tightly clutched the Major Arcana card, belonging to Judgment, in her hand. This wasn't a plea for Madame Judgment to descend directly. After all, this wasn't within her jurisdiction. It was to signal the location for the Major Arcana card holders who had already gathered nearby. The beams of starlight left dazzling trails as they penetrated the bodies of those nearby and soared towards the bloodline connections farther away. Lumion couldn't control this process, so he could only sense a portion of the starlight landing on him, causing his left chest to burn and corrode his flesh. Simultaneously, he witnessed a significant amount of starlight being drawn towards the potent sea bloodline and the authority of the Governor of the Sea, surging towards Ultraman and Juan Oro. Undoubtedly, the humanoid sealed artifact received the most boons. Like the eye of a vortex, she incessantly absorbed the surrounding starlight. Even the starlight heading towards Hela's sailboat diminished noticeably. Ultraman experienced a replenishment, breaking free from his weakened state after Juan Oro's 2 beams, swiftly reclaiming the authority of the Governor of the Sea. In his moment of elation, Ultraman Lotto Gyro felt intense surprise and confusion. Why can Lumion Li also steal the spacecraft's power? That requires a high-level stealing ability. Hasn't Bard's ring already been placed on the altar to honor the ancestors, and we've confirmed its corresponding effects? Isn't the enchantment only possible once a year? Amidst the echoing shock, Lotto Gyro couldn't be bothered to ponder the answer. His instinctive reaction was to swiftly crush Juan Oro. Otherwise, who knew what he, now strengthened, would do? At that moment, Juan Oro felt a surge of regained strength. He observed his cracked chest and hazy flesh, now covered in starlight scales, with blood flowing out dyed in a resplendent color. Gazing at Lotto Gyro, he suddenly smiled, a smile of relief, yearning, and evident anger. His body underwent a rapid transformation, eyes turning vertical, scales growing, and limbs thickening. In the span of a breath, he morphed into a humanoid lizard. During this process, Lotto Gyro condensed a dark green light that descended on Juan Oro in a series of rays. Juan Oro made no attempt to dodge, he endured it. His aura rapidly weakened, precisely as he desired. His lizard-like form faded, growing increasingly translucent, as if condensed from starlight. Then, Juan Oro merged into the void representing the sea and spoke to Lotto Gyro with a complex expression. "I've returned to the sea. Come quickly too." At the last few words, Juan Oro gnashed his teeth, not concealing his deep-seated hatred. Every child of the sea was prepared to return to the sea, and Juan Oro was no exception. However, he hadn't anticipated doing so in this manner. His sole desire now was for Lotto Gyro to join him. Juan Oro's figure dissipated, becoming entirely a part of the sea. Ultraman Lotto Gyro immediately sensed a growing animosity between his title as Governor of the Sea and the Waters. The harmony that once existed had given way to a resistance emanating from the power of the sea. This indicated that the Governor of the Sea authority he had acquired wouldn't be complete for some time. "Damned old fellow," Lotto Gyro cursed inwardly, but he remained composed. He had realized that Hela was the sole demigod on the sailboat. The humanoid sealed artifact, having received a boon from the sea and escaped the influence of the chanting, was sufficient to hold off the opposition for a while. Though uncertain why Gandalf and the others hadn't arrived, Ultraman Lotto Gyro welcomed this turn of events. It allowed him to focus on dealing with Lumion Li and his ally. Despite being an incomplete Governor of the Sea, he possessed enough strength to control adversaries below the demigod level briefly and gain entry to the spaceship first. Moreover, Mad Lady's assistance added to his advantage. Having received the sea's boon, Lumion contemplated his newfound capabilities. "Now, I seem qualified to contend for the authority of the Governor of the Sea. Although I can't be considered to possess the sea bloodline and only wield some power of the sea lasting a week, far inferior to Ultraman, my fake level is high enough. I'm at the angel level. Just as Ultraman Lotto, Gyro, and Lumion responded swiftly, the gray sky suddenly brightened. Thick bluish-green vines descended, shrouding the two ships and the surrounding area in torrential rain. Soon, they intertwined into a giant-like forest growing above the sea. Chapter 581, Gap. 581 Gap. Upon witnessing the descent of the thick bluish-green vines, Lumion marveled as if a real carriage could traverse their expanse. It felt like a journey back to a scene from a few years ago when he would listen to his sister's nighttime fairy tales. The dazzling, dreamlike scene and boundless imagination seemed to materialize in reality at that very moment. Ultraman Lotto, Gyro sensed imminent danger. The individual capable of such an effect couldn't be a low or mid-sequence Beyonder. They had to be a saint who had unlocked the door to godhood. Perhaps even beyond sequence 4. Another formidable demigod had entered the scene. Who could it be? Where had they emerged from? This certainly wasn't Gandalf. While others might be unaware, Loki had thoroughly investigated the president of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, discovering he was a Beyonder of the warrior pathway, a warrior who had a penchant for research and mysticism. In the blink of an eye, Lotto Gyro spotted a black shadow racing down the thick green vines. It was an enormous pumpkin drawn by numerous gray mice. A hole atop the orange pumpkin resembled a coach. Within, a vaguely discernible woman sat, adorned in a purple robe, with crystalline heels adorning her feet. A pumpkin coach, mice-drawn carriage, crystal heels, what the fuck is that? Who could it be? Lotto Gyro's pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but inwardly curse with the same words he used most frequently before transmigration. Isn't that Cinderella? Did Roselle actually pen this fairy tale? Why hadn't it gained traction, remaining unknown to most? For a fleeting moment, Lotto Gyro grappled with uncertainty, unable to discern whether the newcomer was a demigod aligned with another faction or a concealed powerhouse within the curly-haired Baboons Research Society. Regaining his composure, he cursed his ill fortune and prepared himself for a confrontation with the enigmatic demigod. Luckily, being the governor of the sea, he could at least temporarily impede the other party in these aquatic surroundings. Prior to the impending clash, Ultraman Lotto Gyro turned his gaze towards Mad Lady. He didn't have time to speak, but his eyes expressed the unspoken message. Hurry up, no time for games. Mad Lady swiftly grasped Ultraman's urgency and, with a blink, positioned herself at the entrance of the energy passageway. However, instead of materializing precisely there, she outlined her presence. This decision was prompted by the sudden appearance of Mr. K and Lumion, seemingly having teleported nearby, with their sights set on the energy passageway's entrance. Splash! Whether from the imposing weight of the humanoid sealed artifact or Lotto Gyro raising his right arm, conjuring a mountainous azure wave, the water around the cave visibly swayed, teetering on the brink of collapse. In that critical moment, Cinderella, seated in the pumpkin carriage, pushed open the door and rose to her feet. She extended her arms, and a massive iron-black cross materialized behind her. The weight of the cross proved challenging for Cinderella to bear, as though it carried the concentrated sins of the entire world. Across, Ultraman Lotto Gyro was caught off guard as an empty room materialized before him. Within the room, candlelight flickered, revealing a long table adorned with flesh and blood. On either side of the table, 3 obscure figures hunched over, gnawing and feasting on a gruesome banquet. Abruptly, the 3 figures turned their heads, fixing their gaze upon Lotto Gyro. He stood frozen, as if their gazes had penetrated his deepest secrets, dismantling them into the essential components of spirit and flesh. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of Lotto Gyro's heart, immediately alerting him to an intense and terrifying malice. However, the source of this malevolence wasn't the newly arrived demigod, but the silver-gray behemoth trapped at the sea's bottom. The very spaceship Lotto Gyro sought to obtain harbored ill intentions towards him. In the blink of an eye, the silver-gray behemoth retracted its authority. Lotto Gyro's status as the governor of the sea plummeted. Despite gaining a new boon, he couldn't ascend to the demigod level. The spaceship had betrayed him. This treachery was a result of the spell Cinderella had just unleashed, the Feast of Betrayal. Its purpose was to temporarily awaken or bestow intelligence on a target item, compelling it to commit an act of betrayal. Lotto Gyro had seamlessly melded with the surrounding waters, harnessing the authority of the governor of the sea on a temporary basis. The spaceship now stood as an entity he had yet to fully master. Objects beyond his full control were prime candidates for betrayal. Cinderella astutely sensed this vulnerability, initiating the Feast of Betrayal from the outset. Simultaneously, the sealed environment provided the perfect conditions for her to unleash this magic, an act she might not dare attempt elsewhere. In that moment, surprise and fear flooded Lotto Gyro. It felt as though a frigid cascade had drenched him, sending shivers through his entire being. Since merging with the sea and gaining the governor of the sea's authority, Lotto Gyro had believed that ordinary sequence 4 or even sequence 3 demigods, commonly referred to as saints, swiftly overpower him in this realm. This belief created a sense of parity, but it hinged on him remaining within the waters to fully unleash his strength. Yet, Cinderella's mere magic stripped him of the governor of the sea's authority, relegating him to sequence 5. Without godhood, mastery over the sea slipped from his grasp. Despite being a dual sequence 5 of a potion and boon system, with numerous unique abilities, Lotto Gyro harbored doubts about facing a genuine demigod. A demigod temporarily shaped from an item proves fragile in the face of a true demigod. So brittle that, once targeted, they wouldn't endure even a breath. Lotto Gyro grappled with the stark realization of the fragility of a true demigod and sank into deep regret and despair. At that moment, the silver-gray behemoth trembled violently, causing the energy passageway at the entrance to flicker and cast its luminance upon Lotto Gyro. With a whoosh, Lotto Gyro found himself hurtling uncontrollably into the spaceship through the pure energy conduit. This was a facet of the spaceship's calculated betrayal, aiming to turn the recent authority holder into a mere nutritive substrate within a petri dish. Lotto Gyro was initially startled, but soon a wave of joy washed over him. An opportunity had presented itself. It allowed him to infiltrate the spaceship, wrest control, and set it in motion. A chance to escape. His misfortune and despair had suddenly transformed into this golden opportunity. Observing the unfolding scene, Lumion wasted no time. He employed spirit world traversal once more, reaching the entrance of the energy passageway. Stepping in, he soared into the silver-gray behemoth. Mad Lady trailed closely behind, and Mr. K didn't intervene. Instead, he followed suit. Milo Village, governor of the sea's residence. Bard, strategizing an escape plan, was abruptly interrupted by cheers. Cheers, Bard's heart stirred, prompting him to dash out of the servants' room towards the nearest glass window overlooking the dock. There, he observed the gathered villagers. Not a single sea spawn hindered the former governor of the sea during this process. Many villagers raised their hands, seemingly welcoming the waves. As they praised the sea, an almost invisible glow descended, dispersing like water to different individuals. The nearby children joyfully shouted, "The sea prayer ritual has succeeded. The sea prayer ritual has succeeded." "That's right, it has succeeded," Bard smiled. "From the looks of it, Ultraman and Mad Lady have succeeded." The April Fool's Key member adjusted the collar of his crisp white shirt and hoisted a brown backpack onto his shoulders. With an unabashed smile, he strolled into the grand hall of the governor of the sea's residence, smoothly making his way out. This time, he encountered no resistance. The guards stationed at the entrance knelt on the ground, expressing gratitude to the sea for its boon. Bard took a detour to the docks, reveling in the genuine joy and praise for the sea. Every time he heard the townsfolk praising the sea and witnessed genuine smiles, his spirits lifted. These fools. They are treating a catastrophe as a cause for celebration. This is a prank on everyone in Port Santa. Bard closed his eyes in satisfaction and weaved through the crowd, heading deeper into Milo Village. His ultimate destination, the peaks of the Peary's mountain range. As a former swindler, Bard orchestrated the Sea Prayer ritual operation, serving as its main planner. The plan's success naturally brought him satisfaction. Crucially, despite taking the most pivotal step in the entire operation, he assumed the least risk and exposure, avoiding direct confrontations. Navigating through the mix of ancient and modern structures in Milo Village, Bard's brow furrowed slightly. A sense of unease settled upon him. Per the initial plan, Ultraman, unhindered by strong opposition, was supposed to use the second command to open the energy passageway. Relying on his temporary authority as the governor of the sea, he aimed to secure safety for himself and Mad Lady within him. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to eliminate all present and inflict severe injuries on potential demigod adversaries. If powerhouses like Hela emerged and proved resistant to the humanoid sealed artifact, Ultraman, the interim governor of the sea, would leap into action, confronting the formidable foes head-on. Mad Lady, wielding her enchanted ring, would harness the potent energy emanating from the spaceship, transforming it into a boon for everyone present, extending its reach to all the children of the sea in Port Santa's vicinity. This strategic move not only allowed them to sidestep danger, but also granted them access to the spaceship, enabling them to activate it. Despite the fact that the people had already received the sea's boon and a few minutes had elapsed, the spaceship remained dormant, and the sky showed no signs of change. What had transpired during this interval? With this lingering question, Bard hastened his steps. Tap, tap, tap. Behind him, the faint sound of light footsteps echoed once again. Chapter 582, Efficient Person-Locator. 582, Efficient Person-Locator. Port Santa in the city. Loki and the unconscious Ludwig had already sought refuge in an apartment that Loki had rented many days earlier. He began manipulating the sealed demigod's spirit body threads. As for his two marionettes, they lurked within a radius of 100 to 200 meters, with Loki as the center, blending in with the various celebrating and passing crowds. They waited to be discovered by Lumion Lee's teammates and the clergyman of the Church of Earth Mother. This was unavoidable. A marionettist couldn't allow a marionette to wield their faceless powers. As for the mystical item of the seer pathway, it was in the possession of either Bard or Mad Lady. In the partially destroyed suite of Salo Motel, Jenna and Anthony encountered Nolia, the combat nun and her teammates, who had hurried over. Before this, Lumion had covertly introduced the disguised Jenna and Anthony to Nolia. Hence, the nuns didn't unnecessarily question or apprehend them, they only carefully confirmed each other's identities. Rubio Paco is a fake, he's disguised by a marionettist. He has captured Louis Barry's godson. He possesses two marionettes. One is Madame Martha, the Paco family's matriarch. The other's identity and abilities are unknown, Jenna recounted the recent events. She assumed that the fertility order was familiar with the term marionettist and didn't delve into unnecessary explanations. Their primary duty was to guard against the Inti's Republic to the north, and many official Beyonders of Bureau, 8 in the Inti's Republic, belonged to the seer pathway. The two sides must have had considerable interactions. Marionettist, indeed, upon hearing the sequence name, Nolia frowned slightly. Is Inti's sending spies to disrupt the sea prayer ritual? That's a traitor from Inti's Bureau 8, Jenna explained, her allegiance to Inti's stronger than Lumion's. Nolia understood that time was of the essence and she couldn't discuss unrelated matters. She asked the key question, why seize Louis Barry's godson? Is he held as a hostage, or does he possess some extraordinary significance? Jenna thought for a moment and revealed the limited information she had just learned. It's a sealed demigod, a creature. Loki will need substantial time to transform him into a marionette, not just a matter of minutes. A demigod? A sealed demigod. That child with the insatiable appetite is a sealed demigod. Nolia's mouth hung open in surprise and astonishment. She almost questioned the reliability of her own ears. The supposed godson of the adventurer Louis Barry is, in fact, a sealed demigod creature. What's his backstory? Why is he wandering around with a sealed demigod creature? Moreover, there's talk of a humanoid sealed artifact rumored to be at Grade 1, that recently surfaced in Port Santa. It's on par with a sealed demigod creature. Despite extensive searching, no one has been able to locate it. If not for the disparities in appearance, gender, and age, Nolia might have suspected Ludwig to be the humanoid sealed artifact that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had misplaced. Now, an absurd idea echoed in her mind. Is it the current trend to stroll around with sealed demigod creatures? Regaining her composure, Nolia promptly addressed her team members. Semele, quickly return to the order and inform the dean. Ask her to deploy all available personnel to the city. Locate them as soon as possible. Yes, Madame Martha or Louis Barry's godson, Ludwig. After finding them, unless the situation is exceptionally urgent, refrain from acting recklessly. Report first and await assistance. Considering that the marionnettist had likely altered his appearance and height, and the identity and appearance of his other marionette were unknown, Nolia concentrated her search on Madame Martha, who had become a marionette, and Ludwig, who had been abducted. Yes, Captain. In a bid to save time, the brown-haired Semele darted through the shattered glass window. Utilizing the stone bricks and wood protruding from the outer wall, she leaped from the 5th floor to the street. The dean Nolia referred to was the head of the local cloister, the clergyman overseeing the fertility order in Port Santa, the fertility order's headquarters in Tours, the capital of Gaia province. Just as Semele took a few steps and was about to explore the nearby streets, Jenna, Anthony, Nolia, and the others witnessed a massive bird soaring through the air. The bird's body was grayish-black, its feathers were tough and lacked softness. Its eyes appeared to be adorned with 2 rubies. The grayish-black bird flapped its wings and glided to the collapsed 5th floor outer wall of Salo Motel. Only then did Jenna and Anthony realize that the grayish-black bird was sculpted from stone. It was weighty, substantial, and unyielding, yet it emanated a vibrant vitality. Perched on the back of the lifelike grayish-black bird was a woman in a brown clergyman's robe. She wore a nun's wimple with wheat patterns and seemed to be in her 30s, but she exuded a maternal aura, as if she had nurtured many children. The brown-haired, brown-eyed, mature, and stunning clergyman turned her gaze to Nolia and succinctly stated, "Details." Nolia swiftly echoed Jenna's words. She positioned herself with a slight spread of her legs and raised her hands. "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." The clergyman was none other than the Archbishop of the Church of Earth Mother's Gaia Diocese, Agrippina. Agrippina nodded gently and uttered, "I know Martha from the Paco family. I didn't expect her to meet such a fate. Sigh, may the Earth Mother embrace her soul, and may the flower symbolizing her bloom again next spring." The Archbishop delicately shifted her right foot, conveying a signal to the massive bird sculpted from grayish-black stone. The stone bird, pulsating with vitality, flapped its wings and ascended dozens of meters into the air. Agrippina extended her right hand and scattered a handful of dark black seeds the size of rice grains. With a flutter, the port's white-headed seabirds flocked in, covering the sky. Each one gripped a seed in its beak and circled around. They formed a circle within a 300-meter radius. Observing this spectacle, the jubilant citizens of Port Santa, assuming that the seabirds had joined in the celebration of the successful sea prayer ritual, erupted in cheers of delight. After 2 to 3 minutes, a solitary combat nun spotted Madame Martha. The marionette was concealed on the other side of Aquina Street. Upon receiving the information, Agrippina turned her head and fixed her gaze into the air. Soon, the white-headed seabirds released the rice-sized seeds from their beaks. Agrippina withdrew her gaze and folded her arms across her chest. Each seed that touched the ground instantly sprouted and grew rapidly, morphing into thick dark green vines. Simultaneously, Jenna, Anthony, Nolia, and the others, who were scouring the street for Ludwig and Loki, witnessed the sky darken, as if night had prematurely descended or a colossal creature had eclipsed the sunlight. Vaguely, they sensed the presence of a massive pitch-black wing covered in a membrane, casting an illusory aura. In the next moment, a crimson full moon ascended from the night, hanging high in the sky. It seemed as though a tall, slender figure was slowly advancing. Crimson moonlight bathed the area surrounded by the dark green vines, captivating all the citizens like statues. Nourished by the moonlight, the dark green vines swiftly expanded, swiftly encasing the streets around Aquina Street in a forest. Dark red flowers blossomed in the forest, densely clustered and ubiquitous. The flowers emitted a faint, sweet fragrance that intermingled, gradually intensifying the scent. Upon inhaling this fragrance, the residents of Port Santa, as well as the rats and bedbugs in the corresponding area, entered a stupor, swaying and collapsing to the ground. Damn it, Jenna understood that Archbishop Agrippina of the Church of Earth Mother was employing indiscriminate tactics to influence the area, aiming to locate and control Loki, but she still cursed internally. This gaseous anesthetic jogged unpleasant memories. In the past, she had nearly fallen victim to a similar gas used by that Bliss Society pervert. Yet now, in the diffusing gas with a noticeable difference in smell but a similar effect, her head started to spin and her body felt uneasy. The same was true for Anthony and Nolia. One bore dragon-like scales on his skin while the other held her breath. At that moment, 3 white-headed seabirds descended from the sky, each clutching a metallic bottle, circling Jenna and the others. Nolia glanced at Archbishop Agrippina, who was hovering in midair, and received a nod. Without hesitation, she took the bottle from a white-headed seabird's claw and gulped it down. She swiftly regained consciousness, no longer affected by the gaseous anesthetic. Observing this, Jenna and Anthony accepted the metal bottles and consumed the sour agent. They no longer felt dizzy and weak. The 3 white-headed seabirds weakly ascended again, landing by the roadside one after another, and dozed off. In the area surrounded by the dark green vine forest, only a marionette remained standing at that moment, impervious to the gaseous anesthetic. Its presence was immediately exposed. In the apartment he had pre-rented, Loki was taken aback to discover that controlling the sealed demigod's spirit body threads was much more challenging than he had anticipated. This wasn't a problem that could be resolved in 10 minutes. According to his initial estimate, it would take at least an hour. Given the time, the Church of Earth Mother could turn these streets upside down. As the gaseous anesthetic created by the dark green vines and dark red flowers permeated the room, Loki's initial impulse was to craft an air straw nearly 30 meters long and extend it high into the air to breathe fresh air. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Perhaps the demigod of the Church of Earth Mother was waiting to detect similar traces to pinpoint his location. Moreover, Loki had realized that there was more than one demigod in the sky. If there was only one, he could rely on sealed artifacts, bestowments, and other means to concentrate. He could conceal himself in the shadows and contend with them to see if he could endure until the marionette-making process was completed. However, there were at least 2 demigods observing. More importantly, he could endure for about 10 minutes, but an hour was out of the question. After weighing the pros and cons, Loki abandoned his original plan to conduct the ritual today and advanced to sequence 4 Bizarro Sorcerer. In any case, as long as he could restrain the sealed demigod, he could find another opportunity in the future. There was no need for him to perform today. Why would it take an hour or more? Is this a demigod's spirit body threads? Amidst Loki's confusion, he didn't intend to recall the 2 marionettes. He planned on using the mystical item to teleport away. From his pocket, he retrieved a bracelet made of different colored gems. Just as Loki was about to activate a diamond, he heard the sound of swallowing. Loki instinctively lowered his head and looked into his arms, realizing that Ludwig had awakened at some point. With a sincere expression, the boy spoke with a hint of eagerness. "I'm hungry." Chapter 583, Celestial Worthies Revelation. 583, Celestial Worthies Revelation. Around the betrothal ship and sailboat, thick turquoise vines cascaded from the sky. They entwined, creating a road leading to various destinations. Cinderella returned to the orange-yellow pumpkin coach, pulled by gray mice swiftly descending through the vines. They approached the energy passageway formed by pure light, as if about to enter the silver-gray behemoth embedded in the seabed. Abruptly, the mischief of gray mice came to a halt. Cinderella, adorned in a purple robe, wore a solemn expression, purple spots dancing in her pupils. Cinderella sensed an unusually perilous presence deep within the silver gray behemoth. It remained motionless, as if in a deep slumber or long dead. However, in either case, her intuition warned her not to approach, lest she suffer severe corruption or similar effects. Staring at the energy passageway where Lumion and company had vanished, she deliberated for a few seconds before shifting her focus to the sailboat. With Mr. Fool's seal on the Seven of Wands and the sealed evil god's angel, he didn't have to worry about the problem that even she had to be wary of, as long as he didn't directly see those things, hear its voice, or enter the core area. As for the other one, he seemed to be a shepherd, so he didn't mind being even crazier. Cinderella observed the mast and shipboard of the sailboat cracking under the terrifying suction of the humanoid sealed artifact's heaviness characteristic. She was ready to make her move when she retrieved a roselle chess piece from her dark purple coin bag and hurled it at the target in the black nun's attire. Amidst the howling wind, the queen chess piece soared towards the humanoid sealed artifact, accompanied by various miscellaneous items. As it descended, the humanoid sealed artifact's steps towards the sailboat slowed, as if time itself was warping around her. This was one of the spells of Cinderella, the chessboard of ages. It had the power to decelerate the target, as if they had entered an area where time moved at a different speed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sluggish movement, Cinderella closed her eyes and transformed into a humanoid phantom, collapsing into the invisible coffin. The eyelids of the humanoid sealed artifact drooped, as if she might succumb to sleep at any moment. Sleeping Beauty magic. Witnessing this, Hela, aboard the sailboat, once again activated the Evernight Pathway's ability to forcibly drag people into a dream. Although the notarization wouldn't immediately expire with Ultraman Lotto Gyro's loss of the Governor of the Sea authority, it would still last until the end. However, the ability to be invalidated by notarization wasn't entirely ineffective. It would only be weakened, and its effects would be significantly reduced. Now, the humanoid sealed artifact was already fatigued, swaying and on the verge of falling asleep. In this state, entering a dream was undoubtedly much easier. The humanoid sealed artifact, donned in a black nun's attire, finally closed her eyes and plunged into a deep slumber. She entered a somewhat sorrowful dream, causing her face to contort slightly as she frowned. On the sailboat, a dense darkness surged once more, enveloping the humanoid sealed artifact, resonating with a distant voice that brought peace and tranquility. It was akin to a mother reciting a poem to lull her child to sleep, fostering a serene slumber. The humanoid sealed artifact, still in her black nun's attire, hovered in midair with her eyes tightly shut. She descended slowly, landing gracefully on the deck of the sailboat. Her brows gradually relaxed, her face softened, and crystalline water droplets formed at the corners of her eyes. The maidens of the sea, deputy hosts and sailors, blessed by the sea and adorned with starlight scales, swiftly settled in the darkness, succumbing to sleep amidst the enchanting chanting. Franca, within the sail cabin, was taken aback by the unfolding battle. Isn't that Cinderella? Isn't that Jack and the Beanstalk? What manner of magic is this? Isn't that Sleeping Beauty? Who is this? Have I arrived in a fairyland? I have to admit, it's truly dreamlike. Two demigods working together are undoubtedly formidable. They swiftly subdued the humanoid sealed artifact. I also wish to become a demigod. A demoness demigod would do too. Regaining her senses, Franca concealed herself and sprinted out of the sailboat. Utilizing her run-up and an assassin's feather fall, she elegantly leaped onto the betrothal ship, intending to approach the energy passageway at the bow. Within the silver-gray behemoth. After Lumion traversed the energy passageway, he found himself not in the metal beehive he had seen before. Walking on the silvery white metal floor, he noticed a hall dozens of meters long and 20 to 30 meters wide ahead. In the middle of the hall, Ultraman Lotto Gyro stood, donning Simon Gyro's face, and shouted in delight, "Yenhash!" This represented the first half of the command to activate the spaceship, by entering the password and gaining access. However, there was no response from the spaceship. Crap, it still holds ill intentions towards me and isn't willing to grant access. This malice stems from that demigod's ability. It shouldn't last long. As long as I can stall for time, I should be able to regain control. Can the humanoid sealed artifact hold back two demigods? Or can I rely on the spaceship's internal layout to play hide and seek? A series of thoughts raced through Ultraman's anxious mind. At that moment, through the translucent metal wall to the side of the hall, he saw Cinderella, in the pumpkin coach, come to a halt near the energy passageway, seemingly apprehensive about something. As expected, she doesn't dare to enter. Exhilaration surged from Ultraman Lotto Gyro's heart. Before the mission kicked off, Loki had set up an altar and sought guidance from Celestial worthy through divination. The response he got was, contains a high risk from high-ranking individuals, avoidable by entering the spaceship. Loki decoded this as a warning about Hela and Gandalf from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, as well as the saint from the Church of Earth Mother overlooking Port Santa. These high-ranking figures were the primary threats. However, if he could take the reins of the mystical sci-fi spaceship first, he believed he could outmaneuver these formidable opponents. Now, Lotto Gyro noticed that even without absolute control of the spaceship, the new demigod hesitated, as if haunted by an unseen fear. Facing something capable of unsettling a demigod left Lotto Gyro uneasy. However, armed with the spaceship's command and password, he could soon turn potential threats to his advantage. There was no need for fear. As Lumion was on the brink of teleporting behind Ultraman Lotto Gyro, they both heard a metallic clang. A silver metal door descended, sealing off the hall's entrance and exit completely. The walls, ceiling, and floor transformed as metal surfaces shifted and revealed dark pipe openings. Out gushed cerulean blue gas. Poison gas. Lotto Gyro's heart raced as he grasped the situation. The spaceship, still imbued with malice, not only resisted control, but also emanated lethal intent, seeking to eliminate him before its animosity subsided. The magic of the demigod outside is malicious indeed. Lumion perceived this as an instinctive strike from the silver-gray behemoth against intruders. Swiftly, he tapped into the power of the sea, aiming to invoke the temporary authority of the governor of the sea to counter the threat. He could sense that Ultraman had lost the governor of the sea's position after the attack from the Cinderella demigod, with no immediate prospect of reclaiming it. With no contenders for the authority, Lumion anticipated an easy acquisition. Yet the waters resisted, refusing Lumion the temporary position of governor of the sea. Its malice seemed directed at anyone attempting control. Undeterred, Lumion shifted his focus back to Ultraman Lotto Gyro, a crucial member of April Fools. Lotto Gyro's heart stirred as he shouted, "Do you want to fight here? If we don't break out and waste no time, we'll all die." In this dire moment, a plan to escape the hall and relocate became paramount. The malice wouldn't linger for long. Seek vengeance in a safe space. If we perish here, who will assist in eliminating the others? Lumion nonchalantly flexed his wrists, donning the flog boxing gloves, and grinned, stating, "I don't care about my own death. All that matters now is one thing, end you." As the words left his lips, crimson flames, bordering on white, erupted from his entire being, as if he were cloaked in a fiery shroud. Not far from Lumion and Lotto Gyro, Mad Lady and Mr. K found themselves in the beehive-like metal room, unable to enter the hall ahead. Surveying the surroundings, Mr. K's gaze swept across the incubating Baiting's black insect, little devils, and other creatures. He nodded in satisfaction. "It's indeed the power of an evil god, spawn of an evil god. Well done, Lumion. Well done. This is all part of God's arrangement." Amidst the hoarse voice, the Aurora Order Oracle turned his gaze back to Mad Lady. Mad Lady wasn't intimidated. Instead, she applauded in agreement with Mr. K. She spoke as if they were on different frequencies. "That's right, it's cool, right? This is a spaceship." In the next moment, Mad Lady and Mr. K vanished simultaneously and reappeared behind where the other party had been standing, as if they had negotiated a position switch beforehand. Chapter 584, Helper. 584, Helper. inside the underwater spaceship, in the Silvery Hall. Lumion, enveloped by crimson, nearly white flames, transformed into a fireball and hurtled towards Ultraman Lotto Gyro. The key April Fool's member remained composed. Holding his breath, he thrust forward with his left palm. Lumion instantly sensed an invisible force resisting him, causing the blazing crimson fireball to decelerate abruptly, akin to a trapped insect in transparent amber. Seizing the moment, Lotto Gyro raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist. A ball of blazing white pure sunlight condensed and compressed, swiftly morphing into a thick, formidable laser aimed at Lumion, fused with the crimson near-white fireball. This ability resulted from merging the Sun Pathway and the Sea Boon, utilizing the power of the Sun Pathway to propel the Sea Boon's weakening ray. Though it no longer altered the target's body gradually, causing various negative symptoms, its penetration and melting effects were significantly enhanced, capable of directly injuring or even killing the target. In the enclosed, poisonous gas-filled environment with the constant threat of malice, Lotto Gyro sought to conclude the battle swiftly rather than wait for Lumion Li to weaken gradually. Thus, he opted for Sun Ray instead of Weakening Ray. At laser speed, Sun Ray struck the crimson fireball, melting a substantial hole into it. The fireball lost its structural integrity and exploded, scattering like rain. Yet, Lumion was nowhere among the remnants. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, behind Ultraman Lotto Gyro, Lumion's figure, adorned with the Lai earring, swiftly materialized. Initially, Lumion transformed into a fireball and soared towards Lotto Gyro, intending to force him into using Beyonder powers and counterattack. This allowed him to fix his original location, not shifting prematurely, creating an opportunity to teleport behind the target in the fireball state for a surprise attack. Having faced Bestowed of the Sea before, Lumion was aware of Lotto Gyro's ability to manipulate the weight or flotation of objects using the power of the land and stars, altering their speed. To successfully use Spirit World Traversal in his fireball form, Lumion borrowed Lai's flame-controlling ability. As his figure materialized, he promptly opened his mouth and hissed at Ultraman Lotto Gyro, less than 2 meters away. Huh? A pale yellow beam, resembling gas, shot towards the April Fool's key member. Lotto Gyro didn't have time to turn around, sensing the impending danger through his fate perception, a skill obtained from deciphering the language of the star's Beyonder powers. Specks of starlight emerged in his eyes. He identified several passages in the Silver Hall suffused with cerulean blue gases, imperceptible to ordinary humans. Hastily choosing one, he pounced over, a navigating ability bestowed by the sea. Simultaneously, uncertain of evading the attack from behind, Lotto Gyro infused the surroundings with layers of golden light. This was the purification halo of a sequence 5 Priest of Light of the Sun Pathway. Amidst the harumph, the pale yellow beam swept past Lotto Gyro's back, hidden somewhere in the void. The key member of April Fool's, code name Ultraman, fainted, but his momentum remained. He continued into the illusory passageway, hidden from ordinary eyes, traversing space and dimensions. Lumion, within 2 meters, couldn't teleport away in time and was enveloped by the purification halo. His heart ached, as if something sought to tear his body apart and crawl out. Faintly, he heard the illusory ravings of the entity known as Inevitability, Mr. Fool, both. Unclear but unsettling, they made Lumion's brain feel pulled out of his skull by an invisible hand. Despite an ascetic's endurance, Lumion couldn't help but groan in pain. Collapsing to the ground, he curled up. A similar experience occurred in his Cordu dream, a reaction after being sprinkled by Valentine's holy water. Lotto Gyro's purification halo, an advanced sun halo, had evolved from harmless to a partial sun holy water effect. It could exorcise evil spirits and purify the evil power within a target's body. As Lotto Gyro lay unconscious, the purification halo vanished in a flash, only partially dispelling the poisonous gas. Similarly, the unconscious Lotto Gyro couldn't progress through the illusory passageway, breaking free and falling 3 to 4 meters in front of Lumion. The impact left him in pain, slowly regaining consciousness. At that moment, Lumion slowly recovered from the intense pain induced by the purification halo. Lotto Gyro, just waking up and still uncertain of the situation, instinctively re-entered the illusory passageway to increase the distance between himself and Lumion Lee. This move aimed to avoid another strike from Lumion's psychic piercing-like ability or any other unforeseen attacks. Upon crawling back to the hall through the exit of the illusory passageway, Lumion had already raised his head and regained his composure, though his forehead was soaked in cold sweat. Observing this, Lotto Gyro felt neither pity, disappointment, nor regret. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. It's effective. Purification Halo is effective against Lumion Lee. After confirming that the adventurer Louis Barry was indeed Lumion Lee, Lotto Gyro contemplated how to strategize if he were to engage in a battle with him. It was simple with the authority of the Governor of the Sea. He could repeatedly cast the other party into the cosmic void, making him lose himself over and over. Without the Governor of the Sea's authority, he had to consider how to exploit Lumion Lee's vulnerabilities. Lumion Lee's unique characteristics were clear, possessing a sealing power of the same origin as the celestial worthy, with a high-ranking creature sealed within him. Beyonders in this state often had false high-level statuses and enjoyed numerous conveniences, but they were susceptible to the Sun Pathway's abilities. Lotto Gyro wasn't certain about the effectiveness of the Sun Halo, Cleave of Purification, and other abilities, nor was he sure of the Purification Halo's potency. The only certainty lay in the effectiveness of the Sun Holy Water he could create. Therefore, if the Purification Halo proved ineffective against Lumion Lee, he would swiftly produce Sun Holy Water and sprinkle it on him. Looking at Lumion, Lotto Gyro smiled, once again dyeing the surroundings golden as layer after layer spread out. This sealed environment was ideal for employing the Purification Halo. It denied Lumion Lee a chance to distance himself or teleport closer. The entire hall was essentially enveloped by the Purification Halo. Furthermore, in the spaceship, there was no fear of Lumion Lee losing control and transforming into a monster, unleashing the high-level creature within his body. An intruder at this level would inevitably trigger the spaceship's automatic defense system targeting him. Lotto Gyro might then seize control of the spaceship. Didn't your sister tell you something Emperor Roselle once said? If you rely on something to obtain specialness and become stronger, you will definitely be punished because of it. Upon seeing the surging layers of golden light, Lumion raised his right hand and vanished. Where is he teleporting to this time? As long as he's in the hall, he can't avoid the Purification Halo. Lotto Gyro watched the other parties struggle with certainty and a smile. Unless Lumion Lee chose to leave the hall, it was impossible for him not to be affected by the Purification Halo. With the spaceship's barrier raised, the door closed, and the place sealed, and using the unique power of the sea, if he wanted to teleport out, he had to first destroy the surrounding walls or metal doors to create an exit. This was also advantageous for Lotto Gyro. No one knew what the spaceship would unleash in this hall next. Layer after layer of purification, halos rapidly drowned Lumion's original location, but nothing happened. Lumion's figure was nowhere to be seen in the silver-white hall. Lotto Gyro's pupils constricted. Where did Lumion Lee go? Is his teleportation ability unaffected by the sealed interior of the spaceship? Or has he gone into hiding? Lotto Gyro's heart skipped a beat. He extended his right hand and pulled. The void in the hall stirred, unveiling an abnormal area nestled between two walls, flanked by dark holes emitting cerulean blue gas. Creating an unstable space and hiding inside to avoid the Purification Halo? That's true. The Purification Halo's purpose is to exorcise, purify, warm, and provide courage. Without substantial offensive power, it can't destroy the structure of that space. Lumion Lee actually possesses such an ability. Lotto Gyro quickly saw through Lumion's trick. Calmly raising his right hand, he condensed a penetrating dark green ray. Simultaneously, he harnessed his basic control over gravity to pull at the fabricated space. The dark green ray struck the spot where it had been pulled, instantly penetrating and obliterating the structure. Silently shattered, the dark green ray continued forward, hitting a white full-body armor with its back turned to Lato Gyro. The dark green ray, now weakened to a certain extent, faded away. The silver-white full-body armor suddenly pivoted, and two pairs of eyes appeared to lock onto Lato Gyro from within the vacant helmet. In the next moment, it charged toward the April Fool's key member, forming a broadsword of light in its hand. As the silver-white full-body armor rushed out, Lumien's figure emerged in the corner. He had utilized the terrain there to arrange a simple bottle of fiction, using the large hole that emitted poisonous gas as a symbolic window. His goal was twofold. First, to evade the influence of the purification halo, and second, to position the Pride armor with its back facing Lato Gyro. Yes, this cursed armor might only target someone standing a certain distance behind it, but it might not. What if that person not only stood more than 10 meters behind it, but also attempted to attack it by stabbing it in the back? The answer was clear. Now, Lumien had a capable helper, unafraid of the purification halo. Chapter 585, Repeated Betrayal. 585 Repeated Betrayal. At a distance of just over 10 meters, the Pride armor covered the ground in two powerful strides, positioning itself in front of Ultraman Lato Gyro. A broadsword, condensed from radiant light, slashed down with deadly precision. Lato Gyro had a momentary opportunity to utilize his navigator ability, escape through hidden passageways in the void and dimensions, and evade the impending attack. However, the sight of the silver-white full-body armor caught him off guard. He hadn't anticipated an aggressive move before Lumien Li could even don the armor. This momentary hesitation cost him. The silver-white full-body armor, resembling a relentless steam locomotive, collided with him before he could vanish into the hidden tunnel. By then, it was too late, and the looming threat of being cleaved apart became imminent, a grim fate of upper and lower halves separated. In this dire circumstance, he was no earthworm with regenerative abilities. His fate seemed sealed. Facing the approaching silver-white armor and its raised broadsword of light, scales formed from starlight protruded from various parts of Lato Gyro's body. The air quivered around him, as if an invisible tide were roaring, amplifying the tension. As per the intel gathered on April Fools, the power derived from the sea, without the governor of the sea's authority, corresponded to a sequence 5 at most, known as Tidal Scholar, the current state of Lato Gyro. Enveloped by an ethereal tide, Lato Gyro swung his fist, resembling a colossal wave crashing down. Thud! His formidable punch collided with the side of the broadsword of light, forcefully diverting its trajectory. Simultaneously, Lumien materialized behind him, left hand raised. Indeed, I knew you'd seize this chance to teleport behind me and launch a sneak attack. Lato Gyro was ready. Evading the silver-white full-body armor's second strike, he imbued the surroundings in a warm golden hue. Purification Halo. As layers of golden light surged towards Lumien, he deftly twisted his left wrist. Even before that, the silver-white light earring on his left earlobe emitted a subtle glow, revealing various blobs of light and colors on Ultraman's body. Among them, a golden ball emitted a warm glow, the representation of the Purification Halo ability. With a flick of his wrist, the golden ball detached from Ultraman's body and swiftly flew to Lumien. Steal. Lumien successfully stole Ultraman's Purification Halo. The number of times the Ring of the Sea Queen could steal, after the standard process, remained unknown to Lumien. However, he was certain that Lai's stealing effect persisted for half a month, unaffected by his stealing of the sea's power. After Lai's transformation on the ancestral altar in Milo Village, Lumien diligently experimented with steel, honing his proficiency to ensure he could deploy it effectively in critical moments. Thus, he had become relatively adept at stealing and dispersing the power of the sea. Simultaneously, Ultraman's Beyonder powers of the Sun pathway were well documented by the Tarot Club's information, making Lumien fully aware of what he aimed to steal this time. With a solid foundation in mysticism knowledge, he felt prepared. However, the challenge lay in his lack of experience, stealing a priest of light's abilities. He feared that locating the corresponding symbols for purification halo and holy water creation might take too long, leaving him vulnerable to Lotto Gyro's attacks. Anticipating the Pride Armor's frontal assault, Lumion strategically teleported 4 to 5 meters behind Lotto Gyro, enticing him to use Purification Halo. The distinction between the abilities Lumion used and those he refrained from was clear, providing him with instant recognition. Before initiating the teleport, he activated the Lie earring and raised his left hand, ensuring he didn't linger in the dangerous area for a moment longer. The Purification Halo, despite being stolen, persisted and continued to surge, enveloping Lumion. However, it didn't reach its intended target. A formidable formless force emanated from Lumion's body, acting as a barrier that thwarted the encroaching halo. The power of the sea. You have the power of the sea, and so do I. During the steal process, Lumion had reserved a portion of the sea's power for himself. Although not on par with Ultraman's, it proved sufficient to repel the purification halo for a brief moment. Calmly activating the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumion vanished from the warm golden area, teleporting to the farthest corner from Lotto Gyro. The purification halo pursued relentlessly, but it reached its limit, visibly weakening. Reacting swiftly, Lumion harnessed the power of the sea once more, watching as the warm golden barrier rapidly dissipated. Meanwhile, Lotto Gyro's heart skipped a beat. Intuitively, he sensed the loss of his purification halo ability, suspecting it had been stolen. Lumion Lee's item with the steal effect is still operational. Lotto Gyro couldn't dwell on it. Dodging the Pride Armor's heavy slashes, he fell to the ground, rolling to evade the attacks. Facing the sky, he raised his right hand, clenching it. Pure and blazing sunlight condensed rapidly, forming a thick ray that struck the silver-white armor's chest. It paused momentarily, unable to penetrate, only burning and dissolving into tottering black marks. Witnessing this and recognizing Lumion Lee as his adversary, Ultraman Lotto Gyro entertained the idea of fleeing. He decided to disengage, cease the confrontation, and seek an escape route. At that critical moment, instead of launching a barrage of attacks, the Pride Armor shifted its focus toward Lumion. Lumion, who had previously utilized Spirit World Traversal on the betrothal ship and within the hall, found himself affected once again by the purification halo. His spirituality teetered on the brink of depletion, leaving him visibly fatigued and weakened. Any ordinary human in such a state near the Pride Armor would face indiscriminate attacks. Lotto Gyro keenly perceived the shift in dynamics. Though unaware of the specifics, he sensed an advantage. Rising abruptly, he directed his attention to Lumion. In the next instant, the Pride Armor raised its radiant broadsword and charged towards Lumion. Haha, your sealed artifact has betrayed you. Lotto Gyro mocked internally as he closed in, intending to exploit the silver-white full-body armor's attack to create sun holy water and sprinkle it on Lumion Lee. Undeterred, Lumion took a resolute step forward. Tapping into his ascetic powers, the accumulated strength and spirituality within his body surged, replenishing his drained spirit. His body underwent a sudden transformation, growing by 7 to 8 centimeters and bulking up by 2 sizes, causing his loosely fitting deputy host's robe to strain. The advancing Pride Armor abruptly halted, pivoting to face Lotto Gyro, who had followed closely. Lotto Gyro's pupils contracted, and an instant heaviness enveloped his body, bringing him to a natural halt. Simultaneously, his gaze locked onto the unusually tall figure of Lumion Lee. The enemy teleported right in front of him, mere inches away. Their eyes locked, reflecting each other in an intense confrontation. With a swift whoosh, Lumion swung his right hand, adorned with the flog boxing gloves, through the air. Lotto Gyro's heavy state naturally exerted a suction force on his surroundings, a downgraded version of the humanoid sealed artifact's characteristic. Lumion's punch encountered no repulsion. Instead, it accelerated towards its target. Unperturbed by the close-range attacks, Lotto Gyro harbored concerns about Lumion's psychic piercing ability. Unable to dodge or employ other abilities in time, he unleashed a retaliatory fist resembling 1,000 tons of seawater, causing the sound of surging tides to echo. Bang! Lotto Gyro blocked Lumien's attack and swiftly rolled to the side, evading a surprise assault from the Pride armor. At that moment, a strong sense of greed surged within him, overshadowing his initial plan to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lumien retreated and retrieved a black bone flute with red holes from his traveler's bag. Symphony of Hatred. While Lotto Gyro resisted the Pride armor, Lumien brought the flute to his mouth and played a sharp, intense melody. Lotto Gyro's mind buzzed, freezing him in place. Bright blood oozed from the cracks in the starlight scales on his body. Emotional detonation. The Pride armor struck Lotto Gyro's shoulder, splintering scales, bone, and flesh. Closing the distance with 2 brisk strides, Lumien approached the nearly collapsed Lotto Gyro, his face twisted in pain. He raised the black bone flute in his hand. In the moment that Lotto Gyro used the pain from the Pride armor strike to break free from the detonated emotions, he witnessed Lumien Lee thrusting the bone flute toward him with a fierce expression. The bone flute effortlessly pierced Lotto Gyro's left eye, akin to cutting through butter. The eyeball of April Fool's key member exploded, and a gruesome mix of blood and other fluids streamed out through the gaps in the black bone flute. Even if the Symphony of Hatred only struck an ordinary part, it was tantamount to hitting a vital point. Striking a true vital point meant either instant death or a prolonged period of social death. In this case, Lotto Gyro's left eye and brain were undeniably vital points. His remaining eye widened and protruded, life force rapidly draining as he slumped to the ground. Lumien seized Ultraman's neck, lifting him up. Releasing his right hand, which held the black bone flute, he delivered a heavy slap to Lotto Gyro's face. With a fierce expression, he growled in Intijan, "Did you go to Cordu village to confirm the situation?" Chapter 586, Gnawing. 586 Gnawing. Ultraman Lotto Gyro, his life rapidly slipping away, fell into a daze. Even his thoughts of self-preservation became blurred. In the haze, he vaguely saw Juan Aro, the wrinkled old man, standing in the middle of the sea, waving with a mix of joy and mockery. At that moment, Lumien's voice resonated from the horizon, faint, ethereal, and elusive. "Did you go to Cordu village to confirm the situation?" Cordu village? The time Mad Lady and I visited Nalfi and went there just out of convenience. Lotto Gyro lost focus, and Lumien's figure reflected in his closed eye. With the intent to annoy, he spoke his last words in Highlander. "I've been there with Mad Lady. It was simply for fun, but low-key seemed to have ulterior." "Don't you want to know what happened back then?" "Sure, I'll speak in Highlander. It's your problem if you don't understand. Your fault for not taking this language seriously in the past." Lotto Gyro knew his actions wouldn't practically affect Lumien Lee. This was because Lumien Lee could find someone to perform dream divination, hypnosis, or undergo a real dream when he returned. From there, he could memorize the Highlander he spoke and find a way to translate it into Intijan or ancient Fasak. Still, he just wanted to annoy the other party. About to die, he couldn't care less about future developments. Motives, Lotto Gyro uttered his last word as his life extinguished. In that final moment, he seemed to hear Lumien Lee speaking to him in Highlander. "Thank you." The thank you flowed naturally, carrying a strong sense of mockery. Ultraman Lotto Gyro's intact eye bulged even more, his expression freezing on his face, his breath coming to a complete halt. Lumien's right hand gripped the Symphony of Hatred once more. Simultaneously, he released his left hand, watching Ultraman's key member's head rapidly detach from the black bone flute with red holes, revealing a sinister and deep blood-red hole. Thud! Ultraman collapsed to the ground. The sticky blood on the black bone flute coalesced and dripped onto his body. After the person who had backstabbed it suffered a fatal wound, Pride armor stopped moving and stood nearby, resembling an ordinary silver-white full body armor without any special characteristics. Loki had ulterior motives, a motive other than helping the sinners and pulling a prank. As Lumien recalled Ultraman's confession before his death, he bent down to check what items this April Fool's key member had. Of course, he didn't hold much hope. Ultraman Lotto Gyro had disguised himself as the incoming governor of the sea, Simon Gyro, to board the betrothal ship. Carrying no items, his belongings should have been handed over to Mad Lady, allowing her to conceal them using flesh and blood magic in his stomach. However, Mad Lady clearly didn't have the time or opportunity to return the items to Ultraman. This was one of the reasons why Lumion could eliminate Ultraman, a powerful dual-pathway Beyonder, in such a short period. If Juan Oro hadn't tipped off the sea spawn on the bridal boat beforehand, Lumion would have been forced to stash his traveler's bag, temporarily, with Mr. K. At that moment, Lumion observed a strange transformation in the corpse of Ultraman Lotto Gyro. It swiftly faded, morphing into a semi-translucent, semi-flesh state. Then, like it was being disintegrated by countless tiny creatures, it oozed into the silver metal floor and gradually vanished. Soon, the remnants of flesh, starlight, and sun-like fragments left by Lotto Gyro were absorbed by the silver metallic floor, leaving behind only a sea governor ceremonial robe, shrouded in a faint grayish-white fog. In the blink of an eye, the grayish-white fog got absorbed by the silver metallic floor and the mysterious structure. Lumion attempted unsuccessfully to reclaim something. Is this what it means to return to the sea? But why did this peculiar structure absorb the Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristic? Just as Lumion pondered, the sound of metal grinding surrounded him. The pitch-black holes in the surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor once again got concealed by rotating, protruding metal. No more cerulean blue poisonous gas spewed out, saving Lumion the energy to engulf his body in a layer of crimson, almost white flames. Amidst the clanking sounds, 2 metallic doors ascended, revealing 2 tunnels leading to different destinations. With the target of the betrayal now gone, the silver-gray behemoth reverted to its normal state. Lumion peered into the depths of the tunnel ahead, his heart involuntarily racing. Badump, badump, he felt inexplicably nervous and uneasy. In Port Santa, the apartment Loki was hiding. The moment Ludwig declared, "I'm hungry," he swiftly bowed his head and sank his teeth into Loki's hand, gripping the gemstone bracelet as if devouring the marrow from a chicken wing. An intense wave of pain surged through Loki's mind. His immediate instinct was to deploy paper figurine substitutes, a desperate attempt to break free from the current situation. Yet he hesitated, fearing that such a move might create an insurmountable distance between him and the sealed demigod, eliminating any chance of regaining control. Amidst the gruesome symphony of bones crunching and flesh tearing, Loki snatched the falling gemstone bracelet with his free hand and forcibly pried open his mouth. Bang! A rush of air slammed into Ludwig's head, akin to a bullet fired from the latest steam rifle, ripping through flesh and hair to reveal a ghastly white skull. However, Ludwig remained unfazed. Gnawing on Loki's left hand, he had already severed 5 fingers and devoured half a palm. Bang, bang, bang. Air bullets relentlessly pounded the boy, leaving him mangled and disfigured. Yet, Ludwig persisted in his attentive nibbling on Loki. Crack, track. He had already crunched down on the other party's wrist bone, a crisp sound echoing through their intertwined flesh. As Loki nearly blacked out from the pain, he roughly grasped what was happening. The sealed demigod possessed incredible vitality. Ordinary attacks and Beyonder powers couldn't cause significant harm. In simpler terms, he could put him to sleep or manipulate his spirit-body threads to knock him out, but killing him with regular means proved challenging. It couldn't even seriously injure him. In such circumstances, even if the sealed demigod couldn't utilize any abilities, lacking sufficient strength and speed, merely devouring the other party's flesh and bones with all his might posed an abnormal challenge for many mid-sequence Beyonders. Loki abandoned the idea of retrieving other mystical items and substituted himself with a paper figurine. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ludwig, his head covered in signs of air bullet destruction and almost devoid of human form, raised his head. Beside his blood-stained mouth was a piece of white paper that quickly swept into his mouth alongside the blood-colored flesh. Ludwig's eyes reflected Loki's outline in the corner of the room. Something beneath his torn skin and flesh seemed to squirm slowly, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Loki assessed the situation and the items on him. With the sole assurer marionette unable to return in time, he sensibly chose not to confront the sealed demigod creature. He would flee first before considering the future. At that moment, a crimson moonlight streamed through the window. The moonlight bathed the apartment, wrapping around Loki. Loki heard a fleeting voice. A strong smell of blood. As the moonlight faded, a grayish-white and pitch-black paper figurine appeared on the ground. Loki's figure materialized a few hundred meters away, outside a vine forest. It was a boon bestowed by the celestial worthy during a prayer some weeks before this operation. It had been attached to a pre-prepared paper figurine, forming such a potent substitute that bordered on godhood. Drip, drip, blood still dripped from Loki's bitten left wrist. He activated the diamond on the bracelet and swiftly faded away, preparing to teleport. Port Santa, Milo Village. Tap, tap, tap. The soft patter of footsteps reverberated in Bard's ears, causing him to tense. Bard surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He sprinted, weaving through several buildings, yet the rhythmic tapping of footsteps persisted behind him. Attempting to force open a door and seek refuge in a villager's house in Milo Village, Bard was met with an unexpected sight. Instead of the familiar kitchen, tables, chairs, and household items, his eyes beheld a decrepit stone platform enveloped in darkness. The stone platform, Bard's pupils widened as if he had entered an unreal illusion. He found himself back at the residence of the governor of the sea, and the altar where Milo Village's inhabitants paid homage to their ancestor. Something crawled out from a crack in the worn stone platform. A translucent worm, adorned with multiple rings, swiftly expanded, transforming into a young man donned in the attire of a sea prayer ritual's deputy host, monocle in place. Seated on the weathered stone platform, the man grinned at Bard. "Do you comprehend?" Bard suddenly grasped the meaning behind the question. Swallowing hard, he replied, "Understood." Since the altar had an owner and Beyonder creatures residing there, the so-called rule that it could only be enchanted once a year for the ring of the Sea Queen clearly didn't hold true. The other party could affix the power as many times as desired. The young man, clad in a dark blue deputy host's sacrificial robe, toyed with the monocle in his right eye and smirked. "Over a millennium, I've molded the rule that the steal ability can only be conferred once a year. Little did I expect to deceive you all in the end." Chapter 587, Deceived. 587, Deceived. Upon hearing the young man's words, Bard felt his blood rush to his head. Crafting a seemingly valid rule over a millennium to deceive others. What kind of lame antique swindler is this? Bard blurted out, "The patterns on the altar and the surrounding arrangements are also fake." The young man in the dark blue deputy host robe chuckled. "If it wasn't real, would you have been deceived? Furthermore, I occasionally venture out. When I do, it grants steal powers on my behalf. Of course, with the spirituality produced by the surrounding worshippers, it can indeed only bestow once a year." As the young man spoke, the smile on his face widened. Bard's forehead throbbed as he listened, feeling like he had been mocked. According to the other party's claim that the steal powers could be bestowed at will, the Ring of the Sea Queen should have been complete and equipped with all its functions. So, why did the success of the Sea Prayer ritual experience such a significant delay? Unable to comprehend the situation, Bard turned around and sprinted towards the exit. It wasn't that he hadn't considered begging for mercy and surrendering on the spot, but these things could be done later. For now, he wanted to take a gamble, betting that the other party's claim of occasionally venturing out was a lie. In essence, he believed he was trapped in the altar, unable to venture anywhere and influence the people around him. If he allowed himself to be intimidated and didn't dare to escape, he would fall into the other party's trap, cheated of his freedom and future. Thud, thud, thud. Bard reached the staircase in a few steps and ran up. The more he ran, the happier he became. The monocle-wearing young man didn't stop him. "I made the right bet. He's the core of that altar, there's no way to leave." Thud, thud, thud. Bard witnessed the scene on the first floor illuminated by sunlight. Amidst his ecstasy, his thoughts suddenly shattered. He felt the darkness around him being pierced by the light, shattering into pieces. Bard bolted upright, alarmed to find himself lying in the servants' room at the governor of the sea's residence. He hadn't left. He surveyed his surroundings and heard cheers and crackers from outside. I just had a dream. Did it stem from a spirituality warning, helping me discover a problem with the plan? As Bard pondered these thoughts, he immediately dismissed the corresponding judgment. No, how could I have fallen asleep during the sea prayer ritual? Did I start dreaming after hearing soft footsteps in my room? Bard rolled to his feet, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and tentatively pushed open the door, entering the corridor. No longer smug with the plan that required minimal risks or combat, Bard realized he couldn't share in the distribution of items. He couldn't teleport away directly, nor could he return to his original appearance or disguise himself as someone else. Upon reaching the corridor, Bard noticed the little devils leaving the shadows and performing a strange celebratory dance. He hadn't communicated with these sea spawn and knew their intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of ordinary dogs. They could be tamed and controlled, but direct communication was beyond them. However, the amazing thing was that little devils had the ability to record and recreate human words, even if they weren't sure of their meanings. Moreover, they could receive signals from their collaborators within a 100-meter radius. The little devils ignored Bard as well. The sea prayer ritual had succeeded. According to their prior agreement, the fake governor of the sea could leave on his own. Bard left the governor of the sea's residence and realized that the guards at the entrance weren't kneeling to thank the boon like before. The villagers of Milo Village at the docks were the same. Apart from a few, who sincerely shouted that the sea prayer ritual had succeeded, the rest merely echoed what was happening and expressed their joy, with many preferring to release crackers. Indeed, it was a dream. The villagers' reactions in the dream were too exaggerated. I should know that based on past experiences with sea prayer rituals. Only the committee members of the Fisheries Guild and a few people with strong sea bloodlines can sense the arrival of the sea's boon. Others with sea bloodlines wouldn't have a tangible sense. They'd slowly realize they've become stronger, or the changes are too weak to detect. Otherwise, the failure of the sea prayer ritual last year wouldn't have escaped the notice of Port Santa's citizens and would have only circulated within the core circle. Bard used the environment to quickly confirm the essence of his previous encounter. He didn't dare relax, nor did he again head to the docks to admire the villagers being fooled. Instead, he turned to the road leading to Port Santa's city district. Just as he stepped out of the ancient village, Bard spotted a figure ahead. The man stood over 2.4 meters tall, clad in a simple linen robe and a hood, holding a thick staff. Gandalf, Bard's heart tightened as he shouted. With the dream just now, he thought he had been exposed, so he didn't pull off any act. Gandalf, the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, was taken aback and let out a deep chuckle. "You're really fake." He's not sure of my identity. Bard was taken aback, wishing he could slap himself. Inside the underwater spaceship, in a metallic room reminiscent of a beehive. Having failed to capture Mad Lady twice in a row, Mr. K's body underwent a sudden transformation, expanding to nearly 3 meters in height. Fortunately, he wasn't adorned in actual clothes. The blood-colored cloak draped over him had morphed from his flesh and blood. Otherwise, even the loose robe would have succumbed to the drastic change. Concurrently, Mr. K's skin darkened, assuming the appearance of thick and formidable armor. Crooked goat horns adorned with sinister patterns sprouted from his head, and a pair of bat-like wings, encircled in crimson and blue flames, emerged from his back. A pungent smell of sulfur hung in the air. Being a Sequence 5 shepherd of the secret suppliant pathway, Mr. K possessed the core ability of grazing. This allowed him to fuse other people's souls with Beyonder characteristics or boon powers and utilize them uniquely. It was akin to grazing lambs for a deity. Each shepherd could graze up to 7 souls, controlling only one at a time. In this state, shepherds could employ their Beyonder abilities and 3 abilities corresponding to the souls. These were chosen during grazing and remained fixed thereafter. The most formidable aspect of shepherds was their ability to graze demigod-level spirits, enabling them to contend with saints for a limited duration. Presently, Mr. K was using a grazed devil. He had selected Devil Transformation, Sulfur Fireball, and Sword of Lava in the past. Mr. K deliberately chose to forego Devil's most distinctive danger premonition because he believed it to be effective only when commanding the Devil's spirit. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't activate grazing continuously. In any case, if grave danger loomed, a divine revelation would be provided by God. Failure to receive such guidance indicated wrongdoing, warranting divine punishment. As the expansive bat wings on Mr. K's back unfolded, light blue fireballs condensed, numbering almost 20. They indiscriminately bombarded every corner of the metallic beehive, creating an all-encompassing barrage to counter Mad Lady's elusive flashes throughout the space. Rumble. The explosion, a mix of fire and poison, wreaked havoc on the metallic hive, tearing apart the incubating baiting's black insect, little devils, and other creatures. Mad Lady abruptly halted as the sulfur fireball condensed. Cloaked in a blood-colored dress, with grotesque flesh lumps on her face, an illusory, slowly flipping book materialized in her eyes. Faint recitations echoed around her. Drawing a dagger, she genuflected and drove it into the metal floor of the hive. Dawn-like light ascended, forming an almost invisible wall around her. Rumble. The shockwaves from the sulfur fireball's explosion and the poisonous pale blue fireball relentlessly struck the invisible barrier, causing it to sway, yet it stood resilient. This was protection of a Warrior Sequence 5. Record, the core ability of a Sequence 6 scribe of the Apprentice Pathway, allowed the recording of others' abilities for use, each recording usable only once. Scribes could even record Beyonder powers with godhood effects, but the success rate was minimal. After the explosion's aftershocks subsided, Mr. K, donned in a blood-colored cloak and resembling a colossal devil, wielded a broadsword composed of crimson lava and pale blue flames. He surged towards Mad Lady in 2 steps, slashing down. The nearly invisible wall around Mad Lady couldn't withstand the onslaught and finally shattered. As the illusory book in her eyes flipped, a robust and sharp sword of dawn materialized in her hand. Excitedly, she swung her 2-handed light sword. Clang! Mr. K's strike sent Mad Lady, lacking a warrior's physique and strength, flying. Though Mr. K hadn't anticipated her determination to engage in close combat despite her limitations, the battle's tempo remained unaffected. He advanced, wielding the lava broadsword once again. Poof, the Mad Lady he struck suddenly thinned, transforming into a paper figurine consumed by sulfurous flames. Paper figurine substitutes. Mad Lady reappeared beside a demolished metal hive, her illusory book flipping once more. She then stretched her arms, allowing a pure and magnificent blazing pillar of light to descend from the sky and strike Mr. K, who had attacked the paper effigy. Priest of Light's Light of Holiness. Chapter 588, Degree of Madness. 588 Degree of Madness. Mr. K shifted instantaneously, tapping into the Gray's traveler's soul. His eyes took on an otherworldly glow, as if concealing doors to different realms. His form faded, and in an instant, a luminous white column surrounded by flames emerged, shrouding him within its fiery embrace. In the ensuing moment, Mr. K, stripped of his devil guise, materialized in a corner of the metallic beehive. His form liquefied, his flesh resembling dripping candle wax. The secret's suppliant pathway symbolized corruption, its influence curtailed by the sun pathway's capabilities. Half-melted flesh and blood cascaded onto the metal floor, seeping into it in a bizarre manner. Soon, it was absorbed by the spaceship Mad Lady had earlier detailed. Even Mr. K felt the weight of an unseen force, as if an invisible hand pressed him down. His attempts to extricate himself from the metallic floor proved futile, and he continued sinking gradually. Mad Lady, with grayish-green eyes gleaming, teleported near Mr. K. Despite his blood-colored, wax-drenched visage, Mr. K faced Mad Lady without a trace of fear. His focus remained fixed on the evil god's aura emanating from the metal hive, his ultimate target. he switched the grazed soul to an arbiter pathway beyonder, with 2 bolts of lightning gathering in the depths of his darkened eyes. Psychic piercing. Mad Lady refrained from teleporting. The illusory book within her eyes flipped open, revealing the kaleidoscope of colors on Mr. K's body and the shifting hues of light during his grazed soul transitions. Excitement illuminated Mad Lady's face. Raising her right hand, she prepared to delicately twist it clockwise. Steal. This was an ability she had recorded from Bard. A sudden, intriguing notion captivated Mad Lady's thoughts. She yearned to witness the aftermath of stealing the grazing ability from a shepherd. It was crucial to understand that her steal ability was limited to just one from a target, devoid of any connections to the abilities that came with it. In essence, after snatching the grazing ability, the soul, characteristics, and powers under grazing's influence would persist within Mr. K's body. In this state, Mad Lady pondered whether shepherds would grapple with internal conflicts, the fusion of characteristics, or a loss of control akin to the switching between non-adjacent pathways. Excitement bubbled within Mad Lady as she deliberately blinked near Mr. K, compelling him to switch grazed souls. She observed keenly, eager to discern which light aligned with grazing. As for Mr. K's reaction, she cared little. You continue your fight, I continue my steal. Whoever dies first loses. Simultaneously, the metal floor, saturated with Mr. K's flesh, quivered unexpectedly. A previously concealed door within the metal hive withdrew, unveiling a passageway that hinted at a silver metallic hall beyond. A formidable suction force emanated from that direction. While her attempt to steal Mr. K's grazing ability was underway, Mad Lady, lacking the strength, was propelled into the air. Dark blonde hair whipped around wildly as she soared toward the origin of the anomaly. Meanwhile, Mr. K remained locked to the metal floor. Though his body swayed precariously, on the verge of being pulled away, he held his ground, unsteady yet resilient. The face of the blood-colored, wax-streaked Aurora Order Oracle betrayed an anxious expression. The enemy was on the verge of escape. The source of the evil god corruption had revealed itself. Mr. K swiftly switched back to the corresponding devil spirit, summoning a broadsword forged from crimson lava and pale blue flames. Targeting his body adhered to the metal floor, he executed a slashing motion. Beneath his calf, flesh promptly separated from his main body, the incision undergoing a mesmerizing melding of half-melting and half-reforming. Having relinquished a portion of his flesh, Mr. K allowed pale white, moist, and freshly formed limbs to squirm out from the severed stump. Concurrently, he harnessed the formidable suction force to pursue Mad Lady and draw closer to the source of corruption. In midair, he witnessed Lumion, disguised, clutching the door frame in a struggle against the menacing suction. He observed the motionless silver, white full body armor, seamlessly blending with the floor. Mad Lady surged ahead, on the verge of flying past Lumion. With a wave of her right hand, she emitted a greeting-like hello, her face radiating excitement and anticipation. Lumion's pupils constricted. Disregarding his precarious state, he harumphed. 2 beams of white light shot forth from his nostrils, accurately aimed at Mad Lady, but influenced by the tangible and enigmatic suction force. They bent and plunged deeper into the tunnel. At that moment, Lumion's grip on the silver metal door frame neared its breaking point, blood seeping from the strain. Faintly, he sensed an abundance of flesh and skin deep within the tunnel, intertwining to shape a colossal structure resembling a pear-shaped bird's nest. Suspended in midair, fleshy ropes, as thick as 2 or 3 adult arms and covered in a translucent membrane, extended, linking the distant wall, the ceiling above, and the metal on the ground. Within these flesh and blood tendrils, specks of starlight and a mysterious dark substance flowed into the massive pear-shaped object. The bird's nest-like structure was contracting inward, its various parts deeply sunken, delineating lines that hinted at a substantial disk. The terrifying suction force, capable of manipulating both reality and mystery, emanated from this pear-shaped object composed of skin, flesh, and blood. At that moment, the outlines on the pear-shaped object quivered, and all the indentations bulged and expanded. With this transformation, fragments of starlight spilled from the fleshy bird's nest, rushing into every cabin within the spaceship. This event resembled the prior two releases of the sea's power, yet lacked the grandeur and vastness, lacking the potential to rend apart anyone obstructing its path. Lumion could already envision the repetitive expulsion, understanding that the silver-gray behemoth had amassed a power capable of threatening the seal. Year after year, it required the extraction of this accumulated pressure. As the abundance of starlight scattered, the formidable suction force dissipated. With two thuds, Mad Lady and Mr. K collided with the ground. One found herself in the tunnel leading to the fleshy bird's nest, while the other lay in the silver hall where Lumion and Ultraman had previously battled. Lumion released his grip, landing on the ground. His gaze swiftly fixated on the April Fool's key member, adorned with clumps of flesh and blood on her face. Mad Lady sprang up, exclaiming to him and Mr. K, "Did you see that? Did you see that? That's an incubating deity. Yes, it should be a deity." Despite the intense fluctuations in Mad Lady's emotions, Mr. K discerned no sincerity in her tone. Her mention of deity sounded more like powerful and terrifying monster, a mere description. In the next instant, Lumion materialized behind Mad Lady, who promptly vanished on the spot, blinking closer to where the starlight had scattered. Lumion, sensing danger instinctively, felt his heart quicken involuntarily. He hesitated to delve too deeply into the tunnel, avoiding proximity to the flesh and blood bird's nest he had vaguely seen before. Unimaginable horrors were certain to unfold. However, Mad Lady sprinted in that direction. Let her venture deeper and potentially meet her end. Lumion's thoughts raced, torn between decisions. Another second passed, and Mr. K teleported in front of Lumion, fervently pursuing Mad Lady. In that moment, Lumion, who had often considered himself a bit eccentric, found himself yearning for a bit more normalcy from the duo ahead of him. While he could comprehend Mr. K's choices and actions, rooted in unwavering faith in God and the pursuit of divine will, coupled with a hint of extremism, Mad Lady's conduct exceeded his expectations. Drawing from I Know Someone's confession and Mad Lady's previous behavior, Lumion detected no signs of her fanatical devotion to the celestial worthy. Simultaneously, due to the ongoing conflict between the celestial worthy and Mr. Fool, she couldn't always rely on protection. This raised a question for Lumion. If Mad Lady consistently courted danger, how had she managed to survive to this day? April Fools lacked the strict hierarchy and coordination seen in the Aurora Order. Most of the time, members operated independently with minimal interaction. Protecting Mad Lady from the start, allowing her to grow steadily with such a mindset, seemed implausible. Could it be that I Know Someone had once overseen the treatment of Mad Lady's mental and psychological issues? After his demise, did Mad Lady's problems exacerbate? Lumion quickly formulated a plausible explanation, but considering Mad Lady's conduct on the betrothal ship, her current state struck him as abnormal. On the betrothal ship, faced with the impending release of the sea's power in the energy passageway, Mad Lady, though eager and seeking excitement, had an escape route. As long as she didn't delay until the last moment, she could teleport away, avoiding the actual risk of death. Now, whatever lurked in the depths of the tunnel made Lumion, despite his feigned high level, intuitively uneasy. He believed it represented an almost certain death sentence. Yet, Mad Lady persisted in her attempt to approach. Could there be a reason compelling her to make contact with that object? Lumion wondered. He suspected that Mad Lady's actions might be part of the Celestial Worthy's scheme, convincing her that she could confront the provocation head-on and escape in time. I can't let her and that Celestial Worthy succeed. Besides, personally, I look forward to ending her myself rather than witnessing her being swallowed by that dangerous object. Lumion's eyes narrowed, the desire to teleport forward and intercept Mad Lady compelling him. However, preventing a traveler from reaching a specific location in such a manner was clearly impossible. Lumion hesitated, unwilling to genuinely approach the flesh and blood bird's nest deep within the tunnel. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The peculiar structure's rejection of outsiders seems to have lifted, and with Lotto Gyro, a person possessing a potent sea bloodline, deceased. Could I attempt to gain temporary authority as the governor of the sea to halt Mad Lady's progress? With that in mind, Lumion embarked on his endeavor. Activating the power of the sea within him, he allowed his astral projection to merge and swiftly expand outward. Chapter 589, Object Within the Nest. 589, Object Within the Nest. As Lumion's astral projection expanded with the power of the sea, he immediately sensed the presence of the waters. This wasn't a genuine ocean, but a fantastical sea created by radiant starlight. At its core lay the projection of the silver-gray behemoth. Empowered by an ample supply of the sea's power, Lumion's astral projection surged forward, merging seamlessly with the phantom. A burning sensation radiated from the left side of his chest, as if some form of acknowledgement had been received. His consciousness extended boundlessly, taking command of the dreamlike illusory sea. In the course of this process, he glimpsed the phantoms of Juan Oro, Ultraman Lotto Gyro, and unfamiliar apparitions. Those who have returned to the sea? They seem to have transformed into water droplets in the sea. Lumion withdrew his gaze from the joyful Juan Oro and the pained Lotto Gyro, redirecting it toward the depths of the tunnel ahead. From a considerable distance, he spotted Mad Lady. The silver-gray behemoth harbored entities nurtured within the flesh and blood bird's nest. With the Baiting's black insect, little devils, and other extraterrestrial life forms, it was inevitable that they coexisted in the spirit world. However, this spirit world was entirely severed from the external realm. Consequently, Beyonders skilled in summoning creatures from the spirit world for assistance found themselves bereft of their primary reliance. Teleportation executed through the spirit world, however, retained some semblance of normalcy. Departing directly, however, proved impossible. The only avenues were through the energy passageway at the entrance or by breaching the outer wall to connect the inner and outer spirit worlds. Simultaneously, the closer one approached the flesh and blood bird's nest, the more peculiar the spirit world became. It was as though the air gradually thickened, becoming almost tangible and impeding the approach of birds. In such an environment, coupled with the absence of a flesh and blood bird's nest, Mad Lady found herself unable to teleport directly. Her only recourse was to blink incrementally, expending her spirituality with each maneuver. Having focused on Mad Lady and the space in front of her, Lumion suddenly extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The air surrounding Mad Lady immediately grew dense, as if assuming a tangible form. This transformation caused the illusory curtain to bend, compressing the corresponding area into a dark and transparent sphere. Once more, Mad Lady's form disappeared, but a formless force, shaped by the bending area, yanked her out and sent her plummeting. Under the authority of the governor of the sea, the spirit world within the sphere and the spirit world within the silver-gray behemoth were forcibly separated. However, this effect was contingent on the peculiar environment. In the external world, given Lumion's current level and mastery of the power of the sea, completely isolating an area from the expansive and genuine spirit world proved challenging. He could merely employ cosmic void to create an exit path and a door symbolizing an escape route, a tactic vulnerable to counteraction by a traveler's abilities. Mad Lady attempted another blink, yet found herself unable to escape the dark sphere's confines. She halted in place, seriously contemplating her recorded abilities and the items in her possession that might alleviate her current predicament. Observing her struggle, Lumion couldn't suppress his yearning for demigod level powers. As the temporary authority-wielding governor of the sea, essentially a faux demigod incapable of withstanding a single spell from the Cinderella demigod, Lumion had ensnared Mad Lady in an inescapable dilemma. She proved challenging even for Mr. K to subdue in a brief timeframe. Mad Lady gazed into the depths of the metal tunnel, representing the flesh and blood bird's nest, her face aglow with unrestrained eagerness, anticipation, and excitement. Confined within the dark sphere, she yearned for escape, dissatisfied with her inability to reach the desired destination. Head over there quick, head over there quick. I want to go over. The longing in her heart intensified, nearly manifesting as a tangible desire. The desire surged into her chest, seeking to rupture the restraints and liberate her from this predicament. Mr. K, having switched to a traveler's soul, swiftly caught up and saw Mad Lady. Instinctively, an illusory book materialized in his dark eyes. Positioned in front of Mr. K, the book flipped through its pages while chanting in a low voice, "I came, I saw, I record." In an instant, Mr. K underwent a transformation, manifesting as a 2 to 3 meter tall half-giant donned in cold black armor, brandishing a dark, straight broadsword. Having grazed a traveler, he had selected 3 Beyonder powers: Blink, Record, and the Traveler's Door, encompassing teleportation or travel. Additionally, with Record, he had acquired an ability capable of influencing godhood from a saint of the Aurora Order. While only half as effective as the original, it proved sufficient to contend with Mad Lady, who had yet to approach the threshold of godhood. Mr. K advanced confidently, wielding the dark, straight broadsword prepared to strike. At that moment, Mad Lady's chest was overwhelmed by an intense surge of desire. Then she experienced a sharp, piercing pain. She didn't need to lower her head. From the corner of her eye, she witnessed the flesh on her chest tearing apart inch by inch, the white bones snapping one by one. A grayish-white fog, mingled with fragments of flesh, surged forth, coalescing into a humanoid figure resembling her. In an instant, it leaped out of the dark sphere, created by Lumion, and darted into the depths of the metal tunnel. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Unfazed by the situation, Mad Lady's face reflected excitement and a hint of regret. Mr. K's dark broadsword cleaved through the dark sphere, diagonally bisecting Mad Lady. Wearing the ring imbued with flesh and blood magic, Mad Lady didn't succumb immediately. Her 2 halves of flesh and blood writhed, attempting to reunite, but all endeavors were obliterated by the profound darkness left in the wake of the broadsword. The flesh and blood failed to reestablish a connection. Come on, Mad Lady's relatively intact head sought to aid her body, but she swiftly perceived the annihilation of her soul. Her vision darkened, and her unevenly separated bodies crumpled to the ground. Unperturbed by the fate of the April Fool's key member, Mr. K and Lumion redirected their focus to the grayish-white figure hurtling into the depths of the metal tunnel. Comprising half fog and half flesh, the figure existed in a realm between reality and illusion. The temporary governor of the sea, Lumion, once again honed in on the target and its surroundings, intending to marshal every ounce of sea power at his disposal. At that moment, the grayish-white figure collapsed to the ground. The flesh and blood originally belonging to Mad Lady seeped into the metal floor, and the grayish-white fog was on the verge of being absorbed. Abruptly, the entire tunnel trembled. Lumion once again saw the pear-shaped object fashioned from flesh and skin. The flesh membrane on its surface buckled once more, outlining a disc-shaped contour. A formidable suction force erupted. Whether Lumion, the temporary governor of the sea, or Mr. K, they found themselves irresistibly propelled into the depths of the metal tunnel, as if an invisible hand seized them and drew them toward the core of the silver-gray behemoth. Mad Lady's dismembered corpse and her belongings soared into the air, propelled towards the destination she had fervently yearned for in life. The humanoid form outlined by the grayish-white fog seeped deeper into the metal floor, absorbing a portion. In that moment, Lumion, wielding the temporary authority of the governor of the sea, employed his enhanced perception to see the flesh and blood bird's nest, deep within the metal tunnel more distinctly than before. The pear-shaped object's flesh and skin caved in, and the starlight and dark matter emanating from the surrounding flesh ropes accelerated their flow. Through the taut skin and flesh, Lumion vaguely sensed the object nurtured within the pear-shaped structure. It resembled a pitch-black vortex capable of devouring all colors and light. While not overly large, it featured a disc-shaped outer edge. Lumion instinctively recalled scientific concepts and simplified scenes his sister Aurora had once explained. He identified a term that matched his observations: a black hole. Did the Abraham family's ancestor seal a black hole with Ammon? A black hole that has yet to fully form and is still nurtured within a mother's body from a mystical standpoint. Lumion found the idea absurd, straddling the line between scientific and mystical. Simultaneously, he sensed a connection between the black hole-like object and another place. A profound, weighty, dense, and terrifying aura loomed over the world. With a buzzing sensation, Lumion teetered on the brink of losing consciousness. Not only was his physical form being drawn towards the flesh and blood bird's nest, but even his thoughts, spirit body, and destiny converged in that direction. It was the same for Mr. K. One after another, Mad Lady's fragmented remains and a few belongings floated between them. Beyond the silver-gray behemoth, Franca and the others felt an ominous suction emanating from the seabed. It seemed as though a colossal vortex was forming, ready to engulf everything in its vicinity. Splash! The mountainous azure waves and jade-green seawater collapsed, filling the seabed. Abruptly, resplendent starlight descended from the sky. Madam Magician materialized, adorned in a deep black warlock robe embroidered with shimmering silver stars. The wielder of a major arcana card extended her right hand toward the silver-gray behemoth at the seabed. Her figure appeared in a state of overlap, intermittently clear and blurry. Each radiant starlight transformed into an illusory door, seamlessly melding with the suction force, merging into the silver-gray behemoth. Chapter 590, The Truth Behind the Seal. 590, The Truth Behind the Seal. The surface of the massive silver-gray behemoth ignited with illusory doors, casting a star-like brilliance that darkened the sky above the sea. This existing seal, triggered by Madam Magician, no longer resided in a nadir due to celestial shifts. Starlight descended, swiftly repairing the temporary damage inflicted upon the seal. Inside the behemoth, half of the grayish-white fog composing Mad Lady's human form was absorbed by the metal floor, appearing as if it would sink further. In that crucial moment, starlight permeated the walls, floor, and ceiling, materializing resplendent doors of various shapes. These doors manipulated the void, thwarting the menacing suction and expelling the grayish-white fog. Abruptly, Lumion felt the formidable suction force from the metal tunnel's depths dissipate. He saw the dented flesh and blood bird's nest expanding again, releasing a copious amount of resplendent starlight. The torrent surged through different parts of the silver-gray behemoth, like a flood breaching a dam. Lumion, Mr. K, Mad Lady's remains, and the items undulated with the sea's waves. As they were propelled forward, they encountered resistance and erosion from the sea's power. Meanwhile, the fleshless, corporeal grayish-white phantom swayed in the vast starlight, growing fainter before gradually dissipating. Unlike previous instances, the sea's power did not erupt from the ocean depths this time. Madam Magician had severed the energy passageway, successfully resealing and reinforcing the seal. Madam Magician, her form seemingly illusory, raised her right hand and pointed at the betrothal ship and sailboat, her eyes mirroring the corresponding scene. The two ships, along with Hela, Franca, the Cinderella demigod, the humanoid sealed artifact, the maidens of the sea, the remaining deputy hosts, and the sailors vanished from the underwater cavity, instantly reappearing on the sunny, calm, turquoise sea beyond the seal. Crash, mountain-like azure waves, and jade-green seawater resembling well walls slammed down, filling the underwater cavity. Madam Magician's gaze then shifted to Lumion, Mr. K, Mad Lady's corpse, pride armor, and other items. Just as she was about to relocate them, Lumion, still donning the flog boxing gloves, suddenly felt a heavy, dense, terrifying, and brilliant aura, looking at him from another place connected to the black hole in the flesh and blood bird's nest. Crack, crack, Lumion heard his bones shattering, his skull caving in, ribs snapping, and flesh compressing layer by layer. After unleashing the ascetic's accumulated strength, he, now taller, was instantly compressed into a short, thin, and dense form. Intense pain flooded his mind, and his brain began to passively contract. After a moment, Lumion broke free from the gaze and floated into the gradually calming air. Before Madam Magician, an illusory book rapidly flipped, emitting a faint glow full of vitality. It bathed Lumion's body in light, reconstructing his broken bones and swiftly enlarging his compressed flesh, rescuing him from his near-death state. Then, Madam Magician tossed Mad Lady's rose gold ring embedded with the crimson gem to Lumion, allowing him to reassemble his flesh and blood and return to his original appearance. He was no longer a short, thin, and heavy peculiar human. Simultaneously, in Port Santa, Loki's figure faded as he entered the spirit world, preparing to teleport away. However, a dark, formless barrier appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Loki's pupils dilated as he realized that at some point, he had been ensnared in a dark and transparent sphere, seemingly bent from the void, with walls everywhere and a hidden door. High up in the spirit world, near the 7 pure lights, Madam Magician hovered, adorned in a deep black warlock robe adorned with stars. Loki's presence registered in her eyes, and an illusory book rapidly flipped before her. She had strategically waited until the last moment to prevent Loki from receiving the celestial worthy's warning, providing her an opportunity to capture him alive. Loki's lips curled into an exaggerated smile upon understanding the situation. Rumble. His body erupted from the inside out, as if a self-controlled bomb had been embedded in his flesh beforehand. Loki's bizarre suicide succeeded, flesh and blood splattered, and his aura dissipated. Madam Magician promptly lifted the seal on the area, capturing the information Loki had imprinted in the spirit world. The spirit world served as a repository for all information. Divination often entailed revelations from the spirit world, and the matter of resurrection inevitably left corresponding information. As long as she found relevant information in time, Madam Magician could trace Loki to his resurrection spot and pinpoint the ancient castle documented in the Secret Order records. Soon, Madam Magician obtained something. Her figure vanished from the spirit world's heights, navigating the endless darkness adorned with symbols. In the next moment, a vast grayish-white fog materialized before her eyes. Magician halted, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of grayish-white fog. Under the silent, dusky sky, above the calm blue sea. Using Mad Lady's ring embedded with a crimson gem, Lumion adjusted his internal organs, flesh, and bones to their original state. Treading on the corporeal wind, Lumion removed the ring that enabled the use of flesh and blood magic, and anxiously inquired of Madam Magician, "How's the situation on the other 2 fronts?" As he spoke, he sensed a mystical and indiscernible flicker from Madam Magician. Magician smiled. "Loki has just been killed by me, but I couldn't prevent his resurrection or seize the opportunity to locate his ancient castle. Bard has been captured by Gandalf, whom you intentionally sent to Milo Village. He's alive." Phew, Lumion instinctively heaved a sigh of relief. Though he hadn't captured Loki, wasting one more of Loki's resurrections meant he had achieved his objectives. Furthermore, Ultraman and Mad Lady had been completely eliminated, and Bard had been captured alive. The results were satisfactory. Initially, Lumion hadn't confirmed Bard's identity. He didn't even know if Bard had participated in the Sea Prayer ritual. However, he had a few suspects, including the fake governor of the sea and Juan Oro's grandson, Fernandez. Since most of the suspects were in Milo Village, he had Gandalf closely monitor them. Madam Magician continued, "I relocated everyone else from these waters. I sent Mr. K of the Aurora order back to his rented room in Port Santa. Mad Lady's corpse and items are floating here." The Major Arcana card holder opened her palm, shrouded in darkness, forming a small box. Inside, Mad Lady's dismembered corpse and other items had shrunk to the size of mosquitoes, drifting as if in another world. Lumion was taken aback. He looked at the bottom of the azure sea and asked, "Is it over?" He had anticipated gaining control over the silver-gray behemoth eventually. Otherwise, back then, even 2 kings of angels couldn't clean up the mess. How is our tarot club going to handle it? Unless Mr. Fool awakens, Madam Magician replied in an amused tone. Lumion recollected the items in the flesh and blood bird's nest, and nodded in agreement. He asked in confusion, "Is it true that sealed at the bottom is a black hole? Do you know what a black hole is?" "I do," Madam Magician chuckled. "And I also know that the silver-gray thing down there is a spaceship." Spaceship, Lumion was taken aback. Upon reflection, He realized that the silver-gray behemoth bore a striking resemblance to the spaceship described in his sister's bedtime stories. Madam Magician not only knew about spaceships, but also grasped the concept of a black hole. Never underestimate high-ranking individuals. The time-transcending knowledge possessed by transmigrators might not be foreign to them. Lumion sighed with emotion. At that moment, he noticed that Madam Magician's mystical flickering had vanished. The Major Arcana card holder gazed at the seabed and explained, "It's a black hole, ready to form, personally created by an evil god. Constantly absorbing surrounding matter and energy, it strengthens itself, eventually becoming a true black hole." In the fourth epoch, the evil god seized an opportunity to send the embryonic black hole through the spaceship at the bottom of the sea. The plan was for it to rapidly develop, tear apart, and devour our planet, causing the barrier to lose support and disintegrate prematurely. True gods and angels could escape, but without the barrier's protection, who knows what would happen. Fortunately, Mr. Door and Ammon discovered the threat in time and took action. Yet, they couldn't obliterate the already developing black hole. Any attempts to destroy or destabilize it would only make it stronger. The only viable solution was to seal it and patiently wait for it to weaken through repeated radiations until it ultimately evaporates. Alternatively, they could transport it and the spaceship into the cosmos, abandoning it in desolate areas. However, this would require Mr. Door to leave the safety of the barrier and shadow the threat continuously to prevent accidents. Moreover, it remained under the vigilant gaze of that entity, which periodically replenished its energy through their connection. The danger was evident. That explains it. Lumion finally grasped why it had been sealed rather than destroyed. Intrigued, he echoed a term, Mr. Door. It bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Fool. Chapter 591, Information Gap. 591 Information Gap. Upon hearing Lumion's inquiry, Madam Magician's tone carried a subtle emotion. Mr. Door is the ancestor of the Abraham family, the top duke among the 5 great nobles of the Tudor Empire. It was he who sealed this spaceship. Ammon, on the other hand, designed the ritual that regularly siphoned power from the black hole to alleviate the pressure caused by the natural decay of the seal and hasten the black hole's demise. Higher in rank than Ammon in the Tudor Empire, Mr. Door was second only to the Blood Emperor. He listened intently. Madam Magician sighed softly at that moment. In a way, Mr. Door can be considered my mentor. A mentor? Your mentor is a 4th epoch king of angels and the top noble in the Tudor Empire. A figure from almost 2,000 years ago, Lumion hadn't anticipated Madam Magician having such a profound background. No wonder she earned the position of the Angel of Stars beside Mr. Fool's throne. No wonder she held a Major Arcana card in the Tarot Club. Madam Magician glanced at Lumion, teasingly adding, "It's true that Mr. Door guided and supervised me in advancing along the divine path, but the method wasn't as virtuous as you might imagine. It was far from good." Far from good, Lumion was surprised before connecting the dots. Combining his experiences, he made a guess. Madam Magician had once fallen under the corruptive influence of Mr. Door, but received assistance from Mr. Fool. Did she join the Tarot Club because of this? However, from Madam Magician's words, it seems she reconciled with Mr. Door. Otherwise, she wouldn't refer to him as her mentor. How intriguing and surreal. Just like how I might say in the future that the Angel of Inevitability, Termaboros, was my mentor, Lumion mused inwardly and probed, is Mr. Door still active? Is he as lively as his peer Ammon? Madam Magician shook her head. He has perished. I see. Lumion cast his gaze toward the deep, bottomless sea. April Fool's objective is to acquire that spaceship, but it seems they are unaware of the nascent black hole sealed inside. It was a formidable entity that not even a true god could completely neutralize. Once released from its seal and allowed to develop, it would compress and absorb everything in its vicinity. Why did the key members of April Fools, who weren't even at the demigod level, believe they could confront it without fear? Relying on the spaceship to contain it? That seemed improbable. Only the evil god who created the black hole or an entity at Mr. Fool's level could control it. Mad Lady even believed that within the seal was an incubating deity or monster of a comparable magnitude. With these thoughts in mind, Lumien's heart stirred as he inquired in a deep voice, were the key members of April Fools misled? Is the celestial worthy's objective to unleash the black hole and trigger an apocalyptic catastrophe ahead of schedule? As long as Beyonders corrupted by him enter the spaceship, he stands a chance of achieving his goal. He really doesn't seem to value the lives of Ultraman, Mad Lady, Bard, and Loki. However, that is also typical of April Fool's modus operandi. They don't take lives other than their own seriously. Lumien suddenly felt like laughing. His satisfaction from finishing off Ultraman and Mad Lady intensified. Madam Magician nodded thoughtfully and remarked, if you hadn't used all your resources and handled this matter with absolute strength, or if I had arrived 10 to 20 seconds later, and the grayish-white fog from Mad Lady's body had fully permeated the spaceship, the outcome might have been entirely different. We wouldn't be able to be here and discuss this matter so calmly. Lumien reflected on the events that had transpired and muttered thoughtfully to himself. If I hadn't gained temporary authority as the governor of the sea and restricted Mad Lady's teleportation, she might have approached the flesh and blood bird's nest, incubating the black hole before your arrival. She wouldn't have manifested a humanoid form made of grayish-white fog to infiltrate the spacecraft. If that had occurred, the situation might have been even more challenging to handle. The reason he obtained temporary authority as the governor of the sea was because he utilized lie to pilfer a portion of the sea's power. This allowed him to resonate with the sea and possess a counterfeit, yet highly elevated status. The ability to use lie to steal a portion of the sea's power was granted by the Seer Pathway's mystical item, which had been imbued with a high-level power of steel when placed on the ancestor-honoring altar in Milo Village. The altar could bestow high-level steel powers on items because it was constructed by Ammon. Lumien's thoughts suddenly cleared up. He grasped that it wasn't just him and the others sabotaging April Fools. There were also influential figures in the shadows who didn't want the celestial worthy to succeed. Madam Magician chuckled. Have you figured it out? I recognized what was happening when I saw Lie, now endowed with the power of steel. Some time ago, I spied on the altar beneath Milo Village and confirmed its purpose, to gather the spirituality of worshippers and accumulate enough power to trigger the bestowment of the steel ability. Given Milo Village's population and the number of individuals with the sea bloodline, it can only be bestowed once a year. It can't last more than half a month each time, and it can only be used once or twice. Lie's enhanced power far surpasses that. Lumien furrowed his brow and asked, are you suggesting that the steel on Lie was directly granted by Ammon? This hypothesis struck him as absurd, comical, and surreal. In the past few months, Ammon had been a source of terror, causing him mental distress. He nearly perished in the Samaritan Women's Spring. Subsequently, he informed the Tarot Club and aided the Angel of Time in eliminating most of the Ammons in Trier. He also wrested a substantial debt from Ammon's parasitic form. Their relationship, it was one of deep-seated enmity. The sentiment was likely mutual. Yet now, he was being told that Ammon had covertly assisted him. While Lumien understood that Ammon's aid wasn't driven by benevolence, but rather to thwart the celestial worthy's objectives, he couldn't shake the feeling that the world had taken a bizarre turn. Madam Magician chuckled and explained, perhaps back then, there was an Ammon residing within the altar. Truth be told, I didn't anticipate that those who once instilled awe, fear, and vigilance in our discussions would occasionally collaborate with us. Of course, don't become complacent. While we may be teammates when facing the evil gods beyond the barrier, that doesn't extend to all matters. Even when dealing with the evil gods' followers, it depends on the specific circumstances. They might believe they can handle it alone and use the opportunity to set a trap that could harm you. All right, Lumien resisted belief, but he had no choice but to acknowledge the reality before him. The truth was laid bare. Having been briefed, Lumien mentally reconstructed the sea prayer ritual, refining the spiderweb-like thought pattern without any critical deficiencies. The corresponding experiences and lessons surfaced in Lumien's mind. April Fool's biggest failure was not knowing that Franca and I are also members of the Tarot Club, apart from being part of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Moreover, the Tarot Club places great importance on matters related to the celestial worthy. There's also an information gap between them and the celestial worthy, leading to their downfall. Have they not considered that their goals might not align with the celestial worthies? Despite me lacking information as well, I wasn't careless. I didn't underestimate any visible or hidden enemies. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Of course, the crucial aspect is that those holding key information and concealing it are on my side in this operation. What if they become my enemies next time? How should I deal with them? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion sensed that his digestion of the Conspirer potion had significantly advanced, thanks to the successful hunt and the questions he had formulated. Seizing this opportunity, he summarized his third acting principle. One of the keys to a conspiracy is information. A good conspirer must be adept at exploiting information gaps and even take the initiative to create information gaps. Closing his eyes to assess his body's condition, Lumion felt that another major, successful conspiracy and a period of daily accumulation should allow him to completely digest the Conspirer potion. And that major conspiracy could be combined with the ritual to advance to sequence 5 Reaper. No further planning was needed. The Reaper ritual required a conspiracy to capture a target whose sequence was higher than his, alive. When Lumion opened his eyes, Madame Magician transmitted the darkness in her palm to him. You'll be in charge of distributing these items. This is something a hunter needs to learn and do well to advance to a demigod. All right, Lumion was accustomed to distributing spoils of war. He then added, but before that, I'd like to meet Bard. That too was a spoil of war. In the ancient and dilapidated palace in the nation of the Evernight, Lumion, Franca, Hela, and Gandalf materialized one after another. They were adorned in their usual attire for gatherings, with Lumion now assuming the guise of Muggle Auror. Gandalf unceremoniously tossed Bard to the ground, not bothering to restrain him. Bard surveyed the familiar surroundings, devoid of any notions of escape or resistance. This was the concealed nation of the Evernight, isolated from the outside world. How could he possibly flee? And against 2 demigods, how could he even attempt resistance? Bard swallowed hard and spoke preemptively. I was also bewitched by Loki. All he could hope for now was that, leveraging his sequence experience as a swindler, he could successfully convince the 2 demigods. Noticing the silence from Hela and Gandalf, Bard added, I can lead you to Loki's ancient castle. I know a clue, really. At that moment, Lumion Lee, masquerading as Muggle, spoke in a deep voice. Just kill him and channel his spirit. Chapter 592, Bluff. 592 Bluff. Kill him and channel his spirit. Bard stared at Lumion Lee, masquerading as a Muggle, a chill running down his spine as his hair stood on end. He sensed the unmistakable killing intent emanating from Lumion, causing fear to grip him. However, a suspicion lingered in Bard's mind. He believed Lumion was trying to manipulate him, deliberately showcasing his anger and hatred to break his psychological defenses. His suspicion arose because spirit channeling wasn't the optimal solution. Celestial Worthy possessed a higher level than many evil gods, and the corruption of those evil gods could lead to a failed spirit channeling. What's more, someone with the Celestial Worthy's bestowment. Recognizing this, Bard's heart settled. As a swindler, he maintained a terrified expression, stepping back 2 paces as he looked at Lumion. I'll spill it all, no lies. You can verify it, don't kill me. Lumion approached him step by step, brandishing a dagger. Bard turned to Hela, Gandalf, and Franca, pleading in a panicked tone. He's lost his mind, and you're just going to let him be. Spirit channeling isn't all-powerful. Bard deliberately used him as a pronoun, signaling that he knew Lumion wasn't Muggle, as if urging them not to play along. In 2 steps, Lumion arrived in front of Bard, casting his gaze at the April Fool's key member, who couldn't temporarily change his appearance back. He raised the dagger in his hand. Bard sneered inwardly, growing more convinced that Lumion Lee wouldn't actually end his life for spirit channeling, at least not yet. If his current actions weren't an act, Gandalf and Hela would have intervened no matter what. They wouldn't just stand by. Bard strained his throat and shouted, as if terrorized, "I'll genuinely cooperate with you. I'll assist you in locating Loki and his ancient castle. See, I didn't even use my powers to resist in such a situation." As Bard shouted, he fixed his gaze on Lumion and the dagger's tip, attempting to convey evasion and pleading through his eyes. The former conveyed fear, and the latter was a plea for mercy. Throughout this process, Bard's heart was filled with mockery, almost void of panic. Trying to deceive a swindler. What a ludicrous notion. "I bet you'll stop after I count to 5. 5, 4, 3. Bard's vision suddenly turned blood red as the dagger thrust into his left eye, piercing through the gap in the eye socket and into his brain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is he truly going to kill me? Intense pain overwhelmed Bard's mind, prompting him to instinctively raise his right hand and press it against his face. He fought in the opposite direction, striving to put some distance between himself and the dagger, the source of the agonizing damage. Lumion reached out with his left hand, pinning Bard in place and making his struggles futile. Then, Lumion leaned forward slightly and whispered into the ear of the April Fool's key member. Bard glimpsed Muggle's beautiful face, her rosy lips moving as she whispered. A whisper filled with satisfaction and mockery. "My godson has gnawed on half of Loki's arm and knows a lot about him. I believe that knowledge surpasses yours. Surpasses mine. If I had known earlier, I would have utilized my powers." Even in the midst of pain and struggle, Bard was momentarily stunned, feeling frustration, despair, and embarrassment. Soon, these emotions dissipated. Lumion gripped the dagger embedded in Bard's eye socket and twisted it a few times, crushing the frontal lobe. Observing Bard, who had now calmed down, Lumion nodded in satisfaction. He withdrew his dagger and earnestly assisted the other party in stemming the bleeding and bandaging the wound, though he skipped the disinfectant. Only then did Franca approach and click her tongue. "I thought you were just scaring him." That's why she didn't intervene. She had watched as Lumion advanced toward Bard, dagger in hand, witnessing Bard's pleas for mercy. She believed Hela and Gandalf had similar expectations. When the dagger pierced Bard's eye socket, Franca was taken aback. It was only then that she realized Lumion was serious. No, Lumion didn't truly intend to kill Bard. Instead, he planned to employ the April Fool's created prank to deal with him, recreating the original state of "I know someone." Without waiting for Lumion's response, Franca asked curiously, "When did you master lobotomy?" Lumion wiped the blood off the dagger with a white strap and smirked mockingly. "I learned it from watching the doctor perform surgery on "I know someone." It's such a simple procedure. As a Beyonder skilled in action, if I can't memorize and imitate it after watching it once, it only proves that my brain has been corrupted by the potion. Impersonating Muggle, Lumion deliberately spoke in his sister's voice, as if she were still alive. Franca looked at Auror's face under the hood and listened to her voice. She wasn't angered by the mockery. She only muttered, "The surgery isn't just about inserting and stirring a few times. There are still many key points before and after the procedure. Even during the surgery, if you insert it just a bit deeper, the outcome will be entirely different. So be it. If he really dies, we'll commence the spirit channeling." Lumion casually poured the remaining truth serum into the mouth of the stunned Bard, who offered no resistance. After completing this task, he added, "Madame Hela mentioned that this place can minimize the influence of evil gods. It's only minimal, not zero. Besides, what if the problem lies in his spirit and he self-destructs?" Franca instinctively retorted. This was why Hela hadn't directly pulled Bard into a dream to extract his true answers. After all, the dream might present scenes that shouldn't be seen. This was even more dangerous than simple verbal descriptions. Only then did Gandalf, draped in a linen robe and a hood, sigh softly. He couldn't bear to witness Bard's suffering, but he didn't discourage the actions taken. He wasn't the one who had been harmed by April Fools. He wasn't in a position to criticize the victim's family for their extreme actions. Before this operation, Hela had briefed Gandalf on Muggle's demise and Lumion Lee's role. The president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society sympathized with the siblings' plight, but he also blamed himself. He believed that the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had been unrestrained. As president, he bore a heavy responsibility. After a moment, Bard, who had undergone a requiem and gradually recovered from his pain, started addressing the queries of the people present. The first to inquire was Gandalf. He peered down at the Dream Stealer and asked, "How did you come to believe in that celestial worthy?" Gandalf and Hela had already gathered intel on celestial worthy from Franca and Lumion, and they deemed it crucial. Bard responded calmly, "From the beginning, I used to be a cultural relic thief and acquired a batch of ancient items. While studying their history to ascertain their value, I deciphered the meaning of some inscriptions." Abruptly, Hela cut Bard's narration short and said coldly, "You don't have to explain the full meaning, just mention a few keywords." Bard had no intention of arguing. He remained as docile as a sheep. Keywords include deception, fooling, door of all doors, lord of mysteries. As Bard finished speaking, the ancient palace they were in suddenly became misty and unclear. Simultaneously, Lumion's left chest burned again. In the next moment, the night sky outside the palace darkened even more, and all the mist vanished. Why did I feel like worms were growing in me just now? Franca felt a lingering fear. Merely a few names, incomplete honorific names, made her inexplicably uneasy. Every inch of her flesh seemed to come alive, about to transform into worms crawling out of her skin. One of Bard's initial plans was to answer Lumion and Company's questions dishonestly and without reservation. Then, he would take the initiative to reveal all the details regarding celestial worthy. He wanted to see if he could secretly corrupt his enemies and shake the nation of the Everknight's concealments to create a door to escape. If I could really use this to corrupt Gandalf and Hela, why would they kill me when we're all celestial worthy believers? We would definitely work together to deal with Lumion Lee. Of course, Bard no longer harbored such thoughts. He had obtained an inevitable peace. Descriptions of high-level existences often indicate danger. In this world, ignorance might not be a bad thing. Gandalf sighed and assessed what had just happened. He then inquired about the follow-up. Bard's expression remained unchanged as he said, "After deciphering the words, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I had already transmigrated to this world. After adapting to my new body, I instinctively recalled my previous encounters and the words I had deciphered. Then, I saw a thin gray fog emanating from my surroundings and received a revelation from the celestial worthy." In other words, you believed in that celestial worthy as soon as you transmigrated, before the establishment of the Research Society. Gandalf probed further. Yes, Bard's emotions lacked any fluctuations. Back then, I thought that if I didn't choose to submit, believe in him, or follow him, I might die on the spot. When that happened, I might not have a chance to transmigrate and revive. Later, I gradually realized his greatness. He could even fool the nation of the Evernight and prevent our problems from being discovered. Gandalf pondered for a moment and asked, "How did Loki come to believe in that celestial worthy?" Chapter 593, Fooled. 593 Fooled. In response to Gandalf's question, Bard recounted the past with a directness that left little room for ambiguity. "I don't know, he didn't tell me. After the founding of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, I began to notice the guy's actions and demeanor mirroring the influence of the celestial worthy. Likewise, he saw the same in me, prompting a mutual inquiry. Eventually, we confirmed each other's intentions and assembled an April Fool's team." Gandalf and Hela probed about the celestial worthy, but with no breakthroughs, Lumion, disguised as a muggle, shifted his gaze to Bard and asked, "What was your crew's aim in disrupting the sea prayer ritual?" "To control the underwater spaceship. It's our ticket to traversing the cosmos and holding our ground against angels to some extent," Bard revealed April Fool's plan. Lumion's lips curved upward. "Do you know what's sealed in the depths of that spaceship?" At this revelation, Franca suddenly grasped the core issue. "Spaceship. The thing at the bottom of Port Santa is a spaceship. Isn't this too sci-fi and not mystical enough? Does this world have everything?" To expedite the interrogation of Bard, a key member of April Fools, Lumion and Franca had entered the nation of the Evernight without much communication. Spaceship, Gandalf echoed the term, his tone brimming with unmistakable yearning. Hela maintained a silence akin to the depths of night. Bard responded to Lumion's inquiry. According to our interpretation of the language and the insights from the celestial worthy, that spacecraft functions as both a petri dish and an incubation chamber. It's nurturing a high-level creature. Control the spaceship, and you control it. Without that control, the spacecraft alone won't stand a chance against an angel. The smile of Auror became even more alluring. Ever wondered why the ancient angel who sealed the spaceship didn't take control of it? Why didn't they command the high-level creature or destroy it outright? Bard fell silent momentarily before articulating, it might take a considerable time for the high-level creature to mature. Taking control of the spaceship would halt everything. Patience is required until the recent few years, just before the creature is due, before it can be managed. Lumion's smile beneath the hood grew brighter. If that's the case, the ancient angel who sealed the high-level creature will definitely reappear. Did you have the confidence to resist an angel and win the spaceship? Or do you believe the angel either didn't try to decipher or couldn't decipher the true meaning of those commands? It's been so many years, they might have already perished. Bard paused. In his dream, a creature on the altar, potentially the avatar of an ancient angel, hinted that the angel might still be observing Milo Village and those waters. Why didn't we think to confirm it before embarking on the entire plan? Bard voiced his doubts, his emotions showing no apparent shifts. Lumion replied with a smile, I can tell you that the spaceship isn't sealed with a high-level creature. It's an incomplete, nascent black hole. Once unsealed and piloted away, it will absorb the mystical body housing it, suck you guys in, and completely take shape, tearing apart and devouring the current world. Back then, the ancient angels didn't attempt to control it, because it was dangerous, idiot. Bard was once again taken aback, as if he had never considered such a possibility. After a moment, he hesitated and said, we might have been fooled. Though Bard's emotions remained unchanging, the blood-colored liquid that trickled from the simple bandage down the bridge of his nose painted a tragic and mournful picture. Lumion burst into laughter, his back bending slightly. Do you only now realize that you've all been fooled by that celestial worthy? He provided revelations to mislead you. Through your deaths, he could open the seal and destroy this world to achieve his goals. Haha, April Fools, indeed an organization of fools. Bard fell into silence once more, then candidly expressed his thoughts. We're fools, truly fools. Meanwhile, Gandalf and the others had varied reactions. Damn it, a black hole? Destroy this world. Franca had thought the news of a spaceship was explosive enough, but she hadn't expected something even more terrifying to follow. And an entity creating a black hole. Franca, lacking direct understanding of top-level powers, realized the magnitude of such a great existence. Previously, she felt she had a sufficient understanding of the world. Now, she admitted frankly, I'm still a F***seeking elementary school student. Gandalf took a deep breath and said, if I become a god, it would be so convenient for me to conduct research, black holes. Hela retrieved a metal flask from her Black Widow clothes and took a sip, her thoughts inscrutable. Lumion's laughter echoed for a moment, providing a brief respite. However, underlying pain still gripped his heart, resonating in the shadows within. It couldn't be eradicated or dismissed. In the presence of the key members of April Fools, memories of his sister Auror's tragic fate couldn't be ignored. Bard stood there, a silent reminder of a fact deliberately overlooked. Hence, Lumion couldn't help but utter, kill him and channel his spirit, resorting to action in a half-truth manner. Looking at Bard, Lumion inquired, do you know if Ultraman and Mad Lady have been to Cordu? Yes, replied Bard. Part of our original plan was to find Nalfi's child, the Sea Maid. She lived in Inti's Riston province. A stopover at Cordu was intended to confirm Muggle's situation and the final outcome of the prank. At the mention of prank, a vein on Lumion's forehead throbbed. How could you be so sure that Muggle was already dead? Hearing Lumion, disguised as a Muggle, pose this question, Gandalf let out another inaudible sigh. Franca sighed inwardly. Bard shook his head. I'm unsure. Mad Lady and Ultraman went. They informed me the village was wiped out. No chance for anyone to make it out alive. They might have even employed divination, spirit channeling, and such to be sure. Impossible for anyone to survive, Lumion smiled. Am I not human? Bard glanced at him and spoke his mind. You might not even pass as human anymore. That's not wrong. I'm now a humanoid sealed artifact with self-awareness and fate. Lumion made a self-deprecating remark before adding, the number of survivors is greater than you can imagine. A certain madame, her husband, butler, and maidservant had fled. Without giving Bard a chance to respond, Lumion inquired further. What was Loki trying to achieve with the Muggle incident? I wasn't deeply involved, just tossed in a few ideas, not much in the loop, Bard admitted honestly. Ultraman might have a clue. He and Loki teamed up in other ventures. In what ventures? Lumion persisted. Bard shook his head slowly. Not entirely sure about the specifics. It's tied to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Connected to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Ultraman, a sequence 5 Priest of Light on the Sun pathway, the humanoid sealed artifact lost by the church on the betrothal ship. Lumion's instincts kicked in. Any key April Fool's members that are not transmigrators. They had previously misconstrued April Fools as a gang of degenerated transmigrators. Yet, as an organization, it naturally expanded. After all these years, April Fools likely harbored more key members. Bard nodded. Yes. As expected, Lumion shot a glance at Franca, garbed in assassin attire, seeking confirmation from Bard. One of them is a purifier from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and he holds a decent status. Yes, Bard confirmed again. Thanks to him, we got wind of a Grade 1 sealed artifact we could utilize when we altered our plan. He even assisted in its escape from the seal. And who might this person be? Franca inquired, stepping in for the absent Seven. It's a one-way line to Loki, Bard indicated, revealing his lack of knowledge about the member's true identity. Franca chuckled, saying, if the Eternal Blazing Sun Church launches an inquiry, they might stumble upon some leads. Grade 1 sealed artifacts weren't just lying around. They couldn't be pilfered casually. Lumion, noting Gandalf and Hela had no more queries, turned to Bard. What intel do you have on Loki's ancient castle? It goes by the name Dylan, a charming name, Bard began. Loki once told me it's a concealed ancient castle, impossible to discover or see under normal circumstances. In simpler terms, you can't pinpoint its location through appearance or history. I've always envied Loki inheriting such a treasure after transmigration, an ancient castle. Later, he relied on the celestial worthy's revelation and the corresponding boon to succeed. I once tried to swindle Castle Dylan for myself, but I failed. Chapter 594, Execution. 594 Execution. Franca almost chuckled in exasperation at Bard's remark. April Fools not only deceived outsiders, but also themselves. If they didn't believe in celestial worthy, cooperation wouldn't be on the table. Bard delved into his knowledge about Castle Dylan. That ancient castle used to be the domain of a secret organization known as the Secret Order. Loki became a member of the organization when he transmigrated. The story goes that the initial leader of the Secret Order personally constructed the ancient castle and concealed it over a century ago. Curious, Franca inquired, who's leading the Secret Order now? Bard shook his head slowly. Loki is in the dark about that too. Only those who have become bizarro sorcerers or sequence 4 demigods within the Secret Order can meet the leader and establish a connection with him. Others merely follow the orders of their direct superiors. Loki once contemplated murdering his mentor, his immediate superior in the Secret Order, to gain the bizarro sorcerer Beyonder characteristic and stage a grand performance. Yet, due to his comprehension and fear of bizarro sorcerers, he never solidified this idea into a concrete plan. Eventually, he gathered all the bizarro sorcerer potion ingredients in Castle Dylan and entirely abandoned his initial scheme. Do you think a hidden place like Castle Dylan, with its long history, would be quiet, cold, and sinister? Contrary to expectations, Loki informed me that it's quite lively, featuring a grand performance every day. A grand performance. Hela recalled the pitch-black ancient castle she had glimpsed in Loki's dream, along with the wax statue-like guests inside. Deep in thought, Lumion asked Bard, "How do you suggest we locate Castle Dylan?" "I'm still missing crucial clues," Bard admitted sincerely. "If finding Castle Dylan were that straightforward, the current leader of the Secret Order would have seized it and ousted Loki. No, he would have turned Loki into his puppet." Lumion intended to inquire more thoroughly with Ludwig later, seeking any information he might have gained after consuming half of Loki's arm. "What about Hisoka? What insights do you have on Hisoka?" Lumion inquired. Bard seemed to recollect something. "That guy doesn't quite fit in. He prefers going solo. The rare instances of collaboration are mostly with Mad Lady. We all sense his emotions are pretty unpredictable, swinging between joy and anger. Mad Lady, however, remarked that he's not pure enough. He's highly dangerous, on par with Loki. His specific path remains a mystery. I've witnessed him using his abilities twice, both times involving mystical items. It's a poker card that can change its face, showcasing the attributes of frost and cut, respectively. Word has it that Hisoka sought out an artisan outside the Research Society to customize it after hunting a Beyonder. Regrettably, Mad Lady is dead, and there's no means to commune with her spirit. She undoubtedly held more information about Hisoka. Does not being pure enough mean that Hisoka isn't as unhinged as he appears? Is his occasional madness a deliberate facade? Lumion pondered with a twinge of regret. Even though Lumion had obtained Mad Lady's remains, her spirit had been severely corrupted by celestial worthy. Some of it had even been washed away by the power of the sea, completely obliterated. Lumion sighed quietly and shifted the conversation to a different topic. "Do you have insights into the sea's power on Ultraman?" "Indeed," Bard shared his findings candidly. "I played a role in deciphering the extraterrestrial language, although the celestial worthy provided crucial revelations. Additionally, the power of the sea is not exclusive to the offspring of Port Santa. I once encountered 2 heretics in Lenberg with similar abilities, and I managed to extract corresponding knowledge from them. This information greatly aided my decryption efforts, revealing that this pathway is not solely tied to the sea. In fact, only a small portion of it involves the sea. The power primarily emanates from the stars and the land beneath our feet. As you all are aware, our world is, after all, a planet. The corresponding sequence 9 is known as astronomy aficionado. It focuses on acquiring knowledge of the cosmos, related information, an initial perception of reality, and enhancing one's physique. Sequence 8, named Star Worshipper, can decipher the star language or the language of the stars and receive insights into fate. Sequence 7, called Star Sacrificer, gains true powers through sacrificial rituals involving the stars. This encompasses gravity abnormality, weakening ray, electromagnetic attraction, and cosmic void. Sequence 6 is Navigator. They possess a deeper understanding of space and dimensions, allowing them to locate hidden passageways in the void and navigate and adjust routes between the stars. Navigating ships at sea becomes a straightforward task for them. Sequence 5, Tidal Scholar, further masters gravity and can whip up massive waves capable of shattering ships and demolishing docks. As for Sequence 4, it's known as Heavybringer. Unfortunately, I'm not too certain about their specific abilities. Lumion remained silent, taking a couple of steps back and signaling for Franca and the others to continue questioning. His primary concern centered around Loki's connection to Hisoka. Anything else seemed less crucial. Franca studied Bard for a moment before inquiring, "Have you recruited other members into April Fools?" "Yes," Bard admitted without hesitation. After detailing what he knew about the April Fools members outside the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, Franca asked with curiosity, "Why did you choose the nickname Bard? Considering your past identity and current class, wouldn't Kaito or Kid be more fitting?" Bard responded calmly, "My current body was a bard, a wandering artist who often dabbled in thievery and swindling. He met his end when discovered trying to cheat others out of their money, suffering a severe beating. Cheat, swindle, and steal, Franca thought. You know everything, it suits you quite well. Franca turned to Hela and Gandalf, stating, I have no further questions. Neither do I, Gandalf acknowledged, recognizing that Bard's life was approaching its end. Muggle's brother wouldn't let him off the hook. Neither do I, Hela added. Lumion raised his right hand, generating a dark green glow at his fingertips. The light transformed into a strange ray, penetrating Bard's chest. Weakening ray. Lumion still had access to a week's worth of sea power, approaching the level of Sequence 5. Bard's face contorted, muscles and nerves reacting instinctively. His chest, close to his neck, rapidly melted and peeled, exposing the flesh beneath. Seeing this, Gandalf sighed again. Gandalf sighed, condensing a straight sword with sunrise gleam and driving it towards Bard. The light blade impaled Bard's head, and he crumpled to the ground with a thud, held down by the sword. Bard writhed like a skinned insect, convulsing as life left his body. Lumion observed in silence, refraining from intervening as Gandalf freed Bard. When Bard's breath ceased, and he lay motionless, Lumion turned to Gandalf and Hela. Thank you for your assistance. It's our duty. We're all accountable for the harm April Fools caused to the other members of the Research Society, Gandalf responded gravely. Lumion didn't contest. Instead, he disclosed, before the operation, I mentioned joining a secret organization before assuming my sister's identity. To seek revenge, I invited members of that secret organization to assist. I believe you all have seen or sensed their presence. He strategically linked the appearance of the Tarot Club to himself, safeguarding Franca's identity as a minor arcana card holder. And which organization is that? Gandalf inquired curiously. As per Hela's account, the secret organization exhibited angel-level power, and the demigod, Cinderella, who appeared at sea, was equally formidable. The Tarot Club, Lumion revealed truthfully. You're one of the minor arcana card holders, Gandalf deduced. He had heard about the Tarot Club. Lumion nodded without denying it. Curiosity piqued, Franca asked, which card represents that Cinderella demigod, and why does her magic have such a dreamy quality? Moreover, it resembles fairy tales from before our transmigration. She maintained her role, while genuinely expressing curiosity. Lumion recalled Madame Magician's guidance and grinned. Major Arcana card, the Hermit. Pausing momentarily, he added, I'm uncertain about why she can transform your fairy tales into magic. What I do know is that she's closely tied to Emperor Roselle's descendant. Descendant of Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette. Franca and the others, having read numerous entries from Roselle's diary, immediately speculated. Perhaps, but it's not Bernadette herself, Lumion honestly disclosed. That was the extent of his knowledge. Is that so? Franca, Gandalf, and Hela felt enlightened. So, it was connected to Emperor Roselle's faction. It made sense for the Emperor to create fairytale magic. After a brief pause, Lumion suggested, you should probably prevent the Research Society from disseminating those fairy tales. Understood, Gandalf agreed. Lumion pondered for a moment before stating, I've concluded my involvement with the Research Society and have joined another secret organization. It's no longer suitable for me to participate in the Research Society's gatherings. You may find an opportunity to reveal the truth to the other members. Gandalf and Hela exchanged glances and proposed, you can continue playing the role of Muggle and acquire resources and assistance from the Research Society. We owe it to your sister. Chapter 595, Spoils of War. 595 Spoils of War. Lumion wasted no time with pleasantries and accepted Gandalf's invitation without hesitation. Firstly, within the vast expanse of the curly-haired baboons' Research Society were numerous pathways. Besides the relatively scarce devils, he gained access to a wealth of knowledge and various items. While these might not surpass what he already possessed in strength, they held the potential to unexpectedly shine in specific situations. Secondly, this decision provided him with a pretext to continue assuming the role of Auror as a Muggle. It created the illusion that his sister still existed somewhere in the world. After the quartet concluded their discussion about the events in the Peculiar Waters, Bard's lifeless body underwent a startling transformation. Ephemeral lights coalesced in the corpse's right hand, causing both flesh and bones to crumble simultaneously. Eventually, the palm resembled that of a baby, small and pallid. The pale hue swiftly shifted, adopting a darker shade reminiscent of the ancient palace's surroundings. It was a dream-stealer Beyonder characteristic. Lumion focused his attention and detected a faint grayish-white fog within the shrunken palm. He approached Bard's corpse, crouching down to search for additional items. With this task accomplished, Lumion retrieved the spoils obtained from Mad Lady and Loki from his traveler's bag, placing them on the decrepit stone slabs of the ancient palace. These included a transparent, almost ethereal crystal, a bracelet with 3 diamonds flanked by 4 different colored gems, a rose gold ring adorned with crimson, blood-like gems, a simple silver ring, a dark gold mask capable of concealing the entire face, a featureless small doll bound with white cloth, an intricate but exquisite mechanical music box, and a grayish-white brooch with a metallic gleam resembling lightning. Accompanied by a relatively thin blank painting album and the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic, the total count reached 10 items. Lumion then looked up and addressed Hela and Gandalf. "You can choose 1 each." "It's our duty," Gandalf asserted, signifying the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's commitment to rectify past errors. Speaking in Auror's tone, Lumion, shrouded in his hood, remarked, "Duty doesn't preclude the choice of spoils. Just because official Beyonders must protect citizens doesn't mean they can't receive rewards." Gandalf pondered for a moment before turning to Hela. Seeing her lack of objection, he sighed and conceded, "Fine." Lumion's lips formed a smile as he pointed to each item, providing a concise introduction. The illusory transparent stone is a traveler Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mad Lady, but it's severely corrupted. The thin gray fog emanating from it serves as evidence of this. The Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic is similarly corrupted by that celestial worthy, but the severity is not extreme. It's slightly less severe than the remains of most heretics after their deaths. That bracelet comes from Loki, known as the 7-Stone Bracelet. Each diamond corresponds to a teleportation, and each colored gem corresponds to a 10-second blink. Once used, it's gone. The drawback is that you hear random sounds when you wear it, ranging from a man having an affair to sounds from an unknown creature. This golden ring, named Blood Gold, bears an engraved inner loop with a brief sentence: "Controlling flesh and blood means controlling everything." Its function enables the wearer to control their flesh and blood like a rose bishop. Additionally, they can employ 3 flesh and blood magics: Flesh Bomb, Flesh Cloak, and Flesh Blood Fusion. The drawback is repeated use may lead to dependence. Ceasing to wear it results in the body collapsing into a pile of flesh and blood, unable to maintain human form. Continual wear may lead to madness and loss of control. That silver ring is a semi-finished ring of the Sea Queen, possessing a high-level steel ability, usable only once. The drawback is that an ancient angel will take notice of you. The dark gold mask, a possession of Loki, survived his self-destruction. Its exact function remains unknown. Sensing it, one might feel an intense desire to wear it, believing it would grant abnormal power. Let's call it the Demon Mask. This featureless white cloth doll, a creation of Mad Lady, corresponds to the faceless of the seer pathway. When affixed to your shoulder, adjusting its facial features and figure is akin to altering your own appearance. Simultaneously, it empowers the wearer to master the ability to create paper figurine substitutes. However, only the first paper figurine proves effective. Beyond these functions, it allows the wearer to employ flames for a dynamic leap and develop a certain premonition of danger. Be warned, though. Carrying it around brings weak bad luck. Moreover, one day, you may realize that its face mirrors yours, and you will cease to be yourself. This mechanical music box, discovered on Loki's corpse, is from an unknown pathway or sequence. It's rumored that the music it plays has the potential to either kill or drive anyone who hears it into madness. However, a prerequisite exists: you must hear the music for at least 10 seconds. I just found this blank painting album from Bard. Its precise effects and drawbacks remain unknown, but based on my experience, the depictions on its pages may come to life or exhibit special effects. Notably, only 9 pages remain, showing signs of tearing. This brooch, belonging to Mad Lady, appears crafted in anticipation of the loss of the governor of the sea's authority and the sea's berserk state. It grants the wearer fish scales, mitigating damage and enabling underwater breathing and movement akin to a fish. Each strike carries the effect of electric shock, with a near 100% probability of triggering natural lightning strikes in thunderstorms. Aligned with sequence 6 or 5 of the Sailor pathway, the negative consequence is a heightened likelihood of being struck by lightning on rainy days, coupled with increased irritability and anxiety after wearing it. Lumion concluded the introduction of the spoils of war, his knowledge derived from Madam Magician. It was evident that for the success of the Sea Prayer ritual, April Fools had entrusted most of their mystical items to Mad Lady. Bard had only left behind an ordinary-looking blank painting album. On the other hand, Loki, the leader of April Fools, had seemingly retained his items privately. Whether it was his nature or a deliberate choice to retrieve them for hunting Ludwig remained unknown. Gandalf looked at Hela. "Take your pick first." Hela approached Lumion, carefully inspecting the 10 items, before singling out Mad Lady's Traveler Beyonder characteristic. "It's severely corrupted. Whether you decide to keep it or have an artisan craft items, it's quite dangerous. Leave it to me." In other words, she suggested that she had a method to handle it and mitigate potential harm. All right, Lumion didn't object. He respected the wishes of each individual and allowed them to choose whatever they wanted. Of course, the order of selection mattered too. His team would be last, and he would be last. Hela extended her right hand, and the night outside the ancient palace seemed to stir. The illusory crystal, shrouded in grayish-white fog, vanished. After Hela returned to her spot, Gandalf made his selection. Franca's heart skipped a beat as she observed the president scrutinizing the remaining 9 items. She whispered, "Don't choose the 7-stone bracelet. Don't choose the 7-stone bracelet." That was the teleportation she had been longing for. The Traveler Beyonder characteristic was too dangerous. She didn't dare to set her sights on it. Although the 7-stone bracelet was an expendable item, its advantage lay in its many uses and its relatively manageable negative effects. Gandalf's intense gaze fixed on the dark gold mask, his mutterings barely audible. "I've got a burning desire to delve into its powers and potential. But it's too risky. I'm itching to put it on now. Yes, the blood gold ring aids my experiments into dangerous matters. The blank painting album requires further exploration. The high-level steel ability is also worth studying, but being noticed by an ancient angel is no small matter." After thorough contemplation, Gandalf turned to Hela and spoke. "Can I leave the silver ring here? I want to arrive half an hour early to study it before every gathering." "All right," Hela agreed to Gandalf's request. Thus, the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society opted for the half-finished ring of the Sea Queen. Franca let out a sigh of relief and grinned at Gandalf. "President, you really should have gone down the reader pathway. You suit their style perfectly." Why did he have to pick warrior, just to live up to the title of Gandalf? Gandalf, the half-giant in a linen robe, glanced at Franca, smiling without uttering a word. Lumion stowed the remaining items back into his traveler's bag, not affording Franca an opportunity to choose first. At Port Santa, near Salo Motel, inside Loki's rented room, Lumion received a response from Madam Magician. "Even I can't decipher the intricate abilities of that dark gold mask, indicating its exceptional nature. Inquire with Mr. K if he desires it. If not, leave it in my care for now. I'll seal it and await the opportune moment. It might prove useful when the time comes." Ma'am Hermit has her eyes on the mechanical music box. Other items hold little significance for her, but this one, at least, is exquisite. Mr. Moon expresses interest in the faceless doll. As for the reason, I remain in the dark. I'll entrust you with distributing the rest. Chapter 596, Lord's Revelation. 596 Lord's Revelation. In Mr. K's temporary apartment in Port Santa, Lumion unpacked the remaining spoils of war from his traveler's bag, placing them on the coffee table. He shot a glance at Mr. K, who, now adorned in a black robe with a deep hood, spoke first. These are the gains from the operation. Perhaps there's a revelation from the Lord among them. Mr. K nodded subtly, diverting his attention to the items, his gaze fixating on the dark gold mask. In a deep, hoarse voice, he mused, I sense something special about it. This should be a revelation from the Lord. With a swift motion, Mr. K extended his right hand, pulling the strange dark gold mask into his grasp amidst a sudden gust of wind. However, the Aurora Order Oracle didn't put the mask on. Instead, he discreetly stowed it away in a hidden pocket within his black robe. Witnessing this, Lumion was momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating how to subtly carry out Madame Magician's instructions, aiming to inquire if Mr. K desired the dark gold mask. Surprisingly, he had spontaneously fabricated a Lord-given revelation as an excuse. Before Lumion could specify which item it was, Mr. K had chosen the dark gold mask himself. Could it genuinely be a revelation from the Lord? Hiss, Lumion took a deep breath. Had Madame Magician sent me to ask Mr. K because she foresaw something or glimpsed something? These high-ranking figures always prefer to communicate through hints and revelations. Couldn't they be more direct? Amidst his thoughts, Lumion stowed away the remaining items and earnestly addressed Mr. K. I didn't expect the matter to escalate like this. I initially believed that with you and my sister's friends from her past, it would suffice to seek vengeance. Yet, it spiraled into something of a much higher magnitude. Thankfully, my sister's allies were vigilant and leveraged their connections. The sincerity in the first half of Lumion's statement contrasted with the second half, which explained the influx of demigods, even angel-level forces, this time. He subtly shifted the blame to Franca and Auror's associates. Lumion sensed a high likelihood that Mr. K might not fully buy into his explanation. Disregarding the possibility of the Aurora Order's oracle grazing a relatively high-sequence spectator, Lumion believed that the intentional arrangements and subtle traces left behind by the entity he believed in were sufficient evidence of constant watching, listening, and awareness. As for Sequence 8 of the Shepherd Pathway, known as listeners, they often received revelations from that figure. Nevertheless, Lumion needed a plausible excuse. He couldn't just tell Mr. K outright, yes, I am a member of the Aurora Order, part of the Tarot Club, and also affiliated with the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. My major arcana card holder is an angel, and I know countless demigods who can lend a hand. Besides worshipping your lord, I also believe in Mr. Fool. Occasionally, I praise the sun and say by steam. Wasn't this equivalent to provoking him in his face? Unspoken truths didn't always need to be voiced. Mr. K subtly nodded. Good job. Dealing with matters involving evil gods demands all your strength. Then, he added, after learning that your adversary is tied to an ancient evil god, I've already reported it to the higher-ups. At that time, our Aurora Order's angels were likely keeping an eye. If anything truly occurred, one or more would have definitely descended. Lumion's expression froze. Did the Aurora Order's angel also observe the spaceship back then? Isn't this setup too exaggerated? April Fools isn't even an organization with a single demigod. Is Celestial worthy such a taboo when it comes to Madame Magician and the Aurora Order? It's understandable for the Tarot Club to give it significance, especially considering its connection to Mr. Fool's awakening. But why does the Aurora Order behave as if they're confronting a formidable adversary? Lumion pushed aside the issue of inviting an angel and 4 demigods for his revenge. He couldn't help but sigh at the Aurora Order's exaggerated reaction. Mr. K fixed his gaze on his subordinate and delivered a passionate lecture. Just because high-ranking individuals are keeping an eye on us doesn't mean we can be lax and handle things half-heartedly. These individuals have numerous crucial matters to attend to. They might only cast an occasional glance our way. If we don't put in enough effort and work diligently, it could easily lead to complete failure. And in that scenario, death won't be sufficient to atone for our sins. Yes, you're right. Lumion echoed Mr. K without any intention of arguing. Upon returning to Loki's rented apartment, Lumion gathered the remaining 5 spoils of war and grinned at Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. It's finally our turn to choose. Not wanting to tease the eager Franca any further, Lumion pointed to the dining table where the items were laid out. Take your pick first. Hee hee, Franca smiled sheepishly, shamelessly picking up the 7-stone bracelet. She exclaimed excitedly, I can teleport too. Aren't you afraid of overhearing something you shouldn't? Lumion teased. Franca had already considered this issue. It's not like I'll wear it forever. I'll only use it when I need it. And teleportation takes only a short time. If I really hear an unknown voice, the impact will be minimal. I should be fine if I remove it in time. Don't worry, the negative effects of Beyonder items similar to charms aren't strong. They can even be considered weak. Lumion scoffed dismissively. Have you forgotten what you have on you? Primordial Demoness figurine, mirror world fragment. What if she heard the Primordial Demoness's ravings? Franca cleared her throat and said, I'm now a member of the Demoness sect and a believer in the Primordial Demoness. What's wrong with listening to the voice of God? At most, it'll make me excited. When the time comes, heh. She glanced at Lumion and Jenna, keeping her thoughts to herself. I'll get your help. Franca immediately added, furthermore, my Primordial Demoness figurine and the Mirror World fragment are stored in the traveler's bag. They won't be taken out unless absolutely necessary. It's as if they're sealed. Lumion remained silent. He turned to Jenna and Anthony, asking, which one of you wants to go first? Anthony, he played a more significant role than me this time, Jenna replied politely. Anthony smiled. Are you disregarding me as an Intision man? I still believe in ladies first. Considering Jenna's usual showy diva demeanor, she might have typically responded with something like, those Intision men who claim, ladies first, only want to get them in bed. Are you having such thoughts about me too? Jenna, despite her lack of overt actions, had a knack for teasing in a crude manner. However, at this moment, after exchanging glances with Lumion and Franca, she turned to Anthony with sincerity. I'm in a dilemma. I want you to help me eliminate an option. Anthony didn't decline and assessed the remaining 4 items. The blood gold ring enhances my survivability and strengthens my direct attacks. However, whether it's dependency or madness, it's something a psychiatrist should avoid. Furthermore, I'm now a hypnotist. I can use psychological invisibility and have the protection of dragon scales. Apart from underwater mobility, this brooch can only be used in close combat. Why would a hypnotist like me engage in close combat? The Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristics and blank painting album aren't bad. If the former is crafted into a mystical item with weak negative effects, it should be very useful. However, that's not a certainty for the moment unless I find a very good artisan. Anthony decided on the blank painting album. As an information broker, I'm adept at sketching. Such an item that can create different effects is very suitable for a hypnotist to observe first before taking action. Without needing Madame Magician's explanation, Franca had already used magic mirror divination to confirm the function of the blank painting album. The objects drawn on it might become alive and stay so for a short period of time. They might also have different effects. The painting paper will lose its mystical effects after being used once. The negative effect is never to respond to the knocks coming from the painting paper. Lumion and Jenna agreed that it was very similar to the abilities of pixies. After Anthony stored the painting paper, Jenna seized the Dream Stealer Beyonder characteristic without hesitation. Why? Lumion inquired with amusement. Jenna looked at him and grinned happily. It's the most valuable. Among the remaining 3 items, only it corresponds to a sequence 5. Even if it fails to become a mystical item, it can be sold for a large sum of money. I still owe Franca 45,000 Veraldor. In the future, I might even purchase the Demoness of Pleasure Potion formula from her. An excellent reason. Lumion casually glanced at the remaining 2 items and placed the grayish-white lightning-shaped brooch on his chest. I want this. In the future, call it the Fury of the Sea. He chose the brooch over blood gold because, as an ascetic, he could bear impatience and other emotions. Pure madness was too dangerous for him, given the darkness in his heart. Lumion tossed the blood gold ring to Franca. Put it in your traveler's bag. Anyone can use it whenever needed. It shouldn't be used often. You won't give it to Madam Magician? Franca asked in puzzlement. Do you think she'll take a fancy to it? Lumion stuffed the fury of the sea into his traveler's bag and chuckled. Her spoils of war are naturally the humanoid sealed artifact, but she might return it to the eternal Blazing Sun Church. With that, Lumion turned to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Next, I'm going to do something unsuitable for others to see. Do you want to watch? Chapter 597, Too Dirty. 597 Too Dirty. Franca's curiosity was piqued by Lumion's words. Is there anything we can't see? Are you sure you want to watch? I'm afraid it will deal a strong blow to your mind, Lumion asked in a teasing tone. Amused, Franca pointed at herself and retorted, Me? I'm not a minor. My mind is very mature. Why wouldn't I dare to look? Hess, I'm much more knowledgeable than you, boy. Jenna nodded in agreement, silently endorsing Franca's claim. Without further persuasion, Lumion left the apartment and headed to the room he had rented with a fake ID to monitor himself. Lugano was staying there with Ludwig. Franca followed with Jenna and Anthony, muttering, I thought it was something major. Isn't it just going to your godson? What impact on the mind? Lumion signaled for Lugano to retreat temporarily. Then, he retrieved 2 gruesome items from his traveler's bag, forming a humanoid figure with them. Maintaining an unchanged expression, Lumion looked at Ludwig and pointed at the 2 parts of Mad Lady's corpse. Is it edible? Edible, Franca was taken aback. Her gaze shifted between the repulsive corpse parts and Ludwig's boyish appearance. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea, as if her mind had been corrupted by the imagined scene. Indeed, Lumion's godson gained knowledge or abilities by consuming specific creatures, including humans. Memory, after all, was a form of knowledge. Franca couldn't suppress her urge to retch, regretting her decision to witness the cannibalistic act. To make matters worse, she knew the person who had been consumed, Mad Lady. She had interacted with her before. Jenna's face contorted, clearly struggling to contain her churning stomach acid. Anthony, a seasoned veteran accustomed to witnessing scenes of gore, subconsciously frowned. Ludwig scrutinized the 2 bloody corpse parts in Lumion's hands for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It's too dirty. Dirty? Could it be a reference to the severe corruption of the celestial worthy? Even you won't dare to swallow it for fear of something happening. Lumion threw Mad Lady's 2 corpse parts to the ground with regret, summoning a crimson fireball that was nearly white. Rather than exploding, the fireball adhered to Mad Lady's corpse, burning and compressing it into charred dust. Amidst the dancing flames and the burning fragrance, Franca and Jenna breathed a sigh of relief. Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, addressing Ludwig, who was nonchalantly nibbling on a cupcake. Wasn't that person's arm dirty? He was referring to Loki. Just a little. The dirtiest part isn't on the arm, Ludwig commented casually, as if discussing which fish were poisonous and how they should be consumed. Only then did Lumion get to the point. What did you gain from that person's arm? Some knowledge, Ludwig replied, nonchalantly nibbling on a sponge cake covered in light cream, as if he preferred not to be disturbed while eating. Lumion, feigning indifference, asked bluntly, What are they? Ludwig's voice alternated between clarity and muffled tones as he replied. Sequence knowledge about his pathway. There are 2 other terms, one is Dylan, and the other is Orville. Dylan, is that the name of Loki's ancient castle? And what's Orville? Lumion's curiosity piqued, prompting him to interrupt Ludwig. Apart from the name itself, is there any relevant knowledge? Ludwig seized the opportunity to take another bite of cake. After chewing and swallowing, he said, No, but these 2 terms seem to be connected. Orville should be the name of a place, and Dylan is the castle's name. Connected, name of a place, Castle Dylan is in Orville. Where is Orville? Lumion turned to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, realizing they were clueless, shaking their heads in ignorance. After a moment of contemplation, Lumion spoke in a deep voice. Our next priority is to find information about Orville and Dylan through our respective channels. Getting nods of agreement from Franca and the others, Lumion asked Ludwig again, anything else? His spirituality is quite abundant, and his quality isn't bad. He doesn't like hard liquor or drinking freely. He only drinks champagne and occasionally has coffee. He's a loyal advocate of tea leaves. He's healthy, has good bowel movement, and urinates normally. He hates the smell of the washroom. Ludwig shared the information obtained from the half-arm. Franca listened with keen interest, and just as Lumian was about to interject, Ludwig divulged another piece of valuable information. He owns Castle Dillon, but he doesn't reside there. He only returns occasionally. He's not the sole proprietor yet. Many areas there aren't accessible to him. Recently, he unlocked a room and acquired a dark gold mask. That mask will grant him immense power, but once he wears it, he'll face terrifying matters. Could that dark gold mask be a relic from the original owner of Castle Dillon? Perhaps a memento from the previous leader of the Secret Order? Lumian nodded thoughtfully. To him, this information wasn't particularly crucial, as the dark gold mask had already been handed over to Mr. K. Thus, he had no reason to be concerned about it. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony prepared to return to Trier after the Q&A session with Ludwig, having confirmed that they had gleaned all they could. Of course, Lumian took responsibility for their return journey. Franca couldn't bring herself to use one of the 7 stone bracelets at the moment. By the way, Lumian looked at Franca, pondering for a moment. Contact the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and see if they're willing to exchange information about the humanoid sealed artifact and its corresponding story. We'll make efforts to facilitate this transaction. Upon Bard's mention that he was uncertain about his human status, Lumian realized his resemblance to the humanoid sealed artifact. However, Bard retained his rationality and clarity, possessing a relatively independent fate. Otherwise, he could be deemed a walking Grade 0 humanoid sealed artifact. This sparked Lumian's curiosity about the humanoid sealed artifact, wanting to uncover what had happened to her and why she had transformed in such a manner. Franca nodded and instinctively said, "But, that lady only mentioned the possibility of returning it, nothing definite. We're merely striving to facilitate the transaction. It's not guaranteed either." Lumian chuckled. He quickly sent Franca, Jenna, and Anthony back to Trier Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative before entering Aquina Street. Strolling among the citizens still immersed in the afterglow of the celebration, he made his way towards Salo Motel. Half of the motel's 5th floor had collapsed, and the 4th floor was severely damaged. Ada, the owner, observed the scene with sorrow and helplessness. He wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. At a certain point, Nolia of the Fertility Order approached Louis Barry, the adventurer overseeing Salo Motel. She spoke in a formal tone. "Your partner said you'd be responsible for the compensation." Lumian retrieved 10,000 gold risat from his traveler's bag and handed it to Nolia. Nolia glanced at his black coin bag and sighed with emotion. "That's good stuff." The combat nun then counted the compensation. 10,000 risat, that's enough to build 2 motels like this. How generous, just as expected from an adventurer who recently bagged a bounty of 300,000 gold risat. Lumian brushed off Nolia's teasing and continued, "This is the reward from the Paco family's commission." The Paco family, Nolia fell silent. The Paco family's matriarch, the current family head and his wife, all perished in this conflict. Lumian pressed on, weaving through the crowd as if on a leisurely stroll. In the dusk's afterglow, he heard singing, seabirds chirping, and citizens animatedly discussing the past few days. "Did you see that? In the morning, seabirds came to pay their respects to the governor of the sea. Is this year's sea prayer ritual that successful?" "That's right. Back then, many vines grew crazily. Many people fainted from joy. This is Earth Mother's recognition of the sea prayer ritual." "No, that's not right. It represents a bumper harvest. It means this year's fish harvest will fill ship after ship. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things. Praise the governor of the sea." Though Lumian wasn't privy to the Church of Earth Mother's method to make citizens view the morning mysticism roundup as a miracle, he sensed joy and delight in everyone's hearts. Leisurely, he thought, "I wonder if the remaining committee members of the Fisheries Guild have finalized the choice for the fake governor of the sea. Sure, the real Simon Guillereau is the top contender. However, it doesn't matter who takes the role this year. The power leaked by the spaceship is now in my possession, In the next year or even two, there won't be frequent catastrophes in these waters. The sea creatures will reproduce faster thanks to the watering. Ha ha, from a certain perspective, I'm the true governor of the sea, for just a week. In the midst of the lively parade and numerous street vendors, Lumion casually located a bar and ordered an undiluted Manzan and a large cup of locally brewed dark gold malt beer. Placing the Manzan glass across from the small round table, he lifted his beer, clinking it. Then, he muttered with a smile, "Did you see that? Did you hear that? Their dance, their singing, and the sound of fish multiplying. Isn't this the future you desire?" With that said, Lumion downed a mouthful of dark gold beer. Chapter 598, Confrontation and Reconciliation. 598 Confrontation and Reconciliation. The night draped the land in darkness, and stars adorned the sky above Port Santa. The festive crowd had dispersed, leaving behind the remnants of celebration, discarded litter, and the lingering scent of alcohol. With the official end of the holiday, the city would soon buzz with work again. Lumion lingered at the bar until closing time. As he stepped out, the deserted streets welcomed him, illuminated only by sporadic gas lamps. The late-night air hinted at the approaching winter's chill. Lumion breathed it in, feeling the crisp freshness entering his lungs. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore added to the night's serenity. In seemingly high spirits, Lumion, slightly tipsy, walked past the aftermath of the celebration with hands in his pockets, unnoticed in the silent surroundings. He made his way back to the room, rented under a false identity. Upon opening the door, he found Lugano pacing anxiously in the living room. Still up, Lumion raised an eyebrow. Lugano, looking like he'd recovered from a serious injury, spoke with a complex expression. "An hour ago, Captain Nolia of the Combat Nuns paid you a visit, not in armor but a stunning dress. She is quite the figure." "And then?" Lumion inquired, a smirk on his face. Lugano replied with envy, "She left disappointed when I told her you weren't around." Lumion chuckled, "What's it got to do with you? Why are you still awake after an hour?" Lugano coughed awkwardly. "I had a sudden contemplation about my future. Should I return to Trier and pursue a medical career, or should I opt for a different path?" Ignoring the doctor's musings, Lumion, with a smile, washed up briefly and retired to his room, succumbing to sleep. In his dreams, recent events blended into a chaotic tapestry, weaving stranger and more bizarre stories. At precisely 6 a.m., Lumion awoke and promptly sat up. His thoughts sharpened as he recalled the dream. Suddenly, a detail struck him. Disregarding the possibility of the Aurora Order having covertly observed the situation, the crucial aspect of the sea prayer ritual was Ammon's utilization of the altar in Milo Village to discreetly imbue Lai with a steel ability. Without this intervention, the opening of the spaceship's energy passageway would have led to a reversal. Deprived of the sea's power, he couldn't have ensnared Mad Lady with the authority of the governor of the sea, delaying her until Madam Magician's arrival. However, Celestial Worthy, positioned at the pinnacle of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways, should possess an in-depth understanding of marauder abilities. It seemed unlikely that he hadn't considered the possibility of an Ammon hiding at the altar, granting steel powers. It made sense that he hadn't shared this knowledge with April Fools. They were expendable tools, and excessive information might weaken their resolve during the operation. But the overall plan shouldn't have crumbled due to this. Were Celestial Worthy's intentions more intricate than they seemed? Had he secretly achieved a goal, or did Ammon and his unseen ally orchestrate events in advance? Had Ammon truly kept watch over the altar in Milo Village without pause, last year's sea prayer ritual might not have failed. There remains the prospect that he wanted to derive amusement from April Fool's antics. The chaos wrought by April Fools last year was perhaps understandable. Shouldn't the most straightforward approach this year involve discreetly allowing the completion of the Ring of the Sea Queen during the ancestor honoring ritual? Subsequently, events could unfold with Ultraman assuming the guise of the incoming governor of the sea, only to be dumbfounded when the sea sacrifice ritual succeeded. Why the convoluted path? What was the purpose behind these seemingly unnecessary steps? There must be something I'm missing. Lumion massaged his temples and rose from the bed. The revelation didn't surprise him. It would be abnormal if he quickly unraveled the true motives of every participant in such complex scenarios involving high-level entities. Regardless, his goal was accomplished, and the perilous black hole in the spaceship remained sealed. The rest was not his concern. If he could decipher it, great. If not, he could always write to Madame Magician to provide a timely reminder. After a jog around the still-slumbering Port Santa, Lumion penned a letter to Madame Magician, detailing his reflections. As Lumion finished, Lugano, who had been out gathering breakfast for Ludwig, returned to his quarters. Taking a moment to contemplate, Lumion handed over 1,000 gold risat to Lugano. With a composed tone, he stated, "I'll be away for a few days. Take care of Ludwig. When I return, this commission will be completely over." When the time came, Lumion planned on taking a boat to the southern continent. Lumion intended to conspire and make preparations along the way. His aim was to be ready for the final conspiracy and advance to Sequence 5 upon reaching his destination in the southern continent. Without prying into his employer's destination, Lugano nervously asked, "W. Will there be any danger in the next few days?" "It's done," Lumion replied with a smile. "If any other danger arises, go to the Fertility Order and seek protection. Isn't that what you've been anticipating?" Lugano grinned sheepishly, reassured by Lumion's demeanor. Under the shining sun of Port Santa, with delicious food and passionate women, staying a few more days seemed like a pleasant prospect. A two-story relay carriage raced through the village towns, scattered across turquoise pastures, making its way towards the base of the Pyrenees mountain range. Maintaining his disguise as the adventurer Louis Barry, Lumion occupied a window seat in the carriage, silently observing the passing scenery. Each turquoise pasture was adorned with flocks of sheep, resembling scattered clouds. Shepherds, clad in practical and mobile robes, strolled amidst the grazing animals. Some had their own shacks, while others utilized small, wheeled shepherds' huts for mobility. Occasionally, local villagers attempted to drive away the incoming shepherds, only to be met with sly smiles or placated with money and supplies. Faced with determined locals, the shepherds, arriving from the mountain pass, reluctantly moved to more desolate areas, contending with the watchful eyes of wild wolves and other creatures. The scenes spoken of by the Cordu shepherds presented themselves vividly to Lumion, searing a memory in his mind. 2 days later, the relay carriage halted at the foot of the Pyrenees mountain range, pausing in a small town outside the mountain pass. Lumion changed into a black tweed coat, preparing to venture into the mountain alone. As he ascended the mountain ridge, the cold wind intensified, rendering the wilderness almost devoid of life. Navigating the sparsely vegetated mountainous terrain, Lumion followed the trails left by shepherds and merchants. Under the birdless gray sky, the desolate landscape featured withered trees and a meager stream. Winter's solitude permeated the air. In the cold solitude, it took him nearly 3 days to traverse the Darij mountain range and reach the river outside Cordu. Circling the towering forest, Lumion promptly spotted the blood-colored pillar, emanating the aura of a mountain peak despite its modest height. As Lumion gazed, footsteps approached from ahead. A middle-aged man, clad in a leather coat and clasping his hands together, appeared. Trembling in the cold wind, the forest ranger shouted, "Don't go any further. That village is gone." Lumion's eyes moved beyond the ranger to the collapsed and burned structures in the distance. After a brief pause, he inquired in a deep voice, "What happened to that village?" The forest ranger glanced around and lowered his voice. "They said they believed in demons. The villagers went crazy, burned down their houses, and walked into the abyss." Look, would a normal village be like this? Lumion fell silent for a long time. Seeing this, the forest ranger sincerely said, "In any case, those old men instructed me to prevent anyone from entering this village. They said that it's bad luck. It would provoke the demons." Lumion remained silent, refraining from further inquiry. Staring at the unfamiliar yet oddly familiar ruins, he turned away from the village entrance. Step by step, he approached the nearest alpine pasture, the wind howling around him. The grass here had completely withered, blown away by the wind, leaving behind barren patches of brown soil. Lumion surveyed the ruins of Cordu, then located a shack abandoned by the shepherds. Inside, he lay down, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. If only everything that had transpired before could be dismissed as a dream. When he woke, the alpine pasture was vibrant green once more, birds returned to the sky, and all tavern bustled with farmers and herdsmen. His sister persistently urged him to study, while Riamund, Ava, and the others pondered uncertain futures, unaware of the life awaiting them. The sun shone brightly, yet the air in Port Santa had begun to carry a chill. Abruptly, Lumion stood before Lugano and Ludwig. "You're finally back," Lugano exclaimed, relief evident in his voice as if he had encountered a savior. Ludwig's appetite had surged once more, and the 1,000 risat had disappeared faster than anticipated. Another week, and Lugano would have to contemplate using his own funds. He couldn't allow the child to go hungry. He might resort to eating him. Lumion chuckled in response, saying, "The commission is over. I'll pay the balance now. Do you want my help to teleport back to Trier, or do you prefer taking a boat yourself or crossing the Darij mountain range?" Lugano fell silent, seemingly grappling with a decision. Chapter 599. If you have power, use it. 599. If you have power, use it. Lumion didn't hurry Lugano. He preferred to observe the doctor's decision. Making. After a pause, Lugano gathered his courage and inquired, "Will you be bringing Ludwig along in the future?" "Of course," Lumion replied, glancing sideways at Ludwig, who was devouring a roasted octopus. Had he not received the 0-to-1 information from the Church of Knowledge, he wouldn't have considered keeping such a child around. However, Ludwig had proven his usefulness. In the future, he might serve as another Loki trap. Lugano swallowed and offered, "I can assist you in caring for Ludwig, so you won't need to factor him in when dealing with matters, unlike how you could simply leave whenever you pleased in the past." As anticipated, Lumion wasn't taken aback by Lugano's proposal. He raised his chin slightly and inquired, "Reason?" Lugano smiled sheepishly and explained, "During this journey, I've witnessed much and faced attacks. It made me realize that Sequence 8s are still insignificant in the mysticism world. They're ill-equipped to handle risks. Yes, if I return to Trier and discreetly wield my doctor powers, I'll undoubtedly attain middle-class status. It's not inconceivable to ascend to high society, but I fear that garnering too much fame will draw the attention of official Beyonders. Trier isn't as lenient as Port Santa, which is more accommodating to wild Beyonders. Furthermore, those dangerous Beyonders are always lurking around us. I refuse to be defenseless the next time I'm targeted. If you refrain from participating in mysticism gatherings and solely run a clinic as a doctor, you wouldn't be entangled in dangerous affairs. You could easily handle ordinary thieves and bandits," Lumion countered nonchalantly. Lugano shook his head. "The Beyonder who left me his relics, enabling me to become a planter, once warned me that once I enter the mysticism world, escape is impossible. Beyonder incidents will always surround us. If I'm fortunate, I might survive until natural death, but if I'm unlucky, I'll end up like him." At first, I didn't fully believe it, but the events of the past 6 months have increasingly convinced me of its truth. I did nothing, yet Rue Anarchy collapsed and a peculiar tree sprouted. Before you hired me, I dreamed of becoming a figure in a painting, unable to return to reality. Upon waking up, I found myself wanted. This time, all I did was care for Ludwig, staying clear of any involvement, yet I was still senselessly attacked. Lumion's expression grew more peculiar as he listened. "I seem to be the common denominator in all your tales. Yet you persist in following me. Is this another instance of Beyonders encountering mysticism incidents? You didn't encounter those incidents, but me." Lugano continued, "He also witnessed Beyonder powers like teleportation and tsunamis. Being just a Sequence 8 no longer satisfies me. I believe I'll find more opportunities by following you." Lumion gazed at Lugano, unsure if someone had influenced him to insist on following, or if Ludwig had somehow tamed him to be his nanny. Initially, Lumion thought Lugano, as a Beyonder of the planter pathway, had ties to the Church of Earth Mother. However, despite paying close attention, he hadn't observed any additional communication between his guide and the Fertility Order or the Church of Earth Mother's clergyman. Furthermore, Lugano seemed like a stranger. Seeing Lumion stay silent, Lugano smiled ingratiatingly and proposed, "I have a gift for languages. I can self-learn Deutonese from the southern continent. As long as you pay me 300 Veraldor a month and promise me a share of the spoils, I can continue to be your guide, private doctor, child caregiver, and be half a fighter." Sure, Lumion handed over a total of 10,000 Veraldor. This is the final 5,000 Veraldor from before. Additionally, you were attacked. As per our agreement, I'll pay you an extra 5,000 Veraldor, making it a total of 10,000. Lugano gladly accepted the payment and began packing. Lumion seized the moment to count his cash, confirming he still possessed 1,000 Veraldor in gold, 76,000 Veraldor in gold coins, along with other coins, banknotes, and the remaining 2,000 gold risat yet to be spent. As long as he refrained from acquiring Beyonder characteristics, potion formulas, mystical items, or high-end mysticism knowledge, the money he carried could sustain him for a considerable time. The following morning, Lumion boarded the ship bound for Fainapotter, adopting the guise of the adventurer Louis Barry. Approaching the first-class suite, he turned to Ludwig, posing a thoughtful question. "In your memories, or rather Loki's memories, are there any peculiar creatures? They resemble lizards but are quite small. They can crawl into a human's mouth, appearing transparent and blurry, suspected to be spirit body. They have brownish green scales and dark green eyes." This description deviated significantly from the starlight lizards, transformed by the children of the sea. Ludwig shook his head. "No, it's not in the Baiting's black insect's memories either." Lumion fell silent, observing Lugano as he opened the suite door with the mannerisms of a servant. Another hour passed, and amidst a whistle, the ship departed Port Santa. After nearly 2 hours of sailing, the weather gradually worsened. The waves surged, and the strong winds compelled passengers on the deck to retreat to their cabins. Observing the dusky sky, the dark clouds stirred by the wind, and the rising waves, many passengers, sailing for the first time, felt a sense of anxiety. Noticing the confidence of the sailors beside them, they sought reassurance. "This is a common occurrence at sea. It's not dangerous, right?" A Port Santa native, working as a sailor, replied with a smile, "It's relatively common, but it can be a bit dangerous. If the storm intensifies, we might need to seek shelter in a nearby port. But don't worry. This year's sea prayer ritual was a success. The current governor of the sea will protect us and prevent any shipwrecks." Governor of the sea, the passengers became even more uneasy upon hearing the sailors' response. They had taken part in various sea prayer rituals and celebrations in Port Santa. While enjoyable, they didn't truly believe that the governor of the sea could exert any significant influence on the waves. Amidst their unease, they were astonished to find that the rising waves suddenly subsided. Despite the dark clouds and strong winds, the seawater seemed to be pressed down by an invisible force, showing no noticeable fluctuations. The Port Santa natives erupted in cheers. "Long live the governor, praise the governor of the sea." Witnessing this, the passengers exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. In the first-class suite, Lumion relaxed in a recliner, sipping undiluted Manzin. On his lap lay a Southern Continent Deutonese introductory textbook. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he pulled it downward. A section of the dark clouds in the sky descended, forming a formidable funnel. Sunlight penetrated the massive hole, brightening the cabin and highlighting Lumion's book. Retracting his right hand, Lumion flipped through a page of the book. He found the governor of the sea's abilities truly advantageous at sea. Unfortunately, he could only use it for one more day. Late at night in Trier, Angoulême returned to his residence and habitually switched on the radio transceiver. Before long, a telegram arrived. Upon seeing Hidden Blade, Angoulême frowned. 2 bits of good news and a spot of bad news. Which one do you want first? I know, you must want to hear the good news first. I'll get straight to it. The first piece of good news is that the humanoid sealed artifact has been located and secured. You don't have to worry about the business trip to Fainapotter. You can focus on investigating the mirror people matter in peace. The second piece of good news is that after communication, we've confirmed that the faction controlling the humanoid sealed artifact might return it to you. We're willing to facilitate the matter, but you'll need to provide all the information about the humanoid sealed artifact in exchange. Of course, it's just a possibility, nothing set in stone. You won't need to make a substantial payment until we reach an agreement. Bad news, there's a traitor in your church. The humanoid sealed artifact was lost because of a mole, we're certain of this. Go 7, your chance to render meritorious service has arrived. After reading it in one go, Angoulême felt a sense of relief. This was because after the humanoid sealed artifact was lost, the church's upper echelons suspected a traitor and conducted an investigation, but to no avail. There was indeed an issue with the case leading to the loss of the humanoid sealed artifact, but the 5 purifiers in charge of that case had been cleared of any wrongdoing during the investigation. They hadn't performed well back then and had merely encountered an accident. It seems that the mole has concealed himself well, Angoulême muttered to himself. Quartier de la Cathédrale commémorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orsay. Franca sat by the bed and chatted in the Telegram group, waiting for Jenna to return. Her female companion would visit the Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra once a week to watch a theater performance and only return at midnight. However, the exact day she went was uncertain. Furthermore, she would disguise herself to prevent others from noticing her travel patterns. Anthony, who lived nearby, had been busy infiltrating a circle of psychology enthusiasts, hoping to come into contact with a true psychiatrist. I seem to be the only one with time on my hands. I haven't received any feedback about mirror people. Franca wasn't the kind of person who insisted on having something on her hands. She excelled in finding joy in life. While Franca thought about Jenna, who had just finished watching the last play, put on a hat with a black veil and stood up to leave the theater, where many spectators were still lingering. At the exit, she patiently queued up and moved out. Suddenly, Jenna sensed a slight tremor from one of the items on her. Instinctively, she reached in and realized that it was the mirror world fragment from the Tamara family's tomb. Chapter 600, Correct Reaction. 600 Correct Reaction. Has something happened to the mirror world fragment? Jenna was taken aback for a moment before she tensed up. This was unprecedented. The mirror world fragment had never exhibited such behavior before, leaving Jenna puzzled as to its sudden activity. Her mind raced, attempting to decipher its significance. Could there be a disturbance in the special mirror world itself? Or perhaps someone in close proximity to me is closely involved with the special mirror world. Could this be a lead in Franca's mirror people investigations? Jenna's instincts urged her to scan her surroundings, searching for the source of the mirror world fragment's disturbance. Jenna controlled herself just in time as a realization hit her. If this phenomenon was caused by someone closely tied to the special mirror world, there was a high chance that the sensation was mutual. In simpler terms, while the fragment trembled slightly, there should be some anomaly on the person's body, detectable only by themselves. They, too, were searching for the source of the problem. Under such circumstances, hastily surveying her surroundings might lead to discovery by the other party. A thunderous strike might follow. Maintaining her composure, Jenna slowly moved out the door, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. During this process, like many spectators, she turned her head slightly and glanced at the wall clock in the theater's foyer to confirm the time. 11:05 p.m. After noting the time, Jenna returned to the foyer through the exit. The spectators around her dispersed, and the place gradually became less crowded. Jenna's mirror world fragment fell silent, no longer trembling abnormally. Just now, there was no one in the foyer, and the mirror world fragment didn't tremble when I watched the theater performance. This means that for the abnormality to happen, both parties need to be close to each other, no more than 5 meters apart, like when we were squeezing for the exit in the foyer. Now, is everything back to normal because the distance between them has widened again? Jenna's thoughts raced as she fully displayed her theatrical acting skills. Like ordinary spectators, she left the foyer and arrived on the street. She boarded a rental carriage belonging to the Imperial Carriage Company and paid 2.5 Vrildor in advance, her heart aching. If the subway and public carriages were still running at this hour, she wouldn't have taken a rental carriage back to Quartier de la Cathédrale, commemorative from Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra. Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orsay. Jenna recounted her encounter to Franca and asked, "Did the mirror world fragment on you tremble slightly around 11:05? "No," Franca replied with unusual certainty. Without waiting for Jenna to make a judgment, she smiled awkwardly and quickly added, "I don't think so. As you know, my mirror world fragment is stored in my traveler's bag. Even if there's a tremor, I can't sense it." As Jenna couldn't help but roll her eyes, Franca tersely acknowledged and said, "Do you suspect that the abnormality in the special mirror world caused a general change? If that's the case, even if the item is in the traveler's bag, I should be able to sense it spiritually. It's impossible to completely ignore it. Besides, when we put these two fragments together, there's never been a tremor. The probability of me encountering a mirror people is very high. Or is it a member of a specific branch of the Tamara family?" Jenna said as she walked to the full-body mirror in the living room. She stroked the surface and whispered the secret subject she wanted to inquire about. The full-body mirror's surface quickly darkened, surging with illusory water waves. Jenna began magic mirror divination. At approximately 23:05 last night, the area within a 10-meter radius of me. At approximately 23:05 last night, the area within a 10-meter radius of me. After repeating it 3 times, the deep, dark mirror lit up. In the light, Jenna saw herself in a bonnet, the theater exit connected to the theater foyer, and the audience and attendants standing within 10 meters of her. The spirit world faithfully recorded all this information. The reflection in the mirror held a dynamic quality, not static or rigid. Jenna swiftly observed a woman standing a few meters ahead, abruptly turning to survey the people around her. Donned in a black veiled hat, the lady, seemingly in her 30s, sported light eyebrows, bright yellowish eyes, and a white complexion from makeup. While not conventionally beautiful, she exuded elegance through her well-chosen attire. Despite her refined appearance, the lady appeared to lose her composure, scanning the surroundings as if searching for a lost lover. "There's something off about her. She reacted to the mirror world fragment," Franca remarked as she joined Jenna, analyzing the image in the full-body mirror. "But it's been over an hour, and she hasn't initiated any counter-divination. Is she careless or utterly unfamiliar with the process?" Jenna nodded. "Can you discern anything else?" "Nothing more." Franca suddenly slapped her forehead. "Gosh, we should have asked Anthony to take a look. A spectator would surely glean more information." "You're right," Jenna was caught off guard. They still weren't used to seeking Anthony's assistance. Jenna suggested, "Let's get Anthony tomorrow morning. Calling him over this late might lead to misunderstandings. Besides, it's not an urgent matter." Yes, he might get the wrong idea, Franca quickly realized. The next morning, after observing the scene through the magic mirror divination, Anthony pondered and commented. Her clothes were custom made, suggesting a well-off family background. Despite looking a bit lost after surveying the surroundings, she may lack knowledge about the mirror world and its corresponding fragments. This contradicts her ability to make the mirror world fragment tremble. The answer often lies in the point of contradiction. Her walking style indicates good etiquette training, but her status at home isn't particularly high. Franca couldn't help but twitch her lips as she listened to the newly advanced hypnotist dissect the target layer by layer. It felt like she had no secrets left from him. Spectators are truly terrifying. On the other hand, Jenna listened attentively, finding similarities with character analysis in drama acting class, but more concrete and detailed. In a daze, she felt transported back to Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage à Pigeons, listening to her teacher's lecture. These characteristics won't help us locate her directly. They can only offer certain clues, Anthony concluded. Understood, character profiling, Franca replied in a professional tone. Anthony took out a piece of paper, picked up a pencil, and began sketching based on his impressions. intending to track her through various channels. Casually, Franca asked, "How did you deduce that the lady's clothes were custom-made?" Having once been a man and transformed into a woman with a potion, she remained fixated on the beauty of clothing and dresses. She didn't care about the store or tailor. Jenna couldn't tell either, as before becoming a witch, she hadn't reached the level to customize her clothes. Anthony looked up at the two demonesses. "After becoming a spectator, especially as an information broker, I've deliberately honed my observation skills. I recognize the materials and characteristics of most of Trier's ready-to-wear shops and the styles of many famous tailors. The lady's dress clearly doesn't come from any ready-to-wear shops." Franca and Jenna revealed somewhat embarrassed expressions. Fortunately, Anthony was engrossed in his sketch and hadn't noticed their reactions. Port Santa. Nulfi, clad in a blouse and a light-colored jacket, escorted Batna to the dock. Batna, sporting a half-top hat, adjusted his rapier and cautiously inquired, "Are you really planning to stay here?" Nulfi calmly responded, "I'm already a combat nun of the Fertility Order. It's just now dawning on me that the sea prayer ritual isn't about gaining power and making a pact with an evil god. It's about protection. It's an act of self-sacrifice. In the past, members of the Fisheries Guild used their influence and wealth to entice others into becoming the governor of the sea and maidens of the sea. Now, they've pledged to the Earth Mother's Church and the Fertility Order. Going forward, they'll inform potential candidates of the possible challenges and consequences beforehand, allowing them to make their own choices. I want to stay here and oversee this." "That's good too," Batna sighed. "Unfortunately, my destiny lies in sea adventures, and I can't remain in one place." The lovely and endearing Nulfi nodded. "I understand." She asked sincerely, "Do you wish to have a child here?" "No, and never mind," Batna stammered. "I'm not mentally prepared to be someone else's father." He didn't want his child to turn into a humanoid lizard in the future. Nulfi expressed regretfully, "All right." Waving her hand, she turned around and walked away from the dock. After a few steps, she abruptly turned back, revealing a bright and beautiful smile. "Regardless, I'm grateful that you could accompany me out to sea." Without waiting for Batna's response, Nulfi redirected her gaze and hastened her pace, leaving the dock. Batna stood there, Nulfi's final smile lingering in his mind. Her words of joy echoed in his ears, and he suddenly felt a sense of loss. After Nulfi's figure vanished from the dock, the adventurer slowly boarded the ship, returning to Port Farim. In the evening, inside the ship's bar, Lumion raised a glass of amber sugar wine and addressed the patrons at the bar counter. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually a magician. I can showcase an illusionary magic trick for you right now." He gestured towards the window. "Look outside." Instinctively, the patrons glanced out the window and noticed that the surrounding waves had surged to a height of more than 10 meters at some point, resembling a mountain. Just as they blinked, the terror-inspiring scene disappeared once again. Clap, 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 the patrons applauded Lumion's brilliant magic trick. "You've reached the end of the book."